Um, and by the way, if anybody does happen to be in chat and wants to participate, it would help me a lot to see somebody live in the broadcast. Oh, here we go. We've got Macrame in chat, who's a developer and has some. Will answer any questions about the game. Although presumably, I should be capable of doing some of that as well, but in less of an official capacity. So let me say, first of all, thank you very much for everybody stopping by. I am really looking forward to streaming this game for you. Hello, that brought frog. And I wanted to set this up. I wanted to get a few little introductions out of the way because this is a bit of a special case for me. Weather Factory have very kindly invited me to stream their game on their developer site as well. But there is a disclosure that I need to make, at least for the recording that I am doing of this stream right now, which is to say that I am being paid for this. And they were actually very kind in being insistent for it. I would have done it for free. So while normally I would tell you that this is a very good game and you should buy it, I'm going to say that this is now an excellent game and you should buy it. That is the kind of upgrade that you get when you hire System Chalk. But no, I'm obviously very happy that they did that. Clearly, I would not have the playtime that I do have in the game if I didn't like it. But it's one of these things that kind of needs to be disclosed, and to be honest, in terms of broadcasts, I think people tend to skirt the regulations a little bit in terms of explaining those kinds of interests. So I don't want to make too big of a deal about it. I am still the same mediocre streamer before you, but I am the one who is currently available. And I did want to take a second to express my appreciation to Weather Factory, not just for hosting me here, but for letting me do so many times. So some of you are going to be coming in on this game and wondering, what is this? This nice Canadian man seems to be very enthusiastic about the game, but what am I getting myself into? And first of all, we're marking the occasion of, I think, the deepest discount for Cultist Simulator so far. It's currently 66% off, which is sort of the reason why we're doing something special for the game here. And this game is something that I've actually played for a long time now. This came out back in 2018. And it was actually a little demo that I played on itch, and I sort of got its hooks in me, and I've sort of been playing it ever since. And so really what I'm here to do today is to sort of just show off the game and hopefully maybe give you not just an idea about what it's going to be like, but maybe for some for whom this is going to be a totally different experience, or something like really new, or something that might even be a little bit off-putting in some senses. I'll try and cover that because you can sort of see the reviews below. I'm going to try and slowly bring you on. I think a lot of the fun of this game is discovering things and working them out for yourself, but everybody's going to be coming from a different place and a different expectation in terms of where the game is. And so one of the things that I have tried to do over the course of the time that I've played and streamed Cultist Simulator is to try and catch a few of the people who would otherwise like the game, but maybe find its alien ways so different. So this is kind of a narrative card game. It's not going to be Hearthstone. It's going to be a game where you're getting little glimpses of a much bigger world through the individual cards. Each card will represent something different in your life, and you're going to sort of tell yourself a story by sort of shuffling all of these cards around on the table, which is of course why Weather Factory's also released a tarot deck. There was a first tarot deck that came out, and there's a new one which is coming out, sort of the Book of Hours, stainless. I think it's called the Book of Hours. Anyways, it's a stained glass tarot set. Looks wonderful, actually. Macrame has been doing some very lovely artwork for it. I believe that's your handiwork, anyway. But in any case, it's definitely a game that has got some very fanatical followers, which I think I will count myself among. But the first thing that I need to do, Soggy, hey, thank you very much for letting me know that. So I will let a few of you know that I do stream this game, or I do put this game on I do put this game on YouTube every once in a while. I don't want to make this too much of an advertisement for myself, but I did put out a call to some of the people on YouTube to basically just say that, hey, I'm doing this thing on Steam. I'm going to be doing this for a while, which will mean that I have a few breaks. But there's enough setup that I've given here. I figure it's probably been 5 minutes is time to let everybody kind of come in. And we're actually going to get into the game right now. So the first thing I'm going to do is scare everybody who likes watching my videos on YouTube by deleting iCupscribe. So this Perpetual Edition is something that was given to Kickstarter backers. This is, sorry, this is mine, not yours. But there is actually one thing I want to get out of the way before I start the game proper. And this is for those of you who are thinking of buying the DLC. I believe at least some of the DLCs half off. I don't quite know what all of the prices are there, but of course some of you are going to be in different regions, so you probably want to be looking at the Steam page to see what you're paying for those anyway. But I believe if you go up to the Invisible Serapeum, so you have the expansions that you would have bought. So there's the Dancer, the Priest, the Medium, and the Exile. The Exile is very, very different from the game that I am going to be playing for starters. If we have time, I'll give it a shot, but there was actually a different stream that I did for the Exile. It's also worth mentioning that there is workshop support, so if you want to see what the community has been getting up to, you can install some mods. As you can see, I have been a terrible member of the community and have installed none of them. But I think that is also a testament to how enjoyable the base game is. So, without further ado, let us begin. Alright, we are the aspirant, alone in this chilly city with my useless education and my dreams. What now? Could I become something more? Now, I don't know if this is a controversial or a disputed point, but I'm going to direct you to what I think is the most important thing to do in a Cultist Simulator game, and that's to name your character. I see so many people playing this game and they don't give their character a name. And the thing is that while you're not going to have walls of text rolling up the screen, you're not going to have sort of the usual thing that you would expect out of an RPG. For me, get the most out of this game when I sort of invest a little bit of myself and I try and work out this person who I'm playing. Maybe you don't want to do that the first time that you play the game because you might die, and heaven forbid that you get invested in someone who has a terrible fate. But we're gonna name our character, and unfortunately, I'm gonna go back to the well and do an old joke that I did, I think, the first time I streamed this game. Let's call this person... I had an idea and then I lost. Okay, we'll make them somebody who is I don't know. This is somebody who's got a reputation for entertainment and maybe did some theater in school. Alright, we are HP Stagecraft. So, you just bought the game, you got a 2-hour refund window, you open it and you see this. What in the world have I gotten myself into? Well, probably the first thing you want to do is just click on things and take a look at what's going on. So, menial employment, a precarious position as a hospital porter, miserable, but it's all you can find just now. And work, earn a living or practice the invisible arts. And I'm going to trust most of your intelligence to say that if you're in a game and you see one card in one slot, you might want to stick it inside there. Which we will. But there's a couple of other details that I can let you know about what's on this board as well. You could say that these things are verbs, and then I guess these count as nouns. But one thing that's kind of nice about these little individual cards is that there will also be certain aspects that they have, and they will tell you some other details about the cards. These are going to become very helpful once you start trying to get a little bit more information in the game, particularly when you start running into some difficult puzzles. These are going to be some things that wind up giving you some hints. So what I want to try and do is drop a few little breadcrumbs in terms of things that we're going to be exploring over the next few hours. as I play this game. But it seems to me that if I want to keep my precarious position as a hospital porter, I better actually show up to the job. And you'll notice there's a couple of different ways that I did that. If you pick up a card and it's eligible for a slot, you'll notice that you get sort of that purple outline. And then if you want, you can also say, well, what kind of cards can I put in here? And not only will it show you the aspects that it accepts, but it'll highlight the cards that you can bring in. And again, I've only got one card. I've made more of a meal of the opening moments of the game than I think any other Cultist Simulator player has done. So you've seen a world first, but let's earn a living. Another shift, mopping the darkened hallways, delivering post to hollow-eyed invalids, trundling corpse-laden gurneys from the basement. Halfway through your shift, the head porter beckons you aside. We won't require your services any longer, he says. Here's your last payment. We've paid you through the end of the month. I've lost my job. At least now I have a little time to rest, and my health improves. Dream is unlocked. So one thing that you can do, you can see we've already got the timer going down. Now, the first time I played this game, I didn't really pause a whole lot. If you want a little more time to think about things, you can. But one of the big reasons why I'm going to be pausing is I'm going to be unpacking these cards, and I'm going to take the time to read, and because I'm streaming this game, I'm going to need the time to read. I mostly just don't want to miss things, so yeah, we've got our payment, and we've got a little bit of health. This is my body. There are other bodies, but this one is mine, and my mind needs it like a fungus needs soil. Now, the starting moments of the game will actually have these little helpers inside of them. If you see something within sort of the square brackets, it's going to give you a little bit of a hint, which is less about sort of what your character is feeling, and more about basically more an instruction to you, the player. So with enough vitality, you can gain more health. And of course, this card has its own aspects. It's got ability, brain or heart, hand or eye. Most of us are born with most of them. Aspect heart. The heart relentless beats to protect the skin of the world we understand. The heart is the principle that continues and preserves. And aspect ingredient. Fuel, ointment, pigment, patience. All are consumed in time. Now, we've already got a little bit of a hint of the occult world present in this card, but maybe that's not so obvious at the moment, so we're not going to talk about that yet. But we've also got funds, enough to support me for a little while in adequate comfort. Funds are also an ingredient. Recall my dreams. Once again, I dream of a glow beneath the filthy skin of the world, the light through the black wood, the pale door, the old man. I apparently gave myself a little bit more runway. I will also say, if you have any questions about the game, or if you have anything that's, not quite working for you, or something specific, definitely feel free to speak up in chat. I've got lots of time, and I've got enough. I've got enough that I can go through without any instruction or any questions. But I would love to sort of be able to help bridge that gap to help people decide if this game is for them. It began when I spoke to the old man in the hospital. He knew my name, but he's dead now. The pneumonia. Why do I dream of him still? What is the cobalt light in my dreams? Time is now passing. So, we have yet another ability, which you can tell from here. Dull minds are neither intuitive or mathematical, Blaise Pascal. And again, a little instruction from the developer. With enough glimmering, you can study to gain more passion. Now this has the aspect of moth. I knew a man who captured moths in a bell jar. On nights like this, he would release them one by one to die in the candle. And we already know what an ingredient is. So you'll notice that the dream slot has opened up a new verb for us. Rest, consider your priorities, or risk yourself in the exploration of the kingdoms of sleep. And a change in the air. I need funds to live, but perhaps this recent upset in my circumstances is a secret blessing. Is there something to my dreams? There is change in the air. And so you can already sort of see, that Brogfrog, for instance, was saying, I've never seen this game, but it seems cool. If you want an idea in terms of what this is all about, right, we've just kind of had the opening moments in, a good book or a story or a movie where, I started off in the hospital, I was busy doing my work, and I lost my job, and something's happening here. What do I do? And you'll notice I'm actually keeping these verbs open. Now, this is not necessarily the optimal play, but I'm not necessarily interested in showing you how to just blast through Cultist Simulator. There's a lot to experience here, and so we're going to experience the story as as it sort of comes at us. A letter from a solicitor. The old man at the hospital, the one I dream of, has named me in his will. I'll hear more soon. So, as is true for most stories, something suddenly happens. The old man has bequeathed me a sum of money and a packet of peculiar papers, poetry, riddles, metaphysical speculations. For the first time in months, here is some fuel for my reason. Study is unlocked. So there's our bequest. And there's reason. So, right now, you'll notice here, one of the reasons why I took the time to unpack all of these parts. One, is kind of nice to know what we've got. So here are what you might consider my stats. You'll also notice that they're along the bottom here in terms of giving you an idea of what you have of each sort of stat or ability. Reason, no live organism can continue for long to exist sanely under conditions of absolute reality. Shirley Jackson, with erudition, you can study to gain more reason. Reason has lantern. Life is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us. Thomas Brown. Lantern is the principle of the secret place, sometimes called the house of the sun, and of the light above it. It is still also an ingredient and an ability. But one of the reasons why I wanted to take the time to go through all of these individual cards right now is you'll notice that originally we had one work slot and one job, and now we've got 5 different cards on the table, 3 different verbs, and this is going to be one of the things that happens in the game is you are going to suddenly see a lot of different cards. You're going to have a whole lot of options on the board, and this is one of the reasons why it's incredibly helpful to see these little purple outlines or purple flashes when you click on things inside of the game. The game is designed to make you feel a bit lost, and I'll give you the reason here. While we haven't started studying the occult yet, there is no deep mysteries for dummies book. There's never going to be an individual instruction manual for you to achieve enlightenment. That generally tends to be sort of a great life's work, and that's exactly what this game is about. And so it's a game that you sort of learn while playing it. And one of the reasons why I just want to highlight some of these things is that feeling lost can feel very frustrating. And one of the ways you can feel less frustrated is if you have a few little pointers or a few little islands of safety that you can go to say it's like, okay, well, at least I know I can't put the bequest in my work slot or something like that. But the game did kind of already tell us what to do, right? A package of peculiar papers from my correspondence executor. I must study it using either passion or reason. All right, and let's say we are a reasonable man. So I'll examine each item with meticulous care. What's some of the other things that we might do? Well, I could work. Can we do that? Sure. Unskilled labor. Back-breaking work for meager pay. Is this the best I can do? And passion. Well, we could use passion with dream. The moonlit road. I know this dream. A road crests a hilltop, and the air is silver bright. Now, isn't this interesting? We have another card that we can put in here. Lore. If I engage in an occult practice before I sleep, I might find the way to a deeper dream. So this will accept lore, or this will accept a location called the Wood. Now, we don't know about the Wood yet, but this is another indication that this is kind of a point where you're going to be able to go into something deeper inside of the game. The writing is very good in this game. It uses lots of fancy words that I can't pronounce correctly, and so I look like a bit of a moron on stream. But that's fine. Better me than the developers. All right, my correspondent describe. Oh, sorry. Right, we did read this. So my correspondent describes my dreams exactly. They use names that are instantly familiar: the house, the wood, the hours, the glory. They knew the secrets beneath time and the skin of the world. A new curiosity burns in me. There's a note here: directions to a bookshop that does not advertise its wares. So here we have directions to Moreland's, cryptic directions to an obscure address of a certain Moreland, a dealer in the rarer sort of book. Sorry, I just need to sneeze for a second. Excuse me. We have a temptation for enlightenment. It has occurred to me that I hold the key to wisdom. This card will allow you to win an enlightenment victory if you upgrade it far enough. Dreaming about it might advance or change it. So this has the aspects desire, my ultimate aim, there will be a price, and aspect the marks of light. I may seek immortality and enlightenment in the hour called the Watchman. His touch brings particular appetites and marks. Notes on a possible collaborator. My correspondent has recorded his observations of me. He believed I had potential. He records his observations of someone else too. With time and study, perhaps I can find that person. And finally, the Watchman's Secret. So this is the first piece of lore that we get. It has been expressed like this. Each hour has its color, but color exists only where there is light. So this has the aspect of lantern as well. It requires knowledge, so this will make a little bit more sense once we try to upgrade this lore. But right now the description says, this is a puzzle with missing pieces. I might find those pieces in odd corners of scholarship. To upgrade or subvert this fragment, you'll need erudition, or an HQ with the library. And then the lore, knowledge of the invisible arts. I can use it to attract followers, to perform rites, or to open the way to the Mansis, or to seek my ascension. Lore fragments can sometimes be upgraded with study and with matching fragments. And so the way that you might start thinking about these individual things here, again, remember how I said earlier that in this game, you've got all of these different representations of either parts of yourself or parts of the world. And so you can see here, we've got my material wealth, we've got my capabilities of reason, my passion is currently being used in terms of dreaming. Thank you, that Frog. I'm sorry, I'm a human being, so it's really awful to have to like sneeze on the stream and such. But it actually occurred to me too. There's a delay on this, so I'm sure I'm going to be speaking to chat and not realizing things are late. But of course, that's not just yourself, you're also your knowledge. And in this case, we also have, whether we want to consider these actual notes or we just want to consider this knowledge that we already have, this game is going to sort of break down all of these little individual parts as these little things that you can manipulate with your different aspects of either yourself or your abilities. So let's think what we can do with study, because really it's the only thing that I have available right now. So unlock books and other treasures. Well, we can use our directions to Moorlands, we could use our notes on a possible collaborator, or we could use reason. Let's start by checking out this strange bookstore. The directions to Moorlands' shop are cryptic. When one deals in the kinds of books my correspondent studied, one must be circumspect. Now, we could of course try the Watchman's Secret inside the lore slot, but let's take a look and see what happens if we just walk the moonlit road on its own. This is of course one of the things that you want to do in a game like this, is to explore and see where everything's going. The day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So I gained some vitality for that, as well as a bit of money. And one thing that's worth mentioning here is that we've got this fatigued card. So a card is going to let you know, obviously if you play a game like Magic, this is going to be familiar. You can sort of say that you've tapped your mana or whatever. But of course, in a game like this, which is technically a real-time game, although the way I tend to play it on stream is turn-based with a lot of pausing, it's going to give you a little marker in terms of the time you have before you're going to be able to use this card again. This card can't be used, but it will recover after 60 seconds. I can recover it faster by dreaming. So if you want, actually, you can just let this thing come back on its own. If you mouse over it, it's going to show you the amount of time that it has until it's ready to go back. Also, when something's getting close to the end of a countdown, it will tend to actually show the numbers. But obviously, you don't want to know, if you just have this thing counting down and a lot of other numbers coming on, you're probably not going to be focusing on what you want. But let's take a look at what happened in Moorlands. An ill-lit street in an ill-favored bend and a lesser river, the soft yellow light through a grimy window. Miss Moorland nods as I enter, but doesn't rise. I never ask the names of my clients, she informs me, before I have time to introduce myself. And we have a location, Moorland's shop. The dim premises of Miss Moorland, who deals in rare and sometimes dangerous books. And we've got the explore verb now. So if I want, I can now go and explore locations. I have a place to check out now, and so I have yet another action that I can take. Now that I found a location, I can explore it. And we gained an occult scrap just by visiting Moorlands. In fact, we will move it over here. Now, some people have suggested, some scholars, may I say, that secret histories are in fact a subset of Lantern, and I think those people are geniuses. However, others might feel that the secret histories are a lore in their own right, and I will leave that to intense arguments in the chat. Secret histories are layered beneath the one we know, like the notes in a rare wine. This is a detail of one of those histories. Exploring with this scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the capital. And again, if we want a description of the lore itself, history is the scar on the world's skin. Secret histories describe the unknown complexities of the world and its many pasts. Now, again, if you're ever confused about the sort of things that you can put inside of a card, it'll actually tell you. The little check mark here, you can have followers, you can have locations, you can put health in there, you could put something with the aspect graveyard mouth, and you can put something with the aspect of secret histories inside of it. And that's going to be true again. Every single one of these empty slots, there's going to be something that you can put in there. But again, we've got a bunch of different things that we can do. So we'll take our notes on a possible collaborator. I have a name, a description, a few tantalizing details, but there are 1,000 faces in this city. And then while we're at it, let's check out Moorland's shop. So, the dim premises of Miss Moorland, who deals in rare and sometimes dangerous books, explore the city with health or followers, explore locations, investigate the possibilities of lore. Exploration is often unpredictable. If I put money in Moorland's shop, it takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. So you can see here a little flame. This is going to mean that the card is consumed through its use. I mean, it makes sense, of course, that if you're going to spend money to buy books, Moorland does not run a charity. But if you're wondering, that's why that icon was different. Rumpled fields, the wink of a river, a tingling chill. Now, you might notice that all of a sudden some money just got pulled away from me. Time, the sundial's shadow passes. I must have funds to live or I will become ill. So as soon as you start getting things done in this game, you have sort of this clock. The rent comes due, basically. And in this particular case here, you're also able to get an idea about what's coming up next. So in this case, you'll see that the season of visions is coming up. Now, I think, I could unpack all of this for you, and then there would be no mysteries left for the game to enjoy. So the way that we're going to handle some of these things that are coming up in the future is when we have, on this stream, when we have encountered something, then we're going to talk about what we need to anticipate. Right now, all that we know is that such sites will be arriving in 55.4 seconds. Maybe that's a good thing, maybe that's not a good thing. We'll find out. And we've found Herschelt's Nightmare. Down I go. I've levered up floorboards and wriggled down snugly. Now I'm compressed beneath them like a hidden corpse. The air stinks of hot dust. My mouth is full of splinters, but this is the space below. So we've exhausted my passion from that. We've gained a subtle fracture, which I actually don't remember getting out of Herschelt's Nightmare. And we've got dread. I've seen too much. A nameless, gnawing fear has its teeth in my hopes, an existential horror. So, aspect induces despair. This may cause despair. It's an influence, an echo, a resonance, an alignment, something that will fade soon. It has the aspect edge. All conquest occurs at the edge. One who dwells there is blind and cannot be wounded. Another is strong and grows stronger. Edge is the principle of battle and struggle. It's got the aspect memory. We remember the dead until we forget them. And finally, it has the aspect ill health. Perhaps I can rest and recover. So this is not necessarily a good thing that's happened to us, but there is something very interesting in the fact that there are different aspects inside of this. And I think one of the really interesting sort of lessons that, well, not lessons, but one of the interesting ideas in Cultist Simulator is the fact that things that you might kind of associate with pure negativity can actually become very useful. You are able to channel some of the emotions that you feel into your works, and that's something that we're going to experience a little bit later on in the game. In the meantime... All right. And now I have an address. I'll dispatch a letter and propose a meeting. Talk has now been unlocked, and we've gained some mystique. What is mystique? Uncanniness lingers. Mystique may attract the attention of hunters. They can't use it to build a case against you, but it will encourage them to look harder. And this has the aspect reputation. Many fear their reputation, but few their conscience. Pliny. And I found something noteworthy. So we've gained Traveling at Night, which is a book. The Annotated Dream Journals of Christopher Alopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist. Literate, entertaining, bewildering. This is the second volume. Now you'll notice here I clicked a Collect All button, and there's this little basket that's arrived here. So this is where if you, particularly when you start going on expeditions and there's lots of cards, maybe you don't want to be as ponderous as I am in terms of playing the game, right? It's been half an hour. It's not going to take you half an hour to actually unlock all of this if you play the game on your own. But I do want to be a little more detailed in terms of just sort of saying, here are some of the here's basically some of the principles that we're going to be applying when this game gets infinitely more complicated and we're ready to tear our hair out and say, what's, why did I get this silly thing? So, hello Alexei. I have no idea what drop means, but thanks for stopping by. So we're going to put that in our stack. I haven't actually really organized this board too well. So let's say, yeah, this will be emotion, or... Right, okay. This is my ambition, so... This is our reputation. So emotions, reputation, possessions, locations. Let's go back to Moorlands. We've got some money. Now, we could go to the dream slot and recover from fatigue, so I just need a little time to recover my energies. I happen to know, I'm pretty sure anyway, that it's actually going to take less time to just wait for the health to go by. And so let's maybe think instead about some other things that we can do. Well, first thing we can do is read this book. So... There is extensive discussion of the similarities between Alopoli's own dreams and those of the Emperor Elgabalus, who Alopoli regards as a dupe or avatar of the sun in rags. The white is west of the world, Alopoli remarks, and winter does not wait forever. Well, half an hour for me. I took a lot of time to set up the stream and all of that, but I'm glad that it doesn't feel as long, because I tend to stream this game for a while, and it works better for me if it doesn't feel like it's a big long slog for everyone. But thanks. And again, I'm always happy to answer questions. If there's questions in terms of later parts of the game, we will get to them. But if you want some previews or anything like that, I'm happy to work on it. Let's go back to our back-breaking labor. The reply to your letter is courteous, if cautious. They are intrigued by how you found their name, intrigued enough to meet you. So who did we meet? Kat Caro, an acquaintance. Kat Caro styles herself and earns a living as a stage medium and fortune teller. She may have deeper talents. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. Alright, so with our talk verb, interrogate, intimidate, beguile, instruct, recruit. Now, what happened with this season of visions? I think I'm going to move everything down one slot. Oops. Some of you might have a guess as to what cult I'm going to found. But a trembling in the air. The sun flickers like a shadow. Dreams ripple behind the surface of mirrors. I must be careful not to drift from the waking world. Fascination may provoke visions. So, again, this may not necessarily make a lot of sense on its own. It might, in fact, be something that only makes sense once you actually kind of get hit by the negative event that comes up. But it does actually have a useful mechanic that I am going to explain in here on its own. It's actually the same one that happens with the passage of time. This little magnet is going to take whatever card whatever card it's attracted to, or rather the card is attracted to it. So in this particular case, this is going to consume fascination. And so what will happen here, this is actually one of the ways that you can lose the game. You can sometimes fall to despair. You can sometimes just kind of have kind of lose your sense of reality and sort of go a little too far down the other path. You can also, die of starvation. There's lots of different ways for the game to end, some of them more pleasant than others. And so one of the things that will happen with this season of Visions is that if, as a byproduct of your occult studies, you have wound up running into, let's say you've wound up running into some kind of a problem, or you've wound up creating a lot of fascination. If you don't do something to manage that fascination, just like if you don't manage your dread, you're going to wind up in a tough spot. You're potentially going to basically undermine your work, and you're going to, you're going to suffer the consequences. So the game telegraphs pretty well that you're about to lose, but this is essentially one of the things that will happen with the passage of time. In the meantime, in a minute, we're going to have the Season of Suspicion. Am I being watched? Meanwhile, at Moorlands, we have found The Locksmith's Dream, Portions and Proportions, the second volume of Teresa Gallagher's examinations of the parallels and the mystic dreams of artisans. The frontispiece has been slashed with a razor. So we'll go and use that with the study verb when we can, but we're currently already studying Alopolis' work, so let's go buy another book. Now maybe we'll want to talk with Kat Caro, but one thing I'm a little interested in right now is like, well, is there anything I can do about this temptation? This is one of the things that maybe isn't so obvious. Now, there was actually a little bit of a hint. I don't know if anybody's seen and noticed this. If you want to mention it in chat, you can. I might have already moved on by the time I can read it inside of chat, but there was actually a little bit of a hint in terms of where we might be able to use this. But of course, if you pick up the card, it already tells you that you can use it in Dream. So meditate on my goal of unearthly knowledge. Should I dedicate myself to my purpose or focus my efforts elsewhere? So I actually do kind of want to do enlightenment, but there's other things that you can pursue inside of this game, much like life, right? I've decided that Mr. Stagecraft is going to pursue enlightenment, but perhaps I will leave it as an exercise to the viewer, and maybe we'll try something different later on in another playthrough. But I'm gonna leave it to your either imagination or your own experimentation to see what happens if you use this slot. But again, this is one thing that I really want to encourage. If you don't know what to do with something, take a minute, just take a look at its aspects, take a look at what cards you can put in there, and see if there's something interesting that happens. All right, let's talk with Kat Caro. A new beginning. Together we might be more. Found a mystical organization. Here is someone I might work with, a companion or follower, but first I must give them something to follow, a society, a sodality, an order, a cult. Found a mystical organization. I have begun my true work. The authorities will take an interest in it. I must be ready for them. You have begun to establish your cult. It will need a little more before you can recruit followers. Okay. There's Kat Caro. We've gained notoriety. There's going to be some consequences for that. That was a pretty deliberate choice. So, tradition and compulsion, old, new, or both together. Add lore to determine your cult's founding principles. Now, there's a few different things that can go on. I actually didn't know that there were upcoming seasons shown in that time verb until I started watching you. Oh, that's great to hear, Saga. Yeah, again, I don't want to give away too many mysteries of the game. Like, some of this is something that you can do. So actually, I'll encourage this as well. I know this is the worst thing that I can do as a broadcaster because it really does help. So one thing I will say, it really does help if there's lots of people watching, because we get to sort of move up on this, the sort of Steam rankings of things. And, basically like more people kind of come in. It's kind of a flywheel, right? But if you've seen enough, like if you want to play this game, I strongly encourage you to just go and play it. I'd love to keep you all around. I think it's really fun to be able to stream this game for people and sort of show it off. But if you want to sort of see this stuff go and sort of enjoy it on your own, like I really do encourage you, like, if you hit that buy button and you want to go in, like, you can't, nobody's going to do the cult for you. Nobody's going to achieve enlightenment. Nobody's going to achieve unlimited power on your behalf. You're going to have to do that path. You go down that path on your own. And of course, this is one of the nice things about taking it a little slow here, which is that it gives people a chance to sort of decide at what point they want to sort of get off the ride and decide to go and do it on their own. So I'm going to do something a little bit different here. I know what cult I want to found. And so what you'd probably normally do as soon as you have this, particularly on your first time, you're like, oh, it's looking for lore. I'm going to go and put it in here. Oh, that's so nice of you to say that, Brog Frog. Actually, Soggy has come from my YouTube channel, so there's quite a few Cultist Simulator videos on there. So I'm going to be here for a while, so I think the live experience will probably be a little bit better. But if for whatever reason, you're getting ready to go to sleep and you would care to hear more of my babbling over some of the Cultist material, you can see some of the either pre-recorded stuff or some of my old broadcasts. Exactly what I was going to say. If you already like what you see, the most amazing thing for this game is to explore and learn by yourself what everything does. I agree completely with what Zor said. I mean, obviously he's agreeing with it's a mutual appreciation society. But I'll also say there's enough inside of the game here that there's going to be other things that you can do. The main 3 legacies that you'll run into are going to have enough similarities that you'll feel quite comfortable. And I will definitely say, once you feel like you've got a good grip on those, the DLC are a real treat. They're going to start unlocking some more aspects. The Exile is almost like a totally different game. So you also need to say, like, if you were to see a full aspirant playthrough, you would be missing out on a little bit of the exploration yourself. But I can definitely assure you that if you go all in on Cultist Simulator, there's still going to be new things to discover inside of the DLC. It's essentially you're going to choose at what level you want to sort of see the mysteries. So for instance, I was going to say here, like, I already know that I want a specific cult to found. When you first play, you'll probably just take whatever lore you have. I think probably a lot of people start with the Mirror of Glory, which from a lore point of view, I think is the best cult. But if you you may feel differently, and you're entitled to be wrong. But in this case, you could found a cult on the principles of the Lantern, an occult society dedicated to the understanding of the light that leaks from a fiercer place. One that is a little interesting is the Society of Saint Hydra, an occult society dedicated to the study of the 5 histories and their 1,000 demi-real branches. Now, this is probably the most unique cult. It's also one that can potentially be a little more challenging. In some ways, it actually makes things a little bit easier because of its flexibility. But it's going to be the one that is the most different from all of the others. So those are usually going to be the 2 bits of lore. If you kind of followed the path that I did, those are probably going to be the 2 bits of lore that you will most likely encounter as you play the game. But obviously, again, I encourage experimentation. I already know what lore I want, so I'm going to be sitting here with this cult sort of verb up for a while. But I'm okay with that. We actually also got the Sexton secret, so Elgabalus found his way to the White Door at last, thankfully. Speech can't pass the White Door, and honestly, Elgabalus never had anything very interesting to say. I tried to follow in his footsteps, but I never learnt enough of the White. I suppose I'm thankful for that too, but here's what I do know. And we gained some erudition. So it occurred to me that I never really did follow up on what these cards are. So Vitality, Exercise, or something rarer has invigorated me. Use with another Vitality to improve your abilities. It lasts only 3 minutes if unused. So also has the aspect of Heart. It's an advancement, a taste of what might be. With enough of these cards you can grow an ability and an influence. An echo, a resonance, an alignment. Something that will fade soon. Alright. Let's take a minute here. Oh, and then we've got the erudition. I soak up knowledge as a shadow soaks up light. I may be close to advancement. Erudition can be used with study to gain reason. It lasts only 3 minutes if unused. So, we do have the Gallagher work, so let's read Portions and Proportions. In this volume, Gallagher records fewer dreams and explicates more of her own elaborate theories. We can see this again and again. What is above can't escape. Sorry, what is below can't escape what is above. A sexton secret. Certain knowledge, it is said, can be expressed only through the particular quality of a silence. It has been suggested that one can only read such knowledge with one's eyes closed, but only by mischievous commentators. Use this in a rite with a corpse, an edge aspect, and the corpse will rise. So again, this has got a similar aspect to Lantern in the sense that it requires knowledge. It's lore, and in this case, it's the aspect of winter, which, when you see, you actually maybe start noticing some consistencies in terms of the lore here. When it says that certain knowledge can only be expressed through a particular quality of silence, well, the ellipsis is really the only thing that you can write in the description, isn't it? So winter is the principle of silence, of endings, and of those things that are not quite dead. Alright, we've got The Queens of the Rivers, a surreal contemporary play by the enigmatic Monica Medina, in which the Queens of the Rivers are murdered one by one. Now, this one is horrible because I am Canadian, and so actually, no, this is a fine lore book, but unfortunately, it uses a number of European rivers, which I could probably find on a map, but I've never really had to say their names out loud, and so it is probably always the most, personality maiming moment to have hundreds of people online hear me mispronounce European rivers. So you will forgive me if I don't read this book right away. But it takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. You may be wondering what this is. This is an influence on its own. I really love the descriptions for these. So, laces uncoil, windows swing open, locks move as if oiled. A second-order influence apparent to the perceptive, instantly recognizable to an adept. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. So this is a knock influence. What is knock? The knock permits no seal and no isolation. It thrusts us gleefully out of the safety of ignorance. The knock is the principle that opens doors and unseams barriers. So this is one of the things that I really love about this is that, you can already start seeing, if you're sort of sitting here now wondering, and particularly if you've just joined the stream, welcome. One of the things that you sometimes sit down and wonder, it's like, okay, look, this thing has got it's obviously very positive on Steam. People seem to be into it. I don't get it. Like, what is it about this game that's getting people all worked up about it? And the idea here is this is a video game that is able to capture some of the things that people enjoy about reading books. I have actually really enjoyed listening to radio dramas, so the sort of stuff that you would have heard on the BBC. I don't know if the BBC actually still does radio dramas. But basically, it is the sort of experience that you get when you're able to sort of exercise a little bit of imagination and put a bit of yourself into the game here. So in one sense, we've got tangible things that we can sort of use in terms of representations for ourselves, right? In this case, I am my physical ability, my ability to go to a work site. The day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. And, I'm going to go home and I'm going to get some rest so that I can be ready to go for the next day. I just need a little time to recover my energies. Now, notice here, we've got a minute before health is ready. So, nap to recover from fatigue, 30 seconds. I'm able to save some time and presumably go to the work site again if I want to work a double shift. But there's other things, right? We are also our reputation. We're our feelings. We're our ambitions. We're our friends, or in this case, acquaintances. And then we can also be our knowledge. And so again, all of these different representations of ourselves. And again, you can sort of see, you're in your study. You're almost the villain of a Lovecraft story or something like that. But I particularly like the descriptions of the influences because those are those times where you start seeing parts of this other world start leaking in, and particularly in ways that are appropriate to their type of lore. So if knock is the principle that opens, permits no seal and no isolation, it manifests itself in these very almost trivial ways, right? You can't keep your shoelaces untied. the window, for whatever reason, just the latch never quite seems to work. And all of these are things in the presence of Locke, which just can't stand having things closed. And all of the different types of influence do. And as the influence gets more intense, as the influence of that hour gets closer, you are able to sort of see it, manifest more intensely. And again, there's never going to be a moment I can't sort of turn to the side. Presumably, I'm sure maybe one of you more modding types, modding oriented types would be able to make it so that I can actually turn around and we could finally see the lady from the main screen behind us. If we were to turn around. And obviously, I believe the canonical answer is that she's a little bit closer each time you look around. But in this case here, I'm sort of stuck on at this point of focus. So yeah, again, there's never going to be a moment where you see a window open, but you can just sort of imagine as you're going about your day, particularly on the work site, right? It's a little bit of a health hazard to suddenly have all the locks swing open as you're walking by. And again, just all of these little hints of what's going on, so much of this game just sort of plays on in the back of your head, and you have an idea in terms of who this person is and what they're experiencing, right? Remember that we started as a hospital porter, and somebody who was sort of just on the verge of death sort of said something to us, and we see these notes. It describes our dreams perfectly. And that's led us to this bookstore, and suddenly we're getting a little bit more serious in our study, and we're getting these fragments of this occult world behind it. We're learning about these occultists who have come before us, Christopher Alopoli and Teresa Gallagher. And we're definitely in a very different place than we were a few moments ago. Maybe losing our job wasn't such a bad thing. And that's, again, it's never really explicit. The game is not going to give you the, press F to search for a new job. It's sort of up to you to say. It's like, well, what do I do if I need to find work? Like, do I just live off of this bequest, or do I go and try and find some other work? All right. Sorry to sort of filibuster there, but I thought it would be a little bit helpful to explain, particularly because the flaw is about to go away. So, the world as it is. Mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I'm sane, if that means anything. No fascination drives your visions. It's over for now. So, this is a fleeting reminiscence. I guess I'll include this under the emotions. So, a moment in time, and another moment, it'll be gone. It has the aspect moth, influence, memory, and secret histories. Alright, so let's move this one up. Remember how we were being watched? Well, let's take a second here and see what's coming up. So time passes. Time, the sundial's shadow passes. I must have funds to live, or I will become ill. Actually, what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to move everything down one, because it occurred to me I'm probably not going to stick anything below the time slot. It's going to be a little inconvenient for moving my cards, down below, but sometimes you gotta suffer for your art. All right. Season of sickness. Malign influences taint the night air. My health will soon suffer. Wounded followers may die. So, as you might guess, things are not looking up for our protagonist, but we'll get through it. I found something noteworthy. The Victory of Crowns. Erratic accounts by one Arun of the hunting and consumption of supposed immortals by shadowy cults of assassins, published in the late 19th century. All right, we still have a little bit of money. I want to be a little bit careful because I can't exhaust all of my funds in the pursuit of rare books. But sometimes sometimes there's just that you saw something cool on your way out, and maybe you want to take another trip to Moorlands. Takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. All right. The wrong kind of attention. The city is rife with journalists and detectives and other meddlers. How long will they leave me in peace? So, the wrong kind of... The city is... hang on. There we go. The wrong kind of reputation might awaken the interest of the curious, the puritanical, or the vengeful. A reputation may inspire an adversary to emerge. Someone is meddling. So this came from the notoriety. I actually didn't read the description to this. Certain acts are not quickly forgotten. You'll notice here that there's actually a 2 beside this one. So this is a more intense form of reputation. So remember how we had that mystique before? This is basically someone knows you've done something wrong. And we'll get a little bit more detail in terms of exactly who this is, but the idea is that not only did we meet up with Cat Caro, someone paid attention to that happening, and so word got around, and now somebody is looking, but it's not somebody who's necessarily interested in joining the cult. I am refreshed. Finest artisans all dream of the White Door in the end. I'm no artisan, only a scholar. I think there's a secret that these artisans know, but I think that secret is only half the story. So this was from the Locksmith's Dream. One thing I will say about this, the writing in this game is very good, but it's also important to remember that there are actually little secrets about how to pass certain obstacles inside of the game. Now, one of the tricky parts is that sometimes the knowledge that you'll get from the books, or the descriptions that you'll get from the books, aren't necessarily going to be relevant at the time that you read them. You're maybe going to run into that challenge a little bit later in the game. And so sometimes you'll run into these challenges where you have to remember a certain line. And again, maybe it might be that you have one playthrough. For instance, we have not yet gone to the world of Dream in the game. Right now, we've been playing a game about the occult, and we've only been focusing on the day-to-day world. Really, what we are is we're a construction worker with an extremely unusual hobby. And I promise you, we are going to be going to the world of Dream at some point. And not just the world of Dream that gives me dread, but an actual other place. But there's little hints inside of these books that will tell you how to get even deeper into this world of Dream. And what will probably happen, while I don't know if this counts exactly as a roguelike, and I know actually there's a podcast that Weather Factory puts out, and I think there was apparently some contention with whether or not you're allowed to call this game a roguelike. The only reason why I hesitate is not because I actually agree with the rather strict definitions that people give of roguelikes, but rather the fact that where a traditional roguelike, you're going to unlock a whole bunch of different items that you can sort of get usually over different playthroughs. So like FTL, you'll get, new ships, or Risk of Rain, you'll get like new items that will always unlock in subsequent playthroughs. Cultist Simulator in some way is the ultimate, or the original roguelike style, which is you have to learn from your experience, and that makes you better. And so what will happen is you are expected to lose this game sometimes. You're expected to run into some of the maybe unhappy endings, and that's fine, because what you're going to do is you're going to find those spots where you had some trouble, and then all of a sudden when you read this text again, maybe now you'll know what the White Door is, and maybe there's going to be something relevant to what was present inside that book, maybe the cards that you got from the book. There's a lot of implication in this game, particularly with regards to the aspects that you'll see on certain cards. And to me, that's actually probably where a lot of the satisfaction comes from. If you really like solving puzzles, in this case here, being able to dive a bit into the lore and not just appreciate this as sort of interesting writing and a little bit of an indication as to who this author was, but rather the idea of, okay, what is the White Door? Now that I found the White Door, why is it relevant that Nock came out of the Locksmith's Dream? Why is it relevant that the White Door was referenced at this particular moment with these particular results? And eventually you're going to be able to take some of that knowledge and achieve maybe one of the higher victories, one of the quote-unquote better victories. Or alternatively, you're just going to be able to appreciate some of the cleverness of the writing, which is maybe you solve that puzzle in another way, but then you get to read the book. It's like, oh, that's what they were saying. And I think a lot of you, particularly the literate amongst you who do a lot of reading, have probably had that moment where you've read something and all of a sudden it makes total sense. That book that didn't make any sense to you before, after you read a second book by maybe another author with a different perspective, it's like, oh, that's what they were trying to say. But we've gained another piece of lore, the locksmith's secret. Sooner or later, every locksmith has the dream. Now we recite the 7 phases. Nearly every summoning rite requires Nock influence. This lore will provide it. So again, aspect requires knowledge. Aspect knock. The knock permits no seal and no isolation. It thrusts us gleefully out of the safety of ignorance. Of course, we already had the influence, sort of a hint as to what was to come from the Gallagher work, and of course we already know that it's lore. So there's other things we can do with the study, or sorry, not the dream verb, the study verb. Where is it? I'm off by one. So again, remember, if you're ever lost in terms of what you can do with things, lots of different things we can combine, and you may remember, use with another vitality to improve your abilities. It lasts only 3 minutes if unused. So this is a chance for us to increase our health. Exercise the body. I'm abrim with vitality. If I devote some time to exercise, I'll benefit. So one of the reasons I want to do this right now is my vitality is going away. So if I want to get the most of that, if I want to get the most from that particular, if I want to get the most of that particular card, I need to use it now, because anything that I do with my study slot is going to take longer than 16 seconds. I also rested, so let's do another shift. Backbreaking work for meager pay. Is this the best I can do? Is there anything we want to do with Dream right now? Well, let's try and see what happens with our passion again. I know this dream, the road crests a hilltop and the air is silver bright. We will try some lore, but I'm going to do that in a little bit. I want to see if maybe we're always going to get Herschel's Nightmare every time we go to Dream. I found something noteworthy. The Burning of the Unburnt God, compiled by Hosti Tasmain from the oral traditions in rural Persia. Or sorry, from oral traditions in rural Persia. All right. Let's see who our adversary is. There's always someone who doesn't understand, or who understands too well. This troublemaker may seek evidence on my activities to share with the authorities. And we have the Weary Detective. This gentleman would much rather be left alone with his pipe and his illustrated London news, but no, apparently some conjurer of abominations has to be hunted down like a mad dog, and apparently no one else can find the time. So what are the traits of the Weary Detective, whose name is Douglas, by the way? Well, his aspect is mortal. The long habit of living indisposeth us for dying, Thomas Brown. And he is a hunter. The laws of civilization are younger than the laws of the hours, but they too sometimes require a sacrifice. This one is an agent of the law. So if this is an adversary, the fact that they are mortal might be very helpful for us. Incidentally, I never really did that for Cat Caro either, but she's an acquaintance, not yet a friend, not yet an enemy, and she is also mortal. All right. I don't think I'm going to go back to Moorlands just because I'm a little short on money. So what are the other things that we can do with the Explore verb? Well, we could use a fleeting reminiscence? I haven't done this before. Let's see what happens. Let memory guide my steps. My thoughts will wander and I will follow. Old emotions will come to roost. I've got like 300 hours in this game and I'm still finding new things. Alright, bad things happening. Sickness. I have become unwell. If an illness cannot consume health, it will kill you unless you have special protection. So I have 55 seconds to work this out. What are we going to do, chat? So I've got the 1 health here, but it's currently being used in the worksite. Memory is a maze, and it's at its heart a garden. Alright, well we just got some fascination, and of course we got rid of the dread at the moment, so... Alright. Uh-oh. Sorry, folks, I just have a small problem with my... my setup here. I apologize. I'm gonna have to just pause the stream for a second. It's not gonna take too much longer. I'm just running into... It's a small technical problem. I basically just lost the chat, and I would love to make sure that I'm able to still interact with you. Oh dear. Okay, my apologies for that. I'm glad that you're all still here. So I just need to get the stream back up. This is probably normally the time I take a small break. So I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, and then I also haven't really eaten a lot yet. So there is going to be a point in this broadcast where I do take a very small break just to make sure that I'm, basically just to make sure that I'm sort of able to kind of keep going, but I'm not actually at that point yet. Hey, thank you very much. By the way, I do just want to take a second here. I really do. So I'm obviously here to help you get into the game and whatnot. Not everybody wants to necessarily participate in chat. Obviously, this game has a lot of localization options, so there's going to be a lot of different people who check out the game from different, different countries who maybe aren't necessarily comfortable with English as a first language. I'm told actually that some people actually use this to sort of learn a little bit more in terms of their English abilities, which I think is wonderful. But the big thing, I actually really do appreciate it when people participate in chat, just because sometimes it's helpful for me to get an indication as to whether or not everything is still working. Obviously, what I see on my screen is not necessarily the same as what people are experiencing inside of the chat. So obviously, I never expect it, but I really do appreciate it when people interact. That helps me to kind of gauge to make sure that technical things are working properly. So sorry about that. I think I'm back and ready to go for the game. I'm just gonna take because we're at a small pause here. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, chance for a quick reset. We're ready to go. Yeah, so actually, sorry, I'll take maybe a minute here because I sort of flew off the rails as far as the broadcast is concerned. Let's talk a little bit about the details the trouble that we're running into right now. Sickness wants to consume a health. Actually, it consumes one of several. So basically, it will take fatigued health, it will take a wound, it will take full health. These are the things that it will take up. We haven't encountered a wound yet, so I don't actually need to worry about the game. I don't need to worry about the game sort of ending as a result of this particular action. I know that in 1.3 seconds, the unskilled labor is going to finish, and I'm going to have a fatigue come up, and it's going to be absorbed by this ill health verb over here. So I don't need to worry so much about losing the game, but you can definitely see under certain circumstances, if you don't have a way of handling sickness, or if there are other things that have consumed your health, this is another one of those conditions under which you can perish. So we're going to find out how to deal with sickness. Don't worry. That's going to be one of the first things that you sort of have to contend with, and one of the things that will probably wind up consuming your funds or otherwise cause you inconvenience. But in this case here, I'm taking the time to talk about this now because they actually do sort of color the really urgent things in a different way. So in this case here, this is basically saying, hey, you are about to lose the game. Now you might argue that perhaps it's a little too late. If you got 35 seconds to earn some health, maybe the mistakes happened a little bit later on, but definitely it's a warning here to just sort of say the game is about to end if something doesn't change. Yeah, of course, I'm a native English speaker, Soggy, so I don't mean to speak on other people's behalf, but that is at least, from my understanding, there is at least a subset of players who've actually found it helpful. I'm trying to learn French, so if any of you know a French equivalent for Cultist Simulator, I'd appreciate it. All right, exercise the body. I've grown stronger. I've gained health, but it'll be more difficult to gain health next time. So this is what happens when you improve your stats. You gain a skill. So in this case, a stronger physique. I have benefited from exercise. Use this with 2 lessons learned to gain more health. It's also an ability, and it has aspect strength. I am strong by day as well as by night. This may allow you to perform better as a manual laborer or as a dancer. What? You can become a dancer in this game? Yes, but only if you have the Dancer DLC, I believe. Alright, so again, we have nothing to really worry about. Our fatigued health has been the one that's gotten taken up by the sickness. We have at least 1 health left over, but eventually we're going to have to deal with the fact that we were sick. Now again, do I have anything else that I can do with the work slot? Well, quite a bit. But for the time being, I actually want to try out this thing that the game just told me, right? That I apparently can get better at doing labor, or sorry, it wasn't this part of the card, but this part of the card. Let's see how this works, right? It says that I can put it in the work slot. So hint, health, I have grown strong, but I must still devote my health to a day's work. So let's do that here. Unskilled labor, arms of bronze. To work then. So what did this do? Well, you'll notice that it's now 55 seconds, so I do my work a little bit more efficiently. So notice, by the way, we can do this. So this has already given us a little bit of a convention in terms of how our skills work, right? We've got 2 erudition. I soak up knowledge as a shadow soaks up light. I may be close to advancement. Erudition can be used with study to gain reason. It lasts only 3 minutes if unused. Well, we only have a minute left. And of course, we gain this erudition from reading our books. So it makes sense that if we exercise our mind, we're going to gain reason. I've picked up odd facts here and there. If I spend time studying what I've learned, I could increase my reason. Now, what about our explore verb? Is there something else that we want to do with that? Well, you know, there's a few different things that we could try. I think I'm going to use an occult scrap just to show you what happens. So explore the city with health or followers, explore locations, or investigate the possibilities of lore. Exploration is often unpredictable. There are places in the city where I can find extraordinary things if I can sift through the clues of history and rumor. Alright, dreams of doors. I dreamt of opening doors, red doors and gold doors, and doors of glass and doors bound like books, and railway carriage doors and castle gates. Behind one was something I seek. I woke with the slamming of doors in my ears. I should have read this a little bit before. So rumbled fields, the wink of a river, a tingling chill. Tonight is the dream of the labyrinth of doors, and we just had this dream. So we've gained restlessness from it. Well, what does restlessness do? A restless longing has me. I feel I want to do something. What exactly? Now, restlessness is particularly interesting. If you take a look at it here, right, it's got aspect heart, it's got aspect grail, it's got forge, it's got lantern, it's got moth, it's got memory, and it's an influence. Now, you can't study with it. There's actually a fun little description that comes up if you try to study with it. But it also has a timer, so in 54 seconds something's going to happen to it. And I'm not quite sure what I want to have happen. I might show you one thing you can do. Oh no, actually I'm not going to be able to show you what I can do with it, so perhaps we'll just let it expire. Alright, a few different things happen there. So sickness. This illness has damaged my health. I'll need to rest before I'm fully recovered. Cure your affliction with funds or vitality. Now, I'm going to share with you a thing that I got wrong for several updates, I believe, after release for Cultist Simulator. So, okay. It's got aspect ill health. Perhaps I can rest and recover. It is an ingredient, and it does have winter aspect, right? Well, winter's a principle of silence, of endings, and of those things that are not quite dead. Sounds like a pretty apt description here. If you dream with it, you can try and recover. And again, one thing I really want to stress is that if you are playing this game and you feel like, again, I've got a lot of time inside of this game, so if it feels like I automatically know what to do, that's because I have struggled through the game. In fact, I believe if you go sufficiently far in my my archives, you can actually see me struggling through some of these things the first time that I run into them. That's not I don't encourage you to do that because it's a very long search and I need to find a better way to make that stuff available to people. But on the other hand, I don't see a lot of value in pretending to not know things that I already know. So what I'm doing really is just trying to say, okay, well, how would you have figured this out if you weren't watching me? And so one of the things that can come up, at least for me, is again, just experiment. You can click and you can see, okay, well, there's a dream slot available. Now, I will stress, if you're already using some of these verbs, you're potentially going to miss out on some of the things you could do. So maybe I could use, affliction inside of founding a cult. I don't know. I haven't tried yet. Well, actually, sorry. In this case, it would have shown because it's got an empty slot. But maybe I could use it with the work verb. I don't know because it's currently occupied. Maybe I could explore with it. Maybe I could study it. Probably not. There's, you exercise a little bit of reason and say, well, does it make sense to explore with a disease or an affliction? Not really. Might make sense to study your affliction, I suppose. But in the end, you can probably use use your judgment, and the game does say dream on an affliction to transform it back to health. Now, you do have a timer on this, 176 seconds, so we can go in. And the thing that I had missed out in the game, we've got 3 slots here. So one is for your health. Resting will restore me if I have the necessary resources. You can use medicines. I could pay for a doctor's visit. And it says, the thing I missed was medicines or vitality. But perhaps I just need a little rest. So what I used to do was put funds in and vitality. And you don't actually need to do that. That's actually wasteful. But the drawback is that I never really appreciated that I'd see the start button when I put the 1 in. So if you want, you can definitely pay a doctor and rest. But in this case, we had a spare vitality. So if you are short on money, our fresh air and exercise. I actually used to have a more physical job before what I'm doing right now. And so, I was actually in better health when I was lifting heavy boxes. I'm not particularly unhealthy now, but I actually can completely appreciate the fact that working at a construction this game takes place before the job I would have done sort of existed. So I can sort of appreciate the benefit of having that extra vitality from a little more physical work. So I did sort of miss out. This is something that happened while time was passing, and I'm sorry I didn't take the time to read it in here. So if you ever do wind up in one of these situations, you can actually use the little arrows to move back and forth with some of the text that had come up before. So in this case, solitude. If I have a particular friend, now is the time to renew our connection. I am alone, but there is peace in that also. Some days are better than others. Some days the sky is nothing like a filthy sheet. Sometimes the river runs clear. So in this case here, this sort of implies, and this is absolutely what can happen. You can actually have romantic relationships in this game. So in this case, I just have contentment. I'm secure in my solitude. And in this case, contentment. I'm happy, I think. Contentment defends against dread, but contentment doesn't last. 58.2 seconds left. It has the aspect of lantern and heart, and it is an influence. Now, of course, we don't have the dread anymore, so we don't need to worry about that. But we do have another season of Suspicion coming up, so we get to see what happens now that the weary detective is watching us, and we have Mystique on the board. So I'm just going to pause for a little, not pause, but I'm just going to get a quick sip of coffee. I don't mean to sound too needy about this, but for somebody who has been participating in chat and would like to, would it be possible for somebody to type something in chat? Because I saw a very similar flicker to what I saw the last time I thought there was a problem. And rather than sort of throw the broadcast into chaos again, I'd just like to verify that there isn't any problem. So again, I'm sorry to sound needy on that. If you don't want to, please don't feel obligated to type anything. But it would help me out if somebody can just type something. Here's a chat. Great, thank you, that Frog. That's great news for me. We got to do a broadcast right when. Thank you, Soggy. So we actually got to do a broadcast for Cultist Simulator way back when developer streams were an early thing. It was something that not a lot of people were taking advantage of. And I will definitely say that Steam has really improved its technology in terms of getting this done. So if it sounds like I'm really gun-shy in terms of technical problems, it is just simply because I do occasionally run into the challenge where I still remember some times when the stream would cut out and I didn't necessarily know. And I just wanted to take a second to, check, maybe just take the pulse and make sure that the things that I'm seeing aren't signals of other problems. So I'm not going to rely on that too much. I'm feeling a little bit more secure in terms of how things are going for the broadcast. But with that in mind, I actually really appreciate you all taking the time. So I do apologize. I didn't read the work reading, but it did actually mention that we got our job done early. And there's not anything for us to do with the work slot right now. But notice, it does accept more, so it takes desire. What happens if we work desire? Great work. The final fulfillment of a desire is often a conclusion. It is not enough to hope. I stand or fail on my deeds. Desires are often the means of winning a game. The desire for sensation or power or enlightenment will require a great ritual, but there are other, even rarer desires, especially in the Ghoul, the Priest, and Dancer expansions. Available on sale on the Steam store. No. So in this case, nothing for me to do in terms of the work slot right now. You get a commercial if you put it inside of the work slot. Okay. We will eventually try some of the other ones, but exercise the mind. My mind, the library. I've gained reason, but it'll be more difficult to gain reason next time. Scholarship. I am flush with clever quotations. Use this with 2 lessons learnt to gain more reason. And in this case, aspect scholarship, and it is still an ability. I'm a pillar of wisdoms. This currently only allows you to increase reason further. And we gain some extra reason for that. So, what about restlessness? Well, one thing I could do with restlessness, and I'm actually a little tempted to try it out here now. Restlessness, I did say I wasn't going to talk about what happens to things if we don't let them expire. So, it's 17.5. Okay, we're going to leave the work slot alone until we're able to go back to our work site. But I do have the study slot available, so I'm going to read The Victory of Crowns. So again, this was erratic accounts by one Arun of the hunting and consumption of supposed immortals by shadowy cults of assassins, published in the late 19th century. The assassins are, according to Arun, the agents of a power called the Coronel, a soldier of the Secret Masters. The accounts go all the way back to Roman times. Alright, so, see what happened here? Our restlessness became dread. I've seen too much. A nameless gnawing fear has its teeth in my hopes. An existential horror. And fascination light leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. And we've also explored with so this is the only type of lore that you can explore with is not an occult scrap, but a secret histories lore. But we did find a new location to check out, so seek out secret places in the city. This place merits closer investigation, and this is the Congregation of St. Felix of Shurin, a nonconformist enclave of a heterodox sect of a Calvinist offshoot tucked away in an odd corner of the city. They belt out hymns with unsuitable gusto in a throat-scraping language that is very much not quite Latin. Okay, so if we find some more occult scraps, we might want to mess around with that, or maybe we just want the lore value of the secret histories. We'll have to decide that as we go. But we are almost healed, which means we can almost go back to the work site. Alright, the wrong kind of attention. The city is rife with journalists and detectives and other meddlers. How long will they leave me in peace? Now, something really interesting happened here. So we healed, the sick room grows close and stale, time to get up. So we've got our health back. But also notice that this little heart popped up, the course of the heart. Whenever the principle of the heart is implicated, I may gain vitality. Now, it's not obvious as to whether or not you should fully grasp what's just happened here in the game, but I am going to explain what happened. So when it says, whenever the principle of heart is implicated, I may gain vitality. Well, notice that we used a vitality to try and get our health back. Aspect heart. The heart relentless beats to protect the skin of the world we understand. The heart is the principle that continues and preserves. And so whenever a action is taken and a certain aspect is present, what will happen is there is a small chance that this influence sort of again leaks out into the world, and something happens. And so that's exactly what's happened here. There's that chance that whenever you do something with heart, the course of the heart occurs, and in 27 seconds we're going to see what the result is. It's not something that you can control. Really, if you want to try and have control over it, essentially what you do is you just keep sort of spamming a particular aspect as many times as you can. But I will let you know that not all of these are good. I'm actually not going to say whether or not the heart is good or bad. We'll find out in 30 seconds. But sometimes if it feels like these pop up at random, it is absolutely at random. But it doesn't mean that it just kind of comes out of nothing. If you were to just let the sort of table stay empty and not take any actions, you wouldn't see this pop up. Likewise, if you didn't do anything with your health or heart lore, you wouldn't see this pop up. It's specifically related to heart-related matters. I'm actually going to talk a little bit about that later in terms of the idea of how some of these principles appear in the real world. But I figured we should probably get a little bit better understanding of this occult world before we start talking about some of the really interesting implications inside of the game and its lore. So we've got our health back from our sickness. So let's take our arms of bronze. Let's take our health to work then. Oh, and I've got a dream slot available. So how do you get rid of dread? I thought it would say it inside here, but if we want to know what we can do with our dreams, lots of options. You could use funds, you could use health, you could use passion, you could use reason. And in this case, we're going to take my dread. Hint, clear my mind. I remember that I was different, but I can't yet remember how. Dread can be quelled with the correct resource. I'm sorry, I got this the wrong way around. Although I thought I had the contentment not too long ago. Let's say how we get rid of fascination. So, the doors of vision swing wide. A little darkness will mellow my light. Even dread has its uses. So you can use that to gain composure. My apologies, I had it the wrong way around. And I really thought that there was a note that said that you could use dread to get rid of fascination, but perhaps I'm wrong. In any case, these things actually will cancel each other out, so it's also a convenient way for me to get rid of the dread. And just in time too, because a season of despair is coming up, and I have a feeling you might be able to guess what that does. If you can't, don't worry. We'll probably run into a case where we have to worry about the season of despair. Excuse me. Now, one thing you might be noticing if you were to do this playthrough and do it the way that I've been doing it, you might say to yourself, okay, so I feel like I'm just kind of treading water here. You know, I've got 3 funds. I've had 3 funds for a while. I haven't bought a new book recently. I'm kind of running out of books to study. And while I do seem to be improving myself, I bought a game called Cultist Simulator, and it seems to me that I'm sitting... Well, I mean, I've been sitting on the cult thing, but you've probably, if you wanted, you could establish the Mirror of Glory. In fact, we could also establish the Children of Silence. We could establish the Society of the Holy Wound. All wonderful cults. But I want a specific one. And again, those of you who are familiar with this game probably know which one I'm going for. But, there's a very reasonable case to be said that right now, I really just kind of seem to be scraping by. And if you wanted, I've taken a while to get to this point, but actually one of the things that's interesting about this game is that this game is very much about sort of life. It's a question in terms of what are you going to do to sort of achieve don't let your dreams be dreams, right? What are you going to do to try and achieve what you were put on this earth to do? You have an ambition, and in this case, my temptation is enlightenment. And as it says, it's not my hopes, it is my actions that will determine whether or not I achieve this goal. And we have to deal with the fact that the world is potentially very hostile to this idea of us trying to achieve these goals. It could be outside influences. It could be this organization, the Suppression Bureau, which as soon as we started to kind of get together our little group of people who would do these things, perhaps it's people actively trying to stop us. Perhaps it is our material circumstances that, we are spending so much time at our job that we're not able to do these things like read books or to be able to, to study a little bit more than what we would want. there can be circumstances in which maybe our health takes a dive, and that's using up the resources that we otherwise would have put into the inside of those pursuits. There's lots of things that can interrupt them. And ultimately, this game is very much sort of walking that line and trying to grasp for something greater, while also having to deal with very mundane concerns. And of course, if you look at sort of the source material, right, there aren't necessarily a lot of kind of occult figures in history that necessarily live happy or fulfilling lives, at least in the ways that we would sort of traditionally consider them, right? But they did also kind of pursue things that obviously were very important to them. If you go, sufficiently far down, I read this absolutely nuts story. I should actually, I'll take a second to find the name just out of my own interest here, just to share an example that I found while I wasn't really doing a lot of prep for this, but I was searching for something else. I don't know how familiar you all are with the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. This is at the California Institute of Technology. So I was actually playing Kerbal Space Program looking for this. But what was this name? I actually was going to email it to someone. I won't take too much time on this, but this is a fun little background. I believe it was Jack Parsons. Yes, here we go. John Whiteside Parsons, born Marvel Whiteside Parsons, October 2nd, 1914 to June 17th, 1952, was an American rocket engineer, chemist, and Thelemite occultist. Associated with the California Institute of Technology, Caltech, Parsons was one of the principal founders of both the Jet Propulsion Laboratory and the Aerojet Engineering Corporation. He invented the first rocket engine to use a castable composite rocket propellant and pioneered the advancement of both liquid fuel and solid fuel rockets. Died at age 37. If the years are not sort of amenable to quick mental math. But what is so interesting here is that, someone who's obviously very accomplished in the scientists, but ultimately left his position at Caltech partly because of the concerns in terms of the safety of some of the things that he was doing. Let me see if I can find the exact details. There's a whole Wikipedia entry on this stuff, but I wanted to see if I could. Move on. It's actually quite a bit longer. This article is quite a bit longer than I thought, so I can't go on. But in any case, if you go, I'd actually maybe encourage you on your own time, maybe check out the entry on Jack Parsons, the rocket engineer. So ultimately, somebody who had to leave this position, early on in the American space program, which would clearly go on to do very impressive things. But was an actual occultist, the sort of person that you might make the subject of a game like this. I don't know if this is one of the figures that was sort of studied to it, but in this case, there are material consequences, right? There's a choice that's made between a job and a particular type of existence and pursuit of these other ideals. And in this case, somebody who died quite young, despite having very clear gifts in terms of other fields as well. And so again, that's some of the themes and some of the ideas that are driving through this game. Now, again, this is a video game. This is a game where the World of Dream is an actual real place, and you are summoning alien gods, and you are doing rituals, and those rituals are real things that have very tangible results, like you see inside of movies or you read inside of books. But obviously, lying just beneath all of this is this idea, your great work could be that book that you want to write, or that play you want to write, or that video game you want to design, or, I actually played this, I wasn't that far out of school while I was streaming and playing this. And so, for me, I had a number of academic ambitions. And again, this paper I wanted to write or this study that I wanted to do. There's lots of different things that you can sort of pin to what your character is pursuing. And a lot of that is running through this game. And I mean, it probably makes sense, right? Because this is the first game from Weather Factory. This was an effort to make a game. They did a Kickstarter. They're a small team, I believe just 2 people working at Weather Factory now, working with contractors sometimes. And in this case here, right, it's going to be this idea of wanting to make a very original game, something that is going to, to be obviously a very personal expression. But whether or not the world is going to align with what your particular goals are is a whole other question. Sometimes you get lucky on that, and sometimes you're pursuing something individually that will only ever make sense to you. And so, again, the writing is great. The experience of manipulating stuff around the table and making the interesting shapes are neat, and it's a lot of fun to enjoy on that. But for those of you that really want to let this sort of sink in and think about what's going on, these are some of the things that are going on in my mind as I play the game. And I think one of the reasons why this story resonates with people, again, sometimes these streams feel like trying to justify why the very positive rating is there, is because in the end, I think a lot of us really understand what this character is going through. Even if, we're ultimately not actually summoning alien gods. Soggy here says, although I may not be a cultist, I certainly know how it feels to have grandeur goals constantly being put off due to immediate material concerns. Absolutely. And again, there's sickness and death in this game, right? It's not always a pleasant thing to think about these topics, but it's definitely the subject of very, very interesting writing, right? Arun's scholarship is dubious, but she writes pithily. Incidents of sudden and violent death are interspersed with aphorisms. Hours don't dream, long try not to. And we've got the knife secret. When our ancestors forged swords, taught the arts of martial movement, spoke the curses on the eve of battle, all these things shared certain patterns. Use this in a rite with a corpse and winter power, and the corpse will rise. So notice that we actually have a different type of aspect for the improvement. It requires practical experimentation. Pain is only what happens now. Knowledge is what we will remember. To upgrade or subvert this fragment, you will need to risk your health or use a prisoner. And this is lore, but this is lore of the Edge. All conquest occurs at the Edge. One who dwells there is blind and cannot be wounded. Another is strong and grows stronger. Edge is the principle of battle and of struggle, and is the founding principle for our cult. Establish the Church of the Bright Edge, an occult society dedicated to the hours of struggle and conquest. I should have actually taken a minute to see which achievements I don't have in the game and built towards that. I believe I do have the Church of the Bright Edge, yeah. But I will make that sacrifice for you. All right, let's take our study verb. I hope sort of the side channels to sort of talk about some of the themes of the game and such are things that are not too off-putting. I think again, if you're like, the game is fun as sort of a card game on its own, but like I said, it's not Hearthstone, it's not Netrunner. The cards are representing different things, and I think being able to sort of sit and just sort of think about some of the things that this game is about, to me, is probably the greatest satisfaction from it. There's a lot to chew on in here, not just in terms of the lore, but also the ability to sort of think about what's going on. You've never seen an Edge cult? All right, this is good. All right. Study the queens and the rivers. I've put this off long enough. So the queen of the Vistula is poisoned. The queen of the Niper chokes on a fishhook. The queen of the Tagus is burnt alive. Sorry, I should probably read this again because it's been a while. A surreal contemporary play by the enigmatic Monica Medina in which the queens of the rivers are murdered one by one. Okay. So we are making progress. Again, it's worth remembering here that this is a decision that we made earlier on as a result of talking with Kat Caro, but I really did want to try and do a cult other than the ones that I normally do. So, and we have our Season of Despair coming up. Bleak thoughts, dark days. I must be careful not to let doubts creep in. Dread may provoke full-fledged despair. So we don't have any dread. We got rid of that already. Coming up, we have got Season of Ambitions. This is the season that the winds of the wood reverse direct. Sorry. This is the season that the winds of the wood reverse direction, a time when appetites and mortals both rise. All right, I finished early. Here is my pay. So if I want, I can use rest to get my health back, although I can go back to the worksite right away, which I am going to do because, again, it'd be nice if we can try and get ahead in terms of our money. And we've also got some extra vitality. The air is curdled now. I'm home again in this lumpen flesh. Better, perhaps. Now, I am going to explore with this again just to see if fascination comes up again. That's obviously a little dangerous, but I'm fascinated by the fact that I can do this. I don't think I actually knew that at the start of the stream, or at the very least, I didn't have any recollection. So we'll work with that for now. And again, I will try and get that health. 30 seconds is not a lot to give up. All right, a sacrifice of pain. The hour we serve requires pain. I must give of myself. What do I need to give of myself? Well, health. So, of course, I've used up my health at the work site. So, in this case, I'm resting before the ritual a little bit. I only got about 3 hours of sleep. But I had to prepare for my own ritual of streaming this game today. Coco Golem, great name, by the way, says you have 20 hours this game and you have no idea what I'm doing. Love it. That is great. So again, I really love that people are coming in. Again, so it's probably been long enough that I should stress. This time around, I am being paid to stream Cultist Simulator. I did offer to do it for free, but Weather Factory was insistent about this, so I actually really appreciate them doing that. I am trying. As you can tell, like anytime I've made a reference to buying the game, it's been sort of a very tongue-in-cheek reference to that. But it is something that does sort of need to be disclosed, at least from my understanding as a broadcaster. So it is actually kind of nice. Now that there is sort of that financial interest in there, I actually do appreciate some people kind of coming in and saying the things that they like about it. But I have a feeling that Coco Golem's probably enjoyed some of the game for some of the reasons that I do. I'm going to have a bite of food for now, so I apologize. I'm going to keep away from the microphone for that, but I'm actually curious, how far have you gotten in this, Coco Golem? I'm going to be making some progress, so if you have any questions, I'm happy to try and steer the playthrough towards some things that you might be struggling with, if you would like. I know some of the value of the game is to figure some stuff out on your own. Okay, sorry about that. It's just oatmeal, so it shouldn't take too much to swallow, but I need to attend to my own health and vitality, otherwise there's going to be trouble. All right, I am refreshed, so we give up health to the edge. All right, so it looks like we get fascination. I can turn fleeting reminiscences into fascination. That's good to know. It's inconvenient for me, but I will keep that in mind for future. The culprit, it transpires, is the audience. The surviving queens are directed to execute whatever audience members do not escape. A surprisingly lucid epilogue suggests that the correspondence of river names with historical events does provide clues to secret histories behind our own. And so we've regained our occult scrap. You know how to start a cult and improve your reason, passion, and health. After that, you're kind of lost in the mantis. Well, at least you found the mantis. So that's already a good start. So... yeah, I mean, one of the things, if you wanted the elevator for this pitch, I'd probably say you couldn't go too far wrong by saying, Cultist Simulator is a game that you learn by playing. And some people are really not attracted to that, and that's totally fine. Like, this is the really important thing. There is a reason why the reviews can be very polarized on this game. Because there are some people who will just bounce off of this, and it's just purely a matter of taste. It's a choice that I can respect. I got to play this game when it was much more difficult, by the way, so I know what it's like to be frustrated inside of this game. But I don't know, especially if you just like working stuff out and you really like kind of diving into a world. The thing is there's really no other game like this. And so it's so exciting to be able to just try something new like this. All right, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce the name, but you said I played this game about a year and a half ago. The language learning aspect of this game inspired you a lot, and since then you started learning another language and got really good results. That's wonderful. So, what language was it that you were learning? I know there's been a ton of localization for this game, so it's really exciting that so many more people are able to experience this game. I know it's also available on mobile devices like the iPad, but obviously you want to buy it on Steam because this is the storefront that we're streaming on. Japanese, oh wonderful. Yeah, I think there's a new German translation for the game as well. Yeah, I really, I mean, I think there's probably business sense in pursuing localization for the game anyway, but it's really great that this game has been made accessible to such a large group, and it's actually great to know that it was helpful for learning a language. The wolf despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. So one of the things that I would routinely lose to in this game, even when I was more experienced, was actually losses to fascination. So I think the game sort of nerfed fascination a little bit. So if you want to get rid of fascination, the doors of vision swing wide, a little darkness will mellow my light. Even dread has its uses. So basically, it used to be that I would only be able to put dread in this to get rid of it. Gray reality will steady my soul. As it is, there's now the fleeting reminiscence, a moment in time, in another moment it'll be gone. And so again, as the light leaks through the cracks, my mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. Some recollections of a calmer time will also allow me to mellow the fascination. This game totally made you want to learn Aramaic, Frisian, and even... I don't know why Steam's hearted out the word, but I'm going to assume that it was the most obscene language in the world. I can only assume that based on Steam's reading. Probably Fusine, but. The Tongue of Witches. All right. If I want to work, I'm going to need to... Yes, this one. Okay. Yeah, so if I want to work, I'm going to have to wait for the health. So, do we have enough money to go to Moorlands? Nope, we're still treading water. We're still at 3 funds, but I do have the Burning of the Unburnt God. So we'll carry on, and let's see what's been going on with our adversary, because it's taken a little while. The adversary is asking searching questions about my activities. My mystique has attracted the hunter's attention. They can prove nothing yet, but they'll keep looking for longer now. If a hunter has found notoriety, they will try to use it to create or upgrade evidence. If they're meticulous, they'll always succeed. If they're erratic, they're more likely to fail, but they can occasionally create evidence even without notoriety. All right, and what hungers drive us? What hungers drive me? The watchman's footsteps. Hunger glows in my brain. Hunger for the knowledge of the invisible arts. Hunger for the knowledge the invisible arts might bring. I'm safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. Any tips for how not to worry about money? It's always a struggle to keep enough funds for me. So part of that is definitely, a factor of the game. I think they've actually generally made it a little bit harder to make money. There used to be a way that you could overdo painting and make a fortune. Advancing in Moorlands is one way that can do that. You can do that if you, not Moorlands. Advancing in Glover and Glover. If you've gone to Glover and Glover, will do that. Generally, Glover and Glover will be something where you have to sacrifice a lot of time, though, and so you might want to use your work slot otherwise. What you might not have noticed as well is that you can sell some of the objects that you get. So, for instance, if you have Spintrea, and you have Oriflamme's auction house, you will be able to sell certain items as well, and sometimes selling Spintrea can prove to be quite profitable. The catch is that will use up your explore verb, so if you're busy going on expeditions, you're not going to be able to go to the auction house to sell those. So I do tend to find being able to sell some of your excess goods at Oriflamme's is not a bad way to make some money. That also means that being able to write occult texts for some of your mentors will be a little more profitable. But there's definitely a few other ways that you can make some money. There's actually also ways that you can send your cultists to kidnap people and steal their money. But generally the idea of like not having to worry about money is something that will only be true for the Bright Young Thing legacy, because you generally make a lot of it early on, and you can draw it down. And sort of later on in the game, as you advance through your positions, you can do that. Also, as pointed out in chat, again, I apologize, I really don't know how to approach pronouncing the name, but it used to improve your art, and after a while you start making a stable income. That's also true. Again, art with the Ghoul update was sort of nerfed a little bit, where you've got staleness that you need to worry about now. But if you have a lot of reputation that you put into your art, generally that's something that will earn you a bit of a return as well. So part of it is just a question, part of that is just a question in terms of how you choose to manage it, as opposed to going on. I would also say probably the Physician Legacy has got some of the more forgiving earnings mechanics. But of course, if you're playing as the aspirant, you can't become a doctor. Like, you know, that would be like me trying to become a doctor today. Like, I'm not that old, but like, I'm definitely not at a point where I think I could just up and suddenly try to become a medical doctor. And presumably in the time in which this is setting, there's probably a little bit less flexibility than would be true for today. So let's see what I want to do. I think we're just going to carry on. Let's see what happens in the Season of Ambitions. And again, we've got the Season of Despair coming up. Oh, and there's other details. So my first recruit. A cult with one member is only an unusual habit. I must have a recruit. Right now, that's just Cat Caro. Watchman's footsteps. The watchman, who is the door in the eye, waits in my dreams. If I learn the lantern lore and I dream of this temptation, I can advance my purpose. The need gnaws at me. So, we got some restlessness again. And again, in this case, it's unsatisfied desire, right? We were talking about this a little bit earlier in terms of the idea, you may not be a cultist, but you have an idea of having grander goals, and they have to be put off due to, immediate material concerns. Well, that happens inside of the game here. You've got your restlessness if you don't pursue your ambition. And here's another important thing to remember, right? There are different times in which reflections on your goals can become either just a nuisance, or they can become something more dire. So we already know that this decays into dread. Should I be worried about that? Right now, no. But we already know what the Season of Despair does. The Season of Despair eats dread. So in 38 seconds, I'm going to get something that consumes dread. In 58 seconds, I'm going to have something that turns into dread. I might want to do something to satisfy my desires. So, what does working with passion do? Painting. Came up in chat, now's a good time to explore that. I used to paint. I could paint those sights I half remember from my dreams. I might sell something. I probably won't. So in this case, yearning. If I am restless, perhaps this is what I want. Nope. Oh, right, sorry, it's not a magnet, it's a burn. So in this case here, if you use passion to paint, you can actually consume a restlessness that way. And so, again, you get a little bit of an idea here, right? You've got ambition frustrated, but you find a creative outlet for it. Our rise begins. I founded my cult. This is a step to greater power. Use your cult to recruit and to promote followers. Talk with followers about your cult to send them out on cult business. So I've got an injury. Again, I had to do something unsavory to get my my cult underway. We've got our knife secret. We have a temporary headquarters. Our business is private. We could use somewhere more secret. And we have the Church of the Bright Edge. Let's put that beside our ambition. An occult society dedicated to the hours of struggle and conquest. You can use cults with the talk verb to recruit or promote followers and to send them out on errands to gather resources. A believer can be promoted to a disciple. A few gifted disciples can be exalted to even higher to assassins. So, to promote a believer to a disciple, I will need to provide an appropriate aspect to the cult to at least the 7th intensity. Well, this isn't... Oh, wait. Sorry. Cat Caro's already a believer. My apologies. So, Cat Caro, a believer. A bright-eyed, watchful woman who recalls her dreams perfectly. So, sorry. The first follower is free. So what is some of the things that we can do? Well, I said that we could discuss occult business, significant conversations in a smoky meeting room. What do I need from my follower? To add to your cult, send them out on cult business, send them after enemies, or to raise another matter. Now, I'm not actually going to talk with Cat Caro. I'm actually going to send her on exploration. So I could use health to explore the city, but right now my health is all used up. So in this case, I now have somebody I can kind of send out to do things. You know, this is kind of the cult leader part of this, right? You have followers, you can tell them to do things, and they believe enough in the principles of the Church of the Bright Edge that you're going to, they're going to actually do what you say. Whereas an acquaintance, when you say it's like, okay, go search the city for evidence of, of this thing that I'm looking for, your neighbor maybe is not going to agree to that. Somebody who's following your church, yeah, they might do that. And we don't have a season of suspicion up, so here's another trick I might do. What if we started talking about the knife's secret? Talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. All right, I'm ready to grow stronger. Use this with a lesson learnt and your strength skill. So it's maybe not obvious what I did here, but remember when I did those two vitality? Part of that was, one, I just wanted to preserve the vitality, but it's actually different in terms of trying to upgrade my my health again. So if I want to upgrade my health, I need to put the skill in. And now instead of just individual vitality, I need to put this more intense lesson learned. So in order to further upgrade my health, I need to combine 2 vitality and then move that into this lesson learned slot here. Now the good news is that a lesson learned will last a bit longer. It's 300 seconds. And what will happen is if you don't use it, it will decay into just a regular vitality. So you have ways of getting it back. But that's specifically the reason why I combine those two. I'm ready to improve. Use this with your strength skill to improve the skill and gain health. It lasts up to 5 minutes before it decays back to a vitality. Obviously, I just explained all of that, but that's the game's words. Now, eventually I want to use my dream to recover my injury. I'd also like to be able to work at the worksite again, but right now I've got a study verb which is just kind of open what I'm trying to do. The Brog Frog says, you have to go now, but it was fun watching. Thank you very much for stopping by. Again, I already mentioned the YouTube channel if you want to check out some of my other stuff. The rest of the stream, I will do my best to upload that. Again, there's no promises because this version of OBS does have a few quirks in terms of how recording videos works, but I'm going to do my best to make sure that this is available to people after the broadcast. And then I am going to be going for fairly late, so if you'd like to stop by later, I'm sure we'll still be around in a few hours. So thank you very much, Ty. Thank you very much for saying that. I'm really glad. It's I've been playing this for a while, so I sometimes wonder if I've lost my ability to convey my enthusiasm for the game, because a lot of this stuff really is, really repeating the, some things that I've kind of almost got by rote. But it's always so interesting to take a look at this. I think, do I stream this game on my Twitch? Not so much on my Twitch anymore, and not for any dislike of the game, but it's just simply the fact that I've actually found that people really like to be able to watch the archives, and when I do it on my Twitch channel, sometimes people will be coming in partway through and they want to see the whole journey. And so I've on a little bit of a hiatus on Twitch, and what I've decided to do instead is just to do twice weekly Cultist Simulator videos. They're about 20 minutes long. So I do still do regular Cultist Simulator updates, but right now I've actually been given a number of keys from other developers And so I've been sort of doing those games. And again, it's important to remember I've been streaming this game since before it was released, and this game was released in 2018. So, you know, it's a bit of a disappointment because I know this game is brand new to a lot of people. I notice we've almost got 1,000 people watching this now, so that's great. Thank you all for stopping by. But it is a small factor in that if you define your channel through one individual game, I know a couple of people who do streaming for a living, and it's the fastest way that you burn out. So I'm not saying I won't do it again on my Twitch, but what I'll probably do is announce it on the YouTube. But the YouTube basically kind of indefinitely, I'm going to be doing regular Cultist updates. And it is worth mentioning that Wither Factory is working on another game, a Book of Hours, and so I probably might do a little bit more as it gets closer to that release. Because I'll be honest with you, if I was still doing this on Twitch, I might be a little less inclined to do it on Steam. So I hope that isn't too disappointing of it, but. I try and do games that people will find interesting on my Twitch. But if you're looking for the Cultist stuff, probably the YouTube channel is more appropriate. Okay, I've got a study verb available. Now, it's worth mentioning, so why don't I want to combine these two vitality together right now? Well, I need rest and nourishment if I am to recover, but the Mother of Ants looks kindly on wounds. Dreaming with an injury before the card fades will also allow you to recover health. Great, thank you. Oh, that's wonderful that you're using those Cultist Simulator emotes. This is one thing I do like. I do like that some of the... Oh, sure. My YouTube channel should just be youtube.com/systemchalk. I'm sorry, I don't have the... I'll tell you what. We're not really doing a whole lot in the game right now. For those of you who want me to get on with the gameplay, don't worry. We'll get there in just a second. But I'll bring that up for people. There's a YouTube channel, and for those of you who prefer Twitch, that should be the Twitch link as well. I'll try not to abuse that too much, but obviously I don't want to make people work too hard to find me. But yeah, pretty much everything's System Chalk. All right, so again, we've got the injury here. Dreaming with an injury before the card fades will allow you to recover health, and that's definitely something that I'm going to do. So, remember, we could use money to recover our injury. Well, we were already talking a bit about how we're struggling to kind of make some money. Yeah, no problem, Ty. Thank you for showing an interest. So maybe I don't want to be spending money to recover my injury. Well, if that's true, then I want to make sure that I have a vitality available. So in this case, it doesn't make a lot of sense for me to combine 2 vitality into a lesson learned. It might be nice to get another health, but that's not going to mean a whole lot if I wind up losing this health to an injury. So in this case here, I'm going to keep the vitality open because in 7 seconds, I'm going to have my dream slot available and we'll be able to heal it. But let's take a look. Book of Hours. From that name, it sounds like it will incorporate similar themes. Yes, actually, the Weather Factory website will probably give you the best updates on that. It does currently have a Steam page, so you can wishlist it there. Again, sorry to sound a little too salesman-y, but the Weather Factory website will probably give you the updates on the current status of the game. And from what I understand, it's sort of the nicer version of Cultist Simulator. I think it's a little bit less intense in terms of starving you to death. It's a little bit more focused on sort of healing and recovery. But I've been very intrigued by the glimpses I've seen in it so far, and I'm looking forward to when they sort of show some more. So notice here that this has the aspect of knock. So let's read what knock is again to see if we can maybe understand. The knock permits no seal and no isolation. It thrusts us gleefully out of the safety of ignorance. The knock is the principle that opens doors and unseams barriers. And so you now have this idea of an injury, an opening, a wound. Injuries fall under knock, which is interesting, right? Because you might think that they would relate perhaps to winter, or perhaps they would relate to, maybe heart in a weird way. But in this case here, the opening of an injury is associated with knock, the disease is associated with winter, and the health itself is associated with heart. And because we've got our cult, now I feel a little bit more comfortable talking about this idea. You can notice that the barrier between the Mantis and the real world doesn't quite seem to be so clear. our different aspects are not actually limited to our lore, although they're certainly more intense inside of the lore. And we've also sort of talked a little bit about these influences, such as that knock influence that came in and was sort of undoing our laces and whatnot. But notice here that will you always get an injury when starting cult? That is true for the Church of the Bright Edge. Generally, you need to do something to get the cult started, but in this case, the injury is specifically associated with this particular cult. So it's the easy answer to that is no, but it is fair to say that you're going to have to give something of yourself to found a cult. And so there may be other things that you need as an input. The game will be pretty clear about it in terms of starting it, but there's a cult for each lore, including the secret histories, and it will let you know what you need to give up. So sometimes it'll be health, sometimes it'll be something else. But yeah, so we were talking a little bit about how these principles manifest themselves in the world. For instance, reason, lantern. And that also was erudition, which had come up a little bit earlier. We've talked about how vitality and health is heart. And so this is one of the things that we're going to start looking out for, again, is when we start seeing different moods. So, for instance, fascination, moth, fleeting reminiscence, secret histories, and moth. All of a sudden, you can start sort of seeing how these different principles are reflecting things that are going on in the day-to-day world, perhaps winter and despair. And so all of a sudden, even in sort of the world of the common day, even to the uninitiated, you are going to feel the influence of lantern. You're going to feel the influence of knock. But it requires the trained eye. It requires somebody who has read things like The Burning of the Unburnt God to be able to properly understand what these things are. And what, of course, becomes most interesting is once you start using some of these more mundane experiences, such as your contentment or your despair, and use them to conduct rituals. There's something very interesting in the idea of not just relying on your knowledge of the arcane arts, but how those things manifest in the real world. Being able to turn things like despair into productive things, into things that either do summonings or advance your interests, is a really interesting implication in terms of some of the real-world interpretations of the game. So let's take The Burning of the Unburnt God, compiled by Hosti Tasmain from oral traditions in rural Persia. Tasmain hypothesizes a pre-Zoroastrian fire deity whose rites were the rites of smiths. All right, I might have found somewhere unusual. The Ecdysis Club, a cabaret with an occult reputation. So it has moth aspect, it's a location. Locations, everything must be somewhere, and this is here. Heart, the heart relentless beats to protect the skin of the world we understand. And Grail, hunger, lust, the drowning waters. The principle of the Grail honors both the birth and the feast. All right, let's send Cat Caro out on another expedition. Or not an expedition, but another search. Crowded thoroughfares by day, a fog-wrapped labyrinth by night. It'll set my minions to searching for opportunities. All right. Bleak thoughts, dark days, I must be careful not to let doubts creep in. Dread may provoke full-fledged despair. And composure, the air is curdled now. I am home again in this lump in flesh. Better, perhaps. So we'll take our injury, we will take the expiring vitality. All I need now is time. And you'll notice here we've got a pretty good kind of system going. All of our verbs are sort of being occupied towards things. A hireling. I found someone whom I might pay to enact regrettable necessities. Add funds to hire them for a limited time. So we can hire an experienced swindler. How delightful to be working with you. This hireling may be useful for some expeditions and can help with hunters and annoyances. So they've got 5 moth aspect. This is a pretty powerful individual. So if we compare this to my current follower, Cat Caro is a level 2 lantern. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the swindler is necessarily initiated into the secrets of the, beneath the skin of the world, but it does mean that they're able to do certain they are able to do certain things better than what my cultists can currently do. there's also some interesting ideas here, right? So again, if you think about these mappings in terms of principles and ideas, I mean, if you're of a particularly philosophical bent, you might even just think of the different principles as sort of like the forms, if you like Plato. Again, however you want to interpret this stuff is up to you. The funny thing is that I'm very boring in most of my beliefs or lack of beliefs, but I do find kind of the game and all of its different ideas very interesting. So let's think a little bit about what Moth is, right? Moth is the wild and perilous principle of chaos and yearning. And then we have Grail, right? The principle of Grail honors both the birth and feast, or hunger, lust, and the drowning waters. An experienced swindler, right? This con man or this thief or something like that. Well, again, you have a little bit of the idea of desire, the acquisition of things, unsatisfied needs. And then Moth, sort of all of this secrecy and chaos and whatnot. So somebody who might be a thief in another role-playing game, or somebody who, might join the Thieves Guild in Skyrim or something. A high-intensity Moth and a little bit of Grail, because again, there's something you want, right? Why are you conning these people? Usually it's to get something. And again, so it's just a neat little mapping in terms of how these principles are manifesting themselves inside of the world here. And the idea here is that our particular character is not just content with seeing how they manifest in the world. Right now, we are glimpsing at this deeper world through what we're seeing on our day-to-day. What we haven't seen yet is the actual Mansis itself. We haven't seen this other world. All right, I've finished a painting to the excitement of absolutely no one but me. Sometimes painting will gain you glimmerings. Study them to unlock more advanced painting options. So I only got contentment for this. I'm happy, I think. Contentment defends against dread, but contentment doesn't last. And again, we're initiated, so now we can understand contentment is not just something that we feel good about, but is in fact a manifestation of lantern and heart. And it's an influence. And again, these will ultimately become things that we use in order to to perform our works. Sorry, I've shifted everything off by one. All right, but we do need to pay the rent, so let's go back to work. I'm not going to hire. So if you want to hire someone, that'll take a funds. I'm down to 2 now, and the big thing for me on this is just what am I going to use them for? They're good for 120 seconds. I'd give up funds, but what do I need a Moth person for right now? It's it's a bit of a question mark there. So in this case, I'm not going to take advantage of the services. All right. Tasmane ultimately concludes with apparent reluctance that the deity was a goddess. He suggests that its gender may have been the cause of its suppression. The rites described are often eerie, sometimes grisly. So we have an ardent orison. When we watch a fire, what are we watching for? When we find it, these are the words it will speak, a word that sanctifies the change that comes when the seared skin peels. So, again, requires knowledge to upgrade. This is a level 4 lore, so this is actually more advanced than the lore that we've already been looking for already, but it is our first Forge lore. Fire, I once read, is the winter that warms and the spring that consumes. The principle of the Forge transforms and destroys. And one nice little hint, so if you want a visual cue as to whether or not you've got a higher intensity lore, you'll actually see this little ring, and notice how it's starting to fill up. So we've got our first level 1, I'll maybe zoom in so you can see. In this case here, you've got none of the ring filled in. You've got sort of the first rung of the ring, and you'll notice that basically the numbers go up by 2. So in this case here, we could call this sort of it kind of depends to you whether you want to call it level 2 or level 4 lore. I'll call this the level 2 lore and just divide everything, or I guess you can't divide it by 2, but I'm just kind of taking it in terms of the cards. But in order to just keep this organized, I'll move this through this way. And we've got a rite. So in this case, this is an actual ritual that we can perform. The Rite of the Crucible Soul. This rite uses an instrument of power to set the blood afire. Fire is the lesion in the skin of the world. The assistant rarely survives unharmed. And you can get an idea as to why if you take a look at the image. So if we want... This is a ritual we can perform, and as it says here, aspect right, the proper things in the proper manner, in the proper order. God help us all. Attributed to Herschelt, a rite allows you to combine aspects to perform a summoning, among other things. Okay, so is there anything that I want to do with my study verb right now? Well, there's a few things that we could try. So for instance, let's maybe experiment. What happens if I bring study? Well, Improve my knowledge of the invisible arts. If I have 2 lore fragments of the same level and aspect, I can study them together and improve my understanding. Or I can use another type of lore to subvert it. So you can actually shift lore between different things. If it seems confusing in terms of how that might happen, well, study the Forge lore fragment of the same level to upgrade it to the next level. Study with Edge lore of the same level to subvert it and get Edge lore instead. Or study with Reason to break the lore into lower level fragments. So for instance, if I said, I just want all base level ones, I could make change. Sometimes I might need to return to a more basic understanding of a particular piece of lore. This will split... Excuse me. This will split the lore into 2 lower level fragments. You can recombine it later, but it won't be as easy as splitting it. So I'm not actually going to make lore change. But this, we've kind of seen now, okay, so we have an idea about what we can do. Knock is kind of an absorbing lore, so if you study any lore fragment of the same level, except Secret Histories, you can upgrade it to a higher level Knock lore. So Knock is a little bit easier to move up, relatively. But the big thing here is right now I don't have enough lore to be able to do anything with the study verb, so that didn't really get us a whole lot. Well, could I study my contentment? Well, we could upgrade the influence. It might be possible with the right combination of influences to raise more power. So in this case, I could combine it with, apparently here it's, sorry, that's heart. Okay, that makes a little more sense. Lantern. Now I'm a little surprised that Winter and Forge can be combined here, so perhaps I can use my contentment to strengthen a positive influence. But of course we don't have any influences now, so again, this isn't necessarily available to me. Well, sorry, it's available to me, but it doesn't necessarily do anything interesting that I want. Vitality? Well, same idea. I would need to more vitality. With enough vitality or something more exotic, I can increase my health. Of course, we already know that I would need I would already need my skill to move it up to a higher level. But if I had the heart influence, I would be able to move things up. What else can we study? Well, really, we've got the scholarship. In this case, this would require the lesson learned, just like in the case of the strength. But if I did reason, I could read whatever is to hand. The world is awash with printed words. Even the newspapers contain knowledge sometimes. So if I wanted, I could try and gain some erudition as a result of this. I'm just going to let you know what comes out of that. And there's a certain argument here for doing that because in the end, right now, this is sitting unused. So I will read whatever's to hand. It's going to take a minute. I do need to be a little bit careful because I do have this vitality that's expiring in 65 seconds. So if I want to study with it, I really only have a window of about 5 seconds here. But in this case here, I generally like to have the verbs occupied whenever I can. Now what's going on here? An acquaintance. I found someone who may be a kindred spirit, but I will need to win them over. Winning over an acquaintance requires your passion. So in this case here, we'll get our passion back in 27.1 seconds. And it is worth saying, so where did this come from again? Of course, I've been pausing a lot, but even as you're running, right, you've got a bunch of different timers, a bunch of different spinning plates. This was because we started talking about edgelore. So in this case, we were talking about the edgelore. We caught the attention of someone who would be, potentially interested, and so we've gotten in touch with someone else who might be interested in these things, but we need to make the sale, right? You kind of need to. Anybody can claim to have secret knowledge, but you actually kind of need to show your credentials, or you need to be convincing. So. We're currently recovering our passion, but it will be available in time. All right, what do I want to do with my dream? So if I want to do something with that contentment, I better do it now. Let's go back. Oh, right, I got to use my passion for that, so we got to wait. I think I'll just leave dream alone for now. Better not. I must be careful of the company I keep. And again, I'm just going to get Cat Caro. Right now, we're sort of laying the foundations. We're seeing what's there. We're still new to this whole occult game, so perhaps there are things in our backyard we haven't explored yet. I finished early. Here is my pay. So I'm just going to collect all here. Because the vitality had nowhere to go, it winds up in that little capture spot. You can put this on anywhere you want on the desk. I just kind of set it off to the side here. And again, I've got the 2 vitality. I'm going to combine those into a lesson learnt so that I can upgrade my health even further. I'm going to switch these around. And I do want to keep making money, so we'll run with those. Oh, but with Dream, I can recover my health. I might have found somewhere unusual. All right, the passion got picked up. Come with me. And we have found Oriflamme's auction house. Oriflamme specials in curios, perfumes, taxidermy, specimens, and rare texts. It operates from cramped new premises now since the destruction of the old by an unexplained fire. You can buy or sell items at Oriflamme's. So again, we're going to send Cat Caro out to find more locations. Sometimes you find things other than locations, as we saw before. But I kind of just want to get my ducks in a row and see what's available. And mostly, again, it's just because I don't have anything else to do with the Explore verb, and I like to be able to take advantage of the resources I have. So, we have Professional Muscle. I'll break them in half. This hireling may be useful for some expeditions, and can help with hunters and annoyances. So that is a level 5 edge follower. Not edge follower, level 5 edge hireling. Now, it's worth mentioning, not all of them are level 5. I just happened to get a little bit lucky. Some of them will be lower, but in this case here, it's the idea of basically being able to find unsavory types to enact regrettable necessities. All right, so we've got our passion back. There's a little bit more reputation from, as a result of our talking about occult things. That will definitely draw the attention of the Suppression Bureau. And we have found Eldridge, an acquaintance, an elegant man of inelegant habits. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. So let's try that. If you take so this is going to be our first recruitment. So if you take the Church of the Bright Edge, interrogate, intimidate, beguile, instruct, recruit. So we will add our associate, someone who has heard of my reputation and perhaps would be interested in being inducted. To recruit a follower, I will need a little more of the power we revere. I might glean from it an influence, glean it from an influence, a tool, or an ingredient, or just the lore of our tradition. This one is ready. We will invoke Edge. The words contain knowledge, now I contain it. It is a little like theft, a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. So we'll just kind of keep that erudition around for now. I don't have any direct use for it, but we've almost lost our vitality here. So let's preserve it by turning it into a lesson learned. Exercise the body. I'm abrim with vitality. If I devote some time to exercise, I'll benefit. Okay. I think I said I was going to use my passion for something. We already used it to bring Eldridge in, so let's take our passion with the moonlit road. I know this dream. A road crests a hilltop, and the air is silver bright. All right, so remember how we said that there is a world beneath, there's something beneath the skin of the world. There's something where these principles are clear, and there's basically this thing that we're pursuing, and we know that there's more to the world than meets the eye. We haven't seen that yet, though. And remember how it said we could put lore in here. Dream isn't just a place where you go to have, a nice dream or potentially a nightmare. We did get some dread out of that. If you know enough about the secret world, you're able to visit it. And so we use our lore, the bleached way. I could sleep in a room without colors, bleach the sheets, whitewash the walls, dye my hair, and paint my skin. And so in 1 minute, something different will happen. Exotic cravings. What hungers drive us? Hunger glows in my brain. Hunger for the knowledge of the invisible art. For the knowledge the invisible arts might bring. All right. More pay. And we've got a season of silence coming up. So these are the days of anticipation. Before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen a knife so it can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. So we got our knife secret back. Eldridge is now a believer. Eldridge has almost learned not to pick his teeth with his knife in conversation. He has not yet learned to leave his knife in his boot. I'm actually going to get a lot of believers, so I think I'm going to switch the believers side on. No, you know what? We'll deal with that as time goes by. I might have to reorganize the board, though. The watchman, who is the door in the eye, waits in my dreams. If I learn the lantern lore, and if I dream of this temptation, I can advance my purpose. The need gnaws at me. So, of course, that was a hint. Better not. I must be careful of the company I keep. All right, let's get Eldridge. There's no difference in terms of who you send out, but I want to be a little... Let's get Eldridge. Let's make him feel wanted. Crowded thoroughfares by day, a fog-wrapped labyrinth by night. I'll set my minions to searching for opportunities. All right, I'm ready to grow stronger. Use this lesson learnt with your strength skill. Now, obviously, the strength skill is currently occupied, but we will use that to be able to advance our needs. The bleached way. Color exists only where there is light, and the wood is the place where light does not walk. In the dream, I close my eyes and walk, stumbling, bruising my feet and knees. At last, the undergrowth before me grows too thick to pass, and when I open my eyes, I am adrift among black trees. Shadows flutter. My feet will know the way back to this place. So... got our Watchman's Secret back. We now have a buzzing in the brain. Ingi rum imus noctean consumi snip snip snip. A second order influence, apparent to the perceptive, instantly recognizable to the adept. This can be used in some rites to summon minions, and some minions will leave it lingering when they are destroyed. So we don't have Moth Lore yet. Passion is exhausted. And we now have the way to the wood. So let's adjust the lineup a little bit. Now, I'm going to have to use Passion to go to the wood, so we're going to wait a little while on this. Interesting. Oh, but I don't have Moth Lore, so that's not going to be relevant. I've actually got some restlessness now, so here's what happens if you try to study restlessness. To study, one must generally sit quite still. Restlessness is rarely the ally of scholarship. So, if you're wondering if you can upgrade this lore, no. Or, well, this influence, no. This is one of the cases where you can't. Okay, let's carry on. So, I'm going to use my dream slot for something else. Is there something I want to do with study? Yes, let's keep reading whatever's to hand. The world is awash with printed words. Even newspapers contain knowledge sometimes. All right, another hireling. Here's an example of a lower level one, a shifty woman. I get the job done. This hireling may be useful for some expeditions and can help with hunters and annoyances. So in this case here, it's level 3 moth. So still better than probably what we would run into most of the time. But definitely a case where it's maybe not as, it's not as impressive as some of the higher level, the higher level minions or worker or hirelings that we found. Okay, so I wanted to keep... Oh, no, I can't. Sorry. I'm losing track. Obviously, I need to wait to be able to get this going. So I suppose the question is, am I willing to have this turn into dread? I'm going to generate another restlessness fairly soon. So the question will be, how do I get rid of all of this restlessness? On the other hand, I do also need to get some money. So I'm going to risk the dread. I'm going to go back to the work site, and while we are waiting for my passion to come back, I've got 43 seconds, let's just rest to recover from fatigue. So we know that another restlessness is coming up fairly soon, and we are going to have to deal with that. But I have a little bit of a plan. It is also worth mentioning that this is going to turn into a restlessness, and the question for me right now is just, what do I find to do with it? I might be able to use it in a ritual or something like that, but in the end, sometimes you just have to work with what you're given. I'm going to talk of esoteric matters, but I want to make sure I've locked in my passion for other things first. All right, and the Course of the Heart, this was because I was going to the work site. Again, sometimes you get free vitality just for invoking heart. That's one of the reasons I keep going back to the work site. All right, so I'm all rested up. I've got my dream slot available. I will have reason available in a little bit. I think probably talking about the edgelore is going to be fine now. Yeah, 60 seconds, so let's dream of the wood. If I have enough passion, I can walk the dream road to the wood. If I have the right knowledge, I might be able to find a way beyond it. So let's actually talk about the wood for a second. I've learnt the path to the wood, the tangled darkness that grows around the walls of the mantis, though the mantis has no walls. I can dream with this to return to the wood. And so in that dream where I... I used the lore, I actually found a way into this dream world that we've been talking about. And I'm now going to use my passion to actually enter it for the first time. The words contain knowledge, and now I contain it. It's a little like theft, a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. So if I want, I can combine these into a higher level. It seems to make sense here. No, actually it doesn't, because I have this higher level lesson learned. Hi Panzer Shoklad, I do not know Russian, which I'm assuming that is. My apologies if I got that wrong, so I'm not going to be able to respond. If anybody understands, please tell me if that was acceptable. Alright. We're not going to hire that hireling, but let's send them out to explore anyway, because it's what I can do. My study... Right, I was keeping my study available so that I can level up my... Alright, I finished early, here's my pay. Let's get stronger. And again, this is just to try and make the most of the lesson learned that I've already got. I will grow stronger still. Okay, what do I want to do with the work slot? Well, we are running into the difficulty of lots of restlessness, and we're going to be generating even more. So first order of business, I suppose, is to paint. Oh, wait, I can't paint because I'm currently using it for passion. So I think we're going to wind up with even more dread. It's definitely not Sanskrit. Perhaps we want to find something else that we can spend our time with. So remember how... Actually, I'll show you a couple things you can do with work. So, it accepts a number of different types of cards. It'll take an ability, it'll take a benefactor, it'll take desire, it'll take a right, it will take a job. The one thing it won't take, scholarship. So for instance, if I wanted to perform a ritual, for each right, each right can be used for many purposes. For a summoning, I must begin by calling upon the power of the knock, which will open the way. So generally we're definitely not ready to do a rite, in my opinion. So we could take an invocation. It's like, okay, well, let's bring knock, it said, for summoning. And then you need a victim. There must always be willing blood. Now, remember what this icon means. This is a sacrifice that's happening. If the image isn't an indicator, this, consuming button. So if we wanted to get rid of Cat Caro, there you go. There are possibilities here. If I add Edge, I might bring something from behind mirrors. If I add Forge, I might contact something incandescent. So I'm like, okay, well, our Edge is actually already taken up, but we do have Forge. Oh, wait, we've already used lore here. We don't have an instrument, so we couldn't do the ritual. Now, to be honest with you, I'm not going to sacrifice a believer. What you might want to do is to try and dupe someone and bring them in as a sacrifice. But generally, this is the form that rites take. There's definitely different combinations that come in. And then also, there's the desire. So what might I become? This slot only accepts the final stage of ascension. If you have achieved the 6th mark, add your ascension to this slot to complete a great work. So my ultimate aim, there will be a price. If you recall, our temptation enlightenment is currently just a desire. So rites will also be how you achieve your ultimate goal in this game. But what are the other things we can do with work? Reason. Find clerical work. Find work which will spare my body, if not my mind. An overlooked place I might have found somewhere unusual. So this is Streets Strange by Moonlight. Sometimes sometimes the light of the moon is a key to other spaces. I found a place where, for a night or two, the streets curve in unfamiliar ways. If I walk here, I might find insight, or I might be touched by madness. So, streets are strange in the hour called the Minuscate. The watchman who is the door in the eye waits in my dreams. If I learn the lantern lore and I dream of this temptation, I can advance my purpose. The need gnaws at me. I'm taking a bit of a risk doing this, but... Glover and Glover have offered me a junior position. I start at 8 sharp tomorrow morning. So, we've got an alternative. Now, there is an interesting thing in terms of the job. Where with our physical labor, we were able to sort of show up whenever we want. There's usually no limit of sort of kind of low skill labor to be had for low pay. In this case, Glover and Glover actually expects me to show up to work on time, right? As it said, I expect to work at 8. So my intellect should be put to better use, but the pay is better than laborer's work. If you don't attend this job regularly, you might suffer demotion. So, the scratching of pens, the sourness of dust, the sighing of the younger Glover, the greedy gurgling of the elder. So, I held off on giving this description, but I think there's going to be a lot of people here who can relate. Aspect job, an arrangement to exchange one's life for money. Now, if I would like, I can be diligent, I can apply more reason towards the job, but for now I think I'm just going to phone it in. I'll take a minute, I'll collect my pay, I'll head off. And let's see how much money we get from doing clerical work. It also gives me a chance to have a quick sip of coffee. I'll probably take a bite to eat as well. Oh, thank goodness. So if this took the passion, I would have been hooped, but we actually got a patron, so we can learn from each other. So when you talk about, sorry, I'm actually going to take a quick second to bite something. You must forgive me. I don't normally like eating on stream, but I do plan to go very late, and I had some trouble sleeping last night, so I woke up late, but that means things like breakfast didn't happen. Okay. So when you talk about the invisible arts, it's not just that you have... So again, one thing that's nice about this game is how well thought through everything is. So when you talk about when you talk about this lore, when you talk about all of these different things, it's not just a question of Healthiest 1/4. Perhaps, okay. So I'm really hoping we get to this stuff inside of the game, but there are absolutely moments in this game where you find people in the Mansis and then you see them in the real world later. So I'm just going to say that Cultist Simulator's influence is such that we're both troubled by visions of what lies beneath the skin of the world, and that it is in fact this stream that has brought those who know the secrets beneath the skin of the world that, yeah, whatever. You can come up with your own lore for that. Yeah, Molotov is Furious has got it. Great name, by the way. Yeah, one of the things I really like about this game is that when you are talking about these secrets, and again, when you think about the people who you will associate on this journey, on achieving this ambition, it's not just people who follow you. It's not just people who do your bidding. It's also people who will build you up. It's people who are going to, who are going to give you knowledge and to give you a hand. And so in addition to followers, you will find patrons. And in this case, when you say we can learn from one another, this will use reason. This is going to be a very different kind of interaction. And so when you are trying to find sort of fellow travelers, it's not necessarily just going to be more followers that you find. It's also going to be some of these other figures. And so in this case, that's why we wound up with something different. In this case, I actually got very lucky, because had it been another follower, the magnet would have pulled the passion away seconds before we're ready to go into the Mansis, and that would have been a tremendous shame, because It's a rather striking moment. So, this is the Mansus. There's a lot here. Actually, I have a poster of the Mansus. Weather Factory has an Etsy store, so they've got... This is where you'd get the stained glass tarot when it's ready. They already had a tarot of the hours that they released. I got a pack of playing cards. I don't do tarot, but playing cards are still pretty cool. And one of the things that I got from them first was actually a few posters, one for Cultist Simulator, and then there's a nice, kind of a nice poster of this image here. So we've got, right now we're in the wood, and the wood, so this is actually one part, I was a little confused by this when I first played the game. I've noticed when I see people playing this game for the first time, the confusion doesn't seem to be like universal. It does really seem to be that only I ran into this, but I'm going to take the time to explain it on the odd chance that you're like me. Before we go and deal with the wood, I'll just sort of show that there are different passages. So remember how we were talking about the white door? Well, that's right here. There's also the stag door, the spider door, the peacock door, and the tricuspid gate, formerly known as the tricuspid gate, in an earlier typo written version. And the way that this generally works is this, is that you've got sort of your entranceway, which in this case is the wood for us, and then there are sort of these deeper areas. You can go through the wood and you can visit the well, which is in the bounds, or the Temple of the Wheel. When you go through the white door, you can stay at the white door, but you can also go into the Orchard of Lights and the Lodge of the Sage Knight, where you might meet one of the people who authored some of the books that we've been talking about. We'll maybe leave that for a later component. When you go through the stag door, you can go to the Ascent of Knives or the Painted River. Through the spider door is the Mallory and the Chamber of Ways, and at the peacock door, there's the Worm Museum and the Red Church. Now, of course, again, all of this stuff's coming up later. We don't need to worry about that right now. What we can worry about is whether or not we want to go through the wood, the well, or the Temple of the Wheel. And in this case, you can see what's happening. You can see what you get from the wood right away. A peculiar rumor. This might lead me to someone I need, or it might mean something else entirely. Explore with a rumor to follow up on it. And kind of the way this works is that you choose the wheel, choose the Temple of the Wheel. I was actually going to take the peculiar rumor to show what happens with it, but I can't say no to an audience. So here's what we can do. Basically, you can pick one of these two options. You won't see what was behind it until you make a selection, and the other ones are going to go away. So you have, the bird in the hand or two in the bush. And we got a subtle flaw. Laces uncoil, windows swing open, locks move as if oiled. Last night, I came in the wood to the high jagged rock called the Temple of the Wheel. Its flank, patched with thin black lichen and eye signs, opened like a mouth beneath my hands, and I walked in the whispering space within. The gods who were stone, the first of the hours, are almost gone now, but here their voices remain, Wheel, Flint, Tide, and others without names. So we can keep going back there, but it does exhaust our passion, so we're going to need to wait a little while before we can take another trip. Excuse me. Doesn't really seem like there's a whole lot for me to do with my... Oh, hang on. No, I believe I can dream with my temptation. So should I dedicate myself to this my purpose or focus my efforts elsewhere? So I wasn't going to rededicate, if you want, by the way, so dedicate myself to the lore of the principle I seek or focus my efforts elsewhere. So again, if you ever want to know a little, there's two things you can say. One, if you want to know more about a card, I highly recommend checking out these. But the same goes for empty spaces as well. If you want to understand what you can do with each component, obviously there's tooltips inside of the game, but maybe you're going to be dealing with things that you don't have on the board yet. And so you can get a little bit of an idea of what things are for by taking a look at what they accept. So in this case, this will take health, it'll take passion, it can take lore, it can also take an appointment to a quiet parish. So what is this? Well, you're only going to have to care about this if you have the Priest DLC. My understanding is that the Priest is the least loved of the Cultist Simulator DLCs. I am actually very fond of it. But I believe it is the one. I think out of the three, I think the Priest is the one that probably is the most kind of there's a little bit more of a divided opinion. I think Exile seems to be very it seems to be the other ones are pretty universally appreciated, and the Priest is the one where I've heard some people say wasn't quite for me. I am not in that. I'm not in that group. I'm actually quite fond of Priest. Okay. So what happens if we put these things in? Well, if I give it my health, perhaps Sensation is a sweeter goal. I don't have Passion to put in it right now, so I could show you the other one, but in this case, we're going to put Lantern Lore in. Light's Dedication. I will dedicate myself to the the pursuit of knowledge. And our exploration is done. Visions pass me with Pavane Grace over a window over a wood, a garden of ice, a shivering sun, a woman of glass. I will return home with reluctance. And for that, we got a Subtle Fracture, which is level 6 influence. So this is much more intense than the Subtle Flaw. Clouds part, walls creak, old wounds ache. A 6th order influence, significant resonances or correspondences. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. All right, let's send Eldridge out on another expedition. Or not expedition, but another task. So, a lot of dread coming up. Okay, Season of Suspicion coming up, so probably just as well that we didn't get the Peculiar Rumor. And we've got Street Spice. You can wind up with a lot of Street Strange by Moonlight. And we got our study done. So exercise the body stronger. The machine, my body ripples with power. So we now have a hardened physique. You might not know it to look at me, but I've grown as strong as a smith or a soldier. Use this with 3 lessons learned to gain more health. So definitely gets quite a bit harder to gain, to kind of move up in this, but we will get the job done even faster, and we now have 3 health. Now again, I want to preserve some of this vitality, so I'm going to double this all up. And really, the one thing that I want to be careful about here is this dread. So in a minute, this dread's going to go away. This one is not going to be a threat to me, but even 2 dread on the board is something that could potentially end the game, because 2 will keep the despair on the board. The third one is going to result in... the third one is gonna be the one that pushes me over the edge. So basically, I would have to, one bit of bad luck, and all of a sudden, I'm in a fail state. So the clerks file out in silence. I am free for now. So notice here I got 1 funds for 60 seconds. So as it happens, you've got a question. Go ahead, Molotov is furious. I'm happy to answer. So if you notice right now, the better deal for me is to actually go unskilled labor, arms of iron. I will work with speed and silence. I don't fear injury. Because if you hit start here, it's now 50 seconds. So in this case, I give up 50 seconds for 1 funds, or I give up 60 seconds for 1 funds. A little bit of a trade-off in terms of this. And of course, the drawback here is that this job expects me to keep showing up. So really, what this junior position at Glover & Glover is getting me is the opportunity to do more. But we'll work on things. Can't you get rid of dread or restlessness by recruiting a member and putting a card in that last slot? Yes, it's actually something that I do several times on some of my other videos. The challenge is, though, that I currently only have 2 believers, and I'm gaining a mentor right now. And so I actually have other ways that I'm going to deal with that dread. But yes, it is possible to use... There's several different ways that you can get rid of dread. One of the things that I will do in these cases is I'm not so much saying that some of this stuff is like... I'm trying to think of the best way for me to put it. It's not so much that I don't know how to handle some of this stuff, but I do think there's sometimes value in me signposting where certain issues might be coming up later. So in some of these cases, if it sounds like I don't know how to... Maybe for some context, I've got about 300 hours in the game, so none of the stuff I've run into right now is something I don't know how to handle. But at the start of the stream, kind of the idea of this was to sort of say, it's like, okay, you're thinking about buying this game. It's got a pretty good deal going on right now. What's it like to play this game? What are some of the things that you might be thinking? Because, of course, if you take a look at the reviews, lots of very positive ones, but the people who are saying that this game is hard to understand and hard to get into, they're not wrong, right? You learn the game by playing it, and so being able to sort of give voice to a thought process as I stream the game. I think that's one of the reasons why Weather Factory asked me to do this. But in this case here, I'm mostly just trying to I'm trying to sort of be explicit in my I'm trying to be explicit in terms of how I think about these things, as opposed to you know, just kind of moving cards around on a board. I hope that kind of covers some of that. I mean, I did learn something new in here. I did not know that you could explore with Fleeting Reminiscence. So every once in a while, I'm discovering something new. But in this particular case here, it's more to just signpost that 3 dread on the board is, like, this is danger. How seriously should I be worrying about it? Well, in 28 seconds, this is going away, and there's nothing that's gonna eat up dread. So in this case, this is no longer something that's going to fail. In 127 seconds, we'll only have 1 dread on the board, and in 149 seconds, we'll be safe. So chances are, if this one goes away, we're not going to have to worry about this one. But if we do get a Season of Despair, we're probably going to wind up with 2 dread, and that means if we get a Restlessness we can't deal with, if that means some Moth, you know, a use of Moth results in an Old and Happy Far Off Things. There's a lot of different things that can push you over the edge. So I'd still not be against getting a coach to watch over you while you play. Oh man, this might be another revenue stream for me, right? Because it's you know, Cultist Simulator doesn't go on sale every day, so maybe a Cultist Simulator coaching service is going to be my new side hustle. That's an interesting idea, Coco Golem. Is it okay? Will Weather Factory get mad at me if I sell tutoring while I'm already getting paid to stream their game? Interesting. All right, let's talk about some lore. I do want to keep going through the Mansis, and right now my lack of passion is a little bit of a liability. But let's try and get some more bodies in the cult. I do also want to talk with Sulachana, but she's not quite the mentor that I would normally start with. All right, Light's dedication. I have spoken the words. Each hour has its color, but color exists only where there is light. I will go where there is light, through though it bleach me to glass. I have advanced a step forwards. I have advanced a step towards a terrible ascension. So, dedication, enlightenment. I have dedicated myself to the pursuit of higher understanding. I must see beneath the skin, whatever the cost. This makes an enlightenment victory possible. I must be a true initiate of the Mansis. I will need to work with Lantern Aspect to allow the Watchman to see me. So we've advanced to Desire 2. If we can get to Desire 6. Remembering that, here we go. Oh wait, I don't have the work slot available. Remember when we had that desire slot to put the ritual in? That was sort of our end goal. So we still have a long way to go, but we've advanced. And let's grab the wood. So it's possible we may not be able to make it because we're also talking about lore. In fact, it's very likely we won't make it. But if nothing else, we'll be able to. Just go into a regular dream. So, the city is rife with journalists and detectives and other meddlers. How long will they leave me in peace? So we've got a season of visions coming up. Now, as long as I can resolve this within a minute, I'll be fine. So I'm going to let memory guide my steps. So that's going to be 30 seconds. This is going to generate a fascination. So you might ask, why would I generate a fascination? And the answer to that is what I really want to do here is use it to get rid of one of the dread. So while I'm running the risk of having this fascination, as long as I've got my dream slot available, I'm actually going to be able to take one of these dread off and not have the fascination on the board. And that's basically why I'm doing that. So I'm ready to grow stronger. Use this with a lesson learned with your strength skill. So unfortunately, this erudition is going to be lost. It would be nice if I go to Moorlands to get some more books, but again, I'm short on cash. So let's maybe try. I'm trying to think of which of these things I want to preserve. Yeah, let's try and go for the extra vitality. I think we're going to be close to getting our third, so that erudition is going to go away, sadly. And of course, Glover and Glover is going to want me to show up to work, and I'm not going to be able to work at the other job fast enough. Okay, another Course of the Heart, so lucky for me there. The others speak little to me, but now they nod when I pass. Here's my pay. So there is a way to advance in Glover and Glover. I just want to... I'm going to sort of bide my time a little bit on that one. There's going to be some consequences for that. Let memory guide my steps. Memory is a maze, and at its heart, a garden. Oh no, are you serious? Okay, so we wound up with fascination a whole bunch of times, but this time it wound up being dread. That is rather inconvenient for me. All right, well... I do have ways of generating contentment if I need. When you first played, holy Jesus, you weren't prepared, and it took you a while to read between the lines. You didn't play this game for a while, but when you picked it back up, you started to notice the connections between certain cards, and then all of a sudden, in some crazy way, you got thinking of the game. And that's the really big thing. Like, the thing that's going to decide whether or not you want to keep... By the way, okay, in the interest of, you know, kind of doing my job in terms of talking about the game, the one thing I think I can say quite safely is that you're going to have an idea if you're into this game within the 2-hour window. So I do encourage people, if you're on the fence, I mean, hopefully this playthrough is going to help you out. But I think probably being able to give this game a shot, you're going to know if it's for you. And obviously, Steam does have a pretty generous refund policy in the sense that, you know, no questions asked. If it's within 2 hours, you're able to return it. Clearly, you know, the developers would like it if you keep the game, but it's up to you to decide whether or not it's worth your money. Also, I mean, with the sale price, I don't think that costly. But this is the big dividing line, right? Like, I don't think the people who dislike the game, like, they're not my enemy or something like that. I like the game, they don't necessarily like it, and they dislike it for the reasons that I like it, which is the game asks a lot of you. And if you are of a particular mind where this sort of an experience is enjoyable, you're going to have a really good time. And there's going to be a lot to chew on there, especially with the DLC, because the three base starts, the aspirant, actually, okay, here's maybe a quick second in terms of, if you're deciding about whether or not you want to get like the big package with all the DLC, here's what you get in the base game. You always start with the character I'm playing, which is the aspirant. When you get to an ending, one of the cool things about this game is that the story always continues. So even if you die, there's a reference to your previous character in your next playthrough. So once you lose, you will get access to multiple legacies. Sort of the 3 default legacies would be the aspirant, the bright young thing, and the physician. There is also a detective legacy, so where you be a member of the Suppression Bureau. So this inconvenient fellow who's maybe not the weary detective specifically, but you basically get to play a hunter. And then there is a new game plus, and again, this is part of the base game, called the Apostle. So if you achieve sort of the victory, the big victory, so in this case, this would be my Enlightenment victory, immediately following, you will get access to the Apostle playthrough of whatever victory you achieve. So power, enlightenment, or sensation. That is a very different but very interesting way of playing. So if you sort of feel like you've kind of got a handle on Cultist Simulator, if you sort of feel like you've seen it all, definitely try one of the Apostle legacies. Once you get into the DLC, that's when you start actually having new concepts thrown into the game. So the dancer has this whole question of shape-shifting into an animal and performing dances in certain locations, and that will unlock sort of a moth and a heart victory. As long as there's other endings as well, but I'm trying to give you sort of the broad strokes. The priest is kind of the knock victory. In that case, you sort of play this disgraced priest who's kind of been sent away to this small congregation, which happens to be very in tune with with the sort of thing that we're doing right now. Someone who's very ripe to sort of continue on the work. And then the ghoul, or the medium rather, the ghoul DLC, you play a medium, and you try to do this. You make this painting. That's a really interesting one, actually. I think they're all very good. The exile is completely different from what you have here. All of the verbs are different. Essentially, you've performed a heist and you're on the run, and this incredibly powerful force is chasing you to take back what you stole. And that was the last stream that I did on here. I really, really liked the exile. In particular, if you think that this is a bit slow and grindy, exile is the opposite of that. Exile will make you will never feel safe in exile, and you will have to make a lot of quick decisions. But I will say, probably you're going to want to at least get familiar with Cultist Simulator before you touch the exile. So those are all the different DLC. The exile, I believe, is more expensive than the other ones, but I will also tell you, because it's basically like Cultist Simulator 1.5. Like it is an expansion that adds a lot to the game, and that is why it is more costly. Oh, the Eyes of Sin. It's wonderful to see you. You've been lurking for a bit. You've been doing a fantastic job exploring and explaining this game so detailedly. Thank you. I'm glad people are getting something out of it. Okay, so we've held up the game. Let's keep going. So the passion was taken up for grabbing another acquaintance. I don't mind filling the ranks, so I'm okay with that. But the waters of the wood run cold and deep, but never clear. Rote memory alone will not take me there. I must engage my passion. Now I drift into other dreams. Each card sets some part of the overall story when you play as each different legacy. Yeah, and actually, one thing that's maybe worth mentioning as well, the different way. So, like, one thing that's helpful to keep in mind with this game, we've got a Season of Suspicion coming up. One thing that's actually helpful to keep in mind about this game too is that things that would traditionally be losses in other games are not necessarily bad. So if you get you get certain legacies unlocked based on events that have happened. So I showed you at the start from the main menu how you can just immediately jump into the DLC that you've paid for. I think that's a nice little convenience that they put in to sort of show you, let you get the content that you just paid for. But it's not Dark Souls. But the thing that I find kind of interesting, so I think if you get like arrested, that will ensure that you get sort of the detective legacy. I believe if you die to starvation, that will ensure that you have a bright young thing afterwards. I think generally what people do is they usually go from aspirant to bright young thing to physician. But it's really up to you to decide what you want to do. Like, pick something that you find interesting. So, thank you, Molotov. Actually, I will take a second here. I don't want this to become like just all advertising the whole time, but I do want to take a quick second here and say that the Eyes of Sin is somebody who has done the emotes for my my Twitch stream, and I am a small entity both on YouTube and Twitch. But I will actually tell you that the Eyes of Sin has done really, really good work, and somebody who I have a tremendous respect for as an artist. And so on the odd chance, one thing that's also worth mentioning is that she also does some voice acting work. So she is a freelancer. Obviously, COVID has not necessarily made that an easy job to have. In fact, I would argue that the Eyes of Sin is very much like my character was before we got this job at Glover & Glover. And so if you would like the Eyes of Sin, you can definitely put some of your links in chat. It should automatically let you do that if my moderation settings are correct. But On the very odd chance that some of you are looking to commission artwork, photography, or voice acting, she did voice work for the Horizon Zero Dawn board game Kickstarter. She's somebody I can actually give a very strong recommendation for in terms of work for things like emote. She does things like pixel art, among others. And I don't want to make this too big of a deal because you're all here for Cultist Simulator. But I do know that there's a few of you who may be broadcasters or thinking of broadcasters. And if you are looking to do some work like that, I know that Isaacson could use the work. And they're somebody who I believe quite strongly in terms of the quality of work that they've done. So again, if you'd really like the Isaacson, I'm sure there are some people who might like to commission you or might know someone. Please do feel free to put your links in there. And again, I really apologize. That's the only time I'm going to do that. But it's something that I believe strongly enough in, particularly for the Eyes of Sin and the work that they've done. I really wanted to give that opportunity. So I'm sorry I can't bring up your stuff on my own, Eyes of Sin, but please do take the opportunity because I know you're looking for stuff. I'm abrim with vitality. If I devote some time to exercise, I'll benefit. Okay. So, I forgot to read the Curios text. That's a shame, but we did get some glimmering off of that. I really hope I get the museum one, because I actually really like reading that text. I'm so sorry. My emotions run higher than usual. There are things I'll never understand, and those things will always be precious, but just now I am closer to them. So remember how I said that we were running short on passion? Sorry, just a second. I was trying to see if I could somehow recover the text on the video. Yeah, so I said that our glimmering was, we were having some trouble with our glimmering. So what I want to do, I'm going to have to find the balance, but in this case, obviously studying the 2 glimmering will allow me to get another passion, and then I'm going to be able to divide that between recruiting new people and going through the manses. So this is going to take us a little bit longer, but that's going to be how I handle it. Thank you for that, Isaac. Sorry, I was feeling really nervous about it. So you'll just link your Twitter. You're a little shy, admittedly. Thank you again for the very kind shout out. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I would love it if you could get some work out of this. I have sadly not hired Isaacson as a voice actor because I don't have any voice acting work, but I'll let her work speak for itself. All right, a promotion. Mr. Alden, the supervisor of records, has called me into his office to recognize my diligence. I watch the mole on his neck as he talks and talks and talks. But at the end of it, I have a promotion. My new position is better paid, and the desk stands by my street window. But I work directly for Mr. Alden now, and Mr. Alden is known to be exacting. All right, so Mr. Alden is probably one of the first sort of roadblocks that you're going to run into on the game. So I now have a position at Glover & Glover, but you'll notice that I have 57 seconds to show up to work now, as opposed to the time that I had available. So we've got the work slot here. Now I'm gonna roll the dice here. So if I will work with speed and silence. I don't fear injury. So I got 50 seconds. So a position in records under Mr. Alden. I earn a little more. I stay a little later. Mr. Alden always watches me closely. If you don't attend this job regularly, you might suffer a demotion. So notice here that we have a job, an arrangement to exchange one's life for money, but it's also an annoyance. Here is a thorn in my side. I may yet find a way to remove it. We will find a way to remove it. Season of suspicion, right. Now, if I wanted, I could use reason to dream as well, but I'm going to need that reason before too long. All right, a fortune teller. I see things. I see that you're different. So, 5 lantern, 3 moth. All right, my mystique has attracted this hunter's attention. They can prove nothing yet, but they'll keep looking for longer now. All right, so we found Sylvia. Sylvia's an acquaintance right now. We got our passion back. So Sylvia lost her eye in the woods when she was 9 years old. Every year at Candlemas, she returns to the place she buried it. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. Which is exactly what we'll do. So this will maybe be the tip. I think this is what Molotov is Furious was trying to get to. And this is, this is one of these things where it's sometimes these are fun to find on your own, or sometimes these are fun to sort of learn through hard knocks. Like, you also get achievements for getting some of the lost conditions. So again, please don't think that like, so there's two tensions that you're going to run into in this game. You're going to invest a bunch of time into getting to a certain point, and sometimes it sucks to lose all that progress. On the other hand, you also get to learn things, right? I said learning is the original roguelike. You make mistakes, you get better, and you move on. So one of the things that I can do to get rid of this dread, and at this point it's completely a moot point, right? Because I know a season of suspicion is coming up. That means it's going to be 1 minute until there's the potential for a season of despair. So in this case, there's no possibility that this dread is going to hurt me unless I do something to extend its life. So what happened? One thing I can do here, though, if I have an influence that I want to get rid of, here's a way that I can handle it. So our Church of the Bright Edge, we want to recruit Sylvia. So I do need Edge to be able to recruit them. So in this case, we'll take our Knife Secret. Actually, hang on. Better still, this is an even better example. So because we're the Church of the Bright Edge, we already have Edge lore as part of our Dread. For some reason, I always think Dread is associated with winter, but it's Edge. So if we take our trappings, so again, this is, remember how I said that sometimes when you don't know, like you may not have the thing that you need on the board at the time, trappings will take ingredients, influences, and tools. So your Dread has Edge lore. So again, remember how the principles will manifest themselves in the real world. And in this case, my existential horror, my gnawing fear, is it's something that is present in me right now. It may be fleeting, but it's something that is currently with me. And so instead of just directly using the lore, I am taking something of myself. I'm taking the emotion that I'm feeling, and I'm using it to induct Sylvia into the Church of the Bright Edge. Now, one of the things that I could do, let's say that you weren't an Edge cult, you would actually still be able to use you'd be able to use whatever your lore was and still put influence in. The condition to upgrading a follower or an acquaintance or what have you is just that you meet a certain level of the aspect that you're looking for. So you can put garbage cards in just to get rid of them, and that is kind of a way that you can wind up dumping dread. Hang on, this is the stronger one. So I mentioned that, but again, like it's one of these things that you tend to learn after a few playthroughs and messing around. But it's the cat's out of the bag already, so I figured I'd demonstrate. Okay. Mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I'm sane, if that means anything. No fascination drives your visions. It's over for now, at least. I think I said I can go... Right, so we're not talking about any lore right now, so let's go back to the wood. Nope, hang on. I'm not going back to the wood. I am going to... No way! I was going to do that with my study verb. How much time do you have left on the glimmering? 128. Okay, I'm a bonehead. Sorry, I thought this was study for some reason. I'm still at the point where I had all this moved up. That's fine. We'll just go back to the wood. There's definitely stuff that we can get from it. Now I pass between the scar-barked trees. The moon passes behind branches, though her fingers remain in my hair. I'm stumbling over roots now. It is tempting to drop to all fours to avoid the low branches. Pale wings move deep in the night. Okay. So I am ready to grow stronger. Use this lesson learned with your strength skill. Now we've got 5 seconds of basically coming into work sweaty from the day's work. The others speak little to me, but now they nod when I pass. Here's my pay. Alden's going to want me to actually get some work done. So we'll jump in here. Better paid than I was, but Mr. Alden's taken an interest in me. Mr. Alden is very particular. Mr. Alden likes things done just so, and Mr. Alden has never believed that I am qualified for this position. So this is going to take 60 seconds. So again, it's... no, it's all good. If you can give me a second here, I am going to... I'm sorry to do this, but I am actually going to bite a little bit more, because my stomach's been growling a little bit. And I'm not even at the halfway point of how long I'd like to be streaming today, so... It's oatmeal, so it'll be quick, but... let's think about other things that I can... You know, I'm probably going to be able to get away with... long walks kill cobwebs, fresh air and exercise. It's my breakfast still. It's oatmeal. And room temperature coffee. Ah, the luxuries of broadcasting. All right. Before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen a knife so it can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. Sylvia is now a believer. Sylvia has detailed knowledge of roof ridges, of the river at low tide, of Irish whiskey, and of conjuring tricks. So Sylvia is our first moth follower. Okay, I want to be careful with my passion, because I do want to use that in study. However, I don't believe I don't think there's a possibility for me to... Yeah, I don't think there's a possibility for this to get ninja'd, because it's just going to turn into... it's just going to be dimmed. So let's take the knife secret. Talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. You know what? I messed up by doing fresh air and exercise. I should have tried to boost my hardened physique. I forgot that it was 3 lessons learned, not 4. Better not. I must be careful of the company I keep. And Sylvia will send off to check things out. So this is only really going to work if we get a mentor. But I figured I'd roll the dice or shuffle the deck. All right, another Street Strange by Moonlight. I'm trying to think. I don't think there's a way for me to get Dread from Street Strange by Moonlight. Okay, so there's a buzzing in the brain. We've already dealt with this. I don't really want the wood. So let's go to the well this time. We went to the Temple of the Wheel last time, so let's visit the well. Hey, vitality! Exercise or something rarer has invigorated me. All right, sorry. So as I was explaining before, the thing that confused me was I picked the card, and then it didn't occur to me that I had to... excuse me. It didn't occur to me that I had to take... take something out of the mantis. I noticed that it kind of shades things now, so I don't know if that I just didn't notice it at the time or if it wasn't implemented in the game the first time I ran into this. But yeah, this is how you handle the mantis. Basically, you choose to go deeper or not. You pick your card and you take it out. The well in the wood is sacred to the Grail, the hour that hungers, and to the velvet, the hour that guards secrets. Tonight, as I approached, it heaved with the velvet's moss, struggling waves of deep and vibrant green, pulsing again and again from its throat. It surged around my calves, rose to my thighs, and this morning I still feel the velvet's breath strong within me. Little, Pentracia? Sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly. Pleased to see you. All right. No, let's explore Street Strange by Moonlight. It might be a little dangerous for me, but danger is HP stagecraft's. Whoa! You're not supposed to see that. What happened? Interesting. There you go. Danger's his middle name. Or nickname, at least. It's not escape. Turns out, for whatever reason, it was the Oh, I know what it is. I've used it before. But I didn't realize that it was the quotation marks that did that. Yeah, so it alternates between, so there's one that'll tell you the events, and then there's the other one where you can actually just go in and make certain events. So you could generate cards in that other window. That's why I didn't want anybody to see it. Right, I've neglected my studies, but I stand a little straighter. Okay, so let me think about whether or not there's anything I'm going to want to use the study verb for. I've got, right, we've got the Alden event. You know what? Let's just get the upgrade in. I will grow stronger yet. So this is going to take 60 seconds, so I'm going to have to go back to work at Glover and Glover. And here's why Alden is such a pain. I do not believe that you've properly understood the importance of our work here. This task will require your full attention. Add reason to satisfy Mr. Alden. Hello, Tonto the Tsar. How you doing tonight? Or, well, this afternoon for me, but... in this case, we need to put in some extra effort, so that's reason. The work is complete when I have assessed the work is complete, and not before. I trust we understand each other. So if you take a look at this, right, the likelihood of Alden telling you to do extra work is, it's pretty likely. Oh, we are going to lose the passion. That's a shame. Oh, wait, no, that's not true. We might get glimmering from Street Strange by Moonlight, so that was the right call. So what happens here is that, yes, it's true that you make 2 funds for going to work. It's 2 funds for a minute, so in theory, it's better than going to the manual labor, but then you get another 30 seconds added to it. So it's a minute and a half to get 2 funds. And so as a result, Alden becomes a major, so it becomes a major drain in 2 senses. One, you cannot do anything else with your work verb, basically. The time that you need to take between the things that you want to do, like painting and other rituals and all of that, usually take longer than Alden will allow you to go. So like you have this really demanding boss that it's not just that your job is distracting from your stuff, but like you are going to get fired if you go and you try and do a ritual. But on top of that, they're so demanding that you're also going to have to spend extra time most of the time in order to get the money that you're getting. And so sometimes advancing in Glover and Glover can be something that just grinds your playthrough to a halt. I've definitely done this quite early. And learning how to deal with Alden is one of the first things that you'll do to like really try and be able to get back focusing on your cult stuff. Just wanted to see the game being played. It seems fun if you know what you're doing. Yes, well, and the trick of this one is that what, like, was talking about this a little bit earlier, like the elevator pitch on this thing would sort of be a game that, you know, you learn to play by playing it. The best kind of argument I can make for that style is that there is no, like, learning the secrets beneath the skin of the world for dummies book. If you think about the themes of this game, if you think about the topic, I mean, to a certain extent, too, we were talking a little bit earlier about how sort of the dedication and the temptation is sort of this thing that you want to do, your passion, you know, whether it's a play you want to write or a video game you want to make or, you know, a study that you want to perform. And the fact that you live in this mundane world, you know, you've got these higher ideals, you've got these things that you want to do with your life, and the day-to-day world is always going to make its demands potentially be hostile to the idea that you're going to do this. And like, to me, there's a lot that I can draw from my own life. I moved out of sort of a creative field. I used to work in the film industry. I moved to a bank while I was sort of kind of in this interim stage trying to figure out what I was wanting to do. And I ultimately decided to go to university. But what I found was the particular job that I had at that bank, I had a Mr. Alden, and he was not happy that I don't know why, but because like normally you think employers like you getting more skills, but like took the idea that I was going to university very personally, and like all of a sudden there's a lot of conflicts that are being built into my schedule, and it was a miserable couple of years. Ultimately I left, which was kind of the intention of all of that stuff. But what was really funny was once I did that, I got a bunch of TAing jobs. I got a bunch of different stuff that I could do to, you know, to cover the bills that was a lot closer to what I was actually trying to achieve. And so again, you know, like it's a card game where you're playing. Yeah. No, it totally is. Like, and again, like this is one of these things. Like, there's a lot of reading and there's a lot of text, and there's a lot that's left for you as the player to pour yourself into. And that's what I'm trying to do in this stream here, is to try and show. Again, Weather Factory is paying me to be here. I was gonna do it for free, but they insisted I get paid, which is incredibly nice of them. So, you know, obviously here I feel a certain obligation to present the game well. But I also think because so much of this game is what goes on in your head, like, obviously this is kind of personal stuff, right? You're all strangers. You don't necessarily want to communicate too much of your life to people online. But I think sometimes these things are important, particularly in the context of a game like this, because, again, if you want to just enjoy it at the surface of you get to play the antagonist in an H.P. Lovecraft story, you totally can do that. It's very enjoyable on that front. But the real enjoyment to me is about what's going on inside of your head. And, you know, let's face it, right? When I was in that moment with a really hostile boss, while I'm trying to pursue something that I think is important for me, I didn't have a manual for dealing with that. If you want to just, again, view it purely in the idea of, in terms of the occult, in terms of being able to understand the mysteries beneath the skin of the world, like, you can read the works of people who've come before you, but in the end, you're going to have to forge your own path. You're going to have to understand it. So if the premise of the game is sort of a game that you learn to play by playing it, this idea of being someone who is studying the occult, who is studying something that is incredibly difficult to know, and is one of these things that you need to gather together all of these little fragments. In this sense, again, it kind of feeds into itself over and over again. And again, this is why I say, you know, the negative reviews of the game aren't lying. It's something that demands quite a bit of you, but there's also really no other game like it on Twitch. So if you're somebody who thinks, you know, that you're able to sort of bear the demands that it makes on you, and I mean, obviously this game's been out a while now, right? So there's wikis, you know, I have a tutorial online. To me, the greatest enjoyment is just going in completely in the dark and walking that path. But I will be honest with you, like, what I'm doing right now, the experience that I am having right now is the product of me having about 300 hours in the game. This is a playthrough like this is not going to happen the first time someone plays this game. So anyway, sorry to sort of pause the game on that, but I think every once in a while it does sort of help to reground in terms of like what I think this game is about. And your own experience, you know, those of you who've bought this game and are playing it or going to play this when they're done watching the stream, you know, your take on it may be different, right? I don't mean to suggest that I'm sort of the canonical interpretation of Cultist Simulator or something like that, but there's a lot of life experience for me that resonates inside of this game here. Obviously, I don't relate to the bright young thing. I'm not sort of the heir of some family fortune. But I think everybody's going to have something that they can relate to on this. And it's ultimately up to, it's up to you to figure out whether or not the demands the game makes on you ultimately pay off in terms of just being able to have those aha moments. All right. So, we'll lose the glimmering, which is a shame. On this occasion, I've determined that your work is an acceptable standard. You may go. Be punctual tomorrow, please. There may be ways to deal with Mr. Alden. So, it kind of points out, it's like, yeah, this is a drag, but you've got a way to deal with him. Now, it's going to take me a while to deal with Mr. Alden. I know how to deal with him, but we're gonna grind through it. Actually, you know what? But I don't have my strength back yet, so... we've got 58 seconds. We'll just crank back into work because I do need to get that money up. I'm better paid than I was, but Mr. Alden has taken particular interest in me. Mr. Alden is very particular. Mr. Alden likes things done just so, and Mr. Alden has never believed that I am qualified for this position. All right. Sickness is coming up, so we've got vitality for days. Don't need to worry too much about it. Alright, the wolf despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. And it turns out the passion did get picked up. So again, our hope to get that extra passion is thwarted yet again. And a season of ardors. We are all of us both ape and angel. I'm safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. All right, I could carry a man across a river now, or strangle him. Okay, so there are many things that I could. There are many things now that I could crush in my fists. Use this with 4 lessons learned to gain more health. There is an upper bound in terms of what you can get health wise. So Tonta says it's $6 right now, so I might as well try it. Seems like a good fun time killer. Yeah, I mean, the thing that I usually say, and again, keeping in mind I am paid to be here, my belief is that you're going to know if this game is for you within the 2-hour refund window. So I think it's worth giving a shot. Your experience may vary, but of course there are now some resources if you are finding yourself stuck. But I will definitely say the benefit of this game is really working through it. And so I do encourage, especially for those of you who are watching the stream to like get the tips and that, like I'm over the moon that so many of you are still sticking around to watch the stream. But if you want to try and figure some of the stuff out on your own, it is a really fun way to play this game. So don't be scared of putting a little more of yourself into this and seeing if it comes in. I'll still be around probably if you get stuck and want help. But again, I realize I'm undermining my efforts because we're competing with the open world sale right now. I don't think we're going to make the front page this time. All right, the world is awash with printed words. Even the newspapers contain knowledge sometimes. So we've got 60 seconds. I'm doing this mostly just because my passion's going to be used. Oh, actually, we got that back pretty quick, so... Dorothy. Dorothy's an enthusiastic sort with an eclectic reading habit. She's fascinated by my hints about the shapes beneath the world's skin. You may be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. So let's think about... I'm going to try and time this stuff out, I think, because I've been stumbling around a little bit. So if I want to... So I've got a passion now, 49 seconds before I can use that. Yeah, so if I talk about Edge now, it's going to take a minute, and then it's going to take the passion if it needs it. So let's start by bringing Dorothy into the cult. So Church of the Bright Edge, Dorothy. In this case, we'll use the lore because we don't have any Edge influence we need to get rid of right now. And 30 seconds, we'll have a new member. I'll just get Kat to take a quick look at the city, see if there's anything interesting. I'm not going to use the passion to go through the woods just because I really do want to try and get that glimmering. I do not believe that you've properly understood the importance of your work here. This task will require your full attention. The work is complete when I've assessed the work is complete, and not before. I trust we understand each other. Before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen a knife so it can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. Dorothy is an enthusiastic sort, and I have turned her enthusiasm to our advantage. Alright, so Dorothy is a heart follower. You'll notice that some of the lore we haven't picked up, and again, we got a lot of lore early because we had a bunch of money to buy books from Moorlands. Now we're sort of struggling to make ends meet, so I'm not able to go and pick up some books, but we are gonna work on that. So let's talk with Sulachana. I don't think there's anything I can get from Sulachana right now, but let's see what we can try. So Sulachana stubs out her cigarette. Yes, if you want to study the language with me, yes you can. Was there something else? Let's see if we can talk about... See, this basically anything becomes a topic of conversation. Let's see what happens if we talk to her about the knife secret. I don't think anything does, but I've been learning new things on this stream, so... This illness has damaged my health. I'll need to rest before I'm fully recovered. Cure your affliction with funds or vitality. So we've got vitality that's about to expire, so I'll use that here. All I need now is time. And we do have an entry consultant. I'm good with doors. And of course, somebody who's good at picking locks is going to be of knock aspect. I hope we've been clear enough in terms of the lore that that one wasn't a hard one to parse out. Oh my goodness! We got so lucky. Okay, so for those of you who have played this game, you are going to probably be screaming at your monitors right now. And for those of you who've not played this game, you're going to wonder why my reaction is so extreme. So traditionally, Mr. Alden is this brick wall. This is, oh God, you are going to get, okay. Please, if you play this game, do not expect that this is going to happen. The thing that is crazy is that this has actually happened to me on a stream twice now. So basically, what will normally happen is Mr. Alden becomes this just absolute monster of a problem where it sucks up your work verb so you can't get any of the stuff that you want done. And then he's constantly demanding that you use reason, so that reason gets exhausted. And then it also takes longer, so it's a really inefficient way of earning extra money. And so basically, like, you have to try and find a way of dealing with Mr. Alden, with the annoyance. Now, I'm not going to tell you how to deal with an annoyance. We're like, I'm going to, you know, we'll deal with annoyances when they come up in the game. There will be other annoyances that we can deal with. But there is a chance that Mr. Alden can retire, and I don't know if this was put in so that, you know, players can make progress if they don't figure how to deal with an annoyance, or if that's just something that they wanted to put in the game. But the way random number generation works in this game is that there's no guarantees. There's always going to be a roll for some event happening. You could put in the strongest lore that you have, and there's still the possibility of failure. And that also means that the retirement check is also possible. And so there are these very rare chances where early on you start working for Mr. Alden and then he retires immediately afterwards. And yeah, in this case here, like, something that is supposed to be this absolute beast of a problem wound up being like inconvenient for 2 rounds and then he retires. So I shall be leaving Glover and Glover tomorrow. When you're finished your work for the day, come and see me. All right, the words contain knowledge, and now I contain it. It's a little like theft, a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. So we'll try and turn that into lessons learned, but I may have to do something else with it. Now, let's, man, am I really going to delay this? Yeah, you know what? I do want to keep lessons learned, and I don't have any glimmerings right now, so I'm going to boost this. As you can see, there's lots that you want to do, right? Part of this is resource management in the sense of just basically being able to, you know, basically being able to, how do I put it? Like, being able to prioritize which of the verbs, like, you only get one verb, one use of that verb at any one time. So, for instance, you'll use explore. Eventually, we're going to be going on expeditions, like being able to visit the congregation of St. Felix of Shuren. And so, in these situations, sometimes you'll want to go to something like Oriflamme's or Moorlands, but you're going to be in the middle of an expedition, and so you have to decide, well, what's more important to me, the things that I can get at this expedition or the things that I can get at Moorlands. And that's basically why Alden is such a problem, but not in this case. We don't have Street Strange by Moonlight, so let's get... well, you know what? Dorothy needs something to do, so we'll get her searching. You have shown some improvement under my direction. I have recommended you as my replacement. Remember what I have taught you, and you might one day be a credit to this department. You may go. Oh, one more thing. I'd almost forgotten. Be especially punctual tomorrow, please. All right. So I now have a senior position at Glover & Glover. I suppose theoretically I could rise higher if someone died. If you don't attend this job regularly, you might suffer a demotion. So we do still have the problem in that the Glover & Glover job is going to be very demanding on our work slot, so we only have a minute between uses. But in this case, we are pretty strong, so we're gonna, you know, just do some casual, you know. Sometimes I hear people who like to stay fit, like picking up heavy things and putting them down again. And that's exactly what we're going to do for money. And it only takes me 45 seconds, so it's actually relatively lucrative. But here we go. Another hireling. So this was another fortune teller. We won't take advantage of them, but is she disappointed? It's difficult to tell with Sulachana. There are other things I can explore with her, but I think I'm just going to leave it be. Again, I can't use the talk verb to talk about the occult, lest they want to take up my passion. Let's take a second here and make sure that I'm not missing out on any other opportunities. I could talk with the weary detective. Yeah, I don't think I'm actually ready to do any of the things that my talk verb can do right now, so... Alright. Sick room grows close and stale, time to get up. We'll leave the dream slot for now. I'll be able to use that with my health in a little bit. I'm ready to grow stronger. Use this with a lesson learnt. Got that. So now we will... Nope, not the Moonlit Road. Now we'll read sentimental literature. If I propose to learn anything, I wouldn't be reading this stuff. So here what we're trying to do is the same thing that we've done with our health and our reason, which is to get the skill and to try and improve the number of cards of that type that we have. Alright, my strength attracts comments. Not all of the comments are compliments. I draw my pay and leave. So we'll slowly keep pursuing this, but in this case, it's really just it's basically just because it's a fairly good way of earning money. So my job is demanding. I need to devote some reason to it. So this takes 70 seconds. Oh, actually, you know what? I think if I get 2 funds from this, it's actually probably more profitable for me to be regularly working at Glover & Glover now. It does seem to be a good source of vitality, so maybe I'll just moonlight as a construction worker after working at the bank. But now there is an ending that I can get. I could accept things. I could devote my life to this. I'm not quite ready to show you that. Sorry, there's something I'm trying to... something happened and I missed it. Right. So the Course of the Heart again. That was because Dorothy... So remember, every time you invoke certain principles, there's always a chance that something extra happens. So this is because Dorothy was busy... working out, potentially getting a hireling. And so because Dorothy is a heart follower, we wound up with the Course of the Heart. So this is actually something that you can use to your advantage. If you find that you are wanting certain things such as vitality, you can do these little things like just send Dorothy on exploration. Likewise with Lantern or, Edge doesn't really... I don't think Edge has a companion. Moth is maybe something I'm not wanting to do that for right now. But there are different things that happen when certain principles are used. And again, there's small chances. There's small chances like Alden retiring. But if you do them enough times, you'll the odds will be in your favor of that thing coming up. So that's convenient for us because we're going to be able to turn that into another lesson learned. And with 4 of those, we'll be able to advance our strength even further, assuming we want to. On that note, I'll actually push her out to the task. Okay, Season of Despair coming up, so it would be good if I can avoid Dread. Right. Let's take another trip in the Street Strange by Moonlight. Streets are strange in the hour called the Menace Gate. Okay, so I read sentimental literature. Remember, this is Moth. I've passed the time, I've been inclined to tears, and afterwards inclined to laughter. Meanwhile, the world continues. And my emotions run higher than usual. There are things I'll never understand, and those things will always be precious. But just now, I am closer to them. Glimmering can be used with study to gain passion. It lasts only 3 minutes if unused. Okay, so I am actually on the verge of a bit of a worry spot. I'm actually going to wait a little while to explain why this is going to be worrying, but it should become apparent if you've been hanging out for a little bit. So basically, I already see kind of a train coming, and I've got a few ideas about how I'm going to handle it. But there is a bit of a risk coming in. So my curiosity is becoming a physical need. My eyes will be thresholds. It is almost time to perform the work and begin the changes. I must have enough lantern aspect. Exploration might find more. So there's our restlessness. Moth finds light in the dark, and so do I. So how do we get rid of restlessness? Well, we've done it a couple of times. One thing we did was paint. Currently we're working at Glover and Glover. The other thing would be, actually, let me see if I can, I got to think a little bit about how we're going to handle that. I am going to study the literature again. Again, I want to get that second glimmering. My own heart pumps more strongly today. Oh, when you see those cards automatically go into the stack, that's just me pushing the tab button. It's the same as pushing this button here. I'm always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. Okay, so actually another thing that's maybe helpful to point out. So let's say you want to move a stack of things. I'll hit this collect button here because we're already familiar with that. So if you want to move an individual card, you can click and drag. If you want to move the whole stack, you actually just click on the number and then drag it along. I think I've been doing that a few times, but I haven't really explained it. So the question now is, with 55 seconds, theoretically, if I had the passion, would I be able to paint away this restlessness? I think the answer would be no. I think there would actually be a problem at work with that. Now, I do still want the vitality, so I'm gonna go to the job with my Arms of Steel. But you can see now, this answer is a very long answer. I'm trying to remember who that was who had asked in chat, but somebody was asking, like, how do you get more secure in terms of money? Well, one of the answers to that is you advance sufficiently high in Glover and Glover to be able to. You advance far enough in Glover and Glover to be able to get to this level that I'm at, and to be able to earn the amount that earn the amount that's going to kind of keep you above water after you cover sort of your daily costs and such. But again, like that's easy to say, right? Like, I got lucky with Alden. That's the only reason why I've hit this point. And that's obviously not the only way that you can make money in this game. It's just the way that Mr. Stagecraft is. All right, visions pass me with Pavane Grace. A window over a wood, a garden of ice, a shivering sun, a woman of glass. I will return home with reluctance. Okay, so this is a bit lucky here. I've got my 2 glimmerings, so when the study bird becomes available, I'm going to put that through. Unfortunately, I think it's too late for me to do anything about the restlessness, so we are going to have to deal with, excuse me, we are going to have to deal with the consequences of at least 1 dread, but I have a solution to that. We'll just wait for the danger to come in. All right. Bleak thoughts, dark days. I must be careful not to let doubts creep in. Dread may provoke full-fledged despair. So again, if you guys are interested in terms of thinking about what's going on, yeah, but I don't like to use exploits like that, Purples aren't. So the idea here is that we've got our character who's moving on and is, he's advanced. So this is maybe one of the things that you can think about, right? When you are trying to think about the things that you want to achieve, one of the things that can actually be very difficult in life is actually not necessarily the fact that you, it's not necessarily the fact that you're like destitute. I think there's a number of people who are able to maintain a job. And for some people, it can just be a challenge that you want to, you need to be able to find the time between sort of the demands of your role and the, the things that you kind of want to achieve. But I don't have an annoying boss anymore. I am the annoying boss. So like, this is the thing. Like when I said I was working in film, and the first job in any film, no matter like, I don't care who you're talking to, the first job if you want to work in the film industry is Starbucks. And it was interesting because there was actually somebody who wanted to become a makeup artist, who I was working with. And there's a difference that happened. Was I wound up working in camera for a little while before I went to university. So I basically went straight out of high school into film, and then eventually realized that perhaps having an education wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. But this person actually, the last I heard of them, they're a shift supervisor, potentially on their way to becoming an assistant manager. And, this person was actually a bit unpleasant, so I don't mind saying, oh, this is a failure of dreams or that. But, the fact of the matter is that sometimes being destitute is not as... Okay, I don't want to sound callous on this. It is not necessarily the thing that is going to prevent you from pursuing a goal you find important. Sometimes it is actually the opposite. It is comfort that's going to keep you. As your job gets better, as you are able to sort of, the more that you make ends meet, particularly if you have been in a point where that things, how hard it is when, you don't know if you're going to be covering rent or anything like that. The possibility of bringing that risk back in is something that will cause you to, to maybe abandon some of these higher goals that you have, right? I'm not sure this person set out to sort of be on a path to becoming an assistant manager. I'm not sure that's the sort of thing that people sort of say, yes, this is my ambition in life. And you can see that sort of in terms of what's happened with that restlessness slot, right? We have got a senior position at Glover & Glover, but when's the last time we visited Moreland? When's the last time we've cracked open a book related to the lore? We've got a few people who are believers and we keep sending them out. I'm reading sentimental literature, but have I really gotten any closer to enlightenment? No. And so I'm feeling restless about this. And then what's going to happen is restlessness is going to turn into dread. And it just so happens that at a particularly low moment for myself, the dark days, that restlessness is becoming something a little bit more. It's something that's kind of grating at me, and it's something that I'm holding on to as opposed to just sort of letting pass. And again, this sort of stuff isn't always pleasant to think about, but it's... When I play this game, that's kind of what I'm imagining going on. You can sort of see a sequence of events which was not necessarily scripted inside of the game, but is the sort of thing that you can see being very credible in terms of day-to-day life. I think this is, again, I hope this is an experience that you're not familiar with, and yet I think for some people it is something that is all too familiar. So I've passed the time, I've been inclined to tears and afterwards inclined to laughter. Meanwhile, the world continues. All right, so I've got my passion. Let's go to the woods. Oh, the wood. And then I don't think there's anything I can do talk-wise that I want other than the knife's secret, so I'll hit that. Tigers of Wrath are wiser than the horses of instruction. If I spend time studying what I've learnt, I could increase my passion and gain a skill. All right, so I did say that if you get 3 of these things, you lose the game. What are you going to do about that? Well, maybe the Ecdysis Club will have an answer. So, a cabaret with an occult reputation. Explore, and we will pay the entry. If you're not sure what the entry is, you can always check it on here. Sulachana is the entry. No. We can actually, we can meet Sulachana at the Ecdysis Club. Sulachana Amivasa stands inside the red swag doorway, smoking one of her peculiar imported clove cigarettes, speaking to a lean, very tall sort who might perhaps be Greek. She watches me approach without blinking or changing her expression. Not quite ready to do that. Although I am kind of curious what happens in that case. So... the entrance is lost beneath soft drapes of crimson, cinnabar, and intercardinine. Above the door, the club motto, Ingi rum imus noctet consumi merigni. It has been rendered as, into the night circle we fly until the fire enjoys us. Oop. Tonight's performance is a desultory affair of flapping scarves and earnest flesh. The audience turns to conversation. I strike the track's comment. Not all of the comments are compliments. I draw my pay and leave. Curl my hands into the correct shapes and begin. I spent the evening swapping theories with a table full of charlatans, posers, and perhaps initiates. Some of these theories may be true. So notice the Ecdysis Club's closed, so you can't just keep spamming the Ecdysis Club. It takes 38 seconds to go by. We got some erudition for our trouble. Now, of course, the old one went away, but we do have some contentment. Now, it's a little bit of there's a little bit of a risk here in the sense that it could be, this may not be the thing that gets taken up by the dread, and it is going to take us a while. It is going to take us a while for the dream to sort of work through. So probably going to the woods wasn't the smartest idea. But let's do the uncanny tangle of streets by the light of the moon. The streets are strange in the hour called them in the skate. And again, there's ways that you can sort of force which cards get picked up and all of that, but I think probably the one thing I don't want to do is to just introduce sort of some of the, I don't want to call them cheats, but like just some of the little exploits that you can do in the game, because I figure like this is more about showing people, you know, who are interested in buying the game. I think this is, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is the lowest price Cultist Simulator has gotten. But I figure probably it's better to just show you the game as it is, as opposed to, you know, some of the tricks. So, visions pass me with pavane grace, a window over a wood, a garden of ice, a shivering sun, a woman of glass. I will return home with reluctance. Okay, so the pleasures of the Ecdysis Club didn't quite do the trick. We could, of course, pay entry again. I might actually do that. But we'll wait till we're a little bit closer to the threshold. And again, if I can use this in something to extend its life. Okay, so we can grab an occult scrap from the wood. This actually isn't the worst idea because we still have places to explore. We could also try the well and the Temple of the Wheel. And these might give me even higher lore. They might give me other things. But in this case, I'm actually quite content with the occult scrap. So, I walked in the wood last night, and the scissors worked in the distance, and furred things crammed my mouth and swarmed my ears, and I felt the old urge to drop to wolf fours and nose among the roots. But I remember that I walk upright by day, and I know fire and steel and words. And at last I found where the velvet had concealed secret on tree bark beneath moss. I read it then with the tips of my fingers, and I think now that I could write it in full. Okay, so passion's already been picked up for the acquaintance. Feed my imagination. There are more windows in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that passes through a window. I've gained passion, but it will be more difficult to gain passion next time. So the passion got picked up over here. So there's normally two things that come out, but again, the magnets work even if you haven't revealed what the card is. So we now have a vivid imagination. My daydreams sometimes outpace my dreams. Use this with work to paint, or with study and 2 lessons learned to gain more passion. So we're not quite out of the, well, not quite out of the woods isn't exactly what the turn of phrase I was looking for. But we're a little bit better off. So we can have one passion for sort of going to the woods, and we can have one passion for trying to get more cultists is sort of one way you can think about how this works. Now the question would be, what do I want to use, the study verb for? Because I've been using my money on the Ecdysis Club, and I will be doing so for the next little while. So I think in this case, let's do... Well, first of all, let's boost up the vitality that I have. And I'm going to wait till that... You know what? The fascination will be gone by this time. So let's go check out the Street Strange by Moonlight. Hey, Focus Trees. Thanks for stopping by. I'm always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. And I think, yeah, after 23 seconds, we'll go to the Ecdysis Club. Where were we? Again, this is just generating some extra vitality for me. This is more just taking advantage of the side effect of working. This is a pretty common way that people play now. It's not necessarily the way that I always like sort of role play-ish, but in this case, the extra health has been helpful. All right, mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I'm saying if that means anything. No fascination drives your visions, it's over for now. And we got an extra glimmering. That's rather convenient. And hello, Archmage Shocker. Yeah, sorry, I'm not responding to everything in chat, but I do agree with what Purple Zard had said. I know I've hammered the like real life connections quite a bit, and one bit of feedback. I appreciate the people who watch this the archives on YouTube, and I think one thing that came up was people were getting a little irritated with the repetition, and I'm somewhat okay with that because I understand there's a shift in terms of people's interests on Steam, and I think it's important to speak to the present audience, especially in the context of the fact that the game is currently on sale. But on the other hand, I've also learned that there are people who watch the stream and like they stay during the Cultist, the Cultist streams on the front page. So I try to do my best to. I'm not going to limit it. Sorry, I'm not going to not talk about it, and I'm not going to refrain from repeating myself. But I'm maybe not going to flog it as much as I do either. I sort of appreciate that there's a balance in terms of people's attention. So, needless to say, I'm trying to respect the fact that you're all staying here. But as always, if there's any questions, I'm really happy to answer them because while I may not be the developer, I've definitely been with the game since before its Kickstarter. Well, like I've been playing the game and streaming the game since before its Kickstarter, so I feel very comfortable with it. And particularly if people are trying to make a buying decision, I want to try and be as honest as I can. Obviously, again, there's the fact that I've been paid, but there is also the fact. I mean, I did say it does have a 2-hour refund window, and you'll know if you want it by that. So I hope that at least indicates that I am interested in making sure that the people who are trying this game out are not getting mad and then leaving a negative review either. So you're here because Lottie mentioned me on the Weather Factory blog. Oh, that's wonderful. That's really nice of them. If you'll just give me a second, I don't want to do pause. You'll notice that there's these little breaks that I have in here. It's my effort to not like get up and like do a stretch in that will come later. But it is a little bit helpful for me to take a second just to get a bite to eat and a quick sip of very cold coffee now. And again, this is just because I didn't have like breakfast and things like that. So if you'll forgive me, just because we were talking about things that weren't immediately in the game, I'm going to take a second. I only have like a mouthful or two left, so I think I'll just polish it off and then I'll be good to go for a couple more hours. What's my name? I want to watch more streams in the future. Focus Trees, thank you for saying that. You can find me, I think my YouTube link is still in there, so if you want to see the pre-recorded stuff that I'm doing, this is where most of my Cultist stuff is happening right now. If you want to see me do other games, I do also have a Twitch channel, so if you prefer the live format, which used to be my primary format, but the one thing about the Cultist community is that they've been really, really warm and really inviting, and so it's been a wonderful reward to do these regular videos on YouTube. So on Twitch, I've kind of moved on to some other content. Doesn't mean I won't do Cultist Simulator in the future, but I don't want people who are interested in Cultist to go and check me out on Twitch. And if you guys are really looking for the Cultist material, I do 2 20-minute Cultist Simulator videos every week. And I'm going to be continuing that indefinitely. That's kind of a pace that I've been able to manage for myself. So I really appreciate those of you who want to see my stuff. Obviously, I am at Weather Factory's page. This is about their game, not about me. But I do appreciate those of you who are sticking around. So. Okay. haven't had my bite yet, so forgive me. I am going to just take a quick second, and then we'll be back for a good solid block of play. So if you have any questions, by the way, feel free to put them in chat. That'll give me something to read while I'm peeking. Okay. Great, thank you. When you say the content, you mean the downloadable content currently on sale during the... Sorry. Okay. Let's think about our explore verb. Now, there is always the risk that you get something nasty in the street strange by Moonlight. Yes, 4 hours on the run, although obviously 4 hours with interruptions for some coffee and oatmeal, and obviously I'm taking something of a leisurely pace. Although I'll be honest, my style is definitely not speedrun style. I take my time. So Streets are Strange in the Hour called the Menescape. And you know what? Let's do... Yeah, we'll hang out for a little bit. Come with me. So that Mystique got picked up automatically, but again, we don't fear Mystique. We fear notoriety. So we've got Violet, an acquaintance. Violet has always given unstintingly of her time, easing the pain of the dying. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. Now, perhaps because we are looking down the barrel of 2 points of despair, so despair pads close at my heels. The world is leeched of light. You can defeat despair by feeding it contentment. Otherwise, it will destroy you when it reaches 3 dread. So, no problem, Focus Trees. Thank you for showing up. I will say, so this will probably be the first time that we don't make the front page. But one thing I do want to say is that I am not a draw, right? There are some streamers who you can give a... I'm just going to put the card... While I'm working on the board stuff, I'll kind of talk about the mechanics of the streaming stuff. So there are some streamers who, you know, they're a name, and when you hire them, you're sort of renting an audience. And I'm obviously not one of those broadcasters. If I have an edge, it's just, you know, I like the game, and, you know, I think probably there's something about the tone of my voice that sometimes fits the style of the writing, or at the very least, I'm just very familiar with the game, right? It's a little weird to you know, talk up, you know, my qualities. And so, you know, one of the things I've really been able to rely on some of these previous streams, let's get this glimmering into a lesson learned, I think. One of the things I've sort of been able to rely on is the Cultist Simulator community, and just people interested in the game sort of bumping the game up onto the front page, and then when it gets onto the front page, more people are going to check out the stream. And I think I've been very pleasantly surprised at the number of people who are still checking out the game and hanging around when there isn't that built-in Steam sort of boost that's coming from the front page. So it's not just a nice thing you say to an audience to like kind of keep them around, although, you know, I really do appreciate you sticking around. I do actually mean it when I say it's surprising, and I'm very grateful. It's really helping out the stream that you're all showing up and being so kind. So my edge is that I'm underappreciated, and I appreciate I'm sure. I mean, look, the world has enough streamers, right? I don't know if the world is missing out on anything by, you know. But, you know, I have my niche, and I'm very happy for it. So if I have enough passion, I can walk the dream road to the wood. If I have the right knowledge, I might be able to find the way beyond it. So let's go down the path And I think I said I was going to keep the talk verb open just to allow me the possibility to... Yeah, so I don't know if I said this... I don't know if I finished this thought. But basically, as we checked out before, I can put dread. There's actually two things about dread, which is number one, I can already put it in as the trappings, but because dread has edge aspect, it will actually wind up... even if I don't put in the lore, it's something that will actually move Violet into believer status. And so basically right now, this ideal of inducting someone into the Church of the Bright Edge, that's going to be sort of my safety valve if I get some unexpected dread that I need to get rid of. I am going to go to the actually I probably should have gone to the Ecdysis Club right away. But I am going to try and get rid of the despair through other means, through generating contentment. But by avoiding raising Violet into a believer is going to be one of the ways that I save myself from oh God, when you say honey voice, I really appreciate that. But like now I'm just stumbling over and like the systemchalk.exe has stopped working. But yeah, basically this is gonna be my one get out of jail free card as far as the extra dread is concerned. You might make the argument, well, if I do another knife secret, I might be able to get another follower that potentially gives me that extra safety valve. But hopefully I've dealt with the despair by then. So we'll leave talk open for now just to give me that out, and we'll wait on the... Actually, the other really nice compliment was cerebrally mellifluous. So after I went running to the dictionary, I said thank you for the compliment. My Strike the Tracks comment: not all comments are compliments. I draw my pay and leave. Alright, my job is demanding. I will need to devote some reason to it. Alright, so this is the thing you gotta worry about when you visit Street Strange by Moonlight. Now, we don't have to worry about fascination right now, because it's no threat. We have a fleeting reminiscence to be able to sort of neutralize it. But it is something that you kind of want to keep. It's something that you want to keep in mind. So obviously, you may have noticed that I didn't visit Street Strange by Moonlight while the Season of Visions was coming up, and that's specifically why, because there is the danger that fascination comes out of it. All right, sorry guys. I need to take advantage of the... There we go. The moderation features have actually really improved on Steam as well. It used to be really tough to deal with that stuff. But to those of you who wanted all free skins, your opportunity is closed. Earn 1 dread. That's not going to make any sense to people seeing the... okay, this is the thing we're trying to avoid. So, Season of Ambitions, this is the season that the winds of the wood river... this is the season that the winds of the wood reverse direction, a time when appetites and mortals both rise. So, clearly we're going to have another problem with restlessness. Fortunately, visions pass me with prevailing grace, the window over the wood, garden over ice, shivering sun, a woman of glass. I will return home with great reluctance. I'm sorry to spin over the the text, but I have read that a couple of times. But yeah, the thing that we're worried about now, of course, is the restlessness that will generate out of it, and specifically when the restlessness turns into dread. So, you do love the idea of the banal business person by day, buff construction worker by night, leader by knife style. Personally, you don't even see the skins, character models, give more information. I'm very thankful for the stream. It's fun to be able to catch you for a reasonable hour for once, which can be a struggle for you, but as an EU resident, it's more or less the nature of things. Yep. Well, I also did the nasty thing of moving across the country for a job, and so even people who used to watch me in Pacific time now have a 3-hour shift. So it's one of the reasons why I wanted to put out that that YouTube notification, because while it may be it may only be a handful of people who want that. I do know some people do like the live experience, and I thought this was a good opportunity to provide that. So I appreciate, actually really appreciate that feedback, because it's the sort of, basically words like this remind me to keep doing things like this. So if another live opportunity happens for hours that work well for the EU or other regions, I want to let people know. So I'm just taking a second here. The reason I'm keeping on pause is because it's a little delicate right now, it doesn't hurt to just take a minute and smell the roses. So we've got the contentment that's being dealt with here. We're going to have a restlessness that generates in, I think, a minute. I can't remember exactly how long it takes the Season of Ambitions to process everything, and then we'll have 60 seconds before that comes in. So it's possible that we can get a contentment. As long as we can get one contentment in, we are going to, we don't need to worry about any additional despair. So if I were to somehow automatically generate one contentment right now, I could let that restlessness turn into despair or into dread, and we're still fine. The despair is not going to hurt me. So what I think I'm going to do, I'm going to roll the dice in The Street Strange by Moonlight again. I don't think there's any, I don't really think there's any risk to that right now. Okay, that degraded into vitality. We're going to lose this vitality. I can combine these two if I want, but again, the opportunity for the for the upgrade is just there for the sake of it's just the opportunity. Let's do Temple of the Wheel this time. Well, this will eventually turn into vitality. Trembling Airs. Okay, actually, so I am, again, for those of you who are curious, maybe more fans of Cultist Simulator, if you want to know where my loyalties lie, it is definitely to Lantern. But some of my favorite writing is actually the heart writing. There is just something about the rhythm and something about the ideas, or not the ideas, but just kind of the feeling of the heart writing, that whether it's the percussagant or whether it's the, just the writing of the influences in that, is probably some of my favorite. And Dr. Cluckers, the biggest challenge that I have with the painting option right now is just all of the demands that the different jobs are putting on me. So you're right, like painting is basically what is what is designed, or what the it's kind of designed to be the restlessness dump. And so and it's pretty clear, like the game more or less says it, and you can see what it is, right? If you're working every day, this is actually the challenge I ran into because we had Victoria Day this week, and I forgot to say that it was a Canadian holiday, so I wound up streaming anyway. But the drawback there is that when I stream on a holiday, it doesn't feel like a holiday anymore. And that's happened a couple of months in a row when there's holidays now. And so I'm starting to feel a little worn out between my work and the stream. And so again, this is, my Season of Ambitions comes up and I'm feeling a little anxious. And so, one of the things I actually made time for this weekend, I mean, I'm also streaming today, right? But on tomorrow, I'm actually specifically setting aside some time to do some writing that I've been leaving aside. And, in this case, this character paints, but in the end, I kind of see what that is. It's like, if you want to call it self-care, if you want to call it, just kind of achieving some minor ambition. In the end, I think that's what the purpose for the painting is. The biggest thing for me right now is that being able to manipulate some of these different tools, so it's a more kind of elaborate way of dealing with restlessness. What I'm able to do is to continue to bring in a stream of income while still not having to lose as the result of dread. And that's basically the reason why I'm acting the way that I am. Anyways, Trembling Airs, the toes tap, all is brisk and all is well. Second order influence, apparent to the perceptive, instantly recognizable to the enemies. In the wood beyond the walls of the mansis, a jagged rock rears like the petrified remnants of a dancing giant. I trailed my hand along its flank over the eye signs and lichen and the crude graffiti of the lesser wood powers, and I felt the thrumming of the wheel, which has passed. It has passed, but something continues. I kind of feel like Moth would leave the most interesting graffiti. I think Winter kind of would leave the least interesting graffiti. Does anybody else? And sorry, Cosmosign, I don't know if I said hi, but for those of you who are initiates, do you agree with this assessment, or who do you think would leave the most interesting graffiti on the rocks of the Mansis? Okay, so let's think about. Still no books. We'll be dealing with that fairly shortly. I think probably my best bet at the moment, as nice as it would be to go back into the Mansis, I think probably some extra passion in the study slot so that I can get my extra lesson learnt would be nice, especially doubled up with the Street Strange by Moonlight. This means that I'm not really going to be using the dream slot as much, but I think for that, let's just get rid of the fascination in case that becomes a threat. Although theoretically, the fascination might have been something I could have neutralized whatever dread comes out of. So maybe that wasn't the right call. I'm not sure. But we might also be generating more fascination from Street Strange by Moonlight. So too many variables. I'm always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. So as Purple's Art pointed out, we are the business person by day, buff construction worker, cult leader by night. I actually really love the idea if it's a construction site, you can kind of see like we're running into the foreman's office to like have the secret cult meetings. It's like, no, go find me the Street Stage by Moonlight. But it never stick around. Once again, I put my strength to use. So again, I'm just taking advantage of the fact that it doesn't take me very long to do the manual labor. And we got another subtle fracture, which would be very helpful in summonings, but not very useful to me right now. So let's roll the dice again. Overall, though, I'm feeling quite a bit less pressure than I was when we were sitting at 2 dread. So I know we're going to get through this. It's just a question of exactly how we stick the landing. Okay, another season of despair, so that's not really going to count for anything. Despair is the wolf that devours thought. You can feed despair by feeding it contentment, otherwise it will destroy you when it reaches 3 dread. So that's our second contentment. The nice thing about the way that these work is that if you get rid of the initial dread, even if you generate another one, you're fine. You don't need to worry until the next one comes up. So we'll probably still have some dread to deal with when this restlessness goes away, but I know this current threat has been dealt with. So I'm safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. We're gonna go back to Street Strange by Moonlight just because I'd like to maybe try and generate a glimmering. And my curiosity is becoming a physical need. My eyes will be thresholds. It is almost time to perform the work and begin the changes, but I must have enough lantern aspect. Exploration might find more. And we finished our job. Let's go back to Glover and Glover before we get in trouble. And composure's fine. I've passed the time. I've been inclined to tears and afterwards inclined to laughter. Meanwhile, the world continues. So there's the glimmering. I think... Do I want to preserve this vitality? Well, you know what? I have 60 seconds. I might be a little slow on the trigger to get that 1.8 seconds, but we can still eke out another point. Excuse me. And the best way for me to get rid of this restlessness is to do that what I was originally going to do with Violet. So we have somebody who we want to bring into the cult already. So we take the Church of the Bright Edge. I didn't really draw too much attention to this, by the way, but if you've noticed, the descriptions change. So Violet is always giving unstintingly of her time, easing the pain of the dying. So we make her an associate. Now, just to illustrate something, the fact that I've been using Dread the last couple of times may have made some confusion in terms of how the trappings work. The idea here is that the trappings can give you some additional points towards a given lore. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're guaranteed to bring someone into the cult. So for instance, when I add Restlessness, notice that I don't have the start. And that's because Restlessness has Heart, Grail, Forge, Lantern, and Moth aspect, but it's the Church of the Bright Edge. It's dedicated to Edge. You kind of need to have the Edge there. So we'll use our lore. This one is ready. And in 30 seconds, we'll have yet another member. And I don't think there's anything I need to worry about dream-wise, so perhaps I should be going back to the wood. Although, where'd my other passion go? Oh, that's right, I'm studying it. Hey! Lucky me. Alright, do I want to try it again? So the funny thing is, like, you know, we've gotten... I'm going to think this out. So what are the things we've gotten here? We've gotten knock, we've gotten glimmering, we've gotten contentment, we've gotten fascination. We have Season of Dread coming up, so I don't really need to worry about any of those. It's a 1 in 4 to get the thing that I really want. Everything else is not that useful to me right now. However, additional books from Moreland's are, and I'm sitting on 8 fun, so let's do Moreland's Shop. What's my favorite ending legacy? For you, it's a toss between medium and a balanced dancer. So favorite is a really hard one for me. I actually remember really liking Priest. I really like where Priest went. I also remember the Apostle Obsonate was an interesting one. I've actually not done any of the other Apostle endings. But you're right, like Medium was a really interesting one. I will also admit, I actually it's not like this is my favorite like major ending. I actually really like the one where you just give up and you're like, real life's not so bad. Takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. I don't know. I definitely feel like Priest was a little. I feel like it was underrated. Although I think probably in terms of how I felt at the very end, Exile probably had me the most like really excited when I was at the finale. So I know I didn't really answer your question, but I think probably for different reasons, I would probably rate a few of those. I don't know. It's something I kind of like Priest though. Before they speak the worlds, the novice must sharpen a knife so it can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. Violet likes to paint. She has a gift, though she's always been very modest about it. She never puts human figures in her paintings. There are enough people in the world. Okay, so we've got a free talk verb again. Let's talk about the knife secret and see who bites. Okay, Season of Sickness is coming up. We've got more than enough vitality. Obviously, we wanted that vitality to go towards lessons learnt, but I am going to need to sort of invest a little bit more if I want to see the results on that. Right now, I'm dividing my attention between vitality and glimmering. So I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to probably focus on my health, if I'm completely honest. And then we'll double back and take care of the where we go with the I think I'll double down on health, and then we'll head back to work on our glimmering. Like the fruitfulness and where we go, anti-victory. Oh yeah. This is the other thing too. I keep forgetting about all of these other little avenues that we go down. Okay, this is one I was hoping we would get into. So, De Oris, Book 1, in Latin, a 19th century reprint by the indefatigable Nathaniel Darcy Evers of a 14th century Latin translation of a 4th century work. There will be a quiz on that on the order. So this book is written in Latin. If I want to read it, I need to translate it. And this is not just a matter of, if you've ever played something like, say, the Call of Cthulhu tabletop role-playing game, you'll know that the idea of translation is not just, oh, I know Latin, so I kind of kick back and, casually read this thing. This is proper, study that you are doing because you want to gain insight into that world that we saw when I I went to the way of the wood. We're heading back, by the way, if you've forgotten what it looks like. And so it's not just like, first of all, my character doesn't know Latin. I don't know Latin, by the way. But what's important here is my character doesn't know Latin. But the other trick about this is that it's not just enough to know the Latin. What you then have to do is translate the work, basically discern the meaning, and then you study the book. So it's actually a two-step process. And again, I haven't actually played the Call of Cthulhu tabletop role-playing game. I have the rule book, though, and I believe that is quite similar to the way that they handle translation. And probably true to life. Like, I don't really know. I did do classics in university, so I don't really know a lot of people who just, like, I don't know, read Homer in the original Greek. And, they're like, oh, yeah, it's tolerable bathroom reading, I suppose. Like, no, they're going to read a translation. And if they're doing a translation, they'll be referring to other translations. I have enough money, so let's buy another book from Moreland, seeing as we don't have, we can't actually translate this yet. There's a few different ways that you can learn languages. In fact, we already saw an example of one, but this one I'm actually not going to say how you can get it, because sometimes, again, this is one of the things to kind of point out now is that in terms of the components that I have in terms of this game, it's nice to be able to just put some signposts in terms of how all of this stuff works. It's important to remember that as far as this game is concerned, I actually kind of have all of the components that I'm going to be using to get to my major victory. Or I guess minor victory is in the grand scheme of the game, it's I believe called a minor victory, but basically achieving the Enlightenment. So, extra verbs aren't going to pop out of anywhere. I'm going to be using, all of the things that I see on the table. There's going to be a lot more on the board by the time that this is finished. But what I'm going to be doing, this process of going into the Mansus to gain information, following up on leads, researching lore. The one thing maybe I haven't done is going on an expedition, now that I think of it. But basically, everything that I have here is going to be combined to achieve this goal. What is going to be the hard part about this journey, though, is that, again, because there is no, achieving the insights of the, of the edge, manual, I have to actually take the time and sort of parse out the little hints that the game is giving me. For instance, right now I'm limited to the wood, but we know that there are deeper parts of the Mansus. So one of the things that you might say, I've already kind of done this reflexively, but I do want to just sort of signpost in terms of where I am in terms of my playthrough. The problem I am facing right now is that I'm doing okay money-wise, right? I'm not starving to death, that's good. But I'm not really making any progress as far as the cult thing is concerned. One of the things that I want to do is advance within the Mansus. And that said, specifically on my temptation, particularly when I get the season of ambitions. And so how am I going to advance within the Mansus? Well, I'm going to need better lore. And how did we get lore in the first place? Well, we went to Moreland. So now that I have some degree of financial comfort, I'm going to, I'm going to be in a spot where I want to be getting more of these books so that I can sort of start filling in the details here. This doesn't mean I'm going to ignore my followers. I really want to find them as well. But this is just an example in terms of how I am specifically dealing with a problem that I've run into a game. And what I would say, the real challenge of the game is the board organization. I mean, it's part of the fun of streaming this game for me is always trying to find out what my new layout is. This is kind of the opposite of what my priest layout was, but I mean, it is the church. So the hint as to what my, my cult was going to be is the fact that I made the edge as my verb layout. But yes, board organization is very satisfying. Actually, I always like doing this. We're 4.5 hours in, so let's have a little fun. I have learned the best way of like completely losing an audience and like making people really mad would be, wait, where did they put it? There we go. Grid snap size. Oh, did they add more? Yeah. So if you just turn off grid snap size. And then you just start doing little things like this. I pass the time, I have been inclined to tears and afterwards inclined to laughter. Meanwhile, the world continues. That's like 2 dread that some people just got. All right, I'm going to do the peculiar rumor. This isn't necessarily the best. Yeah, it's got all mothy. This isn't necessarily the best for my long-term health, but I think this will be. I think this will be interesting. I am going to be nice. I know for a fact this really bothers some people, and I don't blame them. But I won't lie. This is kind of fun. I know this isn't exactly where I had everything, but it works for me. I figure it'll give me a little more. It'll give me a little more space for when more serious things happen. Okay, did I get rid of? I think I've cleared out all of the. One of my favorite responses, I think I did this when I did this on Twitch. I did that, and I actually had someone genuinely beg to generally beg to put it back. So I know that actually really does bother some people. So I like winding people up, but I don't like causing pain. Oh, actually, no, that's totally fine. What does the bird worm slider do? Well, they've actually changed it a little bit. So it used to be bird worm. So you can hit bird worm, and now it says order anarchy. And yeah, that's what the slider does. It switches between order and anarchy. While I was returning to the depths, one appeared in front of my eyes whose mouth was sealed. When I saw them in the great emptiness, I cried out. I think that last night I met another soul in the wood. I will never recall exactly what we said one to another, but I think that we will recognize each other in the waking world. So this is one of the moments I really like in the game here. So again, think a little bit about what's happened. Oh, Islude, hello. The dreams begin. So this is a fun one. So this might lead me to someone I need, or it might mean something else entirely. Allows you to hold cards with your mouse so magnets can... Oh, really? Because I know the bird worm slider used to do other things. I can still do it. Oh, it allows you to hold cards with your mouse so magnets can't grab them? Really? There used to be... Okay, so I think it's okay to say this, but like there used to be a sort of like an extra game in the Discord. There were a few little secret things hidden inside of Cultist Simulator, and the bird worm was part of this secret extra game that was going on in the background. Now, I didn't actually participate that far in it. I knew about a couple of little things, like there were some things hidden in the JSON files at some point. But I genuinely don't know what's happened to it. I don't know if it's still going on or not, because I never actually went that far down the road. I know we had one of the developers in the chat at some point. By the way, if you're still around, God help you. Surely there's better things you can do with your day. But I don't know if they want to. I don't know if they want to talk. I don't know how. So to be honest, I do not know how much the bird and worm stuff that was originally in the game is still going on, because sort of Exile was the last sort of major update for the game, and I don't know if the if sort of the enigmas are quite the same thing that they were before. So I will maybe leave that. So the thing is that there is a thing that some people have kind of been sworn to silence on that. I know the bird worm slider was sort of allowed to be talked about, But the thing is I don't know how relevant that is anymore. So my apologies for not giving a more clear answer. All right, where was I? Fleeting reminiscence. Don't need to worry about that. Why did I put it that way, though? What do I want to do with Dream? I think I'll just go back through the wood. Oh yeah, sorry, I was talking about this thing. So I really like this idea of seeing someone in the Mansis in a dream and then being able to, like being able to turn that into recognition in the real world and it becomes a follower. There's a consequence for this, by the way, but I think it's a neat one. It's still there? Okay. It sounds a lot more mysterious than I was anticipating. Well, it's like, it's kind of hard to say that it's directly... So I don't think anything in the game is going to change for you as a result of it. But I do know... I think kind of the type of person who is attracted to a game like this is also kind of attracted to things like ARGs. And so I don't know if Enigmas quite count as that, but it was basically another little, rabbit hole for particular cultist fanatics to run down. I do kind of go down my own rabbit holes with Cultist Simulator, but it's usually more with like data exploration because I'm a really exciting person at parties. So I don't actually know that much about Enigma, and I do know that at least for a while, certain parts of Enigma were sworn to secrecy. But presumably those who know will inform them and not breach any confidences. Once again, I put my strength to use. So like I said, I'm kind of pursuing... Well, that's not entirely true because I am upgrading the Glimmering, but overall I'm going to be pursuing strength after this upgrade. And Moorlands has gotten me The Humors of a Gentleman, which is one I'm actually rather fond of. I think this one used to have a secret in it, but I don't think it's there anymore. So Samuel Savage's satirical comedy on the intrigues of the ailing but cunning John's son, his mistress Mavelyn, her lover Leo, and the upstart Corvino. Oh, I can still do exploration, so let's grab another book from Moorlands. We're probably going to wind up overstocked, but in this case, I generally like using up the money where I can. Oop, they took my... Am I going to get this passion back in time? Yeah, 31 seconds, but I need to be quick on the draw. Okay, Season of Suspicion coming up. That's going to be inconvenient for me on the... I think I'm actually going to let the rumor expire because I know what happens. Suppression Bureau's watching, so I can't go pursuing that. A collection of essays. I found something noteworthy. Now, the collection of essays, if my mind is a blade, this is the whetstone. Study to gain an erudition, lesson learnt, which you may be able to use to increase reason. So the thing is, right now, I only need 2 lessons learned to gain more reason. It's not that hard to get 2 lessons learned, so I'm not going to use the collection of essays right away. But these are kind of handy to keep around as sort of a pocket lesson learned, just in case you're like on the verge and something's about to expire. So let's go back to Moorlands. Again, we can afford it. It's one of the nice things about having a senior job. And my strength attracts comment. Not all comments are compliments. I draw my pay and leave. Correct. All right. And then we go back to Glover and Glover because I don't want to get fired quite yet. Whoa! Get back here. There are more windows in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that passes through a window. Use a lesson learnt with your imagination skill. So let's grab my imagination skill. 1 lesson learnt, 2 lessons learnt. Feed my imagination fiercer. Who desires but acts not breeds pestilence. Yes, I believe that is... what was her... I'm actually following her on Twitter. I know her as Solomonchik, but I believe it's Mickey Mar Productions is the name of the. So it's a team that does it. I want to say one of them's named Mary Beth. I think it's Mary Beth Solomon. Yes, Mary Beth Solomon is a Canadian film and television composer and songwriter. So as Mickey Mar Productions did the soundtrack for the same composer as Sunless Sea and Sunless Skies. But definitely a very good one. Obviously, there's two pieces. Actually, I'm trying to remember if the Ligeti piece is inside this. Obviously, the Mansus piece is an already existing piece of classical music, but and I'm trying to remember if the soundtrack is. So I think there's an edition of the game where you get the soundtrack, but it is actually something that's available separately on Steam if you want to buy it. And it's also something that if you are an Apple Music subscriber, which I am, I'm assuming it's on Spotify and those other products as well, but I use Apple Music. It's actually also available there, so it's definitely something that I've had on while getting some work done. Okay, let's grab an occult scrap just because I'm going to need to explore those eventually. I walked in the wood last night, and the scissors worked in the distance, and furred things crammed my mouth and swarmed my ears, and I felt an old urge to drop to wolf fours and nose among the roots. But I remembered that I walk upright by day, and I know fire and steel and words, and at last I found where the velvet had concealed a secret on tree bark beneath moss. I read it then with the tips of my fingers, and I think now that I could write it in full. Okay. Let's probably leave the dream verb alone for the time being. This is actually not a bad time for a sip of coffee while we're waiting for things to materialize. Found something noteworthy. The Orchid Transfigurations, Volume 1, a 16th century alchemical fever dream attributed to Robert Flood, frequently banned for the disturbing allure of its illustrations. This is in the original Latin. So not very useful to me right now, but we do still have funds, so back to Moorlands we go. So I could be exploring with these occult scraps, but in this case, I get more from books right now. Come with me. Laidlaw, the apprentice. Laidlaw is a tinkerer and mechanic with an uncanny knack. You may be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. Did I mess this up? Nope, we still have our passion. So let's grab the Church of the Bright Edge. Let's grab Laidlaw. We will bring in the Knife Secrets. Again, we have no, we don't have anything we need to really get rid of as far as influence is concerned. I could get rid of the Fleeting Reminiscence, but no real reason to. And we will recruit the acquaintance. All right, this illness has damaged my health. I will need to rest before I am fully recovered. And we have this vitality's going away first, so we'll throw that in there, and then I'm going to move this health up just so I can impose a little bit more order. And Season of Ambition's coming up, so we will need to deal with some restlessness, but that hasn't been too much of a challenge for us. We did get a little unlucky in terms of just them all stacking on top of one another. That is where it can become a challenge. But overall, it's not the sort of thing I should stress about too much. Okay, the Viennese Conundra. Nico Vendriel describes odd events in Vienna, the disappearance of children, epidemics of parasite activity, animal mutilations, nightmares of worms, the activities of a charitable organization, the New Legions, that funds the burial of the poor. She proposes peculiar connections between these activities. I'm a little short on money, but I think I am going to make another trip to Moorlands. Just one thing I really do like doing is drawing down on the funds, just because I get really tempted to waste them. So let's grab it through. Sorry, you can hear my voice is getting a little cracked, so I'm going to I'm going to finish my coffee and then I'm going to have some proper water. There we go. Should cover me for another hour. Before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen the knife so it cannot separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. Laidlaw is now a believer. Laidlaw has begun to understand the limitations of ingenuity and the power of sacrifice. By the way, I was checking out the workshop yesterday, and apparently there is a shirtless Laidlaw mod. I have no idea what else it brings, but for those of you who are really thought that was the one component that was missing from their Cultist Simulator experience, your day has arrived. All right, let's talk about the knife secrets. My desires grow in number. It may be that they will always outpace my actions. So at this point, I don't think we should be running out of passion. You know, we should be able to visit the manses. We should be able to recruit followers. 3 passion should be enough. We are getting a little short on reason just because we need to keep going to the job. So this is where I might, under normal circumstances, have been trying to push the erudition. But like I said, I think we're at the point where I'm close to getting what I need out of the vitality. Vitality doesn't have the equivalent of like a book. There's no book to give you a vitality lesson learned. You know, as much as I would love it if I could read a book and become stronger, I actually need to pick up heavy things and put them down again. So, you know, in this case, we might as well just get the job done, and you know, we'll get this terrible business over with. But the nice thing about Cultist Simulator is once you have your strength, it's very hard to lose it. So I'm really hoping I did not give Weather Factory ideas with that. You know, suddenly we find some patch where if you don't do anything related with vitality for a certain period of time, you like lose you lose a level of your strength. All right. So speaking of picking up heavy things and putting them down again, 45 seconds on the work site does the body good. Mystique has attracted the hunter's attention. They can prove nothing yet, but they'll keep looking for longer now. So I'm hoarding all of these books, much like real life for me, and probably a few of you out in chat. Right now, this is just a matter of getting my vitality back up. I am going to read these as quickly as I can, but... Sick room goes close and stale. Time to get up. Okay, so... I think we can, like I said, we can afford to keep going back to the woods. Sorry, I need to have other things to do. Here we go. Wrapped in the King, detailed accounts by James Colin Murphy of secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in the necropolises and graveyards of southern Europe, in Egypt and in Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul, an eater of buried flesh. He claims to have witnessed the dances. While at his feasting. And 5 funds? Yeah, we're going back to Moorlands. Season of Despair coming up, so the restlessness is becoming a little more dangerous, but not impossible to deal with. Back to Glover and Glover. Now, this is actually one point, again, in the interest of those of you who are evaluating the game, this is actually one of the points that people very frequently complain about, which is work is a drag. You need to keep manually going in to earn money. That is a design choice, so far as I can tell. Actually, I believe the developer, I can't remember if it's in the forums or where it was, but I do know Weather Factory sort of on record as saying that is a very specific design choice where work should be tedious. This is actually where, you know, pausing is very helpful, but I'm not sure if the game was ever intended that you would sort of immediately know that you can and should pause frequently. Because there is something to be said, and I get caught on this. Like, if you'll see, even for my pre-recorded videos, there are times where, you know, I'm just focusing on other stuff, and I miss an obligation. So, you know, you can miss a shift at work, you can, you know, miss out on an expedition. There's a lot of things that are pulling your attention. And so the thing about work is that, yeah, it is, 100%. It is a drag to have to keep going and showing up to your shift every day. And it's a drag in the game. And it's because, again, your character is sort of destined for something else. Your character wants to do something else. And it does feel painful to go and have to deal with this all the time. Okay, so I'm not going to worry about this Bleak Thoughts. This is going to turn into Dread, but I do have a Season of Ardors coming up, and I know that Season of Ardors is going to translate into Contentment. So I'm just going to take the hit and accept that the Contentment's going to deal with it. So we'll get the Peculiar Rumors again. While I was returning to the depths, one appeared in front of my eyes whose mouth was sealed. When I saw them in the great emptiness, I cried out. I think that last night I met another soul in the wood. I will never recall exactly what we said one to another, but I think that we will recognize each other in the waking world. And just in time, so we have On What Is Contained by Silver, a bestiary by Pomander. It's in Greek, so yet another language I don't know. And while there's certainly enough money, I mean, we're a little short, like technically 4 funds, but one of them is locked up for the rent. I could afford another book, but what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to follow through on that Peculiar Rumor. So I suspect by the end of this story, I may find someone who will hear what I have to say. So in this case, again, we saw someone inside the Mantis, and we're following... This is, again, one of the things that this one event in particular is one that I'm really interested in, which is you have... In this case, you have seen someone in the Mantis, and that connection in the Mantis is something that translates into real-world interaction. I also just kind of find that's kind of where the game becomes interesting just in terms of a work of fiction, right? Because right now I've been able to point to all of these things in terms of talking about the correspondence between, Reason and Lantern, Passion and Moth, sickness being related to winter, wounds being related to knock, and how all of these things, how sort of the principles manifest themselves in the day-to-day world. But it is important to know, like, as far as the Secret Histories universe is concerned, the Secret Histories universe being the game that Cultist Simulator is set in, but of course there's now more products coming out. The Mantis is real. These principles are real things. And so having these moments that can't be explained by just, this is how this person is looking at their life, kind of sells it on the whole occult thing. I mean, also having, alien gods come out of the, come as a result of rites is kind of a big tip-off. But obviously we're building up to that. Right now, we're just sort of having this case where we're building our cult out of, in some cases, people we've met in dreams. Which for me, it's just adds a nice little touch. So again, we were expecting that to happen. I'm not worried. Okay, now I'm worried. Old and happy far off things. Moth finds light in the dark, and so do I. Okay. A hanger-on, usefully malleable, but they'll probably never amount to much. So this is somebody who I can bring into the cult. This is definitely somebody who is going to eat the restlessness for me. I'm always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. And we're going to go back to the worksite. Obviously my bookshelf's getting a little messy, but I'm ready to grow stronger. What do I want to do with the study? Okay, so if I wanted to go all in, yeah, I am going to go all in. We're going to get some fresh air and exercise. Long walks kill cobwebs. And I'm going to go... No, I'm not. I'm going to wait, and we're going to bring in the hanger-on when the restlessness shows up. Sorry for the silence. I'm just, at this point, I'm trying to give myself a little bit of a rest. Dead air isn't always terrible, particularly in a game like this that's a bit thoughtful. I will just maybe telegraph a little bit of where I'm going. So especially for those of you who are coming in, recently, I've been streaming now for about 5 hours. I'm going to try and go as long as I can before I take some kind of a formal break, but I do have a sandwich beside me. I finished my coffee. I definitely need more because I'm running on about 3 hours of sleep. So before too long, I think I'm going to take a bathroom break. I'm going to at least take a couple of nibbles of my sandwich, and I'm going to put the kettle on to just, brew a fresh cup of coffee to make sure that I have enough to go on. I still have a few hours left in me, but I may take an opportunity, not right now, but just to let you know, probably within the next hour or so, I'm probably going to take a little bit longer of a break, like something where I actually get up from the screen. I am going to come back. I know usually when that happens, a bunch of people go away, but I thought I'd just let you know there is going to be a little bit of a break point coming in, and you can prepare yourself accordingly if you had any plans. So a half-glass swimsuit has touched me. Let's grab the Church of the Bright Edge. Again, we're using the restlessness here not because it's useful for the inducting the hanger-on, but rather because we can get rid of the restlessness that way. And again, if you want to think about what it might mean, bringing in somebody into the cult is something that is satisfying this this desire. That's mechanically not what I'm actually doing. I'm just dumping an undesirable trait, but it helps. All right, an unpromising address, but a promising resident. Clovette. Clovette is happy in a way that brooks no counter-argument to happiness. So this is the drawback. If you were wondering why I didn't follow up on the peculiar rumor the last time I got one, it's because it does generate notoriety. So this is a somewhat more expensive way to generate followers. On the other hand, you don't tie up your passion and you don't tie up other... You're using invocation as a means of curing boredom. That's a nice way of putting it, actually. In this case here, if you're able to deal with notoriety, you're probably in good shape. If you feel that the Suppression Bureau coming onto your case is a little too risky, at that point suddenly you might say, okay, well, let's maybe not follow through on that. Because I knew a season of suspicion was coming up, I knew I wasn't going to be able to afford the notoriety that would emerge. This one here, it's still 300 seconds where I'm potentially under investigation by the weary detective. So that is a risk that I've taken on. But again, I am trying to fill the ranks as quickly as I can. So in this case, I had the opportunity and I took it. While we're at it, I think this isn't the first choice that I would make. But I think I'm going to get Dorothy to search the city, and this is just so that I can get more opportunities to potentially generate the Course of the Heart. So my strength attracts comment. Not all the comments are compliments. I draw my pay and leave, and we will go to Glover and Glover and its demands on my reason. Okay. An occult scrap wouldn't be the worst thing for me to get. Let's take a risk at the well, though. Oh, another peculiar rumor. So there's a higher level occult or sacred histories. That's the next level for the occult fragment. In this case, another peculiar rumor. So many things rise from the well in the wood. Last night it was a swarm with wormy roots. The trees clustered and whispered. Perhaps they were welcoming the influx. I found a sleeping soul ensnared in the roots, and I helped them struggle free. When they wake, they will recall my face as I do theirs. So as long as I can... Excuse me. As long as I can... as long as I can follow up on this within the minute, we'll be in good shape. I'm actually a little... I think this is going to expire. Because I've got the 5.4 seconds for the search, and then if we get somebody who we can hire, then we're not going to be able to follow through on the peculiar rumor. Now would be a good time for that, though, because we're not that far into this notoriety. So if I have the 2 notoriety, they're going to expire at roughly the same time. Again, there's still a risk, but if you can cluster all of your notoriety together, even if only one of them gets picked up, you'll still have the evidence against you, but the other ones will sort of fall away pretty quickly. Do I still want to do anything with Dream? I think probably just back to the wood. So let's see what the exploration brings up. An overlooked place? Okay, we got lucky. Street strange by moonlight. We might follow through on it. We might not, but we are going to follow up on the peculiar rumor. I suspect that at the end of this story, I may find someone who will hear what I have to say. Before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen a knife so they can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be worse for them. I believe this is a heart follower, so this one is loyal but lacks initiative. So you can consider these sort of the minor characters. So there are named characters with a little bit of backstory and personality. The pawns are pretty much what they say. You can actually make them a higher level, so these do actually have a principle that will eventually show up for them, but that's when you move them up. So right now we have believers. You may recall, so you can use cults with a talk verb to recruit or promote followers and to send them out on errands to gather resources. A believer can be promoted to a disciple. A few gifted disciples can be exalted even higher to assassins. So in this case, we've got believers right now. If I want to advance someone, I'll actually give you an example of how that works right now. So we can take Eldridge. So promote a believer. To promote a believer to a disciple, I will need to provide an appropriate aspect for the cult to at least the 7th intensity. So right now we've got 2 because Eldridge is already an edge follower. So it's a little bit easier to advance members of your cultists that share the sort of the principle that your cult is dedicated to. So right now we could add the knife secret. And this is the important thing. In theory, I could add a dread, and that would take me up to 6, but that's still not enough to bring it to a disciple. However, if I were to get the next level of edgelore, then that would take me up to level 8, and I would be able to move Eldridge up to a disciple. And likewise, if you take pawns, if you bring them up to the disciple level, they actually do finally manifest the the characteristics for the principle that they serve. So, but these are kind of the red shirts. These are the cannon fodder of Cultist Simulator. You know, if you're going to sacrifice a member of a cult, you're probably going to sacrifice the pawn, not the named characters. But hey, it's your playthrough. Do what you want. Okay, let's talk about the cult. So again, it'll generate... This is one other tactic you can use to get rid of the... kind of help out with the Suppression Bureau. If you generate a lot of mystique, it may be that the notoriety expires before the Suppression Bureau can take notice. It's a bit of a risk because, of course, you play the odds. It's going to randomly take a reputation, but that is something that I have used in the past to be able to, to get rid of, make them lose the trail. Okay, do I want to put this into a lesson learned, or do I want to generate more vitality? That is the question. Well, that'll take me up to the 3rd level. Yeah, let's do it. Got a little under 3 minutes for the lesson learned. It's going to be tight, but I think we can get it done. Particularly if we get lucky in terms of Dorothy doing actions or something. Now I pass between the scarbark trees. The moon passes behind branches, though her fingers remain in my hair. I'm stumbling over roots now. It's tempting to drop to all fours to avoid the low branches. Pale wings move deep in the night. And another season of visions coming up, so we don't need to worry about those. Plus we have a fleeting reminiscence, so even if it were to threaten us, this would neutralize the fascination. So we're protected from that for now. By the way, if you have recently joined the stream and this game is not making a lot of sense to you, you are not alone. As somebody who has TA'd more than a few classes, I generally know if one student raises their hand to ask a question, it means that there were 15 people in the room who had it and didn't raise their hand. So if you do have questions about the game, either as an owner of it or a prospective buyer, I'm pretty open. I do not mind repeating myself, particularly if it means sort of helping people get into this game, because it can be tough to get into. Again, it's I think that's been described as a Marmite game. Does it count as a condiment? I'll say a condiment with a very strong opinions. We don't have Marmite in Canada. I think we have Vegemite though. I know I will offend someone when I say it's the same thing, right? Okay, so well or Temple of the Wheel. Oh, I haven't been in the Temple of the Wheel recently. Another peculiar rumor. Do I really want to try and generate a 3rd notoriety? Of course I'm the sort of person who does something reckless like that. So I'll skip the text this time because we've read that a couple of times in a row, but I figure it's rare for me to have so much notoriety all kind of clustered together in one go. So I figure it's I don't want to push my luck on that, but it is a chance for me to really swell the ranks. And I do personally tend to have a bit of trouble. I do tend to have a bit of trouble getting people into the cult in good time. Okay, so again, we're going to go back to the work site. This is just so I can generate more vitality. We're pushing that so that we can get our last level of our vitality. Then we can just ignore it. All right, an unpromising address, but a promising resident. Our beloved Neville. Neville pauses before he speaks and flinches easily. He laughs whenever he thinks you've made a joke. And I don't know if the Eyes of Sin is still around in the chat, but I happen to know that this is a particular favorite of hers. Okay, let's follow up on the peculiar rumor. Sorry, is it peculiar rumor or particular? Yep, peculiar rumor. All right, so we just need one more. Lesson learned. So let me just take stock of what we're doing to generate vitality. Right now, we're only guaranteed one more vitality. So this may be overly cautious. There might be other ways that I can generate the vitality, but I know if I spend this 60-second... Oh, hang on. This will still... Yeah, unfortunately, this is still going to decay into a regular one, so... I think I'm missing the reference, getting very Duran Duran in here, Purple's art, but this is probably just me not being sufficiently cultured. I tend to hear a lot of things whizzing past my head when I broadcast. All right, Season of Despair. So again, we want to be careful for restlessness or anything that might provoke dread. Right now, we're not at a point where we're doing too many actions that will generate dread out of nowhere. But later on, with some of the more advanced texts, you will wind up running into these situations where if you do certain things, you have a fairly credible threat towards... Oh, Notorious, gotcha. Yeah, if you start taking certain actions, there are going to be threats of dread and fascination coming from your results. Again, it's sort of the idea that as you get higher and higher to the deeper truths, what you start seeing is too much for mortal eyes. But we're definitely not at that. We're definitely not at that level yet. So I think I'm going to grab the occult scrap in this case, mostly just because I don't want to. You know, I'm already pushing it a little bit on the notoriety. It's obviously not just peculiar rumors that we're going to get, but right now I can handle getting another occult scrap. So I walked in the woods last night, and the scissors worked in the distance, and the furred things crammed in my mouth and swarmed my ears, and I felt the old urge to drop to wolf fours and nose among the roots. But I remember that I walk upright by day, and that I know fire and steel and words. And at last I found where the velvet had concealed a secret on tree bark beneath moss. I read it then with the tips of my fingers, and I think now that I could write it in full. Okay, we will go back to the wood. Again, just, it's a nice chance. I've got this nice little opportunity where my dream slot does not have a lot for me to do. So this is a great chance for me to just kind of run into the Mantis, get a lot of stuff done. And obviously later on in the game, when there are more and more demands and there are different layers that I want to go to, I'm going to kind of wish for these times. So if it feels a bit grindy, if it feels like I'm just doing the same thing over and over again, it's partly because I know this is a wonderful time to get stuff done, because later on I'm going to wish that I had the opportunity to just keep flogging a particular set of opportunities. All right, Leo. Leo is an earnest sort with an interest in the occult. He hangs on your hints about the invisible arts. So we've got 3 people that we can bring into the cult, which is nice. And what am I going to do with the explore verb now? I could always send Dorothy for the heart. I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. Okay, we've also got an acquaintance, which again isn't the most exciting result, but it's another follower we can bring in. And I think for this case, Okay, so I'm of two minds of this, right? In one sense, it would be sort of nice to try and bring some more bodies into the cult, but I'm not really going on any expeditions at the moment. So, as much as it would be nice to bring them in, there are a few opportunities that I'm giving up if I bring them into the cult right now. One way of looking at these is right now, because I'm not using my cultists for anything other than to go on little exploration jobs and whatnot. I've, you can see this as sort of missing an opportunity to absorb a dread or a fascination or a restlessness, bringing them into the cult. So that's one reason why I might want to keep them as acquaintances. Another reason why I might want to do this is just because I have better things I can do with the talk verb. So for instance, right now we only have one mentor, Sulochana Amavasa. Or Amavasaya? Sorry, I might be wrong on the pronunciations. But it might be nice to get some more mentors, which is something that we'll get by using the talk verb and the knife secret. And again, this is one of the things that, especially when you're sort of in the middle parts of Cultist Simulator, and especially when you have more and more cards, you're eventually going to have to start prioritizing what you use your verbs for. The one that is going to probably be the one that causes the most stress in later play is the explore verb, because the explore verb is going to be how you can go to Moorlands, it's going to be how you can go to the Ecdysis Club, it's going to be how you can go to Oriflammes, all of which are desirable, although Moorlands eventually something happens to it. But it's also really important to do expeditions. And so you're sort of faced with, it's almost like playing one of these Euro board games where you're given like 3 great options and you have to pick one. And we're a little bit at that point with the talk verb right now. I can bring someone into the cult and I can try and just get more contacts. But it seems to me right now the advantage is to get the option rather than to actually have the ability. Once I start getting better edgelore, once I start getting the ability to turn these people into disciples and making them really effective at what they do, all of a sudden that calculation is going to change. However, I am definitely feeling the need to go to the bathroom. It has been a little over 5 hours now. So I think, and I've also, just because of the time of the day, the sun has been shining directly in my eyes. And as much as I love the lantern, I am a mortal man, and I am trying to avoid decrepitude. So I'm not going to make this a long break, but I am going to take a couple of minutes to get away from the keys. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to put the kettle on for some more coffee. And I'm probably going to have a couple of bites of a sandwich. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to just put up a little bit of a break sign. It's not, I am going to do my best to keep this as short as possible. But I am just going to take a second to get as much of that out of the way as I can. I would encourage you, especially if you've been here from the start, it would not be a bad time to just get up and, if nothing else, stretch. Sitting this long is not that great for you. But I am definitely here for the long haul. I definitely have quite a few more hours left in me, and I really appreciate you all hanging out. So if this is the time that you want to, leave and play Cultist Simulator or do something else, I completely understand. But I do want to stress, I am going to be back, and I'm going to make this break as short as I can. But I do need to deal with the fact that I am still a mortal being. So I will see you all in a couple of moments. And I encourage you all to take care of yourselves while I do the same for myself. Okay, I apologize for the length of that one. I'm actually pleasantly surprised at how many of you stayed. Let me get rid of the sign. All right, so I apologize for that. I only took a couple bites of my sandwich, so I'm sure over the course of the stream, there's still going to be some interruptions for eating. There'll be an alarm that goes off when my coffee's done brewing. But this sort of a break is the thing that's going to ensure that I can go for basically another 5 hours. No guarantees about the 5 hours, but I'll definitely do my best. The only thing I ask your patience for now is I'm going to try and get a blanket to be a hood. So I very much am LARPing my Cultist Simulator experience. All right, we're ready to go. So if you're coming new to the stream, if you are evaluating whether or not the game is for you, we're starting fresh. So we have been playing the Aspirant. We're about five and a half hours in. I did take a little bit of a break, and I mean, it's important to remember that I play quite slowly, and I've been sort of explaining steps as I go along. So if you have any questions about the game, feel free to go in. My name is System Chalk. I was invited to stream the game from Weather Factory, and I did volunteer to do this for free, but actually they insisted on paying me, so I'm also very grateful for that, but also keep that in mind when I'm making purchasing recommendations. I do have something of a financial interest in this game now. Well, I don't get paid by product sales or anything like that, but you should probably know that money is going to change hands because of this broadcast. Although I still would have done it for free if they didn't make that offer. But with that in mind, I have been streaming this game since before it was before it had a Kickstarter. And so one of the things that I really enjoy about doing these streams is being able to sort of explain why I like this game enough to spend so much time in it. I like having the opportunity to see so many people sort of come to this game for the first time, and particularly to be able to answer the question is, why is this extremely weird and difficult game rated so highly on Steam? And so, again, if you have questions like that, if you want to know what's going on, if you're trying to just decide, is this thing for you? I do like answering questions like those, but I also know that sort of the responsibility is on me to sort of drive things forward to try and be as entertaining as I can. And so I'm just going to continue on playing and talking about what's going on. But even if it's something that I had done earlier, if it's something earlier on that you're struggling with in the game, I don't mind going back and answering some of these things, because I know everybody's got, coming from different parts of the world. And as a result, there's going to be some different expectations in terms of, at what point they can start watching. So with that in mind, we already said that we're going to keep these cultists in reserve just in case I need to get rid of some nasty influences. I did say that I have been looking to try and get some additional lore. That's why we've been going to Moorlands, but this is also running up against my priority of trying to improve my overall strength. And because I'm so close to being able to get that done, I've been focusing not only my study, but my work when I can, and also my exploration towards generating as much vitality as I can to be able to upgrade this stat. Once that happens, my priorities are going to shift a little bit. They're going to shift between reading some of the lore as well as upgrading my reason. And that one of the reasons for that is that my reason gets currently occupied by working at Glover & Glover. So if I can, for whatever reason, use get an additional one just so that I can use it whenever I need, that's just a nice little bit of security to have. So that's going to be sort of how we pursue the next few moments. And then eventually, as our lore goes up, we're going to start going deeper into the Mansis. Although again, we have enough occult scraps that we should be able to, to get what we need from. So we should be able to get our expeditions out of the way and still look for things like peculiar rumors. So I've neglected my studies, but I stand a little straighter. Here's my vitality. So we'll turn it into a... Yeah, we'll turn it into a lesson learned. Sorry, let me just deal with that alarm. Okay. So I'm just going to take one quick second here to register that I'm still live in chat. Oh, looks like we shed a few more viewers. Okay, cool. Looks like my chat still works. All right. Hopefully we can bring some bodies back now that we're locked in for a little bit longer. All right. I might have found somewhere unusual. So again, Street Strange, my Moonlight, it definitely has some uses for me, but it doesn't quite fall under, like, it doesn't quite get me what I need at the current moment. So I'm not going to pursue that as aggressively as I used to. But again, it depends on the circumstance. It's kind of true for a lot of things, right? Again, you can only focus on so many things at a time. Still works for you too. Started your own run. Best of... Oh, thanks, Islude. So yeah, there's always a bit of a shame that whenever you go on a break, sometimes, again, I don't want to make this too meta, but one challenge that streamers run into is that there's a big incentive to go as long and as without as many breaks as possible, because whenever there is a break in the activity, there is a, basically there's a loss. There's always going to be a drop in terms of the audience. Now again, there's no like performance metrics for me on this sort of stuff. It would be nice to make the front page, but we know that we're contending with a bigger sale, like an open world sale going on. So, the expectations are pretty minimal. But with that in mind, I want to try and, be respectful of your time and not take too much in terms of breaks. But I also think that it's important to push against that incentive for streamers not to take care of themselves. And I sort of think that, not complying with the tendency of just going too far is the best way to handle it. And the good news is that if you put a little time into, just taking a stretch and getting something to drink, that will generally help you out in terms of just being able to go a bit longer. So we definitely have a few more hours left in us, especially if you just got started with the stream. We'll be going further. No guarantees that we'll see it through to an ending, because this game, I think it's fair to say this game's got about 40 hours of content in it on your first playthrough. It might be a little bit shorter for me because I sort of know how to do most of this stuff, but it would be, I think I would hit my upper limit in terms of stream time. I think I would actually have to quit so that I could go to my day job if I actually wanted to try and get through to an ending. Okay. Let's go to the well. Now, the Trembling Airs would have been helpful because those turn into a Vitality, but it's not bad that we got a Furtive Truth. That's the first level, well, I'll say level 4. I should just switch to the number beside the Secret Histories. So this is a more intense Secret Histories lore. A Furtive Truth, a detail smuggled in from an adjacent narrative. Don't speak where this may be overheard. Exploring with the scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the Shires. So I haven't really talked a whole lot about these secret locations. Maybe I'll unpack that a little bit more. The velvet is strong and the well... Sorry. The velvet is strong at the well in the wood, and the velvet is the hour that keeps secrets. But now and then she lets a little secret fall, like a crumb at a feast. Last night I found a moss-clad rock written all around with the secret of another history. I might give thanks to the velvet, but it will be wiser not to draw her attention. So, one of the things that, if you kind of think of culty fiction, like the sort of stuff where people will be, where people are sort of forming secret societies, or the sort of things that you might read in a horror short story. What have we got so far? Well, we've got the promise of rites later on, probably something involving human sacrifice potentially. We've got the cult, right? We've got the Church of the Bright Edge. We've got musty tomes that we read and gain deeper insights. We've got sort of this supernatural world. We've got the detective who's trying to figure out what's going on. The one thing that we're kind of missing is the journeys to strange lands to find artifacts of great power. And that comes in the form of the expeditions. So we already talked about the Congregation of St. Felix and Shurin. This is a vault. There is something precious here. Its location, much the same way that, or actually, sorry, it's not the same way. Sorry, it's Moorlands. Much the same way that Moorlands is location. And specifically, it is in the capital, a secret place in the teeming capital city where I live. So the idea here is that the simplest or the first level of secret locations that you're going to visit are basically secret locations in your, your home city. Maybe a spot that you've overlooked, or a collector who happens to have something of great importance but isn't willing to sell it. But there are other locations, and of course, as you might suspect, as you get deeper and deeper into the lore, you find more secret and more strange locations. In fact, some of the locations that you may visit with some of the secret histories may not even be in the world. They may be in some other place. And so the idea here is that the secret histories will be the lore that you can study to find these locations. It's the one type of lore where you can actually use with the explore verb and get something new. And so in this case, exploring with this scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the Shires. Now, as much as I like to give the flavor for it, sometimes people are just going to want to know mechanically in the game, what does this mean? Basically, the lower the level, the expedition, the easier it's going to be, right? Presumably the Congregation of St. Felix at Shurin, if I had the right combination of abilities, I would probably be able to overcome the challenges there without a whole lot of trouble. On the other hand, if I were to somehow wind up with, let's say, 10 intensity secret histories, and I were to try to take this merry band along, I'd probably lose some people. And so, you'll have different levels of expeditions that you can go on. I'm definitely going to do one before the end of the stream, so don't worry if you've wanted to see one of these things. I am going to do it. I'm just going to wait for the appropriate time. But it is rather desirable to be able to pursue these, because eventually it's not going to be so easy for us to get books. Right now we still have the training wheels on, and so we're able to go to a dedicated bookstore to to order the things that we want. But there are some books that can only be found in secret places, and so there's eventually going to be a point in which we have to move out of the capital, or at the very least go into hidden places in the capital. So, as far as the dream verb is concerned, I think it's really just best that we go back to the wood, and we're going to keep doing that until we have a better option. That might just be sickness, but we will collect our pay at Glover and Glover, and we'll generate another vitality. This is also partly just kind of precautionary, really, just to be able to get this back up to a lesson learned. I think I'm on a little bit of a treadmill where I'm sort of chasing all of these, because this thing's going to go under so I've got sort of 3 right now. I'm going to have to upgrade this one. So, again, it's not great. It would be nice if I had a vitality that I could combine right away to bring this thing up. I'm going to have an extra vitality in 32 seconds. Sorry, let me work this out. 177's my worst one. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna sit this one out on the study verb, and I'm actually gonna wait for the first available vitality, which should be coming from the worksite. A patron. We can learn from one another. I found someone who may have resources of use to me, but I'll need to impress them. So we will solve a crossword puzzle in front of them using my reason, and we will be able to find a new mentor. All right, so this is not great. We are currently sitting on a lot of notoriety and only a couple of mystique. So it is very likely that the Weary Detective is going to come down hard on us. But look, it's a risk that we took on. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. In this case, we are probably going to have to deal with some evidence against us. There will be a way we can manage this. So I'm not going to hire anybody yet, but that might change. We're going to send Dorothy out in the hope that we maybe generate a Course of the Heart. And we're going to... Wait, why am I... Right, I'm leaving study open so that I can combine the vitality. So my strength attracts comment. Not all the comments are compliments. I draw my pay and leave. Okay, so we combine... Oh, you know what? I might have made a mistake in terms of generating this vitality. Yeah, well, we still need to go to Glover and Glover, so I'll have to work out. Oh, did I use up? Oh, that's right, I did use up all my reason. So I am going to get in trouble at work. So this is going to be a bit of a... This is actually a bit of a roadblock, or not a roadblock, but it's going to be a bit of a speed bump in terms of progress. I'm not going to do a peculiar rumor again. I think in this case we need to let the trail cool down a little bit. So let's go back to the Temple of the Wheel, trembling airs, the toes tap, all is brisk and all is well. In the wood beyond the walls of the Mansus, a jagged rock rears like the petrified remnants of a dancing giant. I trailed my hand along its flank over the eye signs and lichen on the crude graffiti of the lesser wood powers, and I felt the thrumming of the wheel which passed. It has passed, but something continues. All right. I will eventually need that passion for something else, but so now we've got a difficulty at work demotion. My absence from the office has been noted. I've been demoted, and I will need to argue persuasively to keep my job. So again, the gravy train sort of stopped as far as work is concerned. We'll be able to work our way back, but it's going to require some effort, and I'm not quite ready to expend that effort yet. So let's go back to the wood. All right, so now I've got 2 vitality to combine. And we'll still only have 3. So yeah, I think I made a mistake in terms of letting that run down. We can learn from each other. Oh, okay, so the good news is that the Weary Detective took the notoriety that's going to last for 170 seconds, so we know this is going to vanish for sure. This will probably vanish in time for the next season of Suspicion, and so they will only have the evidence generated from one of those notoriety. Overall, that's a pretty good thing. Developer broadcast, what's the occasion? Well, I should clarify, Sneakworks, I am not a developer. I'm just a fan of the game who has streamed the game for a very long time. Weather Factory invited me to come along and stream the game for them. And again, in the interest of full disclosure, I am being paid to do this, although I did offer to do it for free. So the occasion is the game kind of going on sale. I believe there are a couple of other events that are associated with it. So if I check my email, I noticed that there was I believe they announced a tabletop role-playing game. So it's called The Lady Afterwards, a limited edition Cultist Simulator TRPG based on Chaosium's basic role-playing system. And then, where was it? Oh, boxed physical edition. Fancy. Right, a new book being announced, a game design book, and then the stained glass tarot. So basically there are a number of things that Weather Factory just announced in terms of their products. And then of course the Book of Hours is coming out, but I think the occasion is just the game went on sale. And so I was invited to come along and show Cultist Simulator to everyone, and I have been very happy to see how receptive everybody has been to this game. But yeah, it's a little bit of a shame that they call it a developer broadcast, because obviously it's at the invitation of the developer, but not the I am not affiliated with Weather Factory in any way. They've been incredibly generous to me in terms of just time and attention. But I want to be really clear that there's no connection here. I know about as much of the game as you could. So, was the game's anniversary? I didn't realize that. Oh, anniversary weekend. Sorry, that makes sense. Okay, Sorry, I got sidetracked. Let's do... Yeah, it wouldn't hurt to generate some more mystique, so let's keep talking about the knife secret. The trembling airs will give me a little bit... Actually, yeah, that's... So I get the lesson learned out of that. I get trembling airs to combine with this vitality. I might actually be able to squeak this thing in under the wire and turn this into my 4th lesson learned. Okay, so Season of Sickness coming up. It wouldn't hurt to have a spare vitality, so I should keep that in mind. And of course, because I'm not going to be using the work slot for anything else right now, more Arms of Steel. It's nice to see the stream. Saw the notification on YouTube, watching while you try to finish your Apostle Obsonate run. Very cool. So the funny thing is, I've only ever done the Obsonate. I actually did the Obsonate before I got a minor Grail victory because I did the Apostle, you know, here on the Steam page. But Chaot, I really appreciate you letting me know about that. One of the things that I was hoping would happen if people informed me would just be to get a read as to whether or not people found that kind of an announcement useful, because I know people usually want to watch YouTube stuff just to be entertained. So knowing that knowing that people found that helpful means that I will. It means that I'll be sure to do stuff like that in the future if such an opportunity comes up. Obviously, you don't get asked to stream on a Steam page every day. I do have an idea what I'm going to do with the work verb next, by the way, but let's take one thing at a time. Better not. I must be careful of the company I keep. So again, Dorothy's going to search the city in order to try and get some extra support. Yeah, this window's going to be really tight, but I think we might actually be able to get my 4th. I think I'm going to be able to get my 4th. Well, actually, out of these already, I'm going to be able to get my 4th. It's just a question of the question here is, am I going to be able to get the 4th lesson learnt and combine it all in time? And one of the things that will trip me up is if the unskilled labor is currently in use. So if I feel like I'm hesitating on some stuff, it's just because I really don't like sitting down with some, a pen and paper and like work out the timings. But I do want to try and at least eyeball where I'm at, because I do have a tendency to make some stupid mistakes. All right, let's go back to the well. Oh, I really want to follow up on this, but it's dangerous. So many things rise from the well in the wood. Last night it was a swarm with wormy roots. The trees clustered and whispered. Perhaps they were welcoming the influx. I found a sleeping soul ensnared in the roots, and I helped them struggle free. When they wake, they will recall my face as I do theirs. Okay, so again, we're going to keep doing the same thing. I'm wondering whether or not I want to just let this restlessness turn into dread. I probably shouldn't. I should probably follow through and just bring in one of the cultists. But I am going to continue going through the wood. So we'll follow up with that. Bring in the passion. I'm going to be really careful on the space bar, just because every fraction of a second is going to count here. Okay, I'm ready to grow stronger. Use this lesson learned with your strength skill. So I'm actually going to just line these up. Okay, so I've got 63 seconds. It's going to take 60 seconds to exercise the body here. So that's going to give me my 4th vitality. So at that point, I shouldn't need the extra vitality. The Season of Sickness is going to come up, but the vitality from this is going to cover that one. The only thing that will hurt me is if I let 3 seconds go by without any extra effort. So it seems to me that the best use of my... Actually, you know what? While I have trouble at work, maybe I just paint away the restlessness. Then I don't need to worry about bringing people into the cult, and I can use the talk verb for something else. So here's an entry consultant again. Not quite ready to hire them, but you never know when it might be useful. If a hunter has found notoriety, they will try to use it to create or upgrade evidence. If they're meticulous, they'll always succeed. If they're erratic, they're more likely to fail, but they can occasionally create evidence even without notoriety. All right, excuse me. My strength attracts comment. Not all the comments are compliments. I draw my pay and leave. Okay, so again, I don't want this thing to go away. Actually, with here, I'd still have an extra half second, but better not to tempt fate. Particularly because we have another use for all of this. So this is going to be one of these cases where notoriety is actually useful. We haven't actually done any of the more major paintings. So what you saw before was before I had the skill. Now, if I wanted to do it the old-fashioned way, I should still be able to, although all of my passion is currently occupied. So that's more of an in-principle statement than something I can actually show you, unfortunately. But basically, the more lucrative way to use painting is once you actually have some skill, much like any profession. So what you can do here, it says art or bread. I can employ passion to do the best work I can, or if I have a reputation, I can paint something to win attention. You never know, this might be a living. And it definitely says a lot here. So add passion to make distinctive paintings, add mystique and especially notoriety to attract attention, and make more money. Be careful, if you use notoriety, exhibiting paintings will keep you in the public eye. So one of the reasons why I feel safe doing this, we are going to wind up with some evidence against me, so I don't exactly want to keep notoriety on the table as long as possible. But it's also important to remember that we're 13 seconds into the day, right? So it's possible. There's a very, very small window if we get particularly unlucky where basically... Actually, no, if this... this could still possibly happen. So let's say 13 seconds pass by. It's another season of suspicion. Presumably the weary detective finishes their investigation before the 60 seconds of the day pass by, and a second one comes up. And it just so happens that it grabs the notoriety in the small window of that 42 seconds before everything goes through. But as a whole, this thing will not survive another day. So as long as there isn't sort of a season of suspicion that comes up immediately, I don't have anything to fear from this. And again, the trade-off is you can do more distinctive paintings with passion, and you can do stuff for money with reputation. And given the fact that we have 3 slots to paint, we will just do this for the cash, especially because currently we're not really getting paid by Glover and Glover. So we'll start. My inspiration will be my restlessness. This should have an impact. You can paint other things too. There's in fact ways of producing artifacts of power using painting. But in this case here, we're just interested in making sure that we deal with a potential threat to our well-being. Okay, so we knew that was coming. And it is a season of visions, so we didn't need to worry after all. Something happened here. Oh, here we go. The colors of the night. I could spend money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. Let's try and make this the best painting we can. So you don't always have to put money in here, but I do believe you get a higher quality painting, and so likely it's worth more. And I seem to have gotten lucky. I'm safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they've found no new clues. Now, the drawback here is this is the youngest notoriety I have, so this is going to last for almost 3 minutes. So it's possible that this same evidence is something that the weary detective might come after me again for. Now, I do have a way of trying to get rid of it. In fact, I might try and follow through on it in just a little bit. But for the time being, I mean, it's better than having evidence against me. So in this case, the preparations I made to try and make the most of the situation weren't all that necessary. So, and again, I'm being very conscious about the fact that I've got a tight window as far as getting my strength up. Oh, another course of the heart, so extra vitality. Better not, I must be careful of the company I keep. So let's think about the explore verb. Do I really want to do anything special right now? It's not like I'm hiring, it's not like I'm really hiring a lot of special. I could do the peculiar rumor. Better not, I think. No, you know what? I'm doing the peculiar rumor. I suspect that at the end of this story, I may find someone will hear what I have to say. So the reason I'm deciding to do this is that in the end, the reason I wasn't following through on peculiar rumors was because I was thinking that there would be evidence against me. It's clear that there isn't evidence against me, and as a result, I should feel a little bit more comfortable to sort of take that risk. And again, you may feel differently. Obviously, everybody's kind of got their own risk tolerances, but I feel like in the worst case scenario, with one bit of evidence against me, I have enough control over how this playthrough is going that I can stop myself from going too far down that path, and that I'll at least have enough sort of I'll have enough warnings telegraphed that I should be able to work my way through the trouble. I could be wrong. I mean, you can get unlucky in this game. You can often get unlucky in this game, actually. But I think this is a risk that's worth taking because I do want to swell the membership. All right, the vitality might have been nice, but we've got a subtle plot on the Temple of the Wheel. Last night, I came into the wood of the high jagged rock called the Temple of the Wheel. Its flank, patched with black lichen and eye signs, opened like a mouth beneath my hands, and I walked in the whispering space within. The gods who were stone, the first of the hours, were almost all gone now, but here their voices remain: Wheel, Flint, Tide, and the others without names. Okay, let's see. I don't think there's anything else for me to dream about still, so we're going to carry on with the usual exploration. It's also because we don't have any higher levels of the Mansis to explore right now. That's going to follow from doing the appropriate study, but of course we've been using the study verb to take care of our body. Okay, the moment of truth. I'm ready to grow stronger. Use this with the lesson learnt in your strength skill. We had 2.8 seconds left, but everything is in line. But what's this? Something more. I need enough lessons learnt and something more. If I know the right lore, I can employ the invisible arts to reach an even higher summit. I must choose between strength and grace. Did I really get rid of my... I forgot. I actually used the edgelord. That's fine, because Forge should still do the same thing. I will burn with the strength of the Forge of Days. I wanted to use the edgelore for it, but it's the same result. I'm pretty sure it's the same result. There's nothing to be ashamed of here. The artist's reward? My recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. Okay, so let's see the results. So we got a couple of glimmering for our efforts, which is always nice. We still have our notoriety. That doesn't go away. This is a fresh Mystique, I believe. Oh no, hang on. We had 2 Mystique and 1 notoriety, so my bad. And we really just got the funds back. So in this case, that wasn't a particularly profitable painting. And it looks like we actually generated 2 staleness off of that. So probably my career as an artist isn't going to be taking off. With that in mind, let's use some persuasion. Oh, I can't use persuasion because I don't have any passion right now. So... I'm going to wait 0.7 seconds. Come with me. We've got Yzabet. Yzabet is going to be potentially quite helpful in a little bit. Okay. Never mind on the talk verb. So this is not a pleasant conversation, but it may be a necessary one. And we will... do I want to keep talking about 44 seconds? So I can talk about the knife secret. The consequence of that is more followers. Let's talk with Madame Bichet. She's seeking pieces for the notorious Carisham Review. So who is Madame Bichet? Madame Olympie Bichet edits the Carisham Review, which publishes material too, ghastly or thrilling for other literary magazines. She could use your assistance. So these mentors have actually a number of functions. Some of them are a little more subtle than others. So as always, it's helpful to take a look at the aspects to see what these different cards do. So first of all, aspect patron, a figure of note in circles where I move. They are a Greek scholar, a scholar of Greek who might be prepared to tutor you if you study with them. This also is tutor, so this one has knowledge of value. So these two kind of combine together. And then finally, Madame Bichet is mortal. So What's nice about this is, in addition to the fact that these mentors will often sort of commission works from you, basically based on your knowledge of the arcane arts, they actually also have the potential to train you. So, for instance, if I really wanted to read this on what is contained by silver, I wouldn't necessarily need to find a book on Greek. I actually just need to talk with Madame Bichet and get get instruction from her. So we might take that option. It sort of depends. I obviously have enough books to read right now that it's not a pressing concern at all. So we'll carry on. I may try and combine these glimmering. I just don't know if I want to do it right now or if I want to try and sort of milk the time. So it's a commission on Grail, which we currently don't have lore on. Madame Olympie Bichet is seeking suitable articles for the Carisham Review. She would like something titillating about the Red Grail. You'll need a matching lore fragment of at least level 2 to complete this commission. So, good to know, but not quite something we can fulfill yet. So I think what I'm going to do with the Glimmering, I'm not going to put them in the study verb until they're about to expire. And then if we have an opportunity to, we don't actually need that much to level it up. It's just 3 lessons learned. So if I feel like we have an opportunity to, to get a couple more lessons learned, perhaps by reading certain lore or by, just chance, I'll take the opportunity. But right now, the study verb is going to be really focused on reading the books that I already have, and then if I can get back in Glover's good graces, I'm going to try and buy up some more stuff from Moorlands. But we should probably decide what we want to do with the talk verb. I've already talked with Madame Bichet, so let's go back to finding more people to bring into the church. Okay. The illness has damaged my health. I'll need to rest before I'm fully recovered. Cure your affliction with funds or vitality. So it's going to take 24 seconds to get the dream slot back, but we definitely have the vitality for it. In this case, I sometimes like moving the cards beside the verb I want to use because I do get distracted sometimes, and I don't always follow through. But being able to have it close by is a nice little reminder for me that I'm doing something dumb. At that point, I kind of just have to blame myself if it doesn't go through. You've just taken care of Alden, the shifty woman who hard pulled through. Oh, very good. I actually, I think you got a chance to see this, but Alden retired before I could get rid of him. He knew what was coming. All right, so it is worth remembering, this is position at Glover and Glover. So this is not a senior position. This can potentially be desirable. So if I feel I have a degree of financial comfort, the fact that I have 90 seconds between shifts is something that I can use to sort of pursue the arcane arts. The problem is right now, there's not a lot that I can do. I don't exactly want to start sacrificing cultists, and I don't have a tool for the Rite of the Crucible Soul anyway. I don't quite get the same benefit from going and working, like going to the work site. It's nice to have, but it's not something that's really important for me. So actually pursuing the more senior role at Glover and Glover is sort of the better option for me right now. But there can be times where actually, again, money isn't everything in this game. In fact, money means very little in this game past a certain point. So in this case here, it definitely is something where I want to dedicate quite a bit of myself towards the job. So extra hours at Glover and Glover. The work is more demanding now, but it's better paid. All right, so first notoriety is going away 100 seconds before the second, and then, of course, we'll get a brand new fresh one. So 300 seconds while we're in danger. So an unpromising address, but a promising resident, and Tristan, an acquaintance. So now the question is always, what do I want to do with the explore verb? I think in this particular case, I'm just going to get the remaining occult scraps to, I'll fill out my run through. So believe me, I know how this game. There are no mysteries to me. I'd appreciate just being able to play the game on my own terms. There are places in the city where I can find extraordinary things if I sift through the clues out of history and rumor. Well, the logic still applies. While I was returning to the depths, one appeared in front of my eyes, whose mouth was sealed. When I saw them in the great emptiness, I cried out. I think that last night I met another soul in the wood. I will never recall exactly what we said one to another, but I think that we will recognize each other in the waking world. So more importantly, I want to get rid of the affliction, so that's taken care of. All right. My heart beats with the steadiness of a drum and the certainty of a judge's sentence. So we now have a matchless physique. So one of the things that will happen later on in the game is that it's not just what skill you have, but it's there's going to be certain traits that you can have that will be more suitable to certain things that you do than others. I'm going to be a little coy on this just because, again, I've been trying to keep it so that we only talk about things that we've actually encountered in the game. There have been a couple of cases where I've cheated and I said, it's like, okay, I know this thing is going to happen, so I'm going to avoid it. And really all that I'm doing there is it's kind of like I'm playing the aspirant like I've already done at least one round of Cultist Simulator. That's probably the best way that I can justify it. So in this case here, when you get to the top, the top level of strength, reason, or health, reason, or passion, you may be faced with a choice that you don't really know where it's going, right? In this case, I believe we were given the choice between strength or grace, and of course, you're going to need to figure out what lore might be appropriate for either one of those choices, but you may not necessarily know what the consequence for it is. My own approach is always to say, well, who do you think this person is, right? What kind of a character do you want to play? What is interesting to you? But another way of sort of thinking about this would be maybe you just want to hold off until you know what you need. In this case, my description is I move like a mountain and strike like the sky. To master others is strength. To master yourself is power. Health and skill can increase no further. So we've got the largest, the highest number of health that we can. Well, that's not entirely true. There might be other ways of getting extra health, but in terms of the base values for health, we've gone as far as we can. And in this particular case here, if there are particular feats of extraordinary strength, I can do them. However, feats that might require more grace, I am now shut out of essentially forever. One of the nice things about this, though, is you may notice that I have a new aspect. So, dangerous. Direct confrontation is always unwise, but in the very last resort, if it comes to a struggle, I am very dangerous. So, we're a mountain of a man in addition to being a scholar of the dark arts. All right, what are we going to use our study verb for? So again, I could try and combine up the glimmerings, but in this case we've got 2 minutes on them, so I should be fine. Let's start reading some book, and we'll read these books in the order in which we got them. So The Humors of a Gentleman. By the end of the first act, Mavelyn has revealed a secret... Actually, let's just read the descriptions again. So Samuel Savage's satirical comedy on the intrigues of the ailing but cunning John's son, his mistress Mavelyn, her lover Leo, and the upstart Corvino. By the end of the first act, Mavelyn has revealed a secret door in the walls of the house to Leo, and Corvino has taken to consuming worms. All things that, of course, if you've sort of read some of the other descriptions, most of these are concepts that we've run into inside of the game before, which sort of suggest there might be a little something to this play. So we know we're getting another follower because it required passion. I haven't been keeping track of what's coming up next. I should be pretty careful about that. Some days are better than others. Sometimes the sky is nothing like a filthy sheet. Sometimes the river runs clear. Okay, so we will be getting a restlessness coming up, but we have plenty of ways of dealing with that, so I'm not worried. The younger Glover has taken me out to lunch at his club. I am to do more of the things that I do more carefully, and in return, he will give me a little more of the money I earn for his father. So we're back to a senior position at Glover & Glover. This does mean that I have to show up for work every 60 seconds. However, we are going to get 3 funds for 70 seconds spent there. So this is definitely one of the better ways. Excuse me, one of the better ways for me to earn the money. So we do need to put. Oh, that's right. I don't have enough reason. Ooh, we're really going to be cutting it close. Oh, that's right, because I used all of my reason to get the job. Oh boy. All right. I didn't think this through, so I am actually going to cheese this out a little bit. This place merits closer investigation. So, sick room glows close and stale, time to get up. So this is another one of the expeditions I was talking about, a forgotten Mithraeum. Curiosity seekers have picked over this ancient temple, but there may be a hidden door here somewhere. So, unfortunately, I was a little too slow on the rumor, so I can't follow through on that, but I can. There are places in the city where I can find extraordinary things if I can sift through the clues out of history and rumor. Okay, I don't think I need to use the dream slot for anything but going back to the wood. And again, this is a little corny. So what happens here is when you put something inside of one of these slots, the timer starts running down. So in this case, the reason is now becoming available. I'm going to say this is the equivalent of me calling into work. It's like, oh, hey, yeah, I'm on my way there. Where are you? Oh, I don't see you. I'm in the office. The play is scabrous and occasionally hilarious. The characters are contrary and capricious. Many of the more resonant lines might well be formula of power disguised in plain sight. So we have another Watchman's secret. It has been expressed like this: each hour has its color, but color exists only where there is light. So, in this case here, we now have, remember we were talking earlier, if you want to upgrade lore, it is possible to combine two of them together on the condition that you meet the test. So in this case, the test here is to either use erudition or an HQ with a library. Now, I'm not quite ready to do that. I have other books that I can read. So we're going to read the Viennese Conundra next. But perhaps, in order to kind of keep things moving along, especially if I'm not able to get some more books from Moorlands, which is fairly easy for me because I am earning quite a bit of money, I could spend the time upgrading the lore. Of course, the other thing is right now with my erudition, I may want to be upgrading my reason, as it's pretty clear that there are some cases where I've sort of been caught unawares. In fact, I suspect I'm probably one mentor away from. Actually, no. I think we can handle it. But yeah, it probably wouldn't hurt to put a little more into erudition. So I will still read was going to be the Viennese Conundra we read. So again, Nico Vendrail describes odd events in Vienna: the disappearance of children, epidemics of parasite activity, animal mutilations, nightmares of worms, the activities of a charitable organization, the New Legions, that fund the burial of the poor. She proposes peculiar connections between these activities. When the individual K attends meetings, black dogs are sacrificed and quartered. When the individual M is in attendance, black mares are found with their throats slashed. I propose that these sacrifices are not necessary, but that our Legion friends may consider them fitting. Herewith, diagrams of the mutilations. Right, I still don't have the reason to go to the job. I probably could have, worked, I think it would have been 40 seconds, but of course now we're down to 30, so there's no reason to go to the work site. And Pope Clifton, an acquaintance, a bellowing unorthodox Catholic with a mystic streak and an untrimmed beard. Okay, I'm just trying to work this out in my head. There is no risk to me talking about Edge. Talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. So we're 5 seconds away from clearing out that notoriety, but 200 seconds away from being all in the clear. 4 seconds before we can go back to Glover and Glover. There we go. So again, I did something a little cheesy there, but curl my hands into the correct shapes and begin. No, I'm not doing that. My curiosity is becoming a physical need. My eyes will be thresholds. It is almost time to perform the work and begin the changes. I must have enough lantern aspect. Exploration might find more. So we've got a season of silence coming up. Now, there is always the question, like, do I want to risk generating dread? Now, in this case, I have reserved a whole bunch of cultists to deal specifically with that. And of course, because it will, despair or dread will give me edge, this is one of the easier calls. In fact, in this case, I don't worry about dread nearly as much as I would in other playthroughs. So when I start running out of cultists to recruit, then I might want to be a little more careful. But right now, I think I'm just going to let the restlessness expire. Restlessness expire and turn into dread, because the cost to me is actually quite low, as opposed to trying to get rid of it, which usually involves sort of giving up an option on something. So let's go back to the well. All right, well, we don't need the vitality anymore, but the well in the wood is sacred to the Grail, the hour that hungers, and the velvet, the hour that guards secrets. Tonight as I approached, it heaved with the velvet's moss, struggling waves of deep and vibrant green, pulsing again and again from its throat. It surged around my calves, rose to my thighs, and this morning I still feel the velvet's breath strong within me. Okay, again, I don't really see anything else for me to do with Dream right now, so we're going to just go back to the wood. And if it feels repetitive, it's simply because I have not advanced my studies enough to be able to move up higher. So we did, however, find Strathcoin's residence, the house of Mr. Strathcoin, a collector of rare objects. Strathcoin will not sell his treasures, but a sufficiently cunning accomplice might gain entry. So let's go and search out some more locations. This is just a chance for me to get an idea in terms of what I'm eventually going to be working on. All right. Medusa's riddle, then, I choose to render as what is not seen. There is another riddle, one that I have heard rendered as what may be lost. I will delineate some historic attempts to answer it. These are themselves, in some sense, sacrifices. And so this is the Ecdysist's parable. Now, I will say, I'm not going to pin down what this means, but I am going to say that a little earlier on in the stream, I had mentioned that sometimes when you play this game, you're going to have sort of answers to puzzles presented inside of the text of one of these books. This is one of the reasons why if you play this game, you will usually want to reread the text, because there's definitely more than meets the eyes on a first, second, or even third or fourth readings. Like, there's still nice little connections that are, in one sense, just really fun to find if you're kind of a fanatic for this game. But also in practical senses, I happen to know that the riddle, in this case referred to as Medusa's riddle, happens to be something that a lot of new players struggle with. And so let's think about if this was my very first playthrough. I have not yet encountered the riddle, and one of the challenges is that I may not necessarily remember this text. Obviously, I only get to read the book once, and if I don't remember this particular line, because obviously there's a lot of text and there's a lot of things that the game has told me, I could forget this easily, right? And again, I mean, if you're reading arcane texts and people are trying to, tell you strange things, you don't really have any kind of guarantee that you're going to know what basically you're just not necessarily going to know what you have to focus on. And so in this particular case here, I'm just signposting it. I'm saying, this one is a good example of a case where, had this been my first playthrough, something that I may struggle with later on in the game is actually solved here in an earlier reading. Now, this doesn't mean that you can't solve it without this information, but this is a bit of an example where the hints that the game gives you are not only contained into those square brackets. At this point, sort of the game is expecting that you're kind of on its wavelength now, that it's not going to be obvious in terms of what your next steps are, but it is also going to drop little hints for you. So with that in mind, let's read the lore. In fact, this is our first moth lore, and it's level 6 intensity. So the Ecdysis riddle is what may be lost. Each Ecdysis parable is an attempt to answer the riddle. So again, kind of repeated here in the Viennese Conundra, but there is something rather specific when it says Medusa's riddle. Okay, we will now read Wrapped in the King, which I believe is the last English or whatever language this character reads book. So Wrapped in the King, detailed accounts by James Colin Murphy of secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in necropolises and graveyards in southern Europe, in Egypt, and in Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul and eater of buried flesh. He claims to have witnessed the dances while at his feasting. The dances draw from the traditions of the mysteries of the cults of Isis and Sybil, but include both symbolic and literal flayings, and the human heart is always central in the rites. The author punctuates his accounts with quasi-sensuous descriptions of his own interrupted feasts. Sounds like the sort of thing you'd want to read on the bus on the way to work. All right, we've got another acquaintance coming in. There is a limit to the number of people who are in the game. All right, so the decision to potentially generate notoriety turned out not to be a very good one. There are some things I can do to try and angle things to my advantage. For instance, I'm already generating some mystique through my actions. But it's very likely we're going to get hit by this notoriety, and all that will mean is that I want to avoid, generating another one if I have evidence against me. I'll explain a little bit about how evidence works, but we'll wait until it actually shows up. Again, following that rule of saying, I'm not going to say everything in advance, we'll just deal with things as they come along. Let's grab another occult scrap. I walked in the wood last night, and the scissors worked in the distance, and the furred things crammed my mouth and swarmed my ears. I felt the old urge to drop to wolf fours and nose amongst the roots. Excuse me. But I remembered that I walk upright by day, and I know fire and steel and words, and at last I found where the velvet had concealed a secret on tree bark beneath moss. I read it then with the tips of my fingers, and I think now that I could write it in full. Okay, so I am always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. So let's get this. This is horrifying. We gotta get this in order. Alright, so we have the Dread, but again, we don't have a season of Despair coming up, so I'm not worried about that. We have Cater and Hero Limited. It's been abandoned since the explosion when both the owners died. The machines stand silent. The building is a collapsing shell. Mr. Cater was known to display peculiar trinkets in his office. Perhaps some yet remain. And we'll use another occult scrap to find secret places in the city. There are places in the city where I can find extraordinary things if I can sift the clues out of history and rumor. And I do want to go back to the woods. There's still stuff for us to find here. This is one of these nice cases where, even though it's something repetitive, you can actually still get quite a bit out of the Mansis. By the way, there is a way that I can try and remove this notoriety. It's just not something I'm interested in pursuing right now because I feel like there are better opportunities elsewhere. At these greater feasts, a black pig is always crowned as king before its slaying. On this occasion, its heart was weighed in the balance against a knot of feathers, and its skin became a cape for the officiant. Its flesh was left for the crows, but I must confess my interest was not in its carcass, but in its the perfumed flesh of the milliner laid fresh in the earth. So we have a Waking Chant, another fairly high power lore, and our first heart lore. So Waking Chant. Who could hear this and remain unmoved? The sleeping, the dead, the earth, and the sky. Use this in a rite with a Byzantine tinct and a meteoric bullet, or some other resources of equal power to summon a percussagant. So this game is sort of referring to things that don't currently exist in our knowledge. So I will just mention that a rite, we already know what a rite is. A Byzantine tinct and a meteoric bullet are just two objects that you will be able to get later on. And then when it says other resources of equal power, it's referring to the level of the intensity of the aspect. What is a little bit more interesting for us is to note that compared to the level 2 lore, which only has one of these aspects in terms of requirements, The level 6 actually has 2. So in this case, we need practical experimentation. In this case, we need to either risk health or use a prisoner. And it also requires intuition. So with time and peace, answers sometimes come unannounced. To upgrade or subvert this fragment, you'll need glimmerings or an HQ with a sanctuary. So the higher the lore you get, the more difficult it becomes to try and raise it to higher levels. So there's 2 ways to obtain lore in this game. One is through reading the texts and being able to just discern the meaning. But also, if you begin to start doubling up types of lore that you have, you're actually going to be able to use sort of your surplus knowledge to be able to build yourself up to a higher understanding. However, much like doing study in the real world, this is going to require more effort on your part, and that extra effort is represented through the requirements of being able to move things up. And much like the way that we did our particular cult, different types of lore are going to make different demands on us. And in the case of Edge, there's probably going to be more physicality involved. And in the case of, let's say, something like Lantern, it's probably going to be a bit more knowledge-based. Also, we got a free bonus vitality, but we're not as concerned about that right now because we've already maxed out our strength attribute. So we're sort of done in terms of any reading that we can do right now. It seems to me that this would normally be the case where I would try and get some extra... This would be where I try and get some extra either glimmering or erudition. Unfortunately, we're already kind of locked up in terms of all of our stats here. So, the study verb's just kind of going to hang out for a little bit. I prefer it if it were different, but, I decided to keep going to work, so that's on me. Also, I'm going to just take a little bit of water, so sorry if I'm quiet for a little bit. Well, I'll try and read the text at least, but I need to just drink a little water, and then I think I'm going to give my voice a rest just for a few seconds between events. So obviously, if there's any questions or any comments, I'm happy to read those. But if I'm a little less chatty, it's just to try and preserve myself for the next few hours. Did I mess this up? Porter was a barber until the court case. This is actually another association that you'll see in the game. Lots of hair cutting and the... okay, so the dread's coming up. We know that... Oh, actually, this might arrive at an inconvenient time for us. So I may not be able to get rid of this dread after all. But yeah, Porter's... the hair and... specifically the cutting of hair and moth keeps being referred to in the game quite a few times. So we might get lucky with this notoriety, but I think we're probably going to get hit by it because this mystique's going to run out. It's basically a coin toss. Okay, so we're not going to pursue the peculiar rumor because we're under threat from the Suppression Bureau. Let's go to the well. Extra vitality, we missed out on a further truth. And we haven't read this one in a while. So the Well of the Wood is sacred to the Grail, the hour that hungers, and to the Velvet, the hour that guards secrets. Tonight, as I approached, it heaved with the velvet's moss, struggling waves of deep and vibrant green, pulsing again and again from its throat. It surged around my calves, rose to my thighs, and this morning I still feel the velvet's breath strong within me. Okay, so again, back to the wood. So I suppose if I wanted to employ my reason... better not, actually. St. Agnes Hospital. They did good work here once. Certainly there were a few too many amputations, but then there are individuals one would prefer not to walk the city streets. So we are going to use another occult scrap here. Cut my hair, cut my bonds, cut my snip, snip, snip. Exactly. Well, one of the quotes from the game. I'm always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. So I think... I'm just trying to weigh the benefits of waiting. So I have 54 seconds before I need to go to work. 49 seconds. Wait, this is a glimmering. This isn't reason. Yeah, I've kind of put myself in a little bit of a... I've put myself in a little bit of a bind in the sense that if I want to keep working, I tend to need... I sort of need both reason. But that's fine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for a chance to... Like, I'm going to just wait for a little bit of a starter as far as the erudition lesson learned is concerned, and then we can work our way back. Hey, Molotov is Furious. Good to see you back. So we are going to continue going to Glover and Glover. It doesn't hurt to have a nice big stack of... money, but it does mean that we're going to be doing a little bit less with our study verb than we wanted. And the reason here is just the amount of time that it takes. Actually, you know what? I might be able to study this one after all. So, again, this was a little unlucky for me just in terms of timing for everything. I'm going to do another thing that could potentially be risky for me, but I think is merited under the circumstances. Oh, nice. So our Mystique had the weary detective looking in the wrong spot, and we got away. Our notoriety is expired, and so they're not going to find any evidence against us. I went to the wrong one again. Laces uncoil, windows swing open, locks move as if ordered. Last night I came in the wood to the high jagged rock called the Temple of the Wheel. Its flank, patched with black lichen and eye signs, opened like a mouth beneath my hands. I walked in the whispering space within, and the gods who were stone, the first of the hours, were almost all gone now, but here their voices remain: Wheel, Flint, Tide, and the others without names. All right. Come on. The Forsaken Reach. Along the gray banks of the rotting river, the warehouses wait. Perhaps I have identified one where an unusual cargo was stored. You found all the expeditions in the capital, although you can find and visit the Reach several times. So again, we're not at the point where we're going on expeditions yet. There will be certain costs involved with the expeditions, and it's kind of nice to be prepared. But the way that it usually works for a region is that you're going to have several unique locations that you can do expeditions in. And then there's going to be one sort of repeating location. So a heuristic I will offer is that the unique locations, the ones that... So one way you can tell that something is unique is you can see that the text is sort of... it's got this blue color. So there's really no way to generate two St. Agnes hospitals. It does say here two unique, can only exist once. Sometimes rights, so again, this can only exist once. Sometimes you will get multiple versions of a right. So you can, if you put a duplicate on the table, one of them is going to vanish. Which, again, most of the time, it's no big deal because it's knowledge that you already have. But there are a couple of cases with lore where you might actually want, you might want to kind of hang on to it. And so there are sort of ways to play around with the idea of having more than one sort of exist within the game at the same time. But be warned, if two unique items are on the table, one of them is going to go away for sure. So with this in mind, every location is going to have one of these non-unique cards. And generally the unique ones are going to give you things like books. They're going to give you, or tomes, whatever you want to call them. Generally, you're going to wind up getting some of the more special items from these locations. I believe it's no longer randomized, so there's going to be specific things that you get from each of these locations, whereas here you're going to get some more of the consumables. Okay, so you notice something about the cards you get in the woods. What have you noticed, Molotov is Furious? One thing I've noticed, there are some cases that have fairly regular patterns, and then there's one location where I've never been able to discern a pattern for them. So I think I have a feeling that's probably what's going to come up. But exploration. Right, I want to go to Moorlands. That's not Moorlands. That's the Ecdysis Club. Although, I could stand to go there too. If you don't mind, I'm just going to take a bite of my sandwich because I'm still feeling a little peckish. Sorry about that. Again, if I'm doing a long stream, I do need to take care of myself. So I think the white door, I have a pretty good idea of what happens. I don't use the... So in my own current playthrough, I don't really use the way through the woods all that often, so I haven't necessarily noticed the pattern. But you know what, while we're at it, this will probably be fun to keep track of. In fact, Cultist Simulator is kind of neat in the sense that it's one of the games that still rewards you for sort of playing with a pencil and paper, and there were some screenshots not screenshots, but like tweets that people sent out with photos of like the notes that they were writing while they were playing the game. Excuse me. So basically, you know, let's do that, right? If you've been feeling like it's been a bit of a drag that we've been focusing on the woods, this might be a way that it can become interesting again. Let's see if we can find the pattern. So I remember when you asked you to choose... Right, yeah. So it's not consistent for all of the different areas. I mean, so this is the difference. If it's a question, okay. If you're just telling me how to play, I'd rather just kind of go on my own. Okay. The Orchid Transfigurations Volume 2. Well, at least we have both volumes, but it's actually one of the... This is the funny thing is, what I normally have is Alden sticking around forever, and I have Alden sticking around forever, and I have Moreland giving me a bunch of language manuals when I'm really short on money. And this one, Alden like went away minutes after I joined the job, and Moreland has not been giving me any language training. Okay, we're going to have Restlessness come up. Restlessness is a little bit more of a threat now because of the Season of Despair. I can, of course, neutralize the Season of Despair by... Gotcha, okay. Yeah. I'm going to grab this... Excuse me. I'm going to grab this occult scrap for the simple reason that... By the way, this is one of the reasons why I still sometimes wonder if there are patterns that I just haven't realized. So, for instance... Yeah, okay. So, here's the best that I can say. The stag door, with a fairly high degree of certainty, I've been able to avoid fascination. The peacock door has definitely... I mean, this is a big thing, right? Most people who get to close to the end get to the peacock door, and they are beside themselves with frustration in trying to get everything to line up in terms of either the right influence or you know, whatever they're specifically looking for. So, the thing is that I, myself, have not been able to discern a pattern for the peacock door. Now, that doesn't mean that a pattern doesn't exist. Obviously, it's a video game. It's going to have a certain set of rules that are operating in the background. I'll be honest with you, I've not gone into the spider door a whole lot. And so as a result, I don't actually have that good of a read in terms of what's going on. I tend to go through the stag door a lot, and I've noticed that if there isn't a pattern, there's at least a very strong tendency for a certain thing being present and what you saw the last time. And then when it comes to the white door and the wood, the fact of the matter is, yeah, see, this is the funny thing. Like, everybody's really scared of the Worm Museum, but it's not as frightening as it seems. But I mean, again, it's the Worm Museum is definitely a place that can hurt. I mean, like, obviously, if you've got to the peacock door, you should have seen enough references to the worms that you know you're getting it. I mean, okay. Even the image, right? Does this seem like the sort of place you'd want to go voluntarily? You know, I figure the game does a pretty good job of warning the player as to what lies there. But I actually don't find it as dreadful. Actually, come to think of it, there might be a... I should think again about the patterns in the Peacock Door. There might actually be something that's sort of helpful. Yeah, but I'm Edge follower, so the Colonel's the perfect guy for me. But yeah, if I'm completely honest, like the wood, I spend so little time in the wood and the white door, and usually when I go, I'm looking for something very specific from it, that I just haven't really spent all that much time looking to see what's going on. But in this case, it's sort of a moot point because I know I want the occult scrap, and I have read that text a couple of times over, so we'll carry on with the adventure. We got the 6 letters of necessity from Moorlands. I think exploration-wise, I think I'm gonna keep buying stuff. And we are gonna jump back into the woods. Although, actually, I have less reason to do that right now. And then we're gonna read the 6 letters of necessity. Warnings and confessions about the cost of the invisible arts addressed to a student by the 17th century magus and reputed immortal Julian Cosley. Cosley's tone is urgent, as if he suspected that he might have little time left. Of course, some of you from YouTube might recognize this name. Come with me, another body for the cult. Okay, Season of Ambitions. Again, I want to be careful in terms of the talk verb because I'm currently suffering under dread, and we have another Season of Ambitions coming immediately after. That is definitely going to hit us, so I want to make sure that I get this. Okay, so here's a great example of where you... And this is what I was talking about before, you know, like learning being the original roguelike, you know, just having experience and learning as you go. If I was playing this the first time, this is the sort of situation where I would very likely lose the game, or I'd come very close to losing the game. Here's why. I currently have a dread in the... Season of Despair. I have the Watchman's Light in the Season of Ambitions. That's going to turn into a Restlessness, and that's going to turn into Despair if given enough time. Now I've got another Season of Ambitions coming up. Now imagine that I don't realize the danger that I'm in. Maybe I say something like, oh, okay, well maybe I can do a painting, and then I realize, oh, hang on, I don't have a passion right now. I have a reason available, and I'm not going to have a full minute. Okay, well I'll just go and use reason to go to the job. Well, now I've lost my opportunity to get rid of that restlessness through the painting. And I'm like, okay, well, you know, let's just do the same thing. You know, we want to get a nice, you know, group of people to be able to go from. I know I'm going to need to, you know, worry about the restlessness. I'm going to need to take care of it. But obviously the restlessness is going to take some time before it turns into a despair. So we're okay there. And then, of course, if I talk about the edgelore, it's not just the 60 seconds that I talk about the edgelore, but it's the 60 seconds it takes for somebody else to come in. So this is actually 2 minutes that I'm using up the talk verb for. And so all of a sudden, not realizing it, I've set in motion a series of events that will potentially lead me to lose the game. And so I have been able to, you know, now that I sort of know how this all works, I'm able to just take a minute and say, okay, there's one dread in the Season of Despair right now. There's a restlessness that's being generated, so I know in 63.7 seconds, I'm going to have a second dread. That basically turns this into the most important thing on the board, because if it gets a third one, I have a minute and then the game's over. Which means that I either need to do something to stop this despair from generating, but better still, just don't get to the second level, and that way I don't need to worry about it. And so the ways that I'm going to handle that, in 38 seconds, I'm going to, you know, bring somebody into the cult. And then, of course, maybe one of the other things that I'll do is I can eliminate this as a threat by just simply getting some contentment. So perhaps one of the things I'll just try right away, we've got an introduction to the histories, so that's the 17th century. You know what, we'll read that in 27 seconds when we're ready to go. It's not always guaranteed to give you contentment, but let's give this a shot. Ooh, this might have consequences. I'm going to run the risk for a little longer. for reasons that'll be apparent in just a second. So back at work. We'll give this some time. My curiosity is becoming a physical need. My eyes will be thresholds. It is almost time to perform the work and begin the changes, but I must have enough lantern aspect. Exploration might find more. So again, let's think about the inventory of things that I need to worry about. Well, one, I need to worry about this restlessness. I've got 37 seconds for that. I don't think the Wary Detective is going to be done in the time I need this to be done. So let's do Temple of the Wheel. Cool. In my sleep, I came to the high jagged rock, which is still called the Temple of the Wheel, though the hour called the Wheel is long extinct. Another hand had scratched a secret in the black lantern on its flank. I burned that secret into my memory to preserve for waking, before the velvet came out of the velvet wood depths and erased it. The velvet is jealous of her secrets. So that's the second furtive truth that we've gotten. If one thing that I will say, if it isn't apparent, one of the ways that the Mantis works is that you've got the entranceway, and that's going to give you a base level of secret histories in some cases. But if you go deeper in, you can get the next level. So in theory, if you have a doorway, you can get essentially 2 tiers worth of locations. Now, of course, generally what's going to happen is you're going to start with the wood. Let's say you start with the woods, and then you stop going to the woods once you've got all the tier 2 locations. In practical terms, that's going to mean once you go to the next level, you're going to wind up, you're only going to wind up wanting to go deeper into it so you can get the, the third set of locations. But again, it sort of depends in terms of where you are in your playthrough. Oop. No, somebody apparently is trying to use my phone. All right. What am I exploring with again? Sorry, I got distracted by the phone. I suppose I could find the location in this Shires, but no, let's go to Moorlands and buy more books. Even the sun can be divided, though it require the forge of days for its division. Now, this is a big one for me, right? We were talking about how I wanted erudition. This is a trigger for me to try and get my erudition up. Oops. I soak up knowledge as a shadow soaks up light. I may be close to advancement. Erudition can be used with study to gain reason. It lasts only 3 minutes if unused. This means I'm going to need to be a little more careful in terms of when I do certain actions. I think... Yeah, I am going to have to use this one for Glover and Glover. But I think what I'm going... Yeah, I gotta think this through a little bit. I'm not going to pause the stream or anything for sorting this out, but let's read the introduction to the histories. The 17th century mystic and antiquarian Claude Hirschelt describes divergent incidents in 5 major histories. The prologue warns at length of the iniquities of one Julian Cosley, a former colleague who Hirschelt now describes darkly as a worm of worms. For those of you who are wondering where the comments and chat were coming from, it seems Cosley advised Hirschelt early in the writing of this book, but Hirschelt later became suspicious. Excuse me. Okay, so 27 seconds on the restlessness. We're going to get a new cultist in a second. So we've got a hanger on. These ones aren't as important for me, so I'm going to put them at the end of the list. Alright, so I think probably we want to bring in Neville first. The unofficial mascot of Cultist Simulator. So let's take our cult. We'll take Neville. Bring in the Knife's Secret. And most importantly, the trappings. Now again, this restlessness does nothing in terms of bringing the, bringing anything else to the ritual. Or the ceremony, but it does get rid of the restlessness, which of course is going to be something that that threatens us in terms of our our health. The playthrough may end if I don't get this sorted. And again, a reminder: the description of the characters does change as you advance them in the cult. So Neville pauses before he speaks and flinches easily. He laughs whenever he thinks that you've made a joke. Next up, Season of Suspicion. So the less suspicion we generate, the better. I'm safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. And we have Gildersleeve's Latin Grammar, so that's going to open up quite a few books to us. Who's my favorite character? You've always liked Our Lady of Wires due to her amazing dialogue. Oh man, I was thinking of like individual cultists. I'm actually kind of fond of Pope Clifton. Neville is obviously great, but Pope Clifton is probably a rather memorable character. But I wasn't even thinking of like other individuals that appear inside of the game. That's a good question. I'm going to stick with Pope Clifton for now, just because that would have been my first answer. Okay, let me just think a second about the explore verb. Let's try and get rid of this despair before things get out of hand. So the entrance is lost beneath soft drapes of crimson cinnabar and intercardinine. Above the door, the club motto, Ingi rum imis nocteat consumi mer igni. It has been rendered as, into the night circle we fly until the fire enjoys us. The drinks, the songs, the light, the arching walls, the smoke blue haze, the press and sway of clothed and unclothed flesh. So this is why I waited for the Season of Suspicion. I mean, this may still generate notoriety now. I couldn't have known another Season of Suspicion was coming up so soon, but the hope here was to generate some contentment to get rid of this dread. Before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen a knife so it can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. I feel like Neville's the sort of person who may, not get the knife sharp enough, but... Neville pauses before he speaks and flinches easily. He's sensitive to deeper matters. All right. So you'll notice the way that I've been handling this is I sort of line up a character for each principle. So we've got a lantern follower, we've got a winter follower, a knock, a moth, edge, forge, moth, heart. And as it happens, for the lore that wait a minute, do we have all the lore? Lantern, knock, forge, moth. Why do I feel like I'm missing one? I'm pretty sure we've got them all. Anyways, I just try, one of the ways that I kind of organize stuff for myself is just to try and line all the, all the characters and whatnot up. Just a small housekeeping thing. It's not super important. Okay, I'm always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. So, one thing that I'm going to be doing here is trying to... I'm basically just going to try and get a little... I'm just going to try and get some... how do I put this? I'm going to try and get some runway so I can try and start getting some erudition. Now, there is a small risk... I don't know how quickly I can get a painting done. Let's try it. I'm financially secure enough that in the worst case scenario, I can always beg for my job back. And I have enough time to be able to go in. Lobster Gang, is this game fun? And hey, that brought frog. Looks like you played quite a bit. Yep, I mean, we've been going for about 6 hours and 50 minutes. So, is this game fun? So, Lobster Gang, this is a hard question to answer because there's really no other game like it, at least so far as I've been able to play. The biggest thing that I can say is if you like reading, if you like, maybe radio drama, I know that's not something that a lot of people get into nowadays, but basically, the thing about this game is this. The elevator pitch would be a game that you learn by playing it, right? The game is the manual itself. And if you think about sort of the theme of the game, the themes of the game, or the subject of the game, that you're this person who's been given a glimpse into a world just sort of lying beneath the skin of our own, there is no manual for that sort of thing. A lot of this is you trying to figure out and following these little pieces and these little indicators. And so the thing about this is that if you are easily frustrated with a game, if you're in a situation where you you want a game to sort of take you by the hand and tell you what to do. The negative reviews aren't lying when they say that the game demands a lot of you. On the other hand, though, there are very few games which will promote the kind of aha feeling where it's like, oh, that's what they were talking about. And that to me is one of the really exciting things about this particular game, is that if it asks a lot of you, but it also rewards quite a bit. So one of the things I've been trying to do in this particular playthrough is to be very explicit in terms of why I'm taking certain actions and what motivated me to do those ones. So the one thing I will say is that it is definitely not for the impatient. On the other hand, as I've said a couple of times, I've got over 300 hours in the game. I've been playing the things effectively since before its Kickstarter. And I think there is a lot to this game. I find it incredibly enjoyable. But again, everybody's going to take their own experience inside of this thing in here. And in the end, I just think for me, because I really do like sort of thinking about what kind of a character I'm playing, and just to have my sort of life represented in all of these little scraps and trying to connect them together. And specifically to just think of this idea in terms of your ambitions, right? We're playing somebody who's trying to get profound enlightenment, and yet, they still have to show up to their job every day. And, sometimes they feel a little bit gloomy because they're not maybe making the same sort of progress that they would want. I want to try and understand, but I've got a whole bunch of books that I can't read in a certain language. To a certain extent, this is a game full of frustrations that it throws in front of you. And yet I'm able to sort of live this character's life, and I'm able to relate it to some of my own experiences, either of having a job that I don't particularly like, or being able to, try and achieve something sort of beyond what I maybe previously thought capable of. And there's tons of really interesting ideas here, like having negative things, the dread and the restlessness, being able to use that as a tool in sort of bringing about this apocalypse for your character. I think all of this stuff is really great. I mean, it's the stuff that really good stories are made from. But again, like it's a very different kind of game. The stuff I normally play is like Civilization, and Civilization, Civilization is very straightforward to understand. It might be complicated, but it's not. It's not gonna sort of say, it's not gonna like throw. Okay, like in Civilization, if you want to discover the wheel, it's not going to just give you a bunch of materials and say, discover the wheel from first principles. Whereas that's exactly the way that Cultist Simulator doing Civilization would be. So, yeah, that was something that was added fairly late there's a couple things that were added fairly late in the game. So when there was, I don't even know if I have any examples of, yeah, here we go. The square brackets, I think this was when, I know there was some feedback from the publisher where they wanted a tutorial and that was resisted. But the square brackets were sort of added as a bit of a compromise. And then a couple of sort of quality of life. There's actually there's two ways of making that work. And again, actually, it's Purple Zard actually makes a good point here, because it's been a while since I've talked about this. There's two ways that you can sort of get an idea of where to go. Because one of the things that was a problem with this game was it promoted a lot of mindless trial and error, where like in sheer desperation, you would throw like restlessness into everything and see if it would work. So the way that they got past it was two different ways, and it's really just up to you to decide which you prefer. So if you have an empty slot and you want to know what's available to put in it that makes sense, it'll highlight everything if you click this. Now, the way that you used to kind of know what you were supposed to put in would be you'd take a look at these icons. So it's either aspect follower, influence, acquaintance, lore, or memory. This is for the painting. The other thing that you can do is you can actually pick up the item, and you'll see that there's a purple, there's kind of a pinkish purple. I suppose it depends on the shade of your monitor. But basically, this is going to let you know out of the things that you currently have available. So for instance, the study slot is not going to be available there because it's currently occupied. So this doesn't mean that you can't put restlessness in the study. It just means that the study is currently used. Mind you, you get a funny statement if you put restlessness in study. You can't practically use restlessness in study. But in this case here, it also helps you. It helps you get this knowledge. And again, I agree completely with what I think it's coyote. My apologies if I'm pronouncing it incorrectly. But I agree. Like, basically, yes, it is true that they are giving you the information that you need if you click on this. But this is a little bit more elegant, and it definitely gets you focusing again back on your character's story and on the things that you want. Also, Lobster Gang, I know I kind of gave you a long answer to that, but I hope that gave you an idea about what you're potentially getting into with this game. I am going to say, I think anybody who's going to be streaming a game on a developer's website is going to say that they think the game is fun. But I think it's probably more meaningful to say why someone finds it fun. Because I will be the first to admit, as much as I would love everybody to like this game as much as I do, I know that's also not going to be the case. For the same reason that, there's some games that just don't work for me, even though I know they're incredibly well built. Okay, sorry, I was thinking about what to do with my talk verb. It would seem to me that my best course of action is to probably just talk about the knife's secret again. Nice. I've purchased pleasure. I reel home in the ungodly hours and collapse into bed. And exploration. Let's do... I suppose I was trying to get some erudition again, and one of the ways that I could do that would be by... and again, this is where I'm actually using some knowledge that hasn't been present in the game yet. Remember how we kept using Dorothy because it would potentially bring up the course of the heart? There is a lantern equivalent. So this might be something that you would be able to sort of deduce from what you've seen inside of the game already. Where you say, okay, so it seems to me that whenever I do... Oh, Grail! That's the lore that I don't have yet. So yeah, we are missing one. Sorry, I just realized that. But you could say, it's like, okay, well, this worked with heart. Maybe this works for other things. It's like, well, what am I looking for? Erudition? What principle governs erudition? Lantern. And so in this case here, it's not that I'm really looking for stuff in the city. It's just I want to be able to get as many lanterns popping up as I can. And again, this is just so I can get a little more flexibility with my reason. Hirschfeld identifies blood, silver, design, and worms as the central axes of each of the histories, and claims that the so-called second history is the true one. So with that in mind, 40.8 seconds versus 40.8, so I don't think I can get away with reading, or with studying reason yet. So what do I want to use the lore? Well, okay, we can read Gildersleeves. Improve my Latin. I recall a certain amount from my school days, but I need to brush up. Colors of Night. I could spend money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. We'll just use normal paints. I might have found someplace unusual. So, you know what? I can't remember if you get erudition from Street Strange by Moonlight, but I'm going to give it a shot. And again, potential notoriety, potential threat from notoriety coming up. So we will be particularly well behaved for the next little while. Nightmare, the Cleansing Dawn. I forgot to put the passion back. All right. So the waters of the wood run cold and deep, but never clear. Rote memory alone will not take me there. I must engage my passion. Now I drift into other dreams. The sun is rising. It won't spare me. Now I can slough off my flesh, patch by patch, tugging the tendons free like fibers picked from teeth. My skin lies like a shredded blanket. The sun heaves itself above the horizon with a triumphant battle yell. The light falls like acid on my naked bones. Pain will wake me, and my bones will ache for days. But the sun's words are etched on my bones. So we got the intensity of radiance. In this case, level 6 lantern influence. Light dews the skin and suffuses the air. And we did also get fascination for it, though. So not my greatest moment, I will admit, but we will endure. So let's go back to the wood. I may just want to get another occult scrap so then I can just study this one up and then sorry, what am I trying to say? study one up, and then we just still have one left in reserve. I don't know, there's something nice about having a big column of lore. And I think I'll use my, I'll bring people into the cult just so I can get rid of these. Wolf Despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. This is something special. It may provoke a reaction. Let's see if we can get rid of some of that. All right, contentment's always nice. So we got some glimmering, but not enough to make a difference. So we did get rid of one of the staleness, which is nice, and we actually made a profit off of this one, so 2 funds, not too shabby. And we got 1 second before work, so that turned out. Let's go back to Glover and Glover. The good news, though, is that I'm going to be able to use this to go back to the... So the thing that's nice about this is that 1.3 seconds... Oh, no, it's got to be 20.3, so that's going to be 50 seconds. I might have just created a problem for myself. Drat. I think I might have actually... So in principle, I should be able to juggle my reason in terms of studying, but I think I staggered this wrong. I think studying the Latin actually hurt me here. Now, if you'll excuse me, I know I had a break not too long ago, but the coffee's catching up with me. Well, coffee and water. So if you'll forgive me, I will try and keep this less than a minute, but I do need to go away from the keys. Otherwise, there's going to be a disaster a disaster will happen. Apologies for putting it so bluntly. So feel free to talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to put the break sign up, but again, this will just be a matter of seconds. I'm going to be as quick as I can, and then we'll jump back. I'm just putting away the sign so people know that it's quiet for a reason. So see you all in a little bit. Okay, my apologies, but I have the game. Sorry, was that to Purple's art? Yeah, if you have any questions about what's happened in between the Brog Frog, like, there's not been too much. Again, a lot of this game is slowly developing towards things. So a few things that's happened that might be relevant here. We have gained a matchless physique. So we have a level of strength that make us sort of dangerous to be in the same room with. That's probably a big thing that's changed. You'll see that we've definitely gained some additional understanding, and our network of contacts has grown. However, we haven't necessarily inducted them into the cult. We've also been able to find some more expeditions. These are places that we're going to be visiting for artifacts of power, but I've reserved I've kind of reserved the option of moving on them. And it'll be kind of apparent why I've been sort of waiting on that over time. But I'd say overall, you haven't missed anything that would be central to your understanding of the next few steps. But like I said, I'd like to think that I'm pretty open in terms of answering questions. So if there is something that's kind of keeping you from from understanding what's going on, or frankly, if there's just something that doesn't make sense, because there's a lot that would qualify like that in this game. I definitely like taking the time to, to help people out in terms of understanding the game. So I'm gonna keep hammering the Street Strange by Moonlight until I have a bit of an assurance that I'm wasting my time there. I don't actually use that location as much, so it's an education for me to just see how it goes. In 60 seconds, it's going to be sort of irrelevant as to whether or not I use it. There might be ways that I can try and make this thing last longer, but Scholar Latin, increase my reason. Yeah, I need more erudition. That doesn't really help. So yeah, unless I can come up with an erudition in a few seconds, this is not really going to be all that relevant to me. I pretty much just lost, well, no, yeah, I've lost it because it's going to take me a minute to... If I'd been quicker, if I didn't have a mentor coming up, that might have turned out differently. But I think in this case, we've just lost the erudition, and so we've sort of lost the motivation to try and improve. Okay, well, you know what? With that in mind, let's just take my Scholar Latin. Let's start translating some books. So I'll translate De Oris Book 1, lock the study door, the work begins. As I said earlier, so it takes a minute to translate the work, and then you can study the work. It's not, I know Latin, and now I can read Latin text as casually as anything else. All right, another fascination. Visions pass me with pavane grace, a window over a wood, a garden of ice, a shivering sun, a woman of glass. I will return home with reluctance. Now, at this point, it doesn't really matter that I'm going Street Strange by Moonlight, just because in the end, I'm not going to be able to I'm not going to be able to double up the erudition anymore. But I would like to have a little bit of a better understanding of how this works. And in the end, even though there's a bunch of fascination that's going to be generated, I have ways of dealing with it. So, as it turns out, it's the season of despair we need to worry about anyway. Okay, let's do the well this time. And I've read that a couple of times, so I'm going to skip over that just in the name of trying to push things ahead and see if we can make a little more progress. What's this map thing? Oh, the Mansis. Sorry, did you go when we visited the Mansis? I tell you what, I will. I'll give you a better answer to that next time we visit. How about? I'm sorry. I completely forgot that you didn't see that. This is like one of the big moments. I mean, if you watch the trailer for this game, it's the big moment. So. A light in the skull. Whenever the principle of lantern sheds its light, I may recall additional scraps of knowledge. So as it turns out, this wouldn't have been relevant to us anyway because there's 14 seconds left on this erudition. But this is exactly what I was trying to provoke by getting Cat Caro to explore the streets. So we got a glimmering out of that. I might be able to improve my... So it's 3 lessons learned with passion. I actually probably have a better chance of improving that, but reason's what I really need. All right, so I've got reason, currently working at Glover and Glover, so no, this one I would need to use at Glover and Glover. Right, okay, no, I know how I'm gonna do my erudition cycle. I'm just being a little silly now. All right, now we've got Dr. Ibn al-Adim. So this is a neat one. First of all, so far as I can tell, this is a real person. Second of all, here's a neat thing that you can do. So Yeah, unfortunately, if I ever try to stream Cultist Simulator, the streaming software I use doesn't actually pick up that original quote. So the Coyote's quoting something from, it is within the game, but it's also, I think, the opening quote at the start of the game. Unfortunately, every time I broadcast it, it will at best have like a half a second of that quote before before it goes into the main game. So anybody who just knows the game from watching me has never actually seen that part of the introduction. But what was I going to talk about? Yes, Dr. Ibn Aladim. So I've talked a lot about like little subtleties in the game and things to pick up, and so far a lot of these have been like direct, so far they've been direct quotes like out of books, out of like the tomes and whatnot. So you might sort of say it's like, okay, yeah, I get it, but like, it did say, hey, you're going to run into a riddle and this is the answer to the riddle. Some of the subtleties are a little bit harder to point out, particularly in the context of the stream. So let me show you two mentors, right? You got Madame Bichet. Madame Olympie Bichet edits the Karashim Review, which publishes material too ghastly or thrilling for other literary magazines. She's offered you a commission, all right? So take a good look at this. I would say anybody familiar with Cultist Simulators may be forbidden from answering. I mean, this isn't really a question I want to pose to chat, but if you want to try and answer it, you're okay. But just take a look at what's going on, get an idea of what this mentor's about. Now let's take a look at the new mentor that we've gotten. Dr. Ibn Aladim. Dr. Ibn Aladim, called the Alapine, has an interest in overlooked history. He could use your assistance. Okay, so we'll just kind of keep that up for the same period of time as we did with Madame Bichet. We're going to go into some details in terms of some of their traits. So, Dr. Ibn Aladim, he's a patron, figure of note in circles where I move. An Aramaic scholar, a scholar of Aramaic who might be prepared to tutor you if you study with them. And this one has knowledge of value. And then, Madame Bichet, of course, we've already looked at this. She's a patron. She's a Greek scholar, so if we wanted to learn, Greek for being able to understand what is contained by silver, has a tutor aspect, and is mortal. And of course, what you may not have noticed or may not have thought to look for is, what is Dr. Aladim missing? This is the implication that Dr. Ibn Aladim is something more. And then, of course, there's references to the Alapines. There's other things that are going on inside of it. But this is some of the point, at least for me, this is one of the easier selling points in terms of saying, is like, there's a little bit more going on here if you're willing to look. And there's lots of little details like that inside of the game. But I think this is one of the more, to me at least, one of the ones that's a little bit easier to show in a stream context, in terms of saying that, there are subtleties that even if you've played the game a few times over, you may not necessarily pick up on. And I mean, again, maybe you're a little bit sharper than I am, and it's the sort of thing that the first time you played, you happen to notice it. But there's some little examples just in terms of being able to learn a little bit more about the people that you're interacting with, just by looking at how they are described in terms of the game's mechanics. And again, that's one of the things that I personally find very interesting about this game. So moving on, what do I want to do my explore verb with? I think we'll keep exploring Streets Strange by Moonlight. And then I think I said I was going to try and get rid of some of these threats here. So like, this can turn into a bunch of fascination, and that can really get away from me quite quickly. So I need to sneeze, so sorry. Sorry. Let's talk and bring some people into the fold. So, what kind of timelines are we looking at here? So this is level 2. I should probably get rid of, well, yeah, we'll get rid of the Consciousness of Radiance first. So what's most useful to me? You know what? I like Pope Clifton. We've got everybody that we sort of need. So now I get to choose favorites. Lightbringer asks, if you're not streaming, do you still play normal speed, and or would you use fast forward? So even when I play, thank you everybody for the, well, it's weird because there's, I think, a 6 second delay that, I think there's a 6 second delay that, Steam asks for, which is fine by me, but it's funny because like that sneeze is already, I mean, I may dwell on a lot of things, but I don't dwell on my sneezes. So seeing the nice comments from everybody is, it's a little weird. How do you promote your cultists? I will show you that in just a second. Or actually, sorry, I can't show you promoting them, but I'll give you an example of them. But I should probably answer a few of the questions coming up. So, if I'm streaming, do I play normal speed, or would you use fast forward? My temperament is such that even for things like paradox games like Stellaris, I do tend to play them quite. Like slowly. Like I don't mind taking my time and thinking. I particularly dislike going fast forward and then pausing and fast forwarding, pausing, like just kind of having this halt. It's like you're just learning to drive. So I have used fast forward in the past. And even on stream, I have used fast forward previously, but I feel that other people get more benefit from fast forward than I do. I actually do tend to benefit from having a moment to just sort of, like, even if nothing's happening, it's nice to have a moment of mental rest so that I can think about what's going on. I tend to notice that I fall into the design of the game where you get overwhelmed by the number of things to keep track of. And so when I do fast forward, I tend to miss stuff more often. But with that in mind, fast forward was in response to player requests. And so I definitely think it is something that people will get use from. Just me personally, I tend to like playing I like savoring my games. Like I'm not in a rush to finish them. I mean, I'm streaming the game for 7 hours. So like, obviously I have no issues. My tolerance for taking time on things is probably a little bit more than other players. But yeah, as a whole, especially if you're new to the game, I don't necessarily recommend fast forward. But if you have a clear idea of what you want to do and you're just waiting for stuff to be realized, by all means use fast forward. It's not, it's not like, Azim pops out of the monitor and beats you with cement-filled milk jugs if you use it. So, all right, the ceremony's got to use Edge, and I said I was going to bring Pope Clifton in, so one's ready. You might try that next time you play, but you actually use it, but you do feel that you get overwhelmed as well. Yeah, and this is the trick, right? Like I actually think it's kind of clever. They did put the pause button in, and I think that's good. I do tend to notice people don't notice the pause button that all that much. So when I first streamed this, I actually first streamed this on GOG, which I realize everybody on Steam is now, Gabe, please don't ban this stream. But what I actually noticed was that people really wanted to understand the game. They were like, this is when it first came out. People really were interested in the game, but they found that when the game wasn't pausing, and when I wasn't, even if I was just taking time to talk about why I was interested in the game, people liked that so they could see the complexity and come to terms with it. And what I was trying to do was not, like, you can discover the pause button on your own. There's nothing in the game that stops you from using the pause button except your first impressions of it. So what I was trying to do was preserve that moment of discovery for the audience. But what I found was that when I did that, it really turned people off of the game. And it felt like it wasn't that the game felt overwhelming, it was that the stream felt overwhelming. And so I relented a little bit in terms of it. But I do think this game is specifically designed in such a way that you are kind of supposed to lose track of things. And again, I've got a YouTube series. I'm doing it on my own time. There's no chat that I need to pay attention to. And even then, I'm still forgetting to finance my expeditions. Like, I still make mistakes. So, but yeah, give it a try, right? So I think it was Molotov is Furious was going to ask, how do you promote your cultists? So you're either playing on fast forward or pause, but only because you know what to do now. You're also not distracted by a stream or anything else. Yeah, I mean, everybody comes to their own place with it. So Molotov is Furious. Sorry, I locked this in. I'm actually going to do another promotion right now, but basically, you start with acquaintances. So I'm going to assume when you're talking about promoting, you're not talking about going from acquaintance to a believer, which is what I'm doing with Pope Clifton here. When you want to take a believer and upgrade them to a disciple, or in the case of the Church of the Bright Edge, a disciple to a to an assassin, it actually tells you directly in the text for your cult. What you need to do is you need to have a certain intensity of your cult's founding principle. Sorry, I'm totally bombing this. So for instance, you can use cults with a talk verb to recruit or promote followers and to send them out on errands to gather resources. Here's the relevant part. A believer can be promoted to a disciple. A few gifted disciples can be exalted even higher to a... My apologies. It's actually inside the text here. But I just happen to know the number. It's 7 if you want to go from a believer to a disciple. So if, for instance, you are a knock cult, you would want to have 7 knock, and if you are an edge cult, you'd want to have 7 edge, and same for all of the other principles. Yeah, you got them up to disciples. So disciples is the highest level that everyone can get to, except for people who are members of your cult. And I can't remember the exact number. It might be 16. But do you mind if I ask which cult you chose? Like which aspect? Let me catch up with where I was. So work at Glover and Glover. I don't want to accept it. So we'll just unpause and carry on. So 3 funds. So here I just want... Oh, wait, no. Sorry, I got to think this through again because I had a plan and then I started thinking about other things. So first of all, where's my other reason? Here's my other reason. Is it 21? Okay. Right now you're Grail. Okay, cool. So yeah, the Order of the Bloody Cup, and then basically what will happen is, sorry to those of you who are, so for those of you who are unfamiliar with this game, some of this isn't going to make sense, but basically when you, Purple's Art says it's 21, so when you get 21 Grail influence, either through your lore, your trappings, or just the raw value that the cultist has, you can take Saliba or Rhaenyra, you do an upgrade like you would with a disciple, and it will turn them into a Cyprian, and that will give you a 10 intensity Grail cultist. Okay, so let me, I'm gonna reason this out on my own. So if I, okay, so if I go to work now, I'm gonna have 70 seconds. This is gonna leave 10 seconds. Okay, so I want to wait with my work verb for a little bit. I am, however, going to go to the construction site. So it takes 40 seconds to work the site now. Once again, I put my strength to use. Yeah, it is worth remembering here that the easiest cultists to upgrade are always going to be the ones that are the same as your cult, because the aspect that they already have is relevant to, or it counts towards the total. I prepared the text for study. So Deoris is now something I can work with. I think I'm just going to keep translating. Here's the erudition. So we'll take... am I allowed to do that? No, I'm not. I hope I'm doing this right. I'm going to translate another text. Before they can speak the words, the novice must sharpen the knife, and so it can separate the drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. Now Clifton improvises new prayers rich in solar metaphors. He still shouts like a soldier and drinks like a sailor. All right. So again, we're going to continue. Well, this one's probably going to go away on its own, so we'll take the trappings and the cult. We will bring in the edge, and who else do I want? Let's say Yzabet, because Moth is kind of helpful to have. This one is ready. Subtle fracture. So want to avoid dread if we can. And looks like we've got a season of suspicion coming up, but we haven't done anything untoward, so the Suppression Bureau is wasting its time. Do I want to go to Moorlands, or do I want to try the Streets? Let's try Street Strange by Moonlight again and see what comes up. I don't think I can get erudition out of it, but I could be wrong. You know, if I was thinking, I probably should have combined this for the lesson learned. Yeah, well, there's lots of different ways of getting. So if you think about it, right? So if you take away the 5 that your disciple already has, so that means you need to get a total of 16. Let me just make a pick here. Let's go to the well. An awareness of appetite. Every sense is heightened, every sensation deepened. So sometimes it can be influenced, but let's think of some of the things that you can get. So you know that you've got, you've already got 5. So in this case, you need to find 16. So if I were to use this lore on its own, right, that would give me, obviously this is Moth, but even up to, so I know if you've gotten past the riddle, very likely you're going to have a chance at only needing 10 more. Now 10 might be a lot, depending on what kind of thing you need, but maybe you have a higher intensity lore. Maybe you've been particularly lucky with an influence. There's a few different ways that those numbers can work in your favor. The other thing that's important to remember too is that kind of once you have a level 10 follower, it basically means you can kind of do whatever you want with them. So, oh, the map popped up again. I'm sorry that Rogue Frog, the bunch of the questions came up and I wasn't thinking on it. So that is the Mansis. That is the secret world. I'm going to go back in. I need to remember there's that 6-second delay. I've gone into this a whole bunch of times before, so it's kind of old hat to me. So what I'm doing here is that I have found a way through the wood. I've learned the path to the wood, the tangled darkness that grows around the walls of the Mansis. Though the Mansis has no walls, I can dream with this to return to the wood. So this is sort of a secret world in my dreams. And I did a ritual when I was going to sleep to be able to learn the way to it. And this is a place where I've actually met some of these people who are candidates to join my cult. And there are basically there's different types of lore that I can get from it. So my apologies, the Brog Frog. I completely said that I was gonna answer that for you, and I definitely blew it on that. So but I go here pretty frequently, so I will answer it for you next time for sure. In 50 seconds, I will tell you exactly what goes on here. So let's. I've got my work slot. I'm gonna run out the clock as much as I can on this thing. I think my haste to read texts is really hurting me on this. Yzabet sleeps in fits and starts. She rises at dusk to do the things a Yzabet does. So that's another Moth follower. Now the thing here is that if I wanted, I could definitely blunt this fascination by bringing up a follower, but there's 29 seconds left on this. There's no season of visions coming up, and so I don't really need to worry about it. I'm just going to keep these. In reserve. So I got some contentment. I'm not feeling too optimistic about my prospects here, so I think what I'm going to go back to doing is I'm going to send Cat Caro on some missions just to see if I can get her to provoke another erudition. We're going to go work at Glover and Glover. And in 20 seconds, I'm going to try and boost up my erudition, and hopefully I don't screw up my prospects at work. I think I might, but I have a way of working around it. Also, let's speak of esoteric matters. Oh, hang on. That might grab my reason. Nope, it won't grab my reason. Other streets strange by moonlight. Don't care about it, though. We'll just jump back in. 17 seconds. I need to explain the Mansis. This is my way of making sure I keep track of stuff. And we prepared the text for study. So we're gonna study with our We're gonna study with our reason. So this is to get my erudition, so I can eventually turn that into a lesson learned. And nothing's happening next turn, so I'm lucky there. A hireling. So if we had one thing I would potentially use the hireling for, specifically the experienced swindler, is if we ever wound up with some evidence against us. But in this case, we've been pretty lucky, and the weary detective hasn't been that careful with their investigation. So in this case, there's no reason for me to pay for the swindler. So in 55 seconds, 38. I don't think this reason's going to be available in time. But I have other ways of working around this, so I can't remember if there's a Season of Suspicion going on right now. I think there is, so let's go back to the well, and we got a furtive truth for our trouble. A detail smuggled in from an adjacent narrative. Don't speak where you may be overheard, and I almost screwed it up again. So, I should have explained what was going on here. So this is the entrance to the wood. So mechanically what happens here is you get to make a choice. You can say, I will get a potentially lower value card at the entrance, the wood, or I can go deeper into this area, in this case visit a location known as the Well or the Temple of the Wheel, and potentially get a higher value card. You can see what the trade-off is though. This is known, these are unknown. And once you make a selection, you can't undo it. Yeah, almost. Yeah, Cat Caro is the fortune teller. But basically what happens here is, in this case I chose to go to the well. So all of these are going to have their own unique text. I know some people would rather prefer that I not read the text every single time. That's kind of why I've been rushing through this the last little bit. But yeah, mechanically the trade-off is that you can have a known lower value, and you can have an unknown, but sometimes something that matches a pattern, a higher value. Now, not everything you find in the Mansis is necessarily going to be good. So what is this actually? This is basically a map of the, all of this stuff that we've been looking at the lore for. This is kind of that secret hidden world. This is actually, I have a poster of this at home. This is something that Weather Factory sells as like a poster on their merch shop, the Church of Merch, which I think is a wonderful name for a store. It's basically just an Etsy store where you can pick up stuff. So the idea here is that basically this is the entranceways that you have are the wood, the white door, the stag door. You've actually heard, I believe these two have been referenced in books that we've read before. The spider door, the peacock door. There's also the tricuspid gate, but so far as I can tell, there is no direct access to that through. At least I've never had the tricuspid gate card. If it's in the game, it's very well hidden. And again, each of them you'll notice has sort of deeper areas inside the Mansis. So from the wood, you can access the well and the Temple of the Wheel. From the white door, you can access the Lodge of the Sage Knight and the Orchard of Lights. As a little sneak preview, I'll mention that one of the authors of the books that we've been reading is present at the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Through the stag door, you can go to the Ascent of Knives, or the Bloody Stair as it's sometimes called, or the Painted River. The spider door will take you to the Mallory and the Chamber of Ways. And finally, the peacock door can take you to the Red Church or the Worm Museum. And looking at the title, I don't know, which one would you want to go to? And then, of course, there's the Glory. So there's other things that are referred to inside of the game. The Glory is not something that you visit, but it is sort of a concept. And so what you are seeing here is just this representation of this world that previously has only been hinted at in terms of the books that you've been reading. This is you in dream finally visiting this place that you've heard about. And in these cases, you'll sometimes encounter people that you recognize in the real world, and you can potentially seek them out and make them join your cult. Sometimes you'll gain secret knowledge, as I did in this case here, and sometimes you'll just bring the influence of one of the hours with you. And that's where you see some of these cases like me getting the knock influence and whatnot. But we can't stay here forever, so we're going to take our furtive truth through the gate. And here's what happened. The velvet is strong at the well in the wood, and the velvet is the hour that keeps secrets. But now and then she lets a little secret fall, like a crumb at a feast. Last night I found a moss-clad rock written all around with the secrets of another history. I might give thanks to the velvet, but it will be wiser not to draw her attention. So, more lore, and the real Mansis was the friends we made along the way. But yeah, so that's basically what that map is. There's part of it is it's one of these rare chances where you actually kind of get to see a little bit more than just the hints, and it makes sense, right? I do think that it's a particularly memorable moment when the world vanishes and you're sort of faced with this place. And unlike sort of how you see the rest of the game, you don't necessarily see these fragments. You are able to sort of see the entirety of the Mantis at once. Although obviously so much of it is still suggested because you only went through one of those entryways. And so if we want to visit the Worm Museum, for instance, we have a lot of work ahead of us. So oddly enough, I actually think I'm going to go through the wood again. So it might be a shorter trip next time, but hopefully that covers what you were looking for, the Brog Frog. If you have other questions, please do let me know, because it's not the easiest thing to, it's not the easiest set of concepts to understand. And of course, this game sort of still keeps its cards close to its chest, so to speak. The descriptions of the Mantis are about as clear as the texts. It's not necessarily something that will tell you. Sorry, somebody. Oops, sorry, just got to pause for a second. Uh-oh. Where'd the audio go? Okay, I know there's going to be a 6-second delay. My audio just cut out, but I get the impression that... Oh, nope. I think it just cut out for you now. Okay, sorry. I've got a little bit of technical work to take care of here. So I'm guessing right now you are not able to hear the music for the game, correct? And hopefully the audio is back now. Oh, thank you, the Brog Frog. Okay, guys, I really apologize for this. I was really getting into the game. Audio is on again. Okay, so I know there's going to be about a 6-second delay. So I think the audio went off, the audio went on again. I believe I have solved the problem. My apologies for that. That is purely a technical problem on my part. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to hit continue. My understanding is that the game should have full audio at this time. If it doesn't, if somebody could please let me know. It shouldn't take too long to fix, but I'm flying in the dark a little bit on some of my settings here. But just taking a look at my monitors, I think everything should be the way that it was previously on the broadcast. Sorry, it's an OBS thing, nothing to do with Steam. I will actually say again, this has probably been the most seamless Steam stream that I've. Excuse me. This has probably been the most seamless Steam stream that I've done. I'm actually really impressed at how much the platform's improved. Awesome. Thank you very much, guys. I know it's never fun to have to do technical stuff. I know you're here for Cultist Simulator. But I tremendously appreciate the help that you've been giving me to go through this. Particularly I'm almost at 8 hours now, so this is one of those times where nobody's going to fault me for packing it in. But having a really encouraging audience like this is definitely something that really helps me. Helps me keep going. I'm going to try and go as long as I can here. Again, I've got 3 hours of sleep. I still have a sandwich that I haven't touched yet, and my second coffee is now ice cold. But until I really think I'm either not making sense or we can't get the rest of the stream done, I'm gonna give this my all. So Again, I'm going to be a little corny. I'm gonna say, oh, Elder Glover? Sorry, I thought I was supposed to meet you at... Nope, okay, that's fine. I'll come right in. Shouldn't be more than a few minutes. In this case, I'm just creating a little bit of a desync between the job and the reason. I'll admit, I don't feel good anytime that I do it, but I also know that having to go through the whole song and dance of trying to make everything work again is going to be tedious. So let's combine my erudition right now, and I'm gonna pop the... So normally it shouldn't be this hard for me to get 2 lessons learned, but I actually think probably just using a collection of essays and boosting my my skill will end a lot of frustration. So better not. I must be careful of the company I keep. I'm still gonna hammer Cat Caro on the expeditions. Just here to hang out and chill. Kind of watching you, trying to figure out the game. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, again, I'm really happy to answer questions about the game too. It doesn't mean that I don't think there's value in trying out the game and seeing how stuff works for yourself. I think that's a great and really rewarding way to play the game. But the thing is that actually maybe it's worth mentioning a couple of the things that have happened in terms of just being able to help stream this game and the reason why I kind of do this on YouTube more. What I found was the decision not to include a tutorial. It's one of the more controversial choices of the game, and personally I think it's the right choice, but I also have a lot of empathy for people who really want to like this game and just think that it's a little aggressive in terms of making its point. And so I had this feeling that there was an audience of people who wanted to like this game, but because in the end, like, think of the problem that Weather Factory is going to have in designing a game like this. If you want there to be some kind of mystery, you're going to have to calibrate the game to a certain level of player. If you make it too easy, then that level of player is not going to have any mystery left, and so in the end, it's, the experiment's sort of going to fail. If you put it too high, then potentially you're going to alienate people who would have otherwise enjoyed the game. Now, this is one of the virtues of it being an indie game. Now, it doesn't mean that, like making any game is going to be expensive, right? But in this case here, we're not talking like a Grand Theft Auto budget. And so the number of people that this needs to appeal to in order to be financially viable is smaller than something like a Grand Theft Auto or Red Dead Redemption. Or for some reason, I've got Rockstar Games on the mind. But the trick here is this, right? I've been a TA. I've had to teach people, concepts that I know reasonably well and take them from a point where they may not necessarily know anything, right? We're talking a 101 level course. And so one of the things that I think is fair to say that the game is written for one level, whereas the potential audience is going to be a spectrum of different expectations about what they'll get from a game and, the point at which they're going to sort of be able to latch on and sort of understand what the game is trying to do. And as a result, I did this YouTube video, I think it's called like Getting Started with Cultist Simulator. It's basically the first half hour of the game, and I kind of step people through what those square brackets are saying and just try to say, okay, this is what the game was trying to tell you when you saw X, Y, and Z. And basically I took it to this point here where you get into the Mansis. And the point that I tried to... have a great one, that Rock Frog. Thanks for stopping by. Or coming back, rather. One of the things that I tried to do with that was to say, it's not guaranteed to make you like the game, but at least in this case here, you're going to understand the mechanics enough to decide whether or not you want to try and follow those puzzles. And sure enough, like what's happened, it's definitely been a pretty successful video by my standards. And what I tend to notice is that actually there's quite a few people in the comments who complain about the game, saying is like, well, why couldn't they have just said that in the first place? And again, right, it's one of the things that's nice about playing games in 2020, which is that the developer makes the game for one level, and people who might otherwise enjoy the game but were left behind by the choices the developer made can be picked up by things like wikis and YouTube videos and so on and so forth. And so I think that's one of the reasons why I was invited to stream this game, is because hopefully, if you were one of those people who said, it's like, I want to like this game, but it's a little much, I really hope that as a result of this, you're starting to feel a little bit more comfortable with the game and try and, feel like you're able to give it another shot and maybe to be able to push a little bit further into the game in here. All right, I can't remember where I got my last secret histories from, so we'll try the Temple of the Wheel. All right, Peculiar Rumor's nice, and I don't think we have the looming Season of Suspicion. Now, there's nothing saying that another Season of Suspicion can't come up right away, but I think it's going to be worth it to explore the Peculiar Rumor. So I came to the Temple of the Wheel, that high and jagged rock, that memorial to the dead gods. Those who take their own lives sometimes first cast themselves from its peak in a dream. I found another sleeping soul, scratching the sign of the eye into the lichen at its peak. I do not recall what passed between us. I will recognize their face in the waking world. So there's the Peculiar Rumor. And I think we're just going to keep... there's less and less for me to find here, but Peculiar Rumors are still nice because they do give me more bodies for the cult. And we can use our passion to go through. We will eventually go deeper into the Mansis, but I want to take advantage of the things that I have access to. Unfortunately, this Peculiar Rumor is going to get wasted because we are going to be potentially picking up a hire. I'm not actually going to hire this hireling, but the game doesn't know that, so it's going to take us 54 seconds for them to stop saying it's like, no, I'll cut my rate in half. I really need the work. All right. So we've got the jobs done. They say I can do the job of any two others together. It's not true. Not quite. So I've prolonged the hour of doom enough. Oop, old unhappy far off thing. So this is going to generate some restlessness. And we have a hanger on. So the risk, it's actually kind of interesting to point out. So old unhappy far off things comes as a result of the moth influence. And of course, if I want to get more followers, I'm going to have passion. Passion has moth. So there's always that risk that this is going to generate a restlessness. It's actually not, I don't think it's too high of a price. Like the risk of getting a restlessness is not really... That's not the sort of thing that'll fire alarm bells. However, it does maybe make you think twice if you run into. It does make you think twice if you're getting close to 3 dread. But in this case here, again, I'm not going to stop trying to bring people into the cult, even if I wind up with a. Oh, actually, this one is a little more threatening. So in this case here, I don't think I can afford 2 minutes. I think I'm going to leave the talk verb open so I can absorb the. So I can absorb the restlessness into a what is it called? Absorb the restlessness into a bringing someone into the cult. I could try and paint with it, but obviously we've got 67 seconds, so it's not as reliable. Oh, have you noticed that some of the followers look like older versions of some followers? Kind of like how Vicini looks like an older version of Elizabeth. I actually didn't really notice that before. But that's an interesting idea. Do you consider talking to Sulachana about things to decay? It's a tricky one. I think, so I've obviously used, talking about stuff to people. So look, I mean, the fact of the matter is people should play games the way that they want. And I have definitely taken advantage of being able to delay stuff inside of their, delay stuff inside of the talk verbs every once in a while. Whether or not I consider it cheating, I think is kind of secondary. I mean, if somebody were to ask me for a rule on it, I would say if it's allowed in the game, who am I to... who am I to say otherwise? I tend not to like doing that. I tend to sort of... I guess the thing for me is that I really like trying to manage my resources well. And so, having to rely on something that maybe doesn't quite make sense in context See the idea that like Sulachana kind of becomes a, I don't know, is like this it's like my psychologist. I lie on the couch and I talk about my mother, or my job that I don't like or whatever. It's like in my mind, it's sort of it introduces a little bit of a rift between what I normally think about in the game and what what I'm actually doing as a player. On the other hand, I think that view is as much informed by the fact that I played the game before Sulochana was present. And so I might just kind of be set in my ways. And this is one of the things, right? Like I sort of said at the very start of the stream, this is not intended to be like a canonical way of playing Cultist Simulator. I think probably what's best is that people just invest themselves in the game and take whatever approach they want. But I tend not to do it myself just because I don't, I could give you a reason why my character is doing that and, why that makes sense. But in reality, I know I'd really just be justifying something I was doing for practical considerations. So that's kind of hopefully that answers that question. The one thing I don't want to do is make it sound like I look down on people who take that approach, because you've seen me do something similar to that before. I have absolutely no business, nor do I have any interest in telling people whether they're playing the game correctly or incorrectly. I just like playing the game my own way. Okay, let's go back to the well. So one thing I am suspecting is that the higher level lore does jump between the well and the Temple of the Wheel, so it's not... I don't know if there's like a guarantee that it's going to be a secret history, but it does seem to be that when I've gotten a secret history, when I alternate between the two, it does seem to be coming up that way. And again, it could just be that that's been, I'm attributing more significance to a purely random event, but I'm feeling a little more confident in that. So the velvet is strong at the well in the wood, and the velvet is the hour that keeps secrets, but now and then she lets a little secret fall like a crumb at the feast. Last night I found a moss-clad rock written all around with the secrets of another history. I might give thanks to the velvet, but it will be wiser not to draw her attention. Okay, where are we going? Let's see. I want to talk. I'm keeping talk open so that I can bring somebody into the cult. In this case, I really only have one purpose for my dream, which is to keep going to the wood. I think I still have enough that I can get out of the furtive truths. And there's nothing else for me to do right now, although be careful of the season of visions. Okay, I can't use the rumor, but I can go to Moorlands to buy more books. Half-glimpse wistfulness has touched me, so we've got the restlessness. I'm just going to get rid of that right away. Actually, I don't have to, because it's 44 seconds and this thing's going to turn into Dread in 59, so let's keep talking about the Edge. So I need to remember that in 50 seconds I'm not going to be able to use the study slot because I'm going to want to combine these two erudition, at which point I should be free to work at Glover and Glover and also pursue my occult studies. I always find this kind of an interesting one, right? Like, it's one of these cases where if you get promoted at Glover and Glover too early, the demands of the job are such that you don't actually have just simply the mental capacity to be able to do more. And it's actually your development of your human capital, of your reason, of your abilities that actually makes you capable of being able to sustain both. I always thought that was a neat touch. So particularly the idea of kind of pursuing, I guess what it is, it's this idea of sort of punishing you for focusing on the wrong thing. Like if you're just focusing on advancing on Glover and Glover, potentially at a point where you haven't pursued your ability to sort of take on those responsibilities, what it ultimately means is that you're stretched too thin and that you're not able to dedicate the time that you want to the things that you really want to do. Whether that's an intentional choice on the part of the developer or if that's just kind of where it turned out, I'm not too sure, but I definitely think I think it's an interesting one. So I'm happy for Kerner and Goethe. Now this is a neat one. I did not know that Kerner and Goethe was actually a real book. I knew about Diels and Krantz, who have sort of recorded a lot of fragments and testimonia of the of sort of pre-Socratic philosophers. But Kerner and Goethe is actually, I believe, a work on understanding Greek. So that was something I found by going through sort of an archive of classical texts that was digitized. So this game is incredibly educational if you if you go into the details. Kerner and Goetz, my apologies to the German speakers in the channel. Ausfrischlich Grammatik der Griechischen Sprache, a Greek grammar, an essential weapon for a ferocious struggle with a challenging language. Whether that language is German or Greek, I'm not sure. All right, let's go back to Moorlands. Let's go back to Moorlands. You know what they say, less lens is more lens. All right, I'm always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. I did not know that Gildersleeve's Latin Grammar is a real book too. That's really cool. I had to be looking at Greek stuff, so it probably is understandable that I didn't recognize it as a real book. But now I'm going to have to take a look at it. I also need to appreciate that if I'm not mistaken, in the British school system, there's probably more of a, there's probably more, at least, for the time period that's going on here, the idea of studying Greek and Latin. The only context in which that would have even been conceivable for me would have been university. I don't get me wrong, I'd actually love to have learned it. But it's just one of these things that as a Canadian growing up, in the 21st century, 20th century, being able to, I guess 21st century, if we're talking about, education, being able to, have some kind of exposure to that, that's pretty inconceivable. But I appreciate that there's probably a cultural difference here. Depending on the school that you went to, you're probably, it may actually be reasonable to, I know the character in here says I remember some from my school days, so. Not too sure about the Mages von Brandt though. Oh God, that is actually one of my favorite bits of writing. I have lots of favorite bits of writing that I know I've said a couple of times, but I'm actually kind of hoping that I kind of hope I get a chance to show that in the stream. So anyway, sorry, I shouldn't be chatting as much. I know we're starting to shed a few viewers here, but I'm not going to use that as a sign to stop. I want to see if we can make a little progress on some of these expeditions. I am at the time that I normally finish on these kinds of streams, but I did also try, and I kind of cleared out my day so that I could do some extra hours. So I'm going to do my best to hang on, and you guys are doing a really good job of sort of encouraging me to keep going on. But just to let you know, there is some point of closure on this, and I'll try and telegraph when I'm starting to feel the energy run down. I also know though that depending on the hour, in the Pacific hours, there's usually kind of a second wind that tends to happen on these streams, so I'll try and hold out for that. Let's do the peculiar rumor. While I was returning to the depths, one appeared in front of my eyes, whose mouth was sealed. When I saw them in the great emptiness, I cried out. I think that last night I met another soul in the wood. I will never recall exactly what we said one to another, but I think that we will recognize each other in the waking world. Possibilities. Okay, so I've got my, like I said, I got my pocket erudition, so we're going to not dream about it. We are going to study it. Exercise my mind, wiser. Knowledge is a city wall built stone by stone, but what waits in the darkness beyond the walls? Why would we need a fortress except that we had something to fear? I want to see you make it through the Adept's Gate. Yeah, this is the one thing, is that I've really been lax on advancing through the Mansis. So, and again, there's so much stuff to show in the game, right? There's at some point I need to At some point, I just kind of need to say, actually, here's one thing I've never got. I think moth is only for you to get through the wood. I don't think you can get to the white door through this. Yeah. So this is the cheater's way of doing this, right? You just keep looking through a bunch. I think it is the lantern that you use to go up to the white door, though. So, well, if it's the white door, I'm assuming winter as well. Yeah. I think for some reason I keep mistaking I think what the problem that I run into is I mistake the moth. So I associate the moth with the wood, and the problem I have is that I'm not going to the wood, I'm going beyond the wood. And so for some reason I always think the Ecdysis Parable should take me through. But yeah. Even though I have all this time, that is actually one thing that I still screw up on the game. So there have been times on streams where you'll actually see me test every lore that I have. So again, we're willingly letting this go to despair because we know that we're going to be able to deal with it in good time. I'm actually more worried about my health. Lantern and knot can be used to get past... Fair enough. Yeah. Collection of essays. If the mind is a blade, this is a whetstone. So this is kind of a replacement for the one we used before. I actually usually don't like using those books as early on, but again, it's an opportunity for me to get some early reasons, so that's good. This is another line that I kind of like. Curl my hands into the correct shapes and begin. Just sort of, again, when people talk about the tedium of work in the game, they're not wrong. But what I do think is maybe the more interesting insight is that this is acknowledged within the text of the game, right? Like if you've got a job where the behavior is so regular that at this point it's really just the shape of your hands that's determining, that's just determining what you're up to. I don't, that doesn't strike me as something that's particularly fulfilling. How do you get to the peacock door? Molotov, it's really just a question in terms of the intensity of the lore that you have. So in this case, really, when you're at the spider's door, it is admittedly some of the more intense lore that you need, but it's really just a question of ascending even higher. I think they call it the glass garden. But yeah, basically it's the same way that so if you've gotten to the spider door, then effectively the way that you got to the spider door, apply that, but just with higher level lore is probably the most direct way I can answer that. I'm going to go pick up more books. Again, we're pretty flush with cash. Oh wait, I was going to do the peculiar rumor. Oh, well. All right, I've reordered the boundaries of my ignorance. Again, that's another really great way of putting it. All right, notable scholarship. I've learned enough to know how little I know. Use this with 3 lessons learnt to gain more reason. So it's unlikely I'm going to get those 3 lessons learnt right away. But what this does do is it ensures that if certain things come up, such as, a mentor showing up, I'm not going to wind up losing my job like I have in the past, which is kind of the important one for me. So I think I'm just going to do a run of translations. So let's, oops. Did I really translate that? All right. Come with me, Valsine. Again, we just head back in and get more bodies for the cult. There's a lot of cultists in the game, so... but Molotov, I want to just clarify, does that help at all? Or is that just kind of answering it in one of those really frustrating ways that people who know stuff answer? Because I can try and give you something a little more specific if you're looking for explicit instructions, but really I think if you've already got to the peacock door, you probably have most of what you need to know, and it's really just a question of the intensity of the lore. For instance, if you try, I'm pretty sure if you try lantern lore, the highest lantern lore that you have on the spider door, it's going to tell you whether or not it's enough. And if it tells you that it's not enough, then it's really just a question of amplifying the lore that you have. I dreamt of nothing at all. I woke and stretched and rose without haste. These are the quiet hours. Sorry, these quiet hours have left me energized. So again, I neglected to put my passion in, so let's get that corrected. And Moorlands has got on the white. Let's pick up another book there. Again, at this point, I'm just trying to clear out Moorlands as time goes by. This is probably also the point where I can talk a little bit about the grind that players talk about. Now, part of this is just because of the way I play. But I have something of a more conservative play style on games like this. I do tend to find that like when on these expeditions, I'm sure I've got probably enough people who would be able to see me through the expedition, even at a lower level. But then there's the worry about the notoriety and so on and so forth. So what I do tend to do is I tend to stay at certain plateaus in the game a little bit longer than others might. Now, I don't necessarily think that's completely unrepresentative for the game, because I suspect what will be true for people who play the game for the first time is that they may hit this plateau, and not necessarily because they're choosing to, or because they're cautious, but because they don't necessarily know what to do. So there are some times like this where it feels like you're sort of spinning your wheels and not getting a lot done. Oh, you think you did it once but died. Okay. You just got to figure out how to get... Yeah. So basically, tell you what, I'm going to visit the Mantis in 28 seconds. So I'll show you exactly how that works. Molotov is furious, and this might hopefully help you out with your dilemmas. But yeah, so one of the things that's important to remember here is that this is not necessarily wasted time. So every single book that I get is something that's going to be fueling my later work. And the fact that there's really only one thing for me to do with Explore right now, or at least one thing that I'm choosing to do with Explore in the form of buying more books. Again, when I'm using up my Explore verb to do as many expeditions as I can, if I haven't exhausted some of my other options, then I'm going to be wondering, it's like, do I delay this expedition so that I can, buy more books, or do I try and plow ahead? So again, your tastes may vary. Again, everybody's game is their own experience. But for me, I've actually tended to find that it doesn't work too bad to take my time and just build up a big library of books if I'm in a position of financial comfort like this. Because there's other playthroughs I've had where I've not had enough funds to kind of keep me going. And so in this case, I'm sort of exploiting my senior position, the early retirement of Alden, to put myself in a position where I'm able to get away with a little bit more. So let's go to study verb. Let's just translate another work. So this is not even really a tip, just so much as this is just kind of, here's how I do this. You may have other feelings. So you notice how sometimes I've run into these cases where I've wanted to upgrade my skill, and I've actually, you know what? Because I'm going to need some vitality, I have enough time to be able to get a quick run of labor. So once again, I put my strength to use. The Season of Ardors is coming up, so this dread's already going to go away, but we've got a contentment to get rid of it too if we feel particularly threatened. So you may have noticed these times where I say, wouldn't it be nice if I had X, Y, and Z? Particularly, I really wish I had this erudition so that I could level it up to a lesson learned or something like that. One of the things that I find really key in solving that for myself is that some of the books that you read are already going to give you erudition. All right, so I think that eliminates the alternating ends theory. That or I lost track. I probably should have gone for the rumor anyway, but I've missed it the last couple of times. Oh, sorry. I said I was going to talk about the map. Molotov is furious. Sorry. Let me go back to the Mantis. I'll skip the reading of the text that time because we're going to be going back right away. Sorry, I've been really bad at that. This is this is the function of the amount of time that I've been streaming. I apologize, but this is why I sort of not threatened, but this is why I sort of caution that I might, I might have to wind down at a certain point, because there is a certain point where I hit sort of diminishing returns as far as my ability to sort of explain and remember things. But I'm still going to try and push ahead. I still have like half a cup of coffee, so I'm sure if I drink it all at once, I'll be able to plow ahead. But yeah, so, every once in a while I'll get this little fragment of erudition, and then I wind up sort of reorganizing everything that I'm doing around trying to pursue that erudition. And one of the things that's nice, if you bang out a whole bunch of books all at once, you get all of those like glimmerings and erudition at one point, so you can combine them into lessons learned really quickly, and then you can get an idea about where you stand and how likely it is that you're actually going to be able to take advantage of them. So for me, I've tended to like reading a lot of books in one big order, or in one big go, because it means that I sort of maximize the impact of some of the ancillary benefits. Obviously, if you've played the game recently and you remember which ones give you bonuses and which ones don't, I completely forgot that I was going to use Vitality to get rid of these afflictions. So that's 35 seconds. We will have enough time, but I do need to make sure that I mind. Yeah, I'm going to have to mind where all this stuff is. But yeah, for me, that's just, I like reading lots of books all at once, because every once in a while you'll get some extras. If you remember which books will specifically give you certain, which will give you certain benefits, you can even sort of optimize things a little bit more closely. I'm going to put this on the outside just so that I use the stuff that's older first in, first out, and all that. But again, for me, like, I don't really put a lot of value in memorizing stuff in these games. Again, I've played it a lot, so some of this stuff is just kind of rote. But in this case here, I don't always remember specifically what things I get from the game. Yep, I know I have 2 afflictions. But I mean, I have a total of 4 health, so 2 afflictions aren't the worst thing in the world. I've already got 2 vitality. So, Gartside's Sanskrit reader. I don't have any Sanskrit, so we don't have to read that right away. Does anybody know if that's a real book? Okay, exploration-wise, let me think. Still probably makes sense to go to Moorlands. One thing I want to do is show you what happens when Moorlands is done, because Moorlands is not an infinite supply of moldy tomes. Alright, a determined and distinctive tongue, but I have the measure of it. So now we will translate on what is contained by silver. We'll lock the study door, the work begins. In fact, I don't think you get Sanskrit works from Moorland. Alright, so we've got a patron, Count Jannings. Count Godlup Jannings represents a continental confraternity of physicians and duelists. He could use your assistance. Okay, this is a chance for me to reorganize the board a little bit, so I believe there's only one other mentor for us. A very special mentor who I am very reluctant to show you what happens with them. Okay, nothing for me to do talk-wise, so actually that's not entirely true. I should talk with, let's get Dr. Redeem and Count Jannings commissions. Most of the mentors you're able to get a commission from, and you'll be able to do that. That's actually not a bad way to make money in some cases. However, it is a special kind of money. So in this case, this is one that we can fulfill. Dr. Ibn Aladim, called the Alapine, has offered you a commission. He would like you to provide him with any information that you can assemble on the secret histories of the world. And likewise, we'll talk with Count Jannings. In 2 seconds, 1, I'm going to need to explain the Mantis, and 2, I'm going to need to deal with my afflictions. Okay, so Molotov is furious. I'm sorry this took me 2 tries, but I'm going to assume that if you know about the Mantis, you've already gone through the wood. And so you got through the wood, probably you used Moth, probably you used Lantern, and you noticed I was trying to get to the white door, and in the case of the white door, that for me, I used Lantern lore on the wood, and it told me that I didn't have enough. So in this case, I know that I need Lantern lore, but Lantern lore of Intensity 2 is not sufficient. So let's imagine that I have, I'll just say, for the purpose of the argument, let's say I've got the top level lantern lore, and that way we can get past the numbers, because I actually don't specifically remember them. It might be as easy as just saying that you need like the next level higher, but rather than potentially mislead, let's just say the intensity of the lore is something that you can go through. Yep. Okay. So then going through the white door, similar story, right? You excuse me, you got up there. Now, if you've gone through the stag door, that also means that you've solved the riddle. And so basically you've got some experience in terms of you've already gone from the wood to the white door. The stag door is a little bit special in the sense that it gives you a riddle. But once you've got the stag door, going to the spider door is really just the next step. And it's the same rule as before. You've got a certain level of intensity of lore that you will need. Basically, this is your understanding of the operations of the Mansis and the shape of it. And assuming that you've got that, you will be able to advance to a higher level. Now, one of the things that happens in the game is that when you read the text, they will sometimes give you some hints in terms of how you can get from one door to the other. But I think, as was talked about in chat, I believe it's lantern and knock. And again, I'm sure somebody will correct that if that's wrong, but basically that will take you to... It's usually pretty reliable to take you to the next level, and at that point it becomes a question of the intensity. There are sometimes relationships, if I'm not mistaken, I believe there are other relationships, at least in the case of the wood, there's moth as well. But generally, if you think of knock, right, that's the principle that opens, so presumably that would be the sort of thing that will take you places. And then, lantern, you might make the same argument as well. But essentially, if you can get from the wood to the white door, if you can get from the white door to the stag door, getting to the spider door is just a matter of having the right intensity of lore. And it's just the same as the other regions. And similar from the spider door, right? The spider door, you might spend some time going to the Chamber of Ways or the Mallory, or you might say, you know what, I'm okay with all of this. Let's just move on, and I'm going to go straight to the peacock door. Well, that's the tricky one for me. Molotov is Furious. I don't know the mechanics well enough. Like, so when I play the game, I know what lore I have at the time. And so to me, it's always a matter of, can I get through the door or can't I? And the game just tells me this isn't powerful enough. So I always just go with my highest level lore and hope for the best. I mean, obviously, if I'm going to the spider door with 2 knock, I'm not going to get in. Like, that's just not going to happen. But I don't really think of this game in the sense of I don't, in my mental model of the game, I don't really look at the numbers all that much. I usually just try to pursue the highest lore that I can, and I know that if the lore isn't sufficient at a given point when I try it, I just wait until I have the next highest level and I try it with that. It's not necessarily the most efficient way of running, but for me, it's a little bit more than than just kind of making notes. I'm sure somebody in chat, though. I mean, I'm not opposed to people in chat answering if somebody has a direct question in terms of what is the intensity of lore that I need to solve this puzzle. Like, don't let the fact that I don't know off the top of my head prevent you from answering. I'm sure there are people who would be able to answer that directly. All right, another awareness of appetite. Every sense is heightened, every sensation deepened. So the well in the wood is never dry, but it is never clear. One night it might heave with crawling roots, on another it will pulse with bright moss. On nights when the moon is full, its waters are choked with the fat-dappled bodies of moths. Last night I saw it brimming with dark and viscous blood. Gelatinous shreds drifted on its surface, clots of grail matter. Okay, so I got to be careful about this afflictions, because if I'm not careful, they are going to turn into decrepitude before too long. So, in this case, we've got this vitality. We're good to go. All I need is time, 60 seconds, and this is going to be gone in 143 seconds. This is going to be gone in 146. So we've dealt with our affliction worries. There will also be a restlessness that comes up, but we'll treat it just like we did the last one. Like, that wasn't too big of a threat to us. And if we do see that there's a season of despair coming up, we'll just deal with that at the time. Okay, Morelands has given me another collection of poetry, and we're going to go straight back into the shop. Goes up 1 level with each door. Fair enough. So 2 for the wood, 4 for the white, 6 for the stag, 8 for the spider, 10 for the peacock. So it sounds like if you already had the 10, based on what Purple's art said there, Molotov, it sounds like if you already have 10 knock, you should already have what you need. And looks like Count Jannings would like a commission on Edge. The Count will pay for information of interest. This time, he'd like whatever you can assemble on the practices of the Edge. You will need a matching lore fragment of at least level 2 to complete this commission. And let's keep talking about Edge to try and find more people. Just to give people an example, we were talking about the fast forward, so this is what it's like here. It's not necessarily the worst thing to do in the world, particularly here where I'm just waiting for stuff to pass by. But again, we've just had two things. We've just kind of had, three things just close, and so you can sort of see that you'll lose some time quickly. So, all right, I'm always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. And I've prepared what is contained by silver for study. So I'm not going to read Gartsides yet, just because I don't have any Sanskrit to read. What I am going to do, assuming we don't... All right, another collection of poetry. So again, we're just going to take advantage of our wealth to empty out Moreland's shop. And we're going to start just hammering away at all of these books now. So... The War of the Roads, 1450 to 1580, Censored Edition. Willis Ford describes the War of the Roads, an event in a history other than our own in detail, but numerous pages have been removed, the name of the publisher is blacked out, and an ominous slip stapled to the cover explains that Willis Ford has been excised. In the past, a score or more of longs were made. They brokered a peace with the Forge of Days, long enough to set England on a path of early conquest and eventual destruction. The Forge itself devoured the greatest among them. Oop, and I'm not at work. Shame on me. All right, so it's pretty unlikely... I think it's pretty unlikely that I'm going to be able to get anything else done. I can't remember how long it takes me to make a commission, so I think I'm just going to go straight back to Glover & Glover. At the very least, I'll be making some good money. So my curiosity is becoming a physical need. My eyes will be thresholds. It's almost time to perform the work and begin the changes, but I must have enough lantern aspect. Exploration might find more. Alright, and we have Kittling Ripe and Moldywarp's Grave, an other story, a lusciously illustrated tome of loosely connected children's stories collected by one NK Field. Few of them are remotely suitable for children. And again, once again back to Moreland's. And we'll put the health in. Okay. And so this is a great example about why I don't do things on fast motion, because notice how long we've had the dream slot unoccupied. So we'll hit that, we'll go back to normal. And again, there are some people where it works really well, but for me, I just tend to find that the number of things that I miss as a result is a little too much to make it worthwhile for me. And again, for me, I'm not in a rush to play this game. So I sometimes feel a little bit of pressure when I'm streaming, because I know some people want me to get on with the game. But even then, right, like that is sometimes an indication that it may not necessarily be a game that people, it may be that people either want a different broadcaster or a different game, because sometimes you just need to wait for stuff to happen. The royalty of England, according to Willis Ford, became the sovereigns of the Leashed Flame, destroying or transforming their enemies, conquering Europe, establishing grand cathedrals to St. Spark. The alliance with the Forge begins to take its toll. The last few chapters are missing entirely. So this is another fun thing. For those of you that do like reading the lore in games, the secret histories in particular will actually give you some ideas about different paths that happen. So there's some descriptions of what happens in England. There's a description of kind of an alternate history with Alexander the Great, and particularly for history buffs. I mean, I like to think that I have some grasp of history, but not as much as I would like, particularly as a moderately educated individual in the modern age. But I know I tend to find games like this do attract some very hardcore history buffs. And so I'm sure little details, particularly if you like sort of very niche parts of history, there are going to be some figures that come up, and especially like there are some moments where like you'll see something that you know, and I'm like, I know this little bit. I feel very smart having played this game. But if you're maybe more like me and you have some gaps in terms of your understanding, like being able to look up stuff and sort of find out that this isn't just made up, but in fact there is a little bit more from history, I think some of that can be pretty interesting and exciting. But particularly the secret histories, again, it's a little bit like Assassin's Creed. You sort of get these alternative, you get these different accounts of what happened, except in this case here, the idea for Cultist Simulator is that these are actually multiple simultaneous histories, all of which are true in a sense. And it's just a question that we've experienced one particular one. As a viewer, I know it's a lot more frustrating for me if a streamer misses things due to haste than it is to have to wait a bit longer for things to happen. Yeah, and I mean, this is the big thing too, is that I think if I was a little bit... I remember when I started, I was a little bit more eager to please, but I have sort of learned that, a little bit like Cultist Simulator, right? Cultist Simulator is interesting because it makes very clear and hard choices about what it wants to be. And sometimes it says, this will not appeal to this group of people. And it's a shame, right? I would like it, in general, it would be nice if more people had more things to give them joy or make it interesting. But on the other hand, I think the worst thing you can say about an indie game is that it is average or that it's like everything else. I mean, one of the really wonderful things about games like Cultist Simulator and so many others, right? Everything from, Sunless Sea obviously has got a connection with this game here. You could also say, you just really pick your favorite indie game. Everything from kind of Crypt of the Necrodancer to some of the stuff done with Inkle. The cost of developing games has gone down to a level now where people are able to make interesting creative choices, and there is still a viable market for them. And so it means that as a result, all of us have the option to select into some of these more niche games and to be able to share them with other people. And I think that's great. I love the fact that I have the option to say no to a bunch of stuff that doesn't interest me, because I know that means every once in a while a game like Cultist Simulator is going to come along and I'm going to be able to say, wow, this is really something. This kind of talks with me and my frustrated ambitions, or I remember what this was like when I was in grad school, or, hey, I know exactly who this boss is, and this seems to be like a bank that I don't actually know if Glover and Glover is a bank, but you better believe I think of Glover and Glover as a bank, and that is specifically because of my individual experience working with my own Mr. Alden. And I think that's true for everybody who plays this individual game. And, to me, I think that's kind of where this becomes interesting. There's lots of really interesting games which you could call interactive fiction, where it's a little more like reading a book, and that's fine. I mean, I'm doing a lot of reading now, right? Kittling and Ripe, a lusciously illustrated tome of loosely connected children's stories connected by one N.K. Field. Few of them are remotely suitable for children. The protagonist, a speechless cat thing called Kittling Ripe, performs a series of elaborate rites to rescue members of her extended family, culminating in the resurrection of her other grandmother, Moldywarp. There's still text to be read, but there are these nice little fragments. And again, there is a lot that's left for me to do as somebody who is thinking about the game, who is, thinking about who this person is. And again, if the game appeals to someone on a purely mechanical basis, sometimes it's fun to just shuffle cards around. But to me, I definitely think being able to really invest something of myself and to be able to have some creative expression in terms of who these different characters are is the thing that really appeals to me. And so obviously people who aren't into that, my hope is that there's enough Cultist Simulator content out there that people are able to find what they're looking for. All right, let's carry on with the Orleans. All right. If you'll excuse me, I'm just going to take a second to drink something because I am really feeling it in my throat. Again, I hate reminding everybody of my mortality, but it's probably better to be honest about that rather than I suddenly sound like Leonard Cohen half of the way through the next hour or two. Okay, let's do... Does it make sense for me to go for the health? Not really, so let's go and throw our reason at things. We can learn from each other. Ah, dear Poppy. Okay, so for those of you who have just gotten really excited, let me say that I think there is some value in maintaining the sanctity of a certain playthrough that comes after this one. And wouldn't it be wonderful if a whole bunch of people get really excited about playing this game and they get to experience Poppy without knowing what happens? This is why we won't be talking with Poppy today. But I highly recommend, if you haven't played this game, Poppy's an interesting person. You should definitely have a chat with her. Let's talk about the knife's secret to try and get more bodies. All right, Traveling at Night, Volume 1. The first volume of the book I believe that is the first book that we read. So again, we're doing well with cash, and it's really easy to get books from Orland. So I'm just gonna keep running with it. It obviously would be nice if I read more of these books, but I'm working on that now. And we can. Where's my Way of the Wood? Alright, when the snake witch killed the stag, Kitling snatched one of its eyes. When the dry witch killed the sow, Kitling stole a cup of its blood. Then she took them to the place Moldywarp lay buried, and she shook out her hair, and she began to dance. And it's a wood whisper, so this is a new piece of lore. Lie awake and listen. The wind speaks in the branches. The house cries out in its sleep. These are the roads that chaos ride. Speak this over a corpse and a rite with a winter influence present, and the corpse will rise. So, of course, this is the developer speaking directly to us, but you can kind of see there's a little bit of a hint here, right? So let's read that again. So, speak this over a corpse and a rite with a winter influence present, and the corpse will rise. And we'll read the description again. When the snake witch killed the stag, Kitling snatched one of its eyes. When the dry witch killed the sow, Kitling stole a cup of its blood. Then she took them to the place Moldywarp lay buried, and she shook out her hair, and she began to dance. Now, nobody is ever going to expect you to understand what the snake witch and the dry witch is, and what the blood and, the eye is supposed to mean. If you are able to figure out that summoning based on those instructions, you are way smarter than I am. But one thing that is interesting about this game, right? This is the type of game that if you go into like the Discord or the forums or whatever, I'm sure you can have, passionate arguments about whether or not a particular lore is, a certain thing or another. And if you want to try and get a sense of what this world is like, you know that there is at least the winter influence that is at play here, right? You think of the ritual that you do, or the rite that you do, to make a corpse rise. You know that Kitling is trying to raise Moldywarp. I think here the hair connection with the Wood Whisper is fine. But in this case here, right, you are starting to get a little bit of an idea in terms of how these things are connected to each other. Now, again, is this going to practically help you in the game? That one, probably not so much. But again, if you're interested in the lore of the game, there's lots of little pieces that you can put together. I happen to know that, at least in a few cases, there are, I don't know if I should say deliberately unresolved ambiguities, but there are definitely unresolved ambiguities. And again, that's why it becomes interesting for people to talk with each other. And there does seem to be a pretty active Discord community about it. Actually, I wasn't going to do this originally, but because I'm sort of between things, I'm going to take a second here and show you something that I wrote. So this article really assumes that people know the game very well, or at the very least that they've sort of experienced it. But I'm a bit of a data nerd. This image that I'm making that I'm getting is 22 megabytes, so it takes a little bit to load. But let me just show you something that I've got in a browser here. It's going to take... Okay, sorry, I got to bring this on full screen. This is related to the game. Don't worry, this isn't just me completely like turning this into a vlog on Weather Factory's dime. But this is something that I wrote. Actually, I want to give some credit to this. So this is somebody who's got a credit on the game, Lyrazider. And he has this database called the Frangiclave, which has sort of all of the cards present in Cultist Simulator. Now, this was before Exile came out, but I believe this has all of the different DLC. And this doesn't really look like anything right now, but basically what I did was Lyrazider helped me out taking that database. And what I did was what's known as a network analysis on all of the relationships between the cards. And what I did here was I particularly looked for certain clusters between these different cards. So if you zoom in, what's really interesting about this, I'm responsible for the coloring. So I sort of colored this sort of in accordance with the, I kind of colored this in accordance with the different cards and such. But these are all of the relationships sort of between the different cards. And then they also sort of group off into these different groups. So like you've got the auctionable category, and then here's like all of the different books and all the different items that you can get. Then there's this subset of the auctionable group of the texts, and you know they wind up kind of getting connected to things like scholarship and that, right? You have all of these different relationships. A lot of these relationships tend to make a bunch of sense on their own. But what I found really interesting is that this is not me, like this is just taking the connections that exist inside of the game in terms of their influences and just running this on a bunch of analytics programs and getting these relationships to emerge, and then just putting certain criteria for identifying whether or not there's a group. And of course, what's interesting is that all of these different aspects sort of show up inside the game on their own. A couple of things that's interesting, followers in the purpose of this network analysis shows up as an edge group. And I think this makes sense because so many of the generic followers wind up being edge followers to begin with. The other thing that's interesting is that the Secret Histories doesn't actually show up as a group on its own. It shows up as a subset of Lantern. And the reason why I specifically mention this is that there's a comment in the forums on Steam where somebody says, does Secret Histories count as a lore or principle on its own, or is it something different? And I believe the developer answer to that is decidedly ambiguous. It does not say whether or not it counts as a lore on its own. And so what I found interesting here is that ambiguity is kind of present inside of the structure of the game. The criteria I used actually showed it as a subset of Lantern. But, you know, somebody else could make an argument that maybe the standard that I held wasn't appropriate. But, like, the other thing that's kind of interesting is you actually can see these separate islands. A lot of these are associated with sort of the new DLC, and so you can sort of see that this wouldn't connect into the main game, because, of course, if it did connect into the main game, you wouldn't have any reason to pay for that DLC. But yeah, just to give you an idea of if you are a nerd for this sort of stuff like I am, there's a very deep rabbit hole that you can go down. But I thought it might be I thought it might just kind of be illuminating to sort of show I thought it might kind of be illuminating to sort of show how this game, you know, you can really kind of dig into the lore in unusual ways. So that article is online, but again, if you're new to the game, it will not help you. That is definitely something that's written for people who really like reading the lore of the game and want to see sort of a data-driven approach to the relationships that are present within the game on its own. So, all right, traveling at night. The wood lies outside the walls of the Mansis. As any student of the histories knows, the Mansis has no walls. The annotated dream journals of Christopher Alopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist, literate, entertaining, bewildering. Sorry for the intermission there, but I thought at least some of you would find that interesting. Although what I tended to notice, I do have some economist friends, and their reaction to all of that wasn't like, oh, how did you do the network analysis? It was, how do you make the graph look like that? Which is fine. I mean, like, I think it looks really nice. I put some effort into it, but obviously I was more interested in the analytical component, not making pretty pictures. Pretty pictures are, I mean, it's a black background, curves and colors. That's why it looks nice. There's your data visualization tip. Black backgrounds, colors, and curves. Okay, so we've got a season of ambitions coming up next, so that's going to mean that we have restlessness we need to deal with. Fortunately, though, the season of despair is going to be gone in 12 seconds, so we don't need to consider that a threat. Morelands has paid, or not Morelands, Glover and Glover has paid us. So if I wanted, I could do the regular work. I'm going to try something here. I actually would like to see whether or not I can get away with doing an edge commission. I have a feeling that this would normally get me... Oops, I can't talk about edge. Let's talk about secret histories. So this is... Remember, I talked with these mentors about the job, or what commission they wanted. So what I'm going to try here is actually do this commission. Remember, your work slot isn't just for work. You can do rights, you can do lots of different things with your work slot. And so in this case, I've got the commission, I've got the lore, I need to apply reason to write the brief treatise. And it does take 60 seconds, so I would lose my job, but of course I have ways of making this work. Or do I? I might have just messed up work-wise. Acquaintance, come with me. I think I saw a big drop in the viewer numbers based on that graph. I'll know for next time. All right. This is what I was looking for. I'm moving on, Miss Moreland informs you. My stock is largely exhausted and the Suppression Bureau are taking an interest, so it's goodbye. The last book is nonsense, but I've tucked some interesting papers into the back as thanks for your custom. So remember how we said that if you get to the Forsaken Reach, you sort of know that you've reached the end of the expeditions for the capital? There's a similar thing that happens. With Morelands. Basically, and the game tells you here, so something, deep mystery something. A dreadful souffle of half-digested rumor about the secret world and the irrelevance of contemporary morality, including a catalog of unlikely and probably invented debaucheries. If I've bought this from a shop, it probably means that there's nothing else of interest left in stock. So this book is useless, as the game says, but it's one of these cases here where this is a nice little indicator that you've finished one particular set of priorities and you're able to sort of move on to onto the next set, which of course is going to be the Oriflamme's auction house. That's going to be another place where we can get stuff. But we do finally have Grail lore, which we've been missing for a very long time. So the Megalesian incantation, the Great Mother remembers. And as a reminder, Grail, hunger, lust, the drowning waters. The principle of the Grail honors both the birth and the feast. And unfortunately, we have yet to get any Grail followers. Now, it is possible to change locations. So there is actually a point where you can make your headquarters Morelands. We probably aren't going to get to that part in this broadcast, but just a little bit of an idea. When it says temporary headquarters, it is actually temporary. You can in fact go to other places. Now, what I'm curious about is whether or not I have anything that I can store the senior position at Glover and Glover in before 38 seconds passes, and I think the answer to that is no, so I'm probably going to have to beg for my job again. Hope that commission was worth it. Let's go to Oriflamme's so that we can buy some books. We perch on alarming Rietveld chairs in a windowless auction room with vividly burnt orange walls, waiting for the auctioneer to announce what he's offering. The reek of new paint makes the brain spin. So 5 seconds to start the auction. Excuse me. That's not the start of the auction. That's just coincidence. Let's go back to the well. All right, we missed out. Exercise or something rarer has invigorated me. And we did read this one not too long ago, so we'll just skip over that. Apologies if you want me to read that text. I will actually, just maybe let me know if you'd like me to start reading some of that text again. But things that I've read a few times over the course of the broadcast, just because I'm a little conscious of time, I'm going to try and leave those. To the side for the time being. We are, however, going to continue pursuing the way through the wood until I feel like we have a better path. Erlopoli describes how he came to make repeated visits to the Dreamwood via what he calls silver dreams. Trying to think your way to the wood, he explains, is like thinking your way to being in love, but I find a secret that helped. So, of course, this is the first volume of Traveling at Night, right? So this is one of the ways we've already made it to the wood. But in addition to Lantern, you are able to use the Barber's Warning to get into the wood. And so, in theory, one way that you would know how this, one way that you would know how this, how to do that would be sort of reading between the lines on a text like this. And again, sometimes you only ever appreciate that after you have solved the puzzle and say, oh, okay, here's another way that I could have done that. But in this case here, I do know that there are some people who kind of put two and two together. Again, I do tend to notice that there's a pretty good overlap between people who like ARGs, alternate reality games, because they do tend to involve a certain amount of puzzle solving, and that just sort of seems to be like people seem to have a way that they like thinking about these kinds of games. I'm not necessarily in that group, actually, so sometimes I have to come up with my solutions through other means. But again, that's kind of the charm of playing these kinds of games. I'm going to skip ahead. I think if we get some white, we can actually finally make it to the white door. So I'm going to skip and do on the white. This is Solomon Husher writes perhaps allegorically of winter and its long, slow, doomed romance with the sun. The epigraph is sunset at noon. On closer investigation, the work seems to be a theory of aesthetics, or perhaps a set of warnings about the dangers of painting. So we're going to read that. If you'll just excuse me for a second, I'm going to switch a screen on another device that I have. All right. And we have a copy of Gildersleeve's Latin Grammar. I don't think I need that, so... Crowd of pinched faces, glinting eyes. Who will bid? The item at auction is visible on the right. It will be gone forever if the auction is lost. So I'm not really interested in pursuing this particular book, so we're just going to let the auction run by. We are still working on this treatise, so unless I can do something about work in 13 seconds, I'm going to have to write a very sincere apology to someone and probably work my way back up to a senior role. Fortunately, Glover & Glover doesn't seem to have a very good employee records keeping system, because I seem to be able to beg for my job over and over again. Not that I would want it any other way. The auction is over, the lot is gone elsewhere. I retain my funds. So if you are wondering, if you bid in Oriflamme's auction house and you do not get the item, even if you did a bid, you do get your money back. I'm trying to remember the style of auction. I don't think it's Dutch auction. There is a style of auction where it's like everybody, like the bid that you make goes into the pocket of the person doing the auction, but it's not that style. I'm really mad at myself for not remembering that. All right, so here's the secret histories. I'll show you why this is an interesting. So this is an interesting choice to make because I've already run into this problem, right? Like I'm already in trouble at work. Let's just take the time. I'm taking a holiday. I'm sure Elder Glover is mad about it. But let's just get let's get our commissions done. Why not, right? So 60 seconds for a commission on the Grail. Oh, come with me. Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra has been found not guilty 3 times in 3 separate jurisdictions. She will likely never be found guilty of anything. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. So I'm actually going to put Rhaenyra right to the front of the queue because Rhaenyra is a Grail follower. And we don't actually have anybody associated with Grail in the cult yet. So we're going to grab our Church of the Bright Edge. Again, this is how we bring cultists into the group. I might as well get rid of the restlessness. I mean, this is usually why I've been reserving all of these people. And so we'll perform the ceremony with the knife secret. That means, of course, I can't use it for the commission, but I'm already doing a different commission. So 30 seconds, and we will have them in the group. All right, it's a collection of poetry. You know what? I think this is one that's worth bidding on. It's nice to have the option for the lessons learned. We currently need 3. Although we'll need 4 for the highest intensity. Well in the wood is sacred to the grail, the hour that hungers, and to the velvet, the hour that guards secrets. Tonight as I approached, I heaved with the velvet's moss, struggling waves of deep and vibrant green pulsing again and again from its throat. It surged around my calves, rose to my thighs, and this morning I still feel the velvet's breath strong within me. Before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen the knife so it can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. So Rhaenyra, a believer, Rhaenyra continues to pursue her appetites discreetly, although her ambitions have grown. Now, I can't remember how to do this, but let's see if I can pull it off. So, Usher writes distractedly of his hatred of colors and his yearning for death. He hints at a great work he has envisaged, or begun, where the palest of paintings will enthrall the world. He returns again and again to certain compelling phrases, which he claims are the secret words of winter. Oh, Sexton's Secret. All right, this is not quite what I was hoping for on the weight. So we already have this. We'd have to upgrade it to get what we need. And I'm not interested in doing that yet. So let's talk. I don't want to use my talk verb with edge because that's going to ruin my opportunity to do a commission. What I want to try and do though is Rhaenyra, significant conversations in a smoky meeting room. What do I need from my follower? Rhaenyra. Want to visit the Ecdysis Club? Rhaenyra doesn't say a word. She only stretches splendidly and rises to stalk from the room, but she sends me a long glance back over her shoulder as she goes. So, just to anticipate what's going to be said, I know. Okay? I know. I want to show this. But there's romance in this game. There's actually an entire series of endings based on romantic entanglements with some of the characters. The Dancer was actually the first romantic ending that I got. But the I'll try and show you a little bit of that. It's just to give you an idea that we don't have it coming up, but that there's that season of Ardors. It's not just a free contentment. There are actually cases where there are other improvements that can happen, or not other improvement. There are other things that can happen, and I kind of want to highlight those. I've won the auction. The auctioneer makes a note of my name and signals one of the attendants. I have my prize. I hope it's worth it. Well, it's the same as it would have cost me at Moorland, so it seems worth it to me. And I guess we can go to the wood again. The reasons for going to the wood are becoming a little bit... they're getting fewer and fewer, but it's still not bad to go in. Just trying to think of the things that I'd maybe want. I think we have one of each type of lore, but let's take the Latin stuff and put it to the back. I'm going to read it in this order. On what is contained by silver, a dire bestiary of the horrors to be found in mirrors. This is a recent edition of a 3rd century text by Pomander. Not going to lie, used save states for getting the romance variant endings. Not ashamed. Yeah. Well, I mean, again, this is where... so actually, it was me. I think it was you who asked about the whether or not I consider stuff as cheating. Like... there's a trigger achievement button. There's you can add cards. It's not that hard to bring this up in the game. So, I'm not going to tell you guys how to do that, by the way. It's not that hard to find, but so like this is the thing. Like if I want to like look down my nose at someone for cheating, like it's not like the developers made it very hard. In the end, people are going to enjoy the games that they want. I don't have that many I have a fair number, but like I've not 100%ed the game, just because achievement hunting isn't really something I put a lot of, it's not something that I put a lot of time into. But I'm sure the thing is, it also gives me material for streams, right? So I can just try and achieve, go for a particular achievement, and it sort of helps me answer the question, like, what am I going to do for a Cultist Simulator run? This one, I just wanted to do a pretty, vanilla aspirant run, because I knew that a lot of people who'd be interested in the game would want to see kind of what it's like to play the game. One thing I haven't done is sort of die in this game, and so if you're interested in what happens afterwards, you actually unlock different legacies. But in this case, I figured, it's unlikely that I'm going to make this kind of progress in whatever time I would have left if I were to end the playthrough now. So I figured I'd just kind of continue on with the run. But obviously, we're quite a bit more invested in the game than would be reasonable for somebody's first experience. Like, the game definitely looks quite a bit more complicated than when we had one job and one verb. Have you played any modded Legacies for CS yet? No, Sneakworks. I'm probably a really bad community member for doing that. I very lightly started raiding a mod of my own, and then I sort of realized the amount of effort that it would take, and I've not abandoned it, but I need fewer projects, not more at the moment. So I'd be interested. I mean, I think there's a lot of material for people to work with in this setting, but I haven't really. Although, if you'd like to list some of your favorites, I'm sure there's people who are interested in the workshop support who would be interested in sort of knowing how they can extend their experience. So let's read this Bestiary of Horrors Found in the Mirrors. This is a recent edition by a third century text by Pomander. All right. We have the true and complete accounting of the Asclepian mysteries of the roots of the house. I don't know why, I really like the really long titles in this game. Although there's a reason, for those of you that saw that network graph that I did, that's actually the reason why I used the in-engine names for the cards as opposed to the actual titles, because the Magus von Brandt creates a little bit of a difficulty to fit all of the words on the screen. All right, I finished the manuscript. So, a brief discussion on Grail. Of course, when it's me, there's never a thing there's no such thing as a brief discussion. And we will take our reason. So, write a brief treatise on the edge principle. Now, in practice, one thing that I usually try and do is I try and turn in the commissions as early as possible so that I can get the cooldown going on these different individuals. But obviously, I used up my talk verb. So I won the auction. The auctioneer makes a note of my name and signals one of the attendants. I have my prize. I hope it's worth it. I think it is, although I am going to need to translate it. And again, in this case, the best thing I can do with my explore verb right now is just to load up on books, because that's going to be how I will advance through different things. And we have Gartside Sanskrit Reader. Well, I haven't even read my existing copy, and only once in my life have I ever bought 2 copies of the same book. Excuse me. Again, the hour is catching up with me. Okay, let's try the Temple of the Wheel this time. Sacre bleu. All right, the toes tap. All is brisk and all is well. A heart influence. This will turn into vitality, but I don't really need it right now. So, in the wood beyond the walls of the mantis, a jagged rock rears like the petrified remnants of a dancing giant. I trailed my hand along its flank, over the eye signs and lichen and the crude graffiti of the lesser wood powers, and I felt the thrumming of the wheel, which has passed. It has passed, but something continues. And again, just more work on the wood. The thing about this is I do tend to just go to the dreams as a reaction, because most of the time I know things that will cause harm to me. And the option to potentially get something cool usually outweighs any of the scenarios in which I might have to suffer some sort of negative consequence. Now, you may feel differently about it, but the big question for me would be, what else am I really going to be using that dream slot for? I don't have any sickness to recover from. I don't have any. I don't really have any. I don't have any dread or fascination to get rid of. And so in this case, again, this is just a personal thing for me. I like to have as many of these plates spinning as I can, but you don't have to. Like, the other thing I was talking about was the possibility that you have the possibility that maybe you are getting overwhelmed by the number of choices that you need to make, or the number of things that you need to keep track of. And so as a result, you might find that leaving some of these verbs empty is a better approach. The only thing that I can say is that I do tend to find when I do that, I have later points where I said, I wish I had 2 explore verbs, or I wish I had 2 dream verbs, because then there's this backlog of stuff that I just want to get done. So... Steam Workshop is still pretty small in content, but most of the stuff there is pretty worth it if anybody's interested in that sort of thing. Purple's Art likes the Professor Legacy, and Up From Nowhere was an interesting challenge. Neat. Yeah, I had a very specific... so I was very much inspired by Stum, which obviously we haven't seen inside of the game yet. But for those of you who are not familiar with Cultist Simulator, there is a film, a black and white film called Stum. And again, I mentioned that I have a little bit of a background in the film industry, and so part of that involves, just because I'm a nerd, I like the history of subjects, and so I know a few things about movies around the time that this game would be set in. And so I thought I had a few people that I met in that work that I thought would be really interesting characters to put as part of that. But I definitely imagined something a little bit closer to a total conversion almost. And so that's the problem, is that my ambitions didn't even necessarily exceed my talent, but definitely exceeded my willingness to invest time in it. But assuming that I can set aside the time, it is something I'd like to pursue and potentially document for people who might have an ambition to contribute something of their own. The virgins, maidens of the mirrors favor orchids. The behindlings favor the rhododendron. Cut flowers of either nature should not be placed before polished bronze. An appendix contains a rite which might be used to summon some of these entities, although the details of its use are not made clear. So this is the rite of the watchman's sorrow. This rite recalls the loss of the watchman who walks the house which has no walls. Light goes before him and shadow behind. He must not see you. The instrument of power is used to summon him to take his sacrifice. Precious knowledge from the root of your thoughts. The assistant must speak the words that anchor your sanity, so choose someone you trust. And this is a Mansis glimpse. This is the first level 4 Lantern lore that we've seen. So a snatch of poetry, a single memory of a certain house that all of us visit at least twice in our lives. For one's first visit to the Mansis, this lore is almost essential. So, let's try something new. Approaching the white door, there is a house in the wood. I know something of that house, enough to find my way to its light. So this is, sorry, I'm trying to remember who had asked this. I think it was Molotov is Furious, if you're still around. So this is a little bit about what I was talking about in terms of knowing whether or not you're on the way. So for instance, let's say I tried Forge. So there's no response to this, and so it suggests that there's probably nothing going to happen. Let's try this lantern instead. So a light in the wood, not enough. There is a house in the wood, this much I know. Here is a light through the trees. Of course, we're trying to get to the white door, so you might also make the argument winter, but... But in this case, we're like, okay, well maybe I just need a higher intensity of lore, and sure enough, the Mansis glimpse is what we needed. There is a house in the wood, I know something of that house, enough to find my way to its light. And so in this case here, obviously you already know how to get to the white door, but basically just take that and shift that to the higher level lores when it comes to either getting to the spider door or getting past the spider door. It's really the same thing. And to those of you who have no idea what I'm talking about, I apologize. Obviously, I'm talking to 2 levels of player, people who are already familiar with Cultist Simulator and people who have... people who have not, people who have never seen the game before, so. Yeah, well, that's the thing, right, is that there is a distinct voice behind this game and the writing. It is worth mentioning that Lottie Bevan has also done writing for the game. So there are actually two voices, but I think they're very good collaborators. And it's worth saying that, like, I believe this game underpriced its DLC because there's a perception of it's just words. And I think to a certain extent, I understand why they did that. I mean, obviously, when you look at the Exile and its higher price tag, you can see that there was so much more done, and so it sort of justified the higher price tag. But if you want an idea of why it's just words is a really tough way to justify, not wanting to pay a lot for a DLC, is to just look, with all respect to people who do modding work, like even for a game like Stellaris, it is actually quite difficult to sort of capture a particular tone that a game has. And obviously, when a game is written by a team that's sort of known for their ability to write, it is a very difficult very difficult sort of thing to match. So again, I hope that doesn't come off, particularly if any of the mod authors are here. I actually really appreciate the work that they do, because that keeps a game alive, and I enjoy playing Cultist Simulator a few years after it's been released. But with that in mind, right, it's no easy task to sort of match the tone of this sort of thing. Do same order influences usually stack on themselves? Influences don't stack because they have decay timers. Yes, yeah. Lightbringer, Purple's Art answered your question, Lightbringer. It's also true with Vitality. So for the same reason that I can't stack these Vitality, the influences can't stack either. All right, if I'm thinking of beginning a dalliance, then really this is the place. If I and my companion share the same sensibilities, to begin an affair with this character, show them that your deepest desires are aligned. So how would you show that? Well, I think you probably have a guess, but it will tell you, right? It shows you the desire. So if I put my enlightenment desires in, Rhaenyra is not really going to be that impressed about dedicating myself to the pursuit of a higher understanding. I must see beneath the skin, whatever the cost. Oh, I missed out on the... No, hang on. That was the Sanskrit reader, I think. So again, back to Oriflammes and back to the study. This time with The Locksmith's Dream, Volume 1, A Light Through the Keyhole, the first volume of Teresa Gallmer's examination of the parallels and the mystic dreams of artisans. The parallels of the mystic dreams experienced by carpenters, masons, and other artisans, and what they purport to reveal about the architecture of the world. Sometimes mordant, sometimes funny, no one has ever explained why Gallmer devoted herself to this chaotic exploration of artisans' dreams. Oh, yes, yeah, that's lore. So, yes, absolutely, you can stack lore. So basically, the only... it's, I think, fair to say like stacks with like, and the only time that that's not true is the only time that that's not true is when there's a timer attached to it. And as an extra tip, so, the most tedious way to move 10 funds is to do this. If you want to grab a whole stack, just hold the number, and then you can move the whole stack at once. Alternatively, just hit the tab key and it'll move it over. But yeah, sorry. I think, yeah, the terminology mattered in this case because the Watchman's Secret, this counts as lore, and as you can see, it's stacked. Whereas the Trembling Airs, this is an influence. So my apologies, Lightbringer. I misunderstood what your question was. Haven't played it whole ton, still a newbie, so much about this game. Or hold shift and click. Yeah, the challenge with shift and click is it's really hard to show on the stream. I know I sometimes cheat and hit tab, but in terms of showing stuff on the stream, it's I tend to do a lot of mouse movement. Although I'm sure my wrist will be unhappy. But yeah, Lightbringer, definitely feel free to ask any questions if stuff's not making sense. I know I'm pretty deep into the game at this point, but that doesn't mean that I shouldn't make an effort to... speaking of Stum, that doesn't mean I shouldn't make an effort to try and make this game as accessible as possible. And that's also true. If you haven't been participating in chat, please don't feel like you need to keep quiet. If something doesn't make sense, this is not necessarily the easiest game to get into. And part of the fun for me is to be able to interact with people and talk about this game and hopefully bridge that gap between uncertainty about the game and maybe a willingness to give it a shot. I really liked this game in a very early form, but I also think it's true that I have my own tastes. So the evening is going in a direction I hadn't intended. Did I say the wrong thing, or are we just hopelessly unsuited? All right. Well, you know what? Who I might have better luck with? I'm gonna keep that quiet for a second, and let's turn in our commissions. All right. So remembering, we got this commission by talking with the mentor. We worked the commission with our knowledge, and now we're turning it in. We have to talk with the person who requested it. And in the meantime, I'm going to try and get my job back at Glover & Glover. My superiors must believe in my contrition. Use passion to convince management to let you return to work. Now, it probably will not be... This is not a pleasant conversation, but it may be a necessary one. I think I'm going to have to work my way up to the senior position again, but now that I know I can't work... lore, that's fine. Looks like I wound up with a dread that I didn't notice. I've received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So we've got an iron spintrea. Initiates of the hidden world use spintrea to pay for services. Iron spintrea are the lowest denominations and display scenes of murder on their reverse side. Spintrea can be sold for more traditional funds at an auction house. So this was another... This is another way, just to answer the question that came in earlier about how to make money. I got lucky with how Glover & Glover turned out. Another thing that you can do is you can do a lot of these commissions, and if you find yourself with a surplus of spintrea, these have a certain value. So aspect spintrea value, spintrea are the currency of the hidden world. Some spintrea are worth more than others, but don't expect to get change. This is not a grocery. A couple of other interesting details about it. It does count as an ingredient, I believe much the same way that funds count as an ingredient. It is auctionable, so this gives you an idea that it's worth 2. It is also has aspect secret histories, but what's interesting here, of course, is you look at the what's on the icon, or you read the description, scenes of murder on the reverse side, and it also has edge aspect. And it's important to remember, just because something's despair, or just because something is spintrea, does not mean that it's ineligible for a ritual. So it's it's definitely it's in my opinion, it's kind of fun to realize some of these ideas. And in fact, being able to realize that perhaps you may have had a more, how should I put it, maybe a narrower view of what the scope of the game was, and sort of realizing that, and then suddenly finding that there are more opportunities than you had originally thought. That can be really exciting, because that's usually the verge of a breakthrough. That's usually the point where you're like, oh, hang on, what if I do X, Y, or Z? And that can be really fun, because all of a sudden a bunch of other ideas sort of come cascading one after the other, and you learn tricks. Like, for instance, that was how I sort of discovered that I could put things like dread in an initiation rite and get rid of some threats that way. Obviously, I didn't do that too well here. I sort of let a despair slide under the radar, but we'll get rid of it, don't worry. Okay, so let's talk with Dr. Redeem and turn in our secret histories. Yeah, reputation is kind of interesting for recruiting people. I suppose to a certain extent, the same relationship is modeled in the game, in the sense that Mystique is a byproduct of talking about, the work that you're doing. And obviously, when you find someone through supernatural means, finding them in Dream, the fact that you get notoriety instead of Mystique, I kind of feel like that relationship is still modeled. And the way I've always kind of been able to parse that out in my head is that acquaintances already know you by reputation. What they're really looking for here is proper induction into the cult itself. But I mean, again, like, obviously that's as much of an ex post justification for the game as it is, as opposed to a specific argument for the game having been built that way in the first place. I have what the doctor requested. So again, we're not caring too much about the trembling airs. The vitality is not really something that I need at the moment. What I do need is some erudition. So it looks like Dr. Redeem paid me some Iron Spintrea. Not too surprising, because these are all low-level commissions. We did get some erudition, though, so if I can... I'm not going to have the time in the study verb, sadly. And as you can see, I'm getting a bit of a reputation for my occult work, and so my mystique is rising. So we're going to talk to Count Jannings. If we can't turn this erudition into a lesson learned, at least we can maybe try and get that from the edge. And I won the auction. The auctioneer makes a note of my name and signals one of the attendants. I have my prize. I hope it's worth it. I would not recommend reading this or watching this film under the current conditions. But let's go back to Oriflamme's auction house. Again, perching on Rietveld chairs. It's important to remember my funds are starting to dwindle, but I feel secure enough to be able to go back to the auction. Spintrea were real Roman coins that were used in brothels, as far as I recall. I didn't actually know that. I always wondered about the gold Spintrea, but that's a little bit different. So, I guess we never got an answer as to whether or not Gartsides was a true was an actual book or not. I mean, I can do a Google search. Obviously, I was just kind of curious because obviously everybody brings their own experiences to these games. That's part of the fun of streaming it. All right, I've been offered another chance. I am apparently expected to be grateful. Now again, we're back at a position of Glover and Glover, so this isn't going to pay as well. What I am going to do is going to use reason to put my diligence in, and then I also need devotion, so extra work. The work is more demanding now, but it's better paid. All right, so another Iron Spintrea, another erudition, so that's good. We can combine that into a lesson learned. We've got more mystique. Again, my reputation precedes me. I've received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. And there is a house in the wood. I know something of that house, enough to find my way to its light. There are the bounds about the house, with their mists and their traces. This the rock called the Temple of the Wheel, high as a church spire, perched with black lichen and daubed with eye signs. I round it, and there ahead of me is the white door. The light of the house leaks around the edges. So now we've found our way to the white door. We've gotten sort of to the second level of the Mansis. I know it's a little bit later than most people would do, but again, everybody plays games their own way. So in my dreams, I've passed the white door, which has been called the Bone Door and the Gate of Ivory. My voice remains outside the house each time I enter, which is a real professional hazard when streaming Cultist Simulator. Googled Gartside, but couldn't find anything. Never as good as organizing your screen as this? Well, that's part of the fun. So I will stress too, just for those, this is a default setting, but there's a bunch of different clarity settings. So if you find the info windows are up too long, you can always make them shorter. I do notice sometimes the autosave interval will cause the game to slow down. For instance, I'm playing this on a hard drive. Like, I don't really feel like this game needs a solid state to keep running. But if you find that the autosave interval is sort of causing the game to freeze up a little too much for you, you can adjust that interval, but of course, you run the risk of losing a little bit more progress if you make it longer. I think 5 minutes is quite reasonable. The big challenge here is that if look, I'm sure you've all played a game which didn't have an autosave feature or didn't have it at a regular interval. Something happens and you lose hours of progress. Nobody wants to keep playing a game after that. It's the worst feeling in the world. But if you happen to like a little more precision, I really like that they included the grid snap size. I used to be kind of particular when it didn't have this option, and I try and line everything else up. But you can get a 1-card grid snap size, and actually, if you want a little more precision, you can actually put it down to a quarter card. Oh, I don't want to save and exit. Let's resume. And in that case, you can still get like nice sharp lines, but you can even do like nice little. You can do nice little stairs. And I will confess, like, again, right, game came out in 2018. I was streaming it before its release. Sometimes you want something fun to do. And one of the ways that I've kind of kept the... I'm sorry, I realize I kind of sound full of myself when I say that, but this is more just kind of saying, sometimes you want to find ways to make a game like this fresh. I enjoy it, but I don't enjoy doing the same thing over and over again. And one of the things I've always found kind of fun is trying to find a way of expressing the character. So in this case, I've never done this alignment of verbs, but I was thinking is like I can make the sword longer the more trouble I'm in as these new verbs emerge. And so that's why I chose the Church of the Bright Edge. I sort of thought, okay, I know how I'm going to organize my verbs. One of the things that I would say, if you are interested in sort of coming up with what I think is an ideal setup, there is some sense in sort of having a column where, you have your lantern lore, you have your lantern followers, and you have your lantern items. Obviously, I'm breaking that here by putting the expeditions there. But another thing that might work well for you is to make sure that the various components are also close to each other. So for instance, most of your lore is going to be applied to things like the study and the dream. Sometimes you'll do it in work. Like obviously lore kind of runs all over the place, but most of the time I'm using it in dream and study. And so being able to make sure that most of my lore is close to these verbs is really helpful. Likewise, I'm probably going to have Glover and Glover close to the work slot. So there are some things that are not very optimal about this layout. On the other hand, I think the story of this game is more fun than the table layout. But yeah, there's actually room for lots of expression depending on the grid snap size. And if you are particularly moth oriented, you can definitely turn the snap size off. But a quick word, if you do stream this game, you are going to upset a lot of people if you don't have stuff lining up. I also think that is a perfectly reasonable way of playing because, some men just want to see the world burn. All right, where's the white door? Here we go. Now, there's a few details. Let's take a look. In my dreams, I know the path to the white door through the mounds, but the path is thronged with the dead who pass this way. I need health to resist their chill. Oh, well, if you click the bird worm slider, it goes between order and anarchy, and this is updated from where it would do bird and worm. We actually answered this a little while ago, and in a way that wasn't very helpful. So there was a thing called the Enigmas. I don't know if they're still a going concern or not, but there was sort of this secret game in the background. And bird and worm would be a component in this larger sort of, I don't know if it's properly called an ARG, but basically there are a bunch of sort of mysteries that are present in the game, and people who are sufficiently interested in them would sort of follow along. And I think there was a kind of like a friendly rivalry between bird and worm in terms of who was making progress. I believe Bird, rightly, was, last I checked, was just, shooting the lights out and leaving the worm in the dirt, as it should be. But yeah, I mean, the thing is that I'm really speaking of something that I didn't participate in on the game. I did find a couple of the hints, so inside of the JSON files for the game, there was like a message inside one of the bits of lore. I don't know if it's still there. But ultimately, it's not something that I've participated in Cultist Simulator, although I do know that there was a much larger sort of thing and sort of like a private section of the Discord to the people who were sort of initiated inside of it. So it's sort of up to, I know that there are some things where there's sort of this omerta of, it's like, if you've got to this point, don't spoil the fun for other people. Like, let's just keep it between ourselves. So I don't know if there are some participants in Enigmas here who either don't want to or can't talk about certain things about it. But it is not something, let me put it to you this way. The game as I'm playing it, it doesn't really affect something. But suffice to say that there are other things going on in Cultist Simulator, at least that used to be going on in Cultist Simulator, that particularly devoted followers were putting some time into. All right, so it told us that we need health to resist their chill. Again, if we were confused about that, we could move in. Now, notice here that there is a desire instead of lore. So, well, what happens if we put our desire in? The stag door. The ascent is slow. Winds from nowhere pluck at me. My skin is stained with light. The wood shivers with motion far below. So we can actually go past the stag door, or the white door. I mean, when I first got to the white door, I didn't have my dedication yet. I don't believe you are able to move up without that dedication. Sorry, I've been ignoring my talk verb. But yeah, with that in mind, you know what? I don't think I've ever tried to romance Cat Caro. Now I gotta find a place she wants to go to. I think I know what it is, but I don't have it. All right, I'm gonna wait the 11 sec, or I guess, yeah, I should still have time for this. So, significant conversations in smoky meeting room. What do I need from my follower? Want to go to the Ecdysis Club? I don't think that's for me. Thinking you're gonna play for a while yourself? Good luck. Thank you, Lightbringer. It's been a pleasure having you in the chat. I actually really appreciate the fact that so many of you have been sticking around with the game. You know, again, I'm happy to answer questions, but if you just like watching the game going, or you just like hearing me say the lore, I'm gonna stick with it as long as I can. Okay, so I was thinking I should try Oriflammes as well. I don't think I'm able to use I don't think I'm able to use Moorlands. So you could say, well, what about the headquarters? Oh, okay, so it's the other way around. So yeah, I'm going to try Streets Strange by Midnight. That seems to be the one that would appeal to Cat Caro, but obviously I'm going to need to hope that I can find that reasonably quickly. Time and again, we hear of the wood which arises from the world's foundation. All trees reach for light. What does the wood reach for? Is there a difference between light and light? Capital L. I think the key to dreams of the wood might be one of these, the one that isn't exactly real. So we've got yet another Watchman secret and some more erudition. So again, we're going to be able to stack these up, and we can combine it with 3 lessons learned when the time comes. Let's see if we can go a little bit further. We've got 152, 164. Yeah, we've definitely got time. And I don't think there's anything else I want to preserve. So let's try the skeleton songs. In Arbella's introduction, she explains that the book was to be illustrated, but the Suppression Bureau... Oh, sorry, I should actually read this out. Poems of greedy delight composed by the probably pseudonymous Arbella Dusk, the rumored heiress turned madam turned poetess. In Arbella's introduction, she explains that the book was to be illustrated, but the Suppression Bureau would not permit it. She hints that the illustration still exists somewhere. This book is dedicated to Sir Parzival of the Red Cup. So it's pretty unlikely we're going to get erudition from this, but, you know, you never know. So in order to try and get a cheeky erudition in the next time I go... Okay. So if I try Oriflammes, invite them to an evening at Oriflammes, yeah, they're not interested in that. So let's send Pope Clifton. There is a specific reason why I'm sending Pope Clifton, and that's because if I can get erudition out of triggering lanterns, so much the better. And how much you want to bet we're not going to get Street Strange by Moonlight? Okay, so I want to be careful about Fascination coming up. And it's going to be calm for the next little while, so... A hireling. Alright, so we're just going to let things expire with Cat Caro. I'm not too worried about the despair, but I do eventually need to deal with it. That'll probably be by going to the Ecdysis Club. Alright. The Stag Door, a ridged barrier of blood-streaked horn, huge enough for a ship to pass. It was broken long ago, and even now the scars are not quite healed. In a declivity beside the door rests a vast and wounded golden head. Its mouth would be large enough to swallow me, were its jaw not shattered. It is the name Girby. It begins to intone its riddle. So this is another big pain point for people in terms of the riddle. So we'll see. Again, I'm going to approach this as if I don't already know how to solve it, and we'll see if we can piece it together from the information that we've already gained. Of course, there have already been references to riddles. I don't know if anybody who isn't familiar with the game recalls those references, because it has been a while since we run into them. But again, this is where it's kind of helpful to read and reread things, because you begin to get a sense for some things that may be important. So the Stag's Door riddle. Where was the queen who was not born? Answer this riddle to pass the Stag Door and be accounted a no. So I can tell you right now we don't actually have the answer to this. But if you're wondering about riddles, recall that the ecdysis parable, the ecdysis riddle, is what may be lost. Each ecdysis parable is an attempt to answer the riddle. Now, if you'd want, we can actually try that, but I'm not going to. There's another approach that I'm going to take. And to begin with, we're going to do the white door. In my dreams, I pass the white door, which has been called the bone door or the gate of ivory. My voice remains outside the house each time I enter. In my dreams, I know the path to the white door through the bounds, but that path is thronged with the dead who pass that way. I will need health to resist their chill. Of course, this is the advantage of already putting so much into our own health that it's not that hard to make the ascent. Now I can approach the white door through the bounds. Now I can press my fingers to it, feel its chill, watch it swing open. As it opens, my mouth closes, tightens, heals over like a lost deformity. Around and about me is the cobalt light of the mantis. Alright, so I clam up trying to ask out Cat Caro. The younger Glover has taken me out for lunch at his club. I am to do more of the things that I do more carefully, and in return he will give me a little more of the money that I earn for his father. So again, we're back on a fairly tight schedule, but it does mean we make a lot of money, so nothing then. For now, at least. We're not quite ready to get commissions yet, so as the case is, I will speak of esoteric matters. Now, speaking of esoteric matters is going to generate more mystique, but honestly, I don't really care if the weary detective is busy, working on other things. As long as I don't generate notoriety, I'm fine, and I'm specifically avoiding things that are generating notoriety. That's not going to last forever. There is actually something that can potentially generate notoriety that I want to do, but for the time being, I'm happy to leave things the way that they are, just because. Oh, it'll be apparent in a little bit, but there is an action that I need to take to make sure that I can safely do a couple of other things. Specifically, I need to get rid of my dread, and I have a fairly reliable way to generate contentment. And you've probably already guessed it's the Ecdysis Club. But let me put it to you this way: if you go to a cabaret with an occult reputation, where the dancers peel off their skin, do you think possibly if the wrong person sees you there, you might get some notoriety? As a result, there is a potential threat that gaining contentment at the Ecdysis Club comes at a cost to my reputation. And under normal circumstances, that's fine, but when the Suppression Bureau is looking for evidence against me, I kind of want to make sure that I'm doing things that are above board, and that's why I'm not pursuing things very aggressively. Anyways, the skeleton songs, the 26 delightful fruits, the 7 chastisements, the 9 gardens, the 4 regrets. A red secret. Some words are spelt correctly only when the proper ink is used. Okay, unlock books and other treasures. Let's take that erudition. I'm going to turn this into a lesson learnt, and I'm hoping that we're going to be able to snag another erudition before too long. I might even use a reason for that, but I'm a little strapped on that for the time being. So we're not going to bring this hireling. I don't really need that job done yet. It's one shame. I actually had a bit of an idea of what I wanted to do with this character, and the circumstances of the game kind of threw me for a loop. But that's fine. It's kind of fun to roll with the punches. Better not. I must be careful of the company I keep. So again, we'll go and explore with Clifton again, hoping for Street Strange by midnight for 2 reasons. But one reason it's Clifton in particular is hoping to get a light in the skull and generate some free erudition. An overlooked place? Well, good news there. All right, I have found somewhere unusual. So one risk that I have with Street Strange by midnight is that it can generate fascination. Now, we've got a season of ambitions coming up, so I need to worry about restlessness potentially. But what I don't need to worry about right now is fascination. That's already passed. And so I'm sort of free to try and get some things in this area. So Streets are Strange in the hour called Menascate. Okay, so if I want extra restlessness, there it is. I could go to the Orchard of Lights, or I could go to the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Now, I know one thing I don't want to do right now is grab this Restlessness. That's a liability. Now, there are, I will let you know, and again, there's no way to know this if this is the first time that you're playing the game. Both of these can potentially generate Fascination. And that's a risk that I'm going to run. Fascination is not a major threat right now, but it is still potentially a threat, right? If I have 2 Fascination on the board and I'm already trying to get rid of other, negative effects, there is, there's only so much bandwidth I have for having these dangerous, effects. I will point out, however, right, notice how we've moved inside of the Mansis. So you've got the Wood, the Well, the Temple of the Wheel. We can no longer access those because we went through the White Door, which is higher in the Mansis. We can take the Restlessness right away. We can visit the Orchard of Lights, or we can visit the Lodge of the Sage Knight. And I'd really like to show you the Lodge of the Sage Knight. So we'll start there. Unfortunately, we could have gotten a Forgotten Chronicle, and we've got a Subtle Fracture instead. Is time passing? Yes, it is. Last night, in the great pavilion above the grey sprawl of the Bounds, a woman who once called herself Teresa Gallagher sat on gilt-fringed cushions and offered me a horn cup of dream wine. The wine is imaginary, she explained, but the cup is not. To navigate the Mansis, one must understand the distinction. Perhaps one day you'll join me on the pilgrimage, or I'll join you. So here, let us share a secret. And her breath tickled my ear. So I'm sure some of you will remember the name Teresa Gallagher, but if you don't, this is the author of The Locksmith's Dream, the books that we just recently read. And there is another situation in which she appears, actually. But again, a nice little thing. One thing that was very exciting about some of the DLC was there are a number of characters who are referred to in the game, and I had thought that these were just sort of casual references that would never be followed up on. But there are, in fact, some characters who do appear later on in the game, and you interact with some of these names that appear inside of the books. So that's one thing that I thought, that's one of the things that actually made me really eager to play some more of the DLC, was basically the idea that the first time I had encountered somebody new, I'm sort of like, oh, wow, I get a chance to sort of see these people in action. And, I don't know, like, there's just something, to me at least, somebody who will make maps like what you saw. That's the sort of thing that I'm at least find very appealing in these kinds of games. Sorry, I just want to take a second to think if there's anything else I want to do with the Dream Verb right now. No, everything I want to do is through the Talk Verb. So, but yeah, in this particular case here, Teresa is somebody who is in the base game, and you do not just encounter through a writing, but is in fact somebody who you will see in the Mansis, and on one other occasion, which I will not mention. So fulfilling a commission would be great in terms of getting the erudition, but I just sort of know it's not really in the cards. So I'm not going to be able to use reason to bump up this erudition. It's kind of already gone. So unless I can somehow get erudition from Street Strange by Midnight, I think I just kind of need to accept this isn't happening. I will, however, read the Orchid Transfigurations Volume 1, A Feast, the first volume of a compilation of quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is a later English translation. I know because I translated it. The illustrations are certainly striking. They flush the skin and glow beneath the eyelets after the book is closed. Let's hope that tabletop RPG book that they just announced meets the promise of the Orchid Transfiguration. I'm always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. Okay, so work-wise, is there something that I want to do in the interim? I don't have sickness I need to deal with. I might be able to get a painting in. Wasn't there a restlessness I had to deal with? Or is it just coming through the... Am I actually getting that paranoid about restlessness that I've been prepping for something that I don't even have to worry about yet? I guess so. I suppose it was because I knew that I wanted to use my talk verb for other things. So the likelihood of Street Strange by Midnight being used for Getting an erudition, I think, is pretty low. So again, we sort of blew it on this one. I think it's worth still trying to get. You know what? I should just pop the 2 collections of essays. It'll leave me in a little bit of a complicated situation to get to number 4, but not an impossible one. So let's just go back to Glover and Glover. I don't see any reason in delaying this. Another subtle fracture. So again, these can't be stacked because they're timed. However, if I had the study verb available, there are some other things that I could do with it. This thing's going to last 116 seconds, so I'm going to send Pope Clifton to search the city in hopes that maybe we'll get something extra. Again, there's always a chance that we get an erudition by using a lantern follower. All right, another somewhere unusual. Unfortunately, Clifton did not produce any erudition, so I think pretty much we can kiss this one goodbye. Actually, yeah, even at this point, we wouldn't be able to upgrade it anyway. So, my curiosity is becoming a physical need. My eyes will be thresholds. It is almost time to perform the work and begin the changes. But I must have enough lantern aspect. Exploration might find more. All right, so this is the point here where I want to make sure that this restlessness does not turn into dread. Otherwise, we're going to have 2 and a potential loss. All right, I can get an icy atmosphere. This one problem with this is this will decay into something unfortunate. So we could try and go back to the Lodge of the Sage Knight, or we could try and go back to the Orchard, we could try and go to the Orchard of Lights. And as much as I like variation, I'm actually going to try the Lodge of the Sage Knight again. Oh, this is interesting. So this is one that I was kind of hoping I'd get a chance to talk about. So a favor from authority. I've learned something that will earn me a favor once only. This will preserve you or a follower from imprisonment, but it cannot be relied on. Last night I dreamt of a blue silk pavilion overlooking the cloudy labyrinth of the Bounds. I listened to the mistress of this place speak of other visitors. The Suppression Bureau come here. Did you know that? I think they hope to recruit me as an ally. She snorts derisively. After what they tried to do to Christopher. But their folly is your fortune. I will tell you something that may help you if the Bureau ever troubles you. So I've learned something that will earn me a favor once only. So, this will preserve a follower from imprisonment, but it cannot be relied on. So this only lasts for 300 seconds, but it is something that will... It's kind of the game's get-out-of-jail-free card. It's pretty cool. I at least like using it. So again, we don't really have a whole lot that we're fearing from the Weary Detective right now. The only thing that we're really doing is generating a lot of mystique, which he's following up on. But if I were in a situation where I felt things were a little scarier, I would be in a position where I could, I could use this favor from authority to prevent the worst from happening if they had enough evidence. But generally, I tend to find that I'm able to avoid some of the worst cases. Okay, so let's say. Sorry, I'm just taking a minute here. White door again. So we knew that was coming. All right, looks like another restlessness is coming up. So we have Enid. And we are now going to bring some people into the cult. So Enid's actually pretty helpful to have. So Enid speaks softly, and sometimes her gaze doesn't focus on anything visible. It may be that you've dreamed the same dreams. So let's go find the cult. We'll take the restlessness again, not necessary for the ritual, but necessary to make sure that we get rid of the trouble. And we say this one is ready. Alright, another hireling. This is a level 5 hireling, so helpful in some senses, but not particularly what I need right now. We must devour to be devoured. We cannot be undevoured, as we cannot be unborn. So, Glimmering's not bad, but not quite what I was looking for. Is there something I want to do in the study right now? Nope. I think we're just going to read the next volume. Actually, hang on. I'm going to use my reason. Can I use my reason? Yes, I can. I'm always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. So nothing for me to do here. I will eventually have some restlessness, but I think just heading back to work is the right call. Again, if nothing else, it gives me a nice stack of funds. So if I do run into trouble at work, I can just sort of live off my savings for a while. Although, as I said, right, one of the challenges, I haven't been talking about sort of the more central themes to the game, but I think one of the really important things to remember is, as I said before, is that sometimes comfort can be a greater threat than... Now, again, I say this as somebody who lives a fairly comfortable existence now, right? I know people are in some situations where things are actually quite dire. And obviously, even in this game, right, that if you don't manage the finances when things are dire, the result is death, right? That's a little bit different from feeling sad. But comfort can be the sort of thing that really does keep you from these kinds of ambitions, right? If you want to change careers, so if you've got a job that's covering what you need, you want to shift careers into something else, there is a certain risk that you're taking on with that. You sort of ask yourself, oh, I could never do that. I could never be a writer. I could never be, I could never be a photographer. One big thing about this game is that the world is not always kind to these kinds of desires, these kinds of wishes. And you can see that with Glover and Glover, right? I'm putting more and more time in this work slot, even potentially at the threat to my overall well-being. And you can almost imagine that, using this restlessness in terms of building up the cult, we are starting to make some slow progress, which is good. But in some senses, this is almost a little bit like how you're always doing research, or, like maybe you're somebody who wants to be a writer and you're always reading books on writing, but you're not necessarily reading other fiction, and you're not necessarily doing a lot of writing. You're just doing a lot of prep. And there's a certain point at where prep can just become another delaying tactic. So again, just nice little subtle touches inside of the game. Whether they're explicit or not, I definitely think that they are interesting. And I think they kind of speak to some experience that are very relatable. Enid speaks softly, and sometimes her gaze doesn't focus on anything visible. She sees things that others don't. So we'll put her with Neville. So again, we want to get rid of all of this restlessness, so we will grab the knife secret again, and let's say, well, it's probably good to get some more edge followers in, so let's add Victor. This one is ready. All right, now I'm not 100% sure if I have all the furtive truths that I need, but I'm going to stick with the plan. I'm going to still go to the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Well, I got a glimmering, that's not bad. My emotions run higher than usual. There are things I'll never understand, and those things will always be precious, but just now I am closer to them. I recall my dream. This was the Lodge of Blue Silk, flapping in the winds of the bounds at the Mansus edge, and here was its mistress, who welcomed me as she welcomes all travelers. Company is nice, she confided, but I still miss my Christopher. 10 years! 10 years and not enough. But we could not have been long together, not without touching each other, and you know what occurs when a man long lies with a long woman. Or perhaps you don't. I hope you don't. I won't tell you, just in case. I'll give you a tiny gift. And we have another glimmering. So again, this is an opportunity. I'm currently looking to use 3 lessons learnt. I can already get one of them, and then I've got 4 collections of poetry, so I'd only need to use half. May not be a bad time for me to try and pop those and see if we can make some progress. But as a time, as with my current circumstances, I think what I'm going to do is just head back through the White Door, and it's fairly clear that we have an opportunity to get higher level lore. And so I want to see if we can maybe pursue those secret histories over some of the other considerations. I'm also still kind of pursuing erudition, but it's, you know, the priority is a little bit lower. Better not. I must be careful of the company I keep. I'm going to send Clifton out on another scouting mission. And Victor. Victor is a sly fellow, but loyal. All right. Let's see if Cat Caro wants to go on a date in the streets strange by moonlight. Invite them for a walk in strange streets. Cat lifts her teacup, drains it to the dregs, tilts the cup to study it critically. Why not, she says. Why not indeed? The words contain knowledge, now I contain it. It's a little like theft, and a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. So I'm just going to run with the reason again. I've got enough to handle my job, so we're safe there. And looks like Clifton found a shifty woman. I'm not too worried about using that, but nice to know we have access to it. And I'm not worried about these glimmering right now, so when it gets closer to the 1 minute mark, I'll maybe consider whether or not I want to turn this into lessons learned, but right now I'm happy to just kind of keep flogging these, you know, the reason. And again, Glover and Glover pays well. There's no reason for me to put my job at risk, so we're going to run with that. And you'll notice that I've been avoiding creating Mystique. This is so that I can try and go to the Ecdysis Club at a later point. So of course that can potentially generate erudition as well, but we had the risk of the suppression bureau. All right, we'll try the. Actually, this time I'm going to try the Orchard of Lights. Oh no! The sun and splendor, the hour who once ruled the Mansus, was known to walk in the orchard before his terrible division. Sometimes his remnants walk here still. Sometimes I see the chilly radiance of the Menescate through the trees, or the chillier radiance of the sun in rags. Were they to come upon me, it might be my end, but to see them in the distance is the gift of insight. So we've got yet another glimmering, which is kind of nice. It's actually definitely an indication that we can do better with our passion, but I have been kind of trying to pursue my reason. Again, we'll go through the white door. If the hunters found notoriety, they will try to use it to create or upgrade evidence. If they're meticulous, they'll always succeed. If they're erratic, they're more likely to fail, but they can occasionally create evidence without notoriety. All right. Liaison. The light is silver, the breeze is cool. The night's silence invites words as dark velvet invites a finger's touch. To begin an affair with this character, show them that your deepest desires are aligned. Cat Caro listens as I speak. She links her arm through mine. This isn't what I dreamt would happen, she remarks. But I like it that way, she smiles. I dreamt I'd take you home. Perhaps instead you should take me home. Okay, decision time on the glimmering. Combining these is going to take 60 seconds. Getting another will take 60 seconds, so that will decay into regular erudition. So while this is kind of already a sunk cost, and I do have something good with the glimmering, so I'm going to run that together. We may even get something out of the Orchid Transfigurations as well, but we'll try reading this now. I'll still keep using Clifton to see if we can get a little more progress. And we are going to get sick soon, so I should probably spend some time at the worksite. I'm safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they've found no new clues. Alright. So it looks like nothing's really happened here, but if you notice under Cat Caro, a bright-eyed, watchful woman who recalls her dreams perfectly, now interested. This is someone who has developed a romantic interest in me. I would kind of be interested to see what happens if I do this Street Strange by Moonlight again, but I know that there will be events that pop up, so we'll leave that be. Let's get Clifton on the job, and what do I want to do with the talk verb now? Oh, sorry, I should have gone to the Ecdysis Club first. Okay, talk-wise, let's do another Knife's Edge, just so that we can try and bring more people into the cult. So 37 seconds and we're going to have sickness, but in less than a second we have freedom from our job. So let's go to the worksite. The reason I'm going to the worksite is not because it pays better now, but it takes 40 seconds because of my strength. I have 59 seconds before I have to be back in Glover and Glover, and I know that I'm going to get a vitality out of that. That's different from, say, trying to use my study verb, which I have a bit of a logjam for. I've got all of these books that I want to read, and it's going to take a health for 60 seconds. I don't earn any money from it. So in this case, I'm just kind of getting a little bit more for the same action. All right, another hireling. I don't really want a shifty woman. The biggest thing for all of this right now is that I just don't need so much of it. There are other things that I'm kind of working on right now. Okay. Last time we did restlessness here, the secret history was in the Orchard of Light. So let's try it. Thank the maker. All right, Forgotten Chronicle. Last night I walked in the Orchard of Lights. I plucked the fruit, which is always ripe, and consumed it in 2 bites. The taste is not to be forgotten. As I licked the glowing juices from my fingers, I saw the message carved in the bark of a tree. When I woke, I recorded the message, all I could remember in my diary. All right, so it's the first of the Forgotten Chronicles we've got. A Forgotten Chronicle, a story of a city without a gate, of a queen who was not born, of a war which was not fought. Exploring with a scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations on the continent. Can anybody see what the significance of what I just said might be? Again, please don't feel compelled to participate in chat if you don't want. I'm going to wait a little while before I follow through on it. I think I'm going to make another trip to the White Door, but I'll give people a little bit of a chance to think about it, and we'll return to that in just a moment. There are more windows in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that passes through a window. Use lessons learnt with your imagination skill. Okay, so let's think a little bit about what my next steps are going to be. I've got an opportunity to try and improve my passion. This is going to last 300 seconds, so I think the best opportunity for me here, I could just try and straight up study a passion, which is going to take, well, I mean, the safest option would be to just straight up study the Glimmering, double that up, read a collection of poetry, and call it a day. The riskier option is to try and read the Orchid Transfigurations and see if that gives another passion. You know what, I'm going to go for the safe option. I don't feel good about it because I'm pretty sure I'm going to get a passion out of it, but let's just read the sentimental literature to be sure. If I propose to learn anything, I wouldn't be reading this stuff. They say I can do the job of any 2 others together. It's not true. Not quite. So again, the reason we did this was just so that we could get some free vitality. In this case, you can sort of see this is getting 2 funds worth of in return for going to the worksite, because the vitality is going to save me spending the money on the medicine. So now we've got 20 seconds before we need to go to work, so we'll just use our reason and head back to Glover and Glover. I am going to need to use my dream slot to use that vitality, but we've got 48. Oh, actually, you know what? We're going to do that after. So here's one of the things I was going to talk about. Stag Door's riddle. Where is the queen who was not born? Answer this riddle to pass the stag door and be accounted a no. And we've got the Forgotten Chronicle, a story of a city without a gate, of a queen who was not born, of a war which was not fought. Exploring with this scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations on the continent. And that's why I made a bit of a big deal on that one. That is, in fact, the answer to the Stag Doors riddle. There are multiple Stag Doors riddles, so that's not necessarily going to solve it all for you, but that should at least give you a little bit of a head start on that. Now, I've got a little bit of a second wind. It's getting close to midnight for me, so this is a bit of a longer stream than I was planning to do, but I do appreciate all of you hanging around. What I am going to do for myself, though, and I know this is a chance, to sort of lose some viewers. It's a shame, but it is a reality of these things. I need a second to stretch. I should probably go to the bathroom so I just don't have to do that later. And at this point, especially if you've been following from the very beginning of the stream, we are coming close to 10 hours on this broadcast. And so as much as I appreciate that, please make sure that you're taking care of yourselves. I'm going to get up. I'm going to try and make this as short as possible. Hopefully just like a couple, I'd like to make it less than a minute. I might need a little bit more, just, so I can refill my water and all of that. But again, if it's a chance to lose you, I apologize. I hope you enjoy your evening. I'm going to be back. I'm going to try and do a few more hours of this if I can. So do feel free to stick around. And as always, feel free to talk amongst yourselves in chat while I just try and refresh myself a little bit. So I will see you momentarily. Oops, wrong button. All right, it looks like quite a few of you stayed, so thank you very much for that. Again, I know this is a really long stream, and some of you are probably looking forward to playing this game. So I hope, I hope I'm not keeping you from that experience. Again, nobody's going to get famous by telling people to stop watching and going and playing the game, but it is worth mentioning. And in fact, especially for those of you who are new, Weather Factory did invite me to play this game on their page. And specifically, they are paying me to do so. So while I am very enthusiastic about the game, I've been playing it since before it was, before it was sort of even a Kickstarter. It is worth mentioning that this time around, while I offered to do it for free, they did rather insist on payment. So my recommendations are going to be, keep those recommendations in mind. Also, I actually finally got a chance to take a look. So I'm in Canada, so my prices are a little bit different. I did not realize that the Exile was $574. So I'm not doing the Exile right now. If you have enjoyed Cultist Simulator and you've not yet tried the DLC, If you want my honest opinion, I think the Anthology Edition is sort of the best value, because, you know, you sort of get everything, and I believe there's an additional 15% discount on that. But if the Exile's at $574, I definitely think that that is a particularly good deal. The way to think about the Exile is Cultist Simulator 1.5. There is nothing on this board that is consistent with... there's nothing kind of on this board that's consistent with the Exile. The Exile is basically a whole new set of sort of verbs and priorities. It's definitely much more faster paced. The other DLC I also think are very good, but these are additional legacies which do introduce more mechanics, but the overall feel of the game is very similar to these here. So I would say if you're dipping your toe in and you're not quite sure what you want, the base game is enough. The base game is going to give you 3 sort of similar but not like identical legacies. The Aspirant, which I'm currently playing, that's the one everybody starts with. There is the Bright Young Thing, which is the that's kind of the life of luxury one. You tend to not have trouble with resources. And the Physician. In addition, you get the Detective, where you work as an operative for the Suppression Bureau, and then there is the New Game Plus. So if you achieve the minor victories, you are able to sort of do one of the 3 Apostle victories based on which one, or sorry, one of the 3 Apostle legacies based on whichever the victory was, whether it was Lantern, Forge, or Grail. And then in addition to those, if you are looking for some more mechanics, if you're looking to go a little bit deeper in the game, there's the Dancer, the Priest, and the Ghoul. Each of those sort of offer their own things. Again, similar in terms of style, but you are going to have some different puzzles. The Priest in particular actually has a couple of fiendish puzzles, which I personally quite enjoyed, but I know is probably the more contentious of the DLC. And then finally, again, the Exile is priced higher than the other ones, not because it's newer, but simply because it is by far the largest amount of content present inside of the game. So hopefully that gives you an overview of what's going on. If you already know that you're into this stuff, I think the Anthology Edition is probably the one that will give you the lowest cost for everything. But if you're still trying to dip your toe in, I would say probably the base game is sufficient. In the end, the 15% may not necessarily mean a lot to you compared to what's going on. So anyways, there is a read on what you're getting in those bundles. I finally got a chance to just kind of see what was going on with the base game. Now, if you'll just forgive me, I actually lost chat for a second, so I'm going to bring that back up on the the screen. So here we are. We didn't get the hireling from Pope Clifton. Let's just because I'm going on a little bit of sleep here, so I want to take a minute to just review where we're at. So we did our day of work at the construction site to use our vitality to get rid of this sickness. We are currently dealing with despair, so the way that we will be able to get rid of despair is with contentment. It says it right here. Despair is the wolf that devours thought. You can defeat despair by feeding it contentment. Otherwise, it will destroy you when it reaches 3 dread. We have got Glover and Glover, so right now we're just working there. I can, of course, accept the role, but I'm not quite ready to do that. And then we have entering the white door. Now I can approach the white door through the bounds. Now I can press my fingers to it and feel its chill and watch it swing open. As it opens, my mouth closes, tightens, heals over like a lost deformity. Around and about me is the cobalt light of the Mansus. So in this case here, we're just waiting 1.6 seconds. We'll be back to that map that's so striking. Probably one of the more memorable moments of the game is when you first open that map. We are currently following an acquaintance, so another individual who can join the team. One of the more memorable cultists, Saliba, is not yet part of the group, and then I also believe Slee is not here. So I think there's at least 2 cultists that we've not brought in, and then there's a hanger-on for basically all of the different principles. So we have still quite a few bodies that we can bring into the cult. Study right now we're reading sentimental literature. This is going to be so that we can combine it with the glimmering, read a collection of poetry so that we can turn that into a 3rd lesson learned and be able to upgrade that. And then finally, the explore verb. So this is specifically why I was kind of just working out all of these details in here. So I've kind of abandoned the hope of being able to get some extra erudition right now. What is stopping me from making some progress, though, is the presence of this dread. I don't have a season of suspicion coming up, at least, for another 85.8 seconds. We don't necessarily know what's happening the turn after next. And so in this case here, I'm going to go to the Ecdysis Club, and I'm going to hope that I get some contentment from watching people take off their skin. The entrance is lost beneath soft drapes of crimson, cinnabar, and intercardinine. Above the door, the club motto, Ingi rum imus nocteat consumi merigni. It has been rendered as, into the night circle we fly until the fire enjoys us. The drinks, the songs, the light, the arching walls, the smoke blue haze, the press and sway of clothed and unclothed flesh. All right, let's go back to the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Fascination it is. Last night, in the billowing blue of the Lodge of the Sage Knight, I sat on velvet cushions and watched two dead contend with shining swords. They came with the place, said the woman who rules here now, the one who once called herself Gallagher. I was not the Sage Knight, if that's what you're wondering. He went higher in the mansis, long before I came here. My attention has drifted. The swords sparkle like falling water. The dead move like dancers. Light leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. So let's not worry too much about the fascination right now, unless the Season of the Visions is coming towards us. So let's deal with the riddle. In my dream, I stand again before the stag door, a ridged barrier of blood-streaked horn, broken long ago, not yet quite healed. That vast and golden head, Gearby, will await the answer to my riddle. So, again, what was the riddle? Where is the queen who was not born? Answer this riddle to pass the stag door and be accounted a no. And while this isn't going to answer every single stag riddle, we have read the description of the Forgotten Chronicle. A story of a city without a gate, of a queen who was not born, of a war which was not fought. Exploring with this scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the continent, and it doesn't say that it'll answer the riddle, but her heart is buried in another history. Alright, so that's the decaying erudition. And we did get our contentment. I have purchased pleasure, I reel home in the ungodly hours and collapse into bed. So this is going to open up some more opportunities in terms of our study, but it's also worth remembering that we do have some things that we want to do with our glimmering, and so I'm not going to be touching any of this stuff for a while. In the meantime, that raises the question in terms of how do I want to spend my time exploring? I think probably now is the time for me to start using some of these furtive truths to get some of the locations in the Shires. So again, remembering that we explored with the occult scraps in order to find locations inside of the capital. In this case, we can start sort of looking further afield and trying to find maybe even rarer things outside of the capital, and we'll do that with the furtive truth. It does consume the furtive truth, but that's sort of one of the reasons why you will amass a number of these. And this is also just so I can get a read in terms of how close we are to the maximum amount. So any surplus, I can pull that out of the white door without going too far. So odd nooks remain in the quiet countryside here and there for those who know where to look. Excuse me. Despair abates. Memories of better times keep the wolf from the door. And this illness has damaged my health. I'll need to rest before I'm fully recovered. Cure your affliction with funds or vitality. So we've got our affliction, it's beside our vitality here. We will need to use the dream verb for that, but we've still got plenty of time. It's 118 seconds left on the vitality. The affliction is fresh. And we do have our glimmering, so I'm going to double that up because if I don't, there was no point in doing that. So the Tigers of Wrath are wiser than the horses of instruction. If I spend time studying what I've learnt, I could work towards increasing my passion. Now again, I'm relying quite a bit on knowledge that I've gained earlier on, so if you've just joined the stream, this is going to seem very confusing. And I mean, there are definitely some people who've helped out with some guides. I've done one video myself to try and make some of this stuff make sense. But what I'm really relying on here is, in fact, what the game tells me when I first got this skill. In fact, it says it here, use this with work or paint, or with study and 3 lessons learned to gain more passion. So I've already got a lesson learned. I'd already learned through previous actions in the game that using 2 glimmerings together will turn them into a lesson learned. And finally, we have a book here that says, the description, the poet makes himself a seer by an immense, long, deliberate derangement of the senses. The opposite of wisdom, thankfully. Study to gain glimmering, lesson learned, which you will be able to use to increase passion. So basically, we're using the study slot to double up these 2 glimmering because it was time sensitive. Following that, we'll spend 60 seconds to read a collection of poetry. We know that that's going to work because this glimmering lesson learnt has got 230 seconds left on it. So in total, we're going to spend 120 seconds gaining the 2 lessons learnt. And finally, we're going to stick that into our skill, which will advance it to the next level. It probably sounds very elaborate, but it's a little bit more automatic when you've played the game a little bit more often. Okay, so if I'm worried about this fascination, the fleeting reminiscence will help me out with that. Again, that was an update a while ago in the game, and this is fairly important because in 52 seconds, I am actually going to have a Season of Visions. So this will automatically pick up as part of the Season of Visions, but given the fact that I do have some time left on this Vitality, I think I am going to run the risk, and I'm actually going to take the fleeting reminiscence and the fascination and use them in the dream slot first. Or at least when the time comes. I could, of course, also get around this by using the fascination in a ritual, in an initiation ritual. All right, that's going to complicate things. But I don't know. For some reason, I tend to just prefer eliminating them directly. Saliba. Right on cue. Saliba is a man of prodigious appetites. He is long past the point where their satisfaction has given him any pleasure, but he has learnt so very much. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. Okay, so extra funds from G&G. I think we're going to be fine, so we will use our reason. And let's go... Where's my talk verb? Or what do I want for the talk verb? I think just the knife secret again. So the reason, why I was avoiding Stum is pretty clearly a... Well, I mean, just from the color, it kind of seems to be a winter sort of affiliated... winter-affiliated work, and because winter will tend to... Oh, this has delayed things a little bit. I may actually have to eat the fascination in this case, because this vitality is starting to get stale. It's going to be less than 60 when I start, so fair enough. A half-glimpse wistfulness has touched me. I suppose the other possibility here is that this gets turned into dread and gets rid of the fascination, but either way, this is going to be a little complicated to deal with, but not impossible. Anyways, I probably should read the description. So after we answered, her heart is buried in another history. The door grinds apart. The watchman's light floods from the corridor within. There is a grinding moan from the head, Girby. Tears of molten brass bulge from its eyes and roll down its cheeks, scorching the ground beneath. I may enter. The stag door is the adept's gate. To pass it is to be initiated into the first true mystery of the House of the Sun. The head, Girby, weeps to see me enter where it cannot, but it must let me pass. The scarred valves of the door grind open. Now, what's worth remembering here, again, there's a lot that you need to remember, and it's why you can benefit from reading certain texts a few times over and over again. Let's read what the dedication says again. I have dedicated myself to the pursuit of higher understanding. I must see beneath the skin, whatever the cost. This makes an enlightenment victory possible. I must be a true initiate of the Mansis. I will need to work with lantern aspect to allow the watchman to see me. Let's read what happened in Dream again. The stag door is the adept's gate. To pass it is to be initiated into the first true mystery of the House of the Sun. The head Girby weeps to see me enter where it cannot, but it must let me pass. The scarred valves of the door grind open. And so it is likely that we're going to be able to advance our dedication. Now again, it's not obvious, right? This is some stuff that you may kind of struggle with over a while and carry on. But this is a nice little example about how some of these things can sometimes be hiding in plain sight, and sometimes it's just a matter of rereading certain things and what you know. Again, this is a little bit like when you're studying, right? I know if I'd gone to university straight out of high school, I probably would have been a bit of a punk, and like I don't think I really would have learned as much. But after having a little work experience, and then taking, I guess, a gap year is kind of a normal thing that people do. But I was just working. I didn't think I was going to go to school. But gaining that perspective, obviously, I was able to make a little bit more of my education. And this is obviously, you'll have your own sort of life experience to sort of draw the lesson from. But in these particular cases, the having gone through the game, again, losing is not actually the worst thing that can happen to you, because you are learning a few things that happened. When you learn that you've pushed too hard in one direction, it's meant neglect in another. And so what that means is that you're able to say, okay, so I need to deal with this subset of tasks that did me in last time, but I also know I don't need to worry about step 1, 2, and 3 because I've already solved that. And so when you get to reread some of those books again, you can say, oh, that's what that was talking about. Or, hey, I remember when I read this book, there was a hint there. Let me reread this book a little more carefully and see if there's something else that makes sense. And again, sometimes it's going to be obvious. Sometimes it's not going to work at all. But it's one of the things that makes this game very interesting, right? Everybody's going to kind of put their mark on their playthrough. And some of the satisfaction really, to me, does come from the fact that I can still read a particular book and I'm like, oh, hey, that's neat. I didn't realize they made that connection until, maybe my 50th, 60th playthrough, however many times I've been playing this. I actually think after this stream, I might be crossing the 400-hour mark. All right, so we can explore the city. What do I want to do with this? It seems to me that I've got a lot of things that are on my plate, but none of them are really solved by the explore verb right now. So I think with that in mind, let's stack up some more locations so that when I get ready to go on expeditions, I'm ready to just bang them out. I could also go to Oriflammes now that I think of it, but... Okay, so if I want, I can get a Trembling Heat, or I can go to the Ascent of Knives or the Painted River. Now, I happen to know that the Painted River is a little risky for me at this point, so I'm going to go to the Ascent of Knives. This is just kind of me punting, but let's see what happens. All right, a Bitter Atmosphere, not my favorite, especially because we had an erudition lesson learned, which is actually something that I need. And as you can see, this is a pretty powerful intensity. So if we were to use this in a rite, this is something that we'd be able to summon some pretty potent stuff with. Winter passes the clothes, presses the skin, nestles in the veins. A 10th order of influence, a gathering knot of power and peril. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. If unused, it will become dread. I visited the Ascent of Knives last night, that harshest of roads through the house. It has been sacred to the Menascate and the sun and rags since the intercalate. When the true sun was divided, when I woke, the room was freezing. The chill of it had cracked the window glass. Remember how a little bit earlier on we were well, not a little bit, this is earlier on in the stream, how we had that level 2 knock influence, and how, because knock is sort of this principle of opening, we were talking about how kind of our laces were getting undone, and, we would walk by windows and they would fall open. Obviously, this is a level 10 influence, and what's being described here, I wake up from my dream. Winter passes the clothes, passes the skin, nestles in the veins. This is a level of cold kind of befitting a 10 influence in the game. This is one of the more powerful influences that we've picked up. Especially even compared to our lore, which has only gone up to 6. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of use for it right now, so we're just going to keep it in the area. But I do have my stag door. So in my dreams, I found my way to the stag door, sometimes called the Horn Gate or the Adept door. I have answered its riddle. I am counted among the know. So there's a few questions coming up. Looks like we have a Season of Ardors coming up. I still think I need to get rid of the affliction first, so we're going to stick these together. All I need now is time, 60 seconds. There are more windows in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that passes through a window. Do I have another glimmering? No, we've got a lesson learned here, so we will read one of our collections of poetry. I'll stoke the fires of my imagination. In 60 seconds, we'll be able to load up my skill. That was what we were talking about a little bit earlier. Excuse me. I'm always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. So a bunch of funds. As you can see here, we're actually doing quite well for ourselves, so this would be a really good time to start going back to Oriflammes. Whether or not I want to continue going through Furtive Truths is another question, but I think what I'll do here is I'll just see if I've reached that point where we're like the Forsaken Reach. If we're not, I'll make sure that I try and pick up one more Furtive Truth, and if we're past that point, that's fine. I can maybe start focusing on the Stag Door or other things. I'm not too worried about Dread right now because I have ways of dealing with it. What I'm a little bit more worried about is this fascination. I think probably what's going to happen is the Fleeting Reminiscence is going to be picked up, but I would kind of hope that the Dread gets picked up instead. So we'll see if it works out. There's ways that I can sort of game this to work in my work to my advantage. I don't think it's going to be realized though. We'll just I'll just see where everything falls, and we'll react accordingly. Especially because I think there's probably more to be learned from reacting rather than just trying to steer things towards a particular way. Like, I don't know, like I feel like if this game is sort of about a hostile world to your ambitions, then probably you should be reacting to the events rather than just trying to shape the way that the world is behaving. Although there are some ways that you can sort of manipulate things. Again, your mileage may vary. You may prefer to play one way or another. Okay, so we've got Lockwood Fen. I'm not going to read these because it doesn't really matter until we're working on it. But what is interesting, again, one of the reasons why I wanted to open up a romance, is we now, we've got a very different reaction in terms of the Season of Ardors. If I have a particular friend, now is the time to renew our connection. A liaison, raptures of understanding. My lover and I contend in the spaces above and beneath the flesh. I must match their intensity. So in this case here, this is there's a few things that can happen. In this case, the Spirit's true light. Oh, we got lucky. They picked up the Dread instead. Okay, so I can use reason, I can use dread, or I can use money. So I'll show you what happens if you do money. End the affair insultingly. There now, buy yourself something nice. You could do the dread. I won't do that. But in this case, we have the passion. Oh, sorry, the reason. Passion is for the other ones. So together we are brighter. But of course, now I have another threat to my job. If I try to use my reason at the wrong times, I may wind up either in trouble at work or I may leave Cat Caro disappointed. And it is possible, so notice that this isn't a magnet. You can in fact neglect your lover, and I don't know if you've ever done that in the real world, but the reaction in this game is roughly the same. Alright, so let's see. I guess I didn't really get an answer as to whether it was better for me to go through the White Door or the Stag Door. Now the Stag Door, I don't know if it'll show me here. Yeah, okay, so it says, in my dreams I know the path to the Stag Door through the maze of the bounds. Gearby will let me pass, but the path is always a puzzle. I will need reason. So in this case here, I've got one reason. I'm halfway done my job, and I'm going to be using reason as part of my, part of my affair. So not necessarily because I think there's better things for me in the White Door, but simply because I would like to preserve my reason for the time being. I am actually going to go through the White Door. Because I know I only need health for that. I'm not going to worry about dream for other things. It's not really that important to me right now. So we'll just use health. Now I can approach the White Door through the bounds. Now I can press my fingers to it, feel the chill, watch it swing open. As it opens, my mouth closes, tightens, heals over like a lost deformity. Around and about me is the cobalt light of the Mantis. So we were talking about how I wanted 3 lessons learned. We now have it. So feed my imagination fiercest, soon murder an infant in its cradle, then nursed unacted desires. So 60 seconds and we will have additional skill in passion, and then we can explore the city. So again, I have 2 options. I could go to Oriflammes to get more books, or I could try exploring these regions. And in this case, while I don't have any immediate need for these expeditions, I'm going to continue pursuing this just because I'd like an idea of how many more furtive truths I need. I definitely think I'm going to need more, but it would be nice to sort of get a closer number in terms of what I'm going to need. All right, so we've got a hanger on, nothing too exciting, but another thing to sort of absorb my, how do I put it? Absorb the the threats. So, for instance, we've got a season of ambition coming up. So, if I felt that I needed to get rid of the, the restlessness, or if I thought 2 dread on the deck was a little too troublesome, I'd be able to bring someone in right away. Again, we've got more than enough, but the thing is you can't reinitiate someone into the cult, and this is why I've been a little bit slower in terms of bringing people in, because I don't really need them right now. But having the option to get rid of negative consequences as part of the initiation is a pretty powerful option to have, and that's why I've been slow at bringing people in. Hopefully that makes sense. All right, so who do I want to talk with? It's all well and good for me to say this stuff. I think for as much as I want to bring in some more bodies, let's have a chat with Madame Bichet, Dr. Adim, and Count Jannings to just see what my options are for commissions. Because if I want to try and do another run where I get things like erudition and glimmering, commissions are a really great way to make that happen. All right, Madame Bichet would like a very substantial commission on Moth. Now, I'd need level 6. Normally, that would be a deal breaker for me, but as it happens, we have the Ecdysist's Parable, so we're good there. Let's have a chat with Dr. Adim. You'll notice these take a very short time to get. That's one of the reasons I'm doing those right now, because 10 seconds is not a whole lot of time to give up in pursuit of an option. All right. Cat Caro knows the way. Cat Caro knows so many ways. We'll walk them together when the moon parts and the curtains to peep into the parts the curtains to peep into the dark. All right, so we also got some contentment for that, so all is well. Let's see. Not much we can do right now, so we'll just hang on. I will be able to eliminate the dread that comes from the icy atmosphere. With a contentment. No, hang on. This is still level 6, so this will be gone by the time I want to use it. That's fine though. I have other options. Curl my hands into the correct shapes. And Dr. Adim would like a very substantial commission on Lantern. Now, unfortunately, I am not equipped for that. So we'll check things with Count Jannings, see if he has something a little more at my level. Of course, we will eventually get higher Lantern lore through dedicated study, but I've not been going to Oriflamme's to get more books, and I will change that soon. So it looks like the Count would also like a very substantial commission. This will be one for Heart, so we'll need level 6 Heart to be able to achieve it. I believe we have that. Let me just double check. That is in fact the only Heart lore that we have, so we can fulfill 2 of these commissions, but again, remembering that the time it takes me to fulfill a commission is enough time to actually cause me a problem with work. So perhaps I want to try and find perhaps I'd like to try and find a way to get rid of the things that are keeping me from advancing at work. That's going to be something that we work on in sort of the medium term, but that is going to be an option in order to give me a little bit more flexibility. So the next question is, as always, what do I want to do with my Tok'ver? And currently, because there are sort of there's untapped potential in terms of bringing people into the cult, it seems to make as much sense to me to speak of esoteric matters again and just bring in the bodies until there's nothing left for us to bring in. All right, so Season of Ambition, and looks like a Season of Despair is coming up. So I want to be careful about the dread, but otherwise we should be good. So I know in 60 seconds that atmosphere is going to turn to dread. I think I'm just going to anticipate that I'm going to need at least one more furtive truth. So let's just take that directly from the White Door. Many of the dead enter the Mansis through the White Door. They wander its corridors in silence until they are lost. Some embrace each other, some devour each other, some force their way into the dreams of the living. A few record their memories on the Mansis stone where it is soft. They scratch it with their nails, you see. Last night, I read one of those memories. So we'll add the furtive truth. And if you'll give me a second here, I just really need a drink. I'm definitely, again, feeling some of this in my throat. Please remember it's been 10.5 hours, so I'm I'm trying, but it's sometimes a little tricky. So okay, very good. I lied. I also wanted some water. Okay, so what do I want to do with my dream? Well, I suppose in the best case scenario, I'd like to use, I'd like to go through the stag door. Now, is that an option to me right now? There's no way of dealing with the chilly atmosphere in, excuse me. There's no way of dealing with the chilly atmosphere through dreams. So that, I'll just take off the table. What is the potential threat to me as far as reason is concerned? Well, what I'm worried about now is the idea that there might be a demand on my reason that doesn't let me work. In 40 seconds, work is going to become released. I already have an available reason now, and we're going to have 2 that become available in less than 30 seconds. So in this case, I don't think that that's a viable threat or credible threat. And so in this case here, I feel okay going through the stag door. In my dreams, I know the path to the stag door through the maze of the bounds. Gearby will let me pass, but the path is always a puzzle. I will need reason. And again, we're just relying on the fact that these are going to be done in time. As far as the imagination is concerned, at another time, I would have been a seer or a heretic. So, phantoms ride my waking mind. Use this with 4 lessons learnt to gain more passion. So we now have 4 passion. Again, I would prefer intelligence, but, we take what we're given. The world as it is. Mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I'm saying if that means anything. No fascination drives your visions. It's over for now. And this place merits closer investigation. Gladwin Lake. Again, we'll take another furtive truth and go on the journey. So then it becomes a question, what do I want to do with the study verb? Well, we're not as worried about, I guess we're worried about despair again, so perhaps Stum is not the answer. That doesn't mean I can't read other books, so let's move on and read the 2nd volume of the Orchid Transfigurations, the 2nd volume of a compilation of quasi-Rosicrucian or allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is a later English translation. Flood, or pseudo-flood, suggests alignments between the alchemical tradition of Rubidoux and other Grail traditions, through the Pine Knight's quest for the Cinnabar Cup. Again, just trying to make sure I've got everything in order. And the Watchman's Light. My curiosity is becoming a physical need. My eyes will be thresholds. It will almost be time to perform the work and begin the changes. I must have enough lantern aspect. Exploration might find more. So I probably missed an opportunity to... oh, yes. Okay. I messed up in terms of speaking of esoteric matters, and this is actually going to hit me hard. So what's going to happen here in 28 seconds, that's not quite going to be enough. So basically, the chilly atmosphere is going to turn into dread first. Following that, the restlessness is going to turn into dread. And unfortunately, it's going to be a total of 88.5 seconds. So both of these are going to turn into dread, and I'm not going to have an answer for them. So what I'm going to need to do now is get some contentment from going to the Ecdysis Club or other means. There are actually other ways that I can get contentment. But to give you an example, this is the sort of thing that would potentially kill the playthrough. For instance, if I had started watching Stum, I basically would have signed my death warrant. I suppose one other thing that I could do, actually this will delay both. I could paint with the restlessness, and while that will cause trouble at work, it won't put me in a point where I potentially lose the game. Alright, I'm always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. So let's run with it. In this case, I'm going to throw a couple of passion. Do I have any reputation? Yeah, so 2 passion, 2 mystique. I can work with that. We'll paint our restlessness. So this is still going to turn into dread. This is still a liability, but it's a lot more manageable than 2. It's one of these things where if you're at 2 dread, you need 1 mistake to end your playthrough, basically. So I was a little too, I was a little too careless in terms of my talk verb. Sometimes I'm, okay, we've got Season of Visions coming up next, so that's also going to be a threat. I have a feeling the Painted River is going to not be what I want now, but let's roll the dice. Yep. Light leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. I dreamt of the mantis behind the white... Oops. The mantis behind the white door, of the great space above the orchard, the space that overlooks the bounds, the space where the vagabond once painted her river. Painted ships passed upon the painted river. I met the painted eyes of a painted captain. She saluted, and the motion was like the layered movement of clouds. The sail of the ship was amber, and the captain's eyes the green of new barley, and the river aquamarine. Now that I'm awake, I see those colors still. Okay. Seek the cup in the birthing bed, the Pine Knight is told. The midwife at the birthing bed, to his amazement, is the Mountain Mother. In a fit of awe, he both gelds and flays himself. The vigilant storm bursts joyfully from the remains. We have another Megalesian incantation. Of course, the Megalesian incantation is something that Moreland gave us for being such a good customer. And what do we have on sites in the Shires? All right, Crocus Hill. So clearly I wasn't thinking things through for the next few turns. So let's make sure we know what our priorities are. Season of Visions is coming up in 48 seconds, so I want to deal with any fascination that's going to emerge out of that. So it seems to me this is the most obvious use of my fleeting reminiscence. We'll lock that in right now. I don't have any, risk to my health or anything like that. We're good to go there. Next problem is my bleak thoughts. So because this has already been taken, taken a dread, there is exactly one cure for that, and that is contentment. So I could wait for an event that generates contentment, or I can try and get my own. And it seems to me that I'm wealthy enough that I should try and seek out contentment rather than just wait for events to conspire in my favor. So dark days, I must be careful not to let doubts creep in. So with that in mind, we're going to go to the Ecdysis Club, explore the city with health or followers, explore locations, or investigate the possibilities of lore. Exploration is often unpredictable. We're going to a cabaret with an occult reputation. The entrance is lost beneath soft drapes of crimson, cinnabar, and incardinine. Above the door, the club motto, Ingi rum imis nocteat consumi marigni. It has been rendered as into the night circle we fly until the fire enjoys us. The wreath, announces the master of ceremonies. A dancer undulates on the stage, unfolding her arms. Live moths spill in a stream from her mouth. Okay, so last question is, what do we want to do with our study? Generally, it's going to be trying to get new types of lore, but obviously not all lore is made equally. And I have been trying to, I have also been trying to pursue advancement of my reason. Now, I think the reason goal is dead for the time being. And so at this point, I either want to upgrade my existing lore or I just want to read books. And we have enough, I think we have enough to keep working. So we'll read Apollo and Marsyas. Apollo and Marsyas, the libretto of a lost opera concerning the contest between Apollo and Marsyas and its tragic outcome. The librettist is identified only by their initials, RKNJL. In the original myth, Marsyas lost a musical contest and was flayed by Apollo, who later regretted it. In this version, Marsyas' skin has a further history. The colors of the night. I could spend money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. White moths eddy through the hall. They perch on the brims of wine glasses and sip. The audience applauds. The woman on stage moves as if she has too many limbs. Moths crowd my arms, nestle against my shoulder. In a little while, I'll step outside and look at the clear, cold stars. Assume I dreamt the whole thing. The smokes of the club are treacherous. You just give me a quick second here. I booked basically... I kind of booked the day, but I'm going to be crossing into midnight, and I know there's a couple of people in another time zone that might want to hear from me, so I'm just going to send a quick message to verify what's going on. All right, thank you for putting up with that. I don't like kind of distracted streaming. But I do also have sort of an obligation to, I don't know, you know, everybody, we have the people that we know, and it's good to make sure that, it is good to make sure that, you know, we take care of, take care of them. All right, so we got the contentment that we were looking for. That was the most important thing. So as much as I would love to go back to Oriflamme's, I think we're really close to where I wanted to be on the Furtive Truth, so let's see where we are there. Odd nooks remain in the quiet countryside, here and there, for those who know where to look. Good days, coming out better than usual. I want to be quick with my spacebar. I see the mistakes, but I can also see the end. So I'm really hoping that we get rid of the staleness. This actually tends to lower the value of the painting. Oop, finished. Ah! Oh, 0.4 seconds, we can do it. If I never touch another canvas, I will have earned my place in history. My recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So let's see what we got. Oh, we got a fascination for our trouble. That's that's going to be inconvenient. We did get some contentment, so obviously any worries we had there have been tranquilized. We are already on our way. Actually, you know what? This is enough to take us to the next level of. This is able to take us to the next level of. This is able to take us to the next level of skill, so I think as much as I would love to focus on erudition, let's strike while the iron is hot. We've got a lesson learned. We can just pound out the collections of poetry, get our 4, and move up in the world. Oh wow, we only got 2 funds for that. But we did get rid of our staleness, which is nice. So... At the minor cost of our sanity. Okay, so let's get back to Glover and Glover. We're basically running from the exhibition. Everybody's wondering why I'm showing up to work in a tuxedo. And we'll carry on with our work. What else do I want to do right now? So, Season of Visions comes up in 10 seconds. Nothing I can do to stop that. Unfortunately, my fleeting reminiscence is going to vanish. But this buzzing in the brain is going to turn into... This is going to turn into restlessness. That restlessness will turn into dread. That dread will tranquilize the Season of Visions. So we are good there. Engi rum imus nocteat consumi. Snip, snip, snip. Come with me. Hanger on. Okay, what do I want to do talk-wise? Is there something that... So I was just thinking about the fact that I've had... No, hang on. I don't even need to worry about the Season of Visions. We just need to bring someone into the cult. So, we've got 1 for every role. The ones that don't have the largest numbers right now would be Winter, Forge, and Grail. Let's bring Saliba in. You know what? Clovette. I mean, Clovette is happy in a way that brooks no counter-argument to happiness. I feel like we need that kind of person in the cult. So let's bring the Church of the Bright Edge in. We'll take Clovette. We will do, for the ceremony, a Knife Secret, and the trappings will be Fascination. So we'll hit start. This one is ready. And, okay. Time Sundial's shadow passes. I must have funds to live or I will become ill. So we've got a Season of Ambitions coming up again. Hopefully I will be able to do something to fulfill those ambitions soon. But I mean, this is going to be an ongoing concern. Okay, Composure. The air is curdled now. I am home again in this lumpen flesh. Better, perhaps. So let's take my... Oop, hit the next step. I've gone as far as I can in dream. I must perform the work. Okay. Let's see what happened to Marsyas' skin. The skin of Marsyas gives oracles and is later smuggled to Phrygia, where the priestesses of Sybil use it for a drumhead. At the opera's climax, the pounding of the drum drives would-be violators of the priestesses to suicidal madness. The opera ends with a wistful hymn from the youngest priestess on the beauty of mountain pines. We have earned a thunderous secret for reading that. There are common sentiments in every thunderclap. Let us acknowledge them. Okay, so again, we got to think a little bit about dream. I, for some reason, thought dreaming about the ambition was the next step, but I was clearly wrong on that. And we already know what we're doing with study, so we're going to combine... what order do I want to do this? I guess it doesn't really matter. Let's read the collection of poetry first. Oh, but I do want to do something with dream. I suppose I can't get furtive truths from the stag door because it would be a forgotten chronicle. Yeah, so the way the wood would take me, it would give me an occult scrap in the base level, and it would give me a furtive truth in the deeper level. White Door gives me a furtive truth at the base level, and then a forgotten chronicle at the deeper level, both of which I need. Whereas the stag door is going to give me a forgotten chronicle, or potentially something more, but at this point I'm really focusing on furtive truths and forgotten chronicles. So White Door it is. In my dreams, I know the path to the White Door through the bounds, but that path is thronged with the dead who pass that way. I will need health to resist their chill. Now I can approach the White Door through the bounds. Now I can press my fingers to it, feel its chill, watch it swing open. As it opens, my mouth closes, tightens, heals over like a lost deformity. Around and about me is the cobalt light of the mantis. Before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen their knife so they can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. So we've got Clovette. Clovette's determined happiness now borders on the fanatical. I really hope this is the heart pawn. I always find it so hard. You know what? This is almost certainly the grail pawn. All right. So I suppose the question now is, how scared am I of the dread that's going to come from this restlessness? On its own, not very much. I am, however, worried about two dread that comes from having a season of ambitions and the fact that I'm going to still be trying to get more people into the cult. So I think as a precautionary measure, let's bring more people into the cult. And in this case, let's bring in Valsine, who is very good with tools. So Valsine has operated her establishment for almost 20 years. She has never employed an assistant. Her hands are terribly strong. So again, we bring in the church, we bring in Valsine, we bring in the knife secret for the ceremony, and we bring in the buzzing in the brain, not because it is necessary, but because we want to get rid of it. This one is ready. This place merits closer investigation. Kiglin's scratch, and sort of as expected, we're not quite at the end of our journey in the Shires. I will read this one just because I know I'm going to be going into the Mantis again. I can get another furtive truth, and it's just kind of nice to know how far. I think I'm going to need 2 more furtive truths to get to the end, which means I need 3 if I want to keep one for memories. Of course, it's a little bit of a shame that we're not reading more lore or buying more from Oriflammes, but it is a nice little chance for me to take stock of where I'm at, and that gives me sort of a wish list for the next few turns. And again, this is I really want to stress that this sort of stuff is not an idea in terms of an optimal way of playing. It's the way that I've sort of settled on playing. And one of the things that I think is very important about this game is, it's your journey. One of these things is what you are getting out of the story that's being told, how you want to shape it. You can take it whatever directions you find interesting. But more importantly, because the game is making a lot of demands on you, because the game is going to be, again, it's the game you learn by playing it. The most important thing, in my opinion, is that you want to approach the game in a way that makes sense to you. So if it seems like I get a little touchy when people sort of tell me how to play the game, It's mostly because there are things that I know are in the game. It's also true, though, that you've seen me when I've been on this playthrough for some very basic actions. I've sort of stumbled and I've forgotten what's going on. And one of the ways that you can sort of help yourself not stumble and to get over some cases where there may be errors, I tend to find that if you are able to compartmentalize things in ways that make sense to you, that generally is going to help you out in terms of just making sure that you don't miss really important things. And this is why you'll sometimes see me, take something like a vitality and stick it beside the dream slot. And that's kind of a reminder to me, hey, dummy, you've got an affliction, don't forget it. And of course, if you have a little bit of an easier time keeping track of everything, if you're sort of able to say, okay, I don't really need to worry too much about this stuff, go right ahead, do what you think works well. Obviously, I'm not going for any kind of a speedrun record here. But a lot of what I kind of do here is definitely ordered in a very structured way to try and make sure that I have what I need at the times that I need. And then more importantly, when I do make mistakes, there's a couple of firewalls in the way. So things like having leftover followers to be able to absorb negative emotions, or to be able to have, the option to keep a surplus of poetry so that when an opportunity comes up, I can just read 3 of them in a row and be able to get the maximum skill, that sort of stuff. All right, Velsine's ingenuities are endless, and her grip is stronger than a blacksmith's. Our handshakes move mountains. All right, reminder that I move like a mountain and strike the sky. To master others is strength. To master yourself is power. So again, as always, if it seems like I'm particularly nervous as far as the talk verb is concerned, it's because when I do something other than induct people into the Church of the Bright Edge, usually what I'm doing with this talk verb is taking the knife's secret and basically just trying to get more followers into the cult. But when I do that, it's not 60 seconds that's being taken up, it's 2 minutes. 60 seconds for talking publicly about the invisible arts, which will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. And then 60 seconds for the actual conversation with the individual whose attention we get. So that's, if it seems like I spend a lot of time thinking on this one, it's because I'm shifting from thinking 1 minute ahead to thinking what could potentially bite me in 2 minutes. So trembling in the air, not worried about. I'm going to get a fleeting reminiscence from that. Despair abates. Memories of better times keep the wolf from the door. That's going to generate a fleeting reminiscence again. That then raises the question, do I need to worry about my exotic cravings? Not at the moment. I'm actually kind of curious here. I'm always the last to leave, even after the elder Glover. So if I go work, the final fulfillment of desire is often a conclusion. It is not enough to hope. I stand or fail on my deeds. Desires are often the means to winning the game. The desire or sensation or power of or enlightenment will require a great ritual, but there are other, even rarer desires, especially in the Ghoul, Priest, Dancer expansions, available where fine games are sold. All right. So we need an aspect. Only a true adept, a no, may take this step. The no are those who have passed the stag door in dreams. So first thing we're going to do. Confirm we are a no, and we need power. I will require a token of the merciless light of the mantis. I'm curious if a watchman's secret is worth. Not enough, not yet. Not yet enough. The watchman will not attend unless I can meet his attention. I need lantern power of at least the 6th intensity. So even the mantis glimpse is not enough for us to get the attention of the watchman. Fair enough. Dejected, we go back to Glover and Glover. Make more money for our bosses. Glimpses. So the glimmering's starting to get a little stale, so we'll combine those. That's going to take 60 seconds. We're going to pop 2 more of these when the time comes. We should have more than enough time, though, so 180 seconds to deal with all of these, and then 60 seconds to combine everything. Okay, so do I want restlessness? No. Do I want lore? It'd be okay. Let's try the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Forgotten Chronicle it is. Story of the city without a gate, of a queen who was not born, of a war that was not fought. Last night I visited the Lodge of the Sage Knight. My hostess manifested as an elegant woman with fashionably short hair and dark glasses. No, she admits, I don't need them, any more than I need mice. Allow me my sentimentalities. But you've come for knowledge, I expect. Here's a story I heard in my Carisham days. You're welcome to it, only remember me if you come to make the pilgrimage. Okay, so again, we've got a dream slot available, and again, I am looking for more level 4, excuse me, more level 4, more level 4 lore. So we are going to go back through the white door, and basically the biggest thing for the white door is it's guaranteed, like we don't need to guess what door it's behind. As long as there is level 4 lore, we're going to be able to get it first run, so... Curiosity is becoming a physical need. My eyes will be thresholds. It's almost time to perform the work and begin the changes, but I must have enough lantern aspects. Exploration might find more. Do I need to worry about dread? Well, we've got a season of suspicion coming up, but I haven't done anything bad yet, so... Oh, we've got Carisham. So drive through the downs to the coast where the green land meets Atlantic grade. Search along the road for signs to Carisham Town. You will rarely find it, even if you have visited before, and its inhabitants guard their secrets with curse and cudgel and fast-bolted door. You found all the expeditions in the Shires, although you can find and visit Carisham several times. So again, it's a little bit like the capital. It looks like we have got six total locations to visit, 5 of which are unique, and that means that I'm going to start going to Oriflammes for a bit. So I'll get maybe one replacement level 4, one more replacement level 4 secret histories. That's just because I want one, not because I really need it. There's a question too when I'm going to watch Stum, but I think that will come up after I'm done moving up my glimmering, or rather my passion. So let's take a second here, go to Oriflamme's auction house, wherever that is. Did I stick it somewhere not sensible? Okay. We'll put Moorlands... we'll put a gap between these. This makes sense. We perch on alarming Rietveld chairs in a windowless auction room with vividly burnt orange walls, waiting for the auctioneer to announce what he's offering. The reek of new paint makes the brain spin. 5 seconds to see what's on the auction block. A crowd of pinched faces, glinting eyes. Who will bid? The item at auction is visible on the right. It will be gone forever if the auction is lost. Now, normally I would buy this, but of course we're already going to use all of our last collections of poetry to get passion as high as it can go. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to spend money on this, even if I am flush with cash. So I'm going to leave that be for the time being. And looks like we've got another person we can bring into the cult. And Season of Suspicion begins. So nothing happens next turn, that's good. And if you will forgive me, I've been trying not to eat too much on stream, but I am actually starting to sort of feel the growls coming back. So this is a little inconvenient because I know it's, this is a more substantial, this is a sandwich from a while ago. So I'm going to need to chew it a little bit, but I'll try not to do it directly into the mic. So now, if you have any questions, it's a great time to ask them. I won't take too long, but I do, I need to keep going. We're at 11 hours. All right. Sorry about that. I'm always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. Now again, I'm not worrying too much about the restlessness turning to dread, because we know we can use dread to induct someone into the cult. If I didn't have that safety valve, I'd maybe be a little more worried about it. But right now my focus is on my passion. So I think here we're just going to throw our mind at the accounts again. Okay, icy atmosphere, not exactly my idea of a good time. Let's try the Lodge of the Sage Knight this time. not bad. I mean, it's a favor from authority, so at least we're not going to get the the fascination out of this. Last night, I dreamt of a blue silk pavilion overlooking the cloudy labyrinth of the Bounds. I listened to the mistress of this place speak of other visitors. The Suppression Bureau come here. Do you know that? I think they hope to recruit me as an ally, she snorts derisively, after what they tried to do to Christopher. But their folly is your fortune. I will tell you something that may help you if the Bureau ever troubles you. So again, it only lasts 300 seconds. But if we're... Wow. I don't know what happened to my water there. I'm assuming the mic probably picked that up too, so I did not just fall into a dunk tank. Basically, if we ever get to a situation where we amass too much notoriety, and there are definitely going to be situations where we start to test this bounds. This is one of the reasons why I've been sort of hoarding all of these expeditions. I can use the favor from authority to sort of as a get-out-of-jail-free card. Now, it's a difficult one because it's not permanent. This is really only useful when you sort of feel like you're under a lot of pressure, and that's maybe one of the reasons why you would go to the white door more often. But again, everything has its place, everything has its needs. Right now, I'm just going to collect it because it keeps me from not having to deal with the fascination. Sorry. Excuse me. But this isn't very critical. This is just a nice to have. I guess maybe the better way I could put it would be, I think I would at least need 2 turns of so you definitely need 2 turns of a Season of Suspicions, and I don't believe Seasons of Suspicions I don't believe they can stack one on the other. I think it takes too long for it to actually go through a day. So let's say it's a minimum of 3 turns or 3 days. What that effectively means is that 180 seconds, if you don't have any evidence against you, you have 180 seconds of this thing guillotined off right away, just as the Suppression Bureau amasses enough evidence. Now again, that doesn't mean it's useless. It just means that you don't really need it if the Suppression Bureau doesn't already have a case against you. Okay, so we gotta blast through our collections of poetry, stoke the fires of imagination, and we're going to go back through the white door because in the end we were looking for a particular kind of secret history. Obviously I could take these Forgotten Chronicles and break them down, but that's not quite as exciting. Alright, so we've got De Bellis Murorum in Latin, an 18th century epic poem by the pseudonymous Solipstos. So this is definitely something I want, particularly because it's edge. I've raised my hand, the auctioneer raps out an acknowledgement. Will anyone match me? And again, we're not too worried about the dread here just because I have other options and we don't have a Season of Despair coming up. So they're going to eat up this Mystique. This is going to go away on its own. These 2 are probably going to get eaten up, so the Season of Suspicion is going to be hanging around for a while. And the auctioneer makes a note of my name and signals one of the attendants. I have my prize. I hope it's worth it. So again, I don't really feel like we have a lot to do with Explore right now, so now's a great time for me to load up on books. I am a little wary of watching Stum while I have a dread on the table right now. 2 dread can become pretty unmanageable quickly on. Sorry, let's try that again. Having 2 dread on the desk can become unmanageable because if you have 3 dread in a Season of Despair, that's a fail state. And one of the reasons why I'm scared of 2 dread at the same time, 1 I can manage, 2 dread at the same time, especially if I'm doing this particular action here, which will take up 2 minutes of activity, is the sort of thing that can easily turn into a situation where I can't do something to sort of undo the effects of the dread. It's one of these cases where I'm somewhat at the mercy of either the time in which something started or having a certain verb open that I didn't have at the time. And especially because we've spent so much time on the game here, I don't want a moment of carelessness or sort of a rush to watch a movie keep me from being able to pursue sort of the higher goal inside of the game. And so as a result here, it might seem a little overly cautious, but at least until I'm not tying up my talk verb, excuse me, with 2 minute runs, which is basically kind of I need to account for 2 days worth of activity. I don't really want to have more than one dread on the table at a time if I can avoid it. Sometimes it's unavoidable, and I just kind of refactor to make sure that I'm able to generate contentment fairly reliably. But the first best is to just make sure that there isn't that much dread on the table in the first place. So again, we'll speak of esoteric matters to try and entice more people into the cult. And the Season of Visions is coming up next, so I don't think we have anything to worry about there, but you never know what happens in the White Door. There's actually 2 different places that can generate fascination, so one of these things to be careful about. Although this is a good solution to the dread if it comes to that. Alright, well, I definitely don't want the icy atmosphere, so let's try the Orchard of Lights. And, well, we got a Forgotten Chronicle. Hard to complain about that. Last night, I walked in the Orchard of Lights. I plucked the fruit, which is always ripe, and consumed it in 2 bites. The taste is not to be forgotten. As I licked the glowing juices from my fingers, I saw a message carved in the bark of a tree. When I woke, I recorded that message, all I could remember, in my diary. So I've got 3 Forgotten Chronicles. I'm not ready to make these expeditions yet. This is a little excessive if I build more. There's actually a way that having all of these expeditions lying on the table can harm you, but I think that's one that's probably a little bit more exciting to find out on your own. So I'll stoke the fires of my imagination, and let's think about what I want to do with the dream slot. No contentment to handle the dread, so we will go back through the White Door, I think. Was this the poetry? Whatever it was, I didn't value it very much. I feel like I might have screwed up, though. Let's just double check what's coming in next time. Something, something, deep mystery, something. A crowd of pinch faces, glinting eyes, who will bid? So I have no use for this. This means that Oriflamme's I've exhausted Oriflamme's stock. I'm always last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. And let's go back to work. Curl my hands in the correct shapes and begin. So I have some very definite plans about how the next few turns are going to work. So this might seem like a very tedious way of going about it, but essentially what we have done is that in terms of what I can achieve with earning money, status, just my ability to kind of do my everyday work, I have gotten all of the knowledge that I can of the Mantis. Essentially anything that is available for public consumption. I've gotten if I'm getting something deep mysteries. The auction is over, the lot has gone elsewhere, I retain my funds. There's a question, what is the average time that it takes to complete the base game, no DLCs in play? This is a very difficult question to answer, Mill, and I think it's partly because this game has some very different ideas about completion. But one number I hear sort of thrown around very often, and I think this is consistent with my own experience, would be to achieve something like a what I will call a minor victory. So let's say to achieve the goal that I'm currently pursuing right now and like ascend higher and sort of achieve this big thing. I would say I usually hear something around the 40-hour mark, maybe just in the interests. So just to keep in mind, what you're asking is kind of, is this thing worth buying, I think. So please keep in mind that Weather Factory has paid me to appear on their channel. I did offer to do it for free, but I feel like if ever I'm going to give something that's like a recommendation, I should probably be open in that disclosure. My experience would be about consistent with 40 hours, I think. The one thing to keep in mind, though, and you might get an idea of this by looking at the achievements, is that complete the base game has a few different meanings. There is an ending where you basically say, I give up on all this occult stuff and I want to become a banker. So that's technically an ending, right? The other reason why I'm a little reluctant to say that number is that, in one sense, maybe you're just really clever and you sort of get all of the puzzles really quickly. The other factor is that one of the earlier updates to this game was to add the Apostle. So this is that is something that becomes available to people who have played people who own the base game. So if you don't have any of the DLC, the Apostle Legacies would be what you'd consider sort of a new game plus, and what you do is you take on the role of someone who is a follower of your previous character who sort of achieved what I'm calling a minor victory. And if you get through the end of the Apostle victory, that's kind of considered to be the major victory. So again, you can appreciate that I have something of a moving target here, because some people are going to say, okay, you know what, I got the minor victory, I've seen what I have to see in Cultist Simulator, I'm not worried about anything else. You know, I don't want to play the DLC. I have now experienced this strange narrative card game, and I am satisfied. I'm gonna, play Dota. And that's fine. Like, that is not to knock how people are handling it anyway. On the other hand, if you're a little bit of a completionist and you don't want to accept minor victory as a total victory, there's a whole other legacy waiting for you, and it is a considerably more challenging endeavor. So thanks for the details, and I assume that there is a high replay value, options for varying strategies. It's not forced to a linear one-time playthrough, I assume, for the base game. Okay, so this I'm going to be a little more frank than I think is entirely fair to the game. But what I want to do is report what people, and again, I apologize for everyone who's, looking for gameplay or that, but I actually think that this is very valuable because I think a large number of you are trying to decide if this game is worth it. So here's the thing that I have heard from some other people, and I don't think this is entirely unfair to the game, but I do think that maybe there is a little more nuance to be had here. So the 3 base legacies, the one that I'm playing right now, the Aspirant, is the one that you will always start with in the game. Chances are you will lose on that first run. I mean, unless you check out a wiki or something like that. But the whole point of this game is you kind of learn it by playing, right? There's no dummies manual for running cults. There's no, complete idiot's guide to the secrets beneath the skin of the world. So presumably you're interested in trying to wrestle the secrets of the game to the ground and maybe get a little help from people, but not just become a fleshy implementation of somebody else's Cultist Simulator algorithm. I will say that the 3 legacies that are part of the core base game, the Aspirant, the Bright Young Thing, and the Physician, are very similar. In some cases, you can actually perform the same actions that the other ones do. So for instance, I am making quite a bit of money at Glover and Glover. There is nothing that prevents the Bright Young Thing from taking a position at Glover and Glover. The thing is that the Bright Young Thing is somebody who has inherited a lot of wealth, and so there's just a practical question that the player asks, which is, if I have so much wealth, why would I take the job at the bank? But one thing that I do hear from people is that they say that once you know the game, the 3 base legacies are kind of interchangeable. And the problem with this is that is 100% true, but it's also kind of true in the sense that if you play something like Baldur's Gate or Tyranny, you can roll all sorts of different characters, and technically what you're going to be doing is playing largely the same game, and it's kind of up to you if you want to make the same choices. So, you can kind of get that there's some push and pull on that, right? What I will also say, though, is that the Apostle Legacy's completely different. And there's a Detective Legacy, which is sort of different, but probably a little bit closer to this Aspirant. The DLC is definitely where you start seeing some new mechanics added in. In the Dancer, there are 2 new minor victories, Moth and Heart. And it adds kind of a dance mechanic that the Dancer will do, shape-shifting into an animal and performing a dance. The Priest actually has a pretty vicious... I quite like the Priest, but this is the one that's probably the most contentious. That one has a pretty tough puzzle in it. It's a very narrow path to victory for that one. And then the Ghoul introduced a whole set of memory and painting mechanics. Finally, I will say you'll notice that one of the DLC is more expensive than the others, which is Exile. Exile completely transforms the game. This is definitely a lot more of a slower pace. People definitely can complain about the grindiness of the game. Exile addresses every single one of those concerns. You are on the run. You never feel safe in that. I was absolutely blown away when I first played it. So it's much better to consider that like Cultist Simulator 1.5. I'd say maybe a comparison I would make would be if you played XCOM 2 and you got War of the Chosen, and like War of the Chosen was something like $50 when it first came out. You're talking about that level of transformation to the game coming from it. So Exile is to Cultist Simulator what Bloodborne is to Dark Souls. See, I don't have a PlayStation, so I can't speak to that comparison. So with that in mind, I think what you're looking for here is, so first of all, value for money, especially with 66% off. I'd say you are looking for plenty of playtime, assuming you're into it. You'll know if you're into it within the 2 hours. Plenty of playtime in the base game. If you are looking for variety, the Apostle victories, which come in the base game, are probably going to be the most satisfying for you. And if you want the most variety, that is where you start considering the DLC. And then finally, if you are looking for something more fast-paced, something a little bit less grindy, the Exile is worth the money. The Exile is, again, completely different. But I will also say, if you haven't played the base game of Cultist Simulator, I wouldn't recommend jumping into the Exile right away. Like, the Exile really would be for something where you already know you like Cultist Simulator, and you're just looking for something different. So, sounds like this is best played without watching walkthroughs and spoilers then, which helps increase replay. I don't mind losing to learn a better strategy. If you have that attitude, I think this is a wonderful game, and I think that's exactly right. This doesn't mean that you can't get help, but the thing that this game gives you that so many other games don't is the benefit of the aha moment, where you read a certain bit of lore inside of the game, and all of a sudden those connections come together, and you're like, oh, that's what they were saying. And especially, not like... You'll sometimes get that for puzzles you've solved for yourself, but especially when you get that and you realize that you've just got that next level on the mark, or you realize that you've suddenly like got to that next level of the Mantis, like you feel really good when you do that. And so this is one of the reasons why you see so much stuff about this game not having a good tutorial. The game does that because if this was just, read my walkthrough and go through it, you're reading a lot of very nice text. And hey, the writing's great, but, getting a chance to like really put the screws to yourself and have a chance to like really invest in this game, name your character, figure out what you're about, find your approaches to different things. I really think that there's quite a bit. I am an outlier in terms of playtime. I think after this stream, I'm going to be hitting 400 hours, but it's also worth remembering I streamed this game quite regularly for about 2 years. So, I don't think you're going to get 400 hours of playthrough out of this unless you are a madman or madwoman. But I think I think based on the fact that you are willing to say, I'm not going to look at walkthroughs and go for the playthrough, I think that is a very good attitude to have for this game, and I think you are going to get quite a bit out of it. So, obviously, please make your own decisions. Please, inform yourself about the game. But I think what you have said is the attitude to me that has made the game most rewarding. Maybe that's a slightly less mercenary way of putting it. Anyways, I don't mind answering more questions, but I am going to take a chance to sort of push the game forward a little bit. And my apologies to those of you who weren't here for a sales pitch, but I also figured, I haven't really sat down and gave a sustained blow by blow, because, the base game's 66% off, the DLC's 50% off, and then there's the bundle, which is 15% off, but it's 66 on the base and it's 50 on its own, so it winds up being 63% for everything. I figured that's probably the best blow by blow in terms of what you're getting for value for money. You're looking at the full anthology edition, now you're going to buy that. Appreciate the explanations. No problem at all, Mel. And I mean, again, I hope it's for you. The fear that I always have is that I mislead people on games. So again, if you're not feeling it after 2 hours, as far as I can tell, the refund policy applies for Steam. Obviously, please do inform yourself about the Steam refund policies. I can't speak for Steam. But I would say you'll have an idea within the 2 hour mark whether or not it's for you. I really hope you like it, and based on what you've told me in chat, I think this is going to be a pretty unique and worthwhile game. So I really do hope you enjoy it. And again, if you're playing the game, if I'm still around, I have been going for 11 and a half hours, so I don't know how much longer I'm going to be here, but if you get stuck on something or want to get another idea, I'm around. Feel free to ask the question, and hopefully I'm, if I'm not around, somebody will be able to answer. There's a good community Discord, so, usually people are pretty helpful there. Okay. So on the Explore, I've now closed off Oriflammes, so... no, I can keep it like this. So Oriflammes is still an option for me to sell stuff, but I don't really need the money right now. I'm if anything, that number keeps going up. So I suppose for lack of other options, let's start exploring the continent. So little wars, great intrigues, cryptic priesthoods, mystic crimes, all past now, but what traces did they leave? All right, Season of Despair is coming up, and like a bonehead, I waited too long. Oh no, actually, we're going to be able to bring someone in. We're going to be able to bring someone in to kill the dread. We're good. Right, I wanted the Furtive Truth just so I could fill out my collection. Many of the dead enter the Mansis through the White Door. They wander its corridors in silence until they are lost. Some embrace each other, some devour each other, some force their way into the dreams of the living. A few recorded their memories on the Mansis stone where it is soft. They scratch it with their nails, you see. Last night I read one of those memories. Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, I'm sort of full up on the Furtive Truth. I've got what I need there. We've got 2 sets of expeditions that we're ready to go. I'm following through on the continent mostly just because it gives me an opportunity to do something with my Explorer verb. Really what I need to start thinking about is going on some expeditions. And I will do that. The one thing, though, is I do have Debellus Murorum. I can't remember what level of edge it gives me, but there's the small possibility that I'm going to be able to level up a few of my followers. And if I can do that, if I can come into these expeditions with strength, that just puts me in a better overall position for the sort of the battles to come. So we've got our last glimmering. The time has come to improve my passion. All right, I need enough lessons learnt and something more. If I know the right lore, I can employ the invisible arts to reach an even higher summit. I must choose between unreason and folly. Ooh. Unreason and folly. I was trying. All right. I don't think knock has any effect on this. Nope, folly it is. All right, the apple tree never asks the beech how he shall grow, nor the lion, the horse, how he shall take his prey. I'm just trying to think what... So this is like one of these lore moments that I'm thinking to myself is like, what is HP Stagecraft up to? Is he somebody who's more of a locksmith secret guy, or is he somebody who's... is he a sexton, or is he not sexton secret? Is he an unreason guy, or is he a folly guy? Let's see what the description of unreason is. I'm a little curious. Cut my hair, cut my bonds, cut my snip, snip, snip. All right. Folly it is. The apple tree never asks the beech how he shall grow, nor the lion, the horse, how he shall take his prey. All right, let's go back to the realm of dream. And in this case, we're going to be going hard on the stag door. So in my dreams, I know the path to the stag door through the maze of the bounds. Gearby will let me pass, but the path is always a puzzle. I will need reason. And of course, the nice thing here is I know that I'm looking for Forgotten Chronicles or better. Sorry for all the throat clearing, but, you know, it's my current state. I'm not 100% sure when I'm going to wrap things up. I will just maybe caution you that it's currently 12:30 where I am right now, so there's lots of stuff that I would love to do for this stream, but I also know that there's sort of reasonable limits in terms of what people are looking for. Partly, you know, I'm happy to just kind of follow the intentions of the audience. I think if people are still into this, you know, I can still carry on. I definitely know that I'm sort of, I'm not quite, I don't think I have the same level of energy as I did earlier on. Excuse me. On the other hand, I also think it is true that, oops, sorry. Like, I've noticed that kind of the viewer number has sort of gone down a little bit over time. which is fine. I mean, this is the sort of stuff that happens, right? But I sort of think that at a certain point, if we're, you know, if I'm kind of getting the signal that the stream has sort of run its course, that might be a good time to leave it. I have a few ideas about how we, you know, we might continue these sorts of things, but I'll just leave that. I'll leave that for later. So we tried to get a patron, and in this case, there were no available patrons. What happens in this case, we get a peculiar rumor. Now, I would love to follow up that peculiar rumor, but we already know that that will generate a notoriety. And so the drawback here is that if I throw that into the explore verb, I'm going to generate a notoriety right at exactly the time that they are following up on my misdeeds. And after they take this mystique, they're going to take this mystique. So we know for a fact that any time that I do this peculiar rumor before it expires is going to attract the attention of the Suppression Bureau. I don't want that. So unfortunately, we got to throw this away, but this is a good indication that we're getting close to the end. I already could have told you that we had all of the mentors. What I'm interested, though, is whether or not we generate peculiar rumors based on the number of, or based on like followers. I think it says, nope, doesn't say the thing I thought it said, so I'll just leave that be. Also, we generated a second mystique here, so it's actually going to be up even longer. So I'm always last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. So let's carry on again. I don't see any reason to do anything with the work verb other than go to Glover and Glover. If I have to, you know, if I have to get a demotion, at least we have a nice stack of money to leave on. Now, of course, we've got the talk verb. We do know that we have a season of despair coming up. In 1 second, if I don't deal with this, this is going to get eaten up. So let's bring somebody into the cult. And we don't have any winter, and we don't have any... Sorry, we don't have 2 winter, we don't have 2 grail. So who's the first... oh, I don't think I have an extra winter. I guess I know who's coming in next. Saliba, welcome to the cult. Saliba is a man of prodigious appetites. He has long passed the point where their satisfaction has given him any pleasure, but he has learnt so very much. Okay. This one is ready. Wait a minute. What in the world was I thinking there? Dread. So again, that was specifically to dodge this. That was specifically to dodge that season. Season of Vision's coming up next. So, but we don't have too much to worry about that. And the place that merits closer investigation is Chateau Raveline. So again, we'll go back to the Forgotten Chronicles. Little wars, great intrigues, cryptic priesthoods, mystic crimes. All past now, but what traces did they leave? Alright, so exercise my imagination folly, and now my soul lies ready. So we've got an open soul. Behold, they stand at my door and knock. If I hear any voice, I will open the door, and they will come in to me, and sup with them, and they with me. Passion and skill can increase no further. So everything, we're basically at the max value for everything but our reason, and so that is going to become the focus of our next, sort of our next set of improvements. Now the good news here is that we have quite a bit going for us. As long as I can get 2 lessons learned erudition-wise, I'm going to be in a position to, I'm going to be in a position to open those collections of essays. Now, that's not the easiest thing in the world, right? We already had to give up a couple in order to get where we are already. Oh, sorry. Actually, we're still looking for 3. That's right. I forgot. So this is actually a little more dicey than I thought. One bit of good news is that the Stag Door has an opportunity to get an erudition lessons learned. And more importantly, I always have the option, excuse me, of, doing commissions and, reading some of these books to get the ball rolling. So if I want, I can just keep, pounding away at reason to try and get those lessons learned the hard way. What I'm going to do though is I'm going to read a bunch of books. Then I'm gonna focus on whatever I have left to get that erudition up. But that is going to be the next focus alongside getting some more lore. So, De Bellis Miorum. Now I need to translate this first. So let's take my Latin and translate. 60 seconds it is. All right. I do actually need Forgotten Chronicles. So this is one of the reasons I'm doing the Forgotten Chronicles, just so I can get a read on how many I need. Presumably we need 6. I think this one I might actually need 7. But, you know, why leave it to chance, right? Okay, back to the stag door. Use my reason. And again, I'm not too worried about the way this is all going to balance out. I think I've got a fairly good rotation in terms of reason at the moment. Before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen a knife so it can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. Saliba understands blood, he does not yet understand birth. Alright, so let's talk about something. Let's talk about the arcane arts. Talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. Oh, one question you may have asked about my hesitance of getting notoriety is like, well, if you got the favor from authority, why are you worried about that? It's basically because of the expiry of the favor of authority. We haven't actually had evidence against us yet. I really thought that we were going to. But there's actually 2 layers of evidence, and so you kind of get 2 chances to deal with those kinds of threats. In this case here, I just know that the likelihood of me still having this favor of authority at the time that the Suppression Bureau becomes a real threat, that's pretty unlikely. And what that's going to mean, if they do become a threat, is I'm actually going to have to go into the white door, which isn't as useful to me anymore, to try and get that favor from authority. So if I can avoid that situation, I'll be a little bit happier. All right, Key Hunter's Garret, and again we'll just use another Forgotten Chronicle, and we will keep going to work so we can keep getting money. Now, I did say that I was going to do a big stack of books, so we've already translated Deoris, and we have not translated the true and complete accounting of the Asclepian Mysteries of the Roots of the House. So let's take our Greek, let's translate it. Still don't know, I still haven't read the Sanskrit book, but that's just because I don't need to translate any Sanskrit. And yet another Forgotten Chronicle, so we will take care of it there. Last night, Gearby was talkative. He spoke in his siege engine voice of the histories he'd overheard in the waking world. I listened until his stories tailed off again into weeping. So as you can see, this is sort of the same thing we were doing with the wood, but now we have a clearer sense of purpose because we are we have a couple of very specific objectives that we're trying to get done here. And again, because we have sort of the 3 reason that we're working with, I know 70 seconds at Glover and Glover, that means that this has its 60 seconds to recover, 60 seconds in the dream, but because basically they're on a good rotation, I know I'm not going to miss work, and I'm usually going to have something available to go into the dream again. Obviously, the dream gets second consideration or the secondary consideration if there's ever a conflict between the 2, but I don't think there should be a point where we run out of reason yet. Oh, sorry, do we have 4 reason? 1 here, 2 here. Okay. Mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I am sane if that means anything. No fascination drives your visions. It's over for now. Let's see. Oh, it is the... Remember how I said that there would be there were going to be no interruptions to reason? I lied. My girlfriend is calling. If I have a particular friend, now is the time to renew our connection. Liaison, the raptures of understanding. My lover and I contend in the spaces above and beneath the flesh. I must match their intensity, so this needs reason. Together we are brighter. This place merits closer investigation. Orthos Wood it is. There's our Forgotten Chronicle. Little wars, great intrigues, cryptic priesthoods, mystic crimes. All past now, but what traces did they leave? Okay. Oh, right. This is a tricky one. I think when the subtle rupture is up, there's the risk of having a fascination on the Painted River, but I also know there's the chance that the Painted River gives me a erudition lesson learnt. So at I feel really nervous doing this, but I think the risk of the Painted River is worth getting a head start on my lessons learned. So fingers crossed. No! That's the second time I said I had a bad feeling about this. I dreamt of the mansis behind the white door, of the great space above the orchard, the space that overlooks the bounds, the space where the vagabond once painted her river. Painted ships paced upon the painted river. I met the painted eyes of a painted captain. She saluted, and the motion was like the layered movement of clouds. The sail of the ship was amber, and the captain's eyes the green of new barley, and the river aquamarine. Now that I'm awake, I see those colors still. So we don't have a season of visions in front of us. We're kind of lucky on that front. It is a season, there's dread that we need to worry about a little bit more. But I think just for my sanity, I'm going to use the fleeting reminiscence. It's actually worth mentioning for those of you who might be interested in some of the background of the game here. The fleeting reminiscence, it did not used to deal with fascination here. It actually used to be the case that, it used to be the case that the only way you could get rid of fascination was dread. And I think, like, I've experienced this for sure. Even when I was reasonably experienced in the game, one of the most likely ways for me to die in the game was to a fascination lost. And so, well, actually, I guess it's not so much a fascination, a loss caused by fascination. I think the loss was caused by having too much fascination. But you know what I mean. But basically, one of the updates, I can't even remember which one, but seemed to make it so that when there was a fleeting reminiscence, this is something that you could use to combine with the, the fascination, and that would be a way that you could neutralize it. What I didn't appreciate until this stream was that you can actually explore with fleeting reminiscence, and it will turn into, it seems to be either fascination or dread. It could be something else, but I've only been able to get fascination or dread, and I actually didn't realize that at the time. So, we've prepared the text for study. We've got the true and complete accounting of the Asclepian mysteries of the roots of the house, and so I guess the question here is, how willing am I to... So do I want to take my reason, and do I want to try and get those lessons learned now, or do I want to try and get the ball rolling by reading these books and moving on? Let me just double check where we're at on everything. Okay, no watching Stum. I can read De Bellis Murorum though. So, an 18th century epic poem by the pseudonymous Ellipsos. The poem elliptically describes a war between beasts, weather phenomena, and arcane concepts. It's quite specific about some of their tactics. I'm going to run on the assumption that 60 seconds for the season of despair, and then 60 seconds, like, I'm going to read something else while I'm doing that, and then I can come back and watch Stum. So I'm always last to leave, even after the Elder Glover, and I'm always the first to arrive, it looks like. So you may ask the question, if I've bought everything from Glover, if I've bought everything from Moorlands and I've bought everything from Oriflammes, why am I trying to mass so much money? These expeditions will cost money, and of course there is just the passage of time. You need funds to live. But part of this is just sort of me making the most of this job. There is going to be a point where I either need to advance or I need to quit this job. And so this is a nice little chance here to build up some savings, a little bit like you do if you want to pursue a particular, if you want to pursue a particular passion of yours, and particularly one that doesn't necessarily have a very clear financial reward, or it's something where you need to sort of build things up. Generally you have some savings for that. So again, another analogy you can draw to life if you want, but perhaps one that doesn't require as much elaboration. I think most people understand the value of savings. The question is whether or not they have the means of achieving that. So let's see. As tempted as I was to bring Rose into the cult, I don't actually see any reason, because I'm not sending anybody on expeditions yet. So let's go and talk about the power of edge. Cat Caro knows the way. Cat Caro knows so many ways. We'll walk them together when the moon parts the curtains to peep into the dark. So you have a bittersweet memory here. I could recall a complex time. So I believe if I just let this expire, I don't remember if this becomes Dread or not. I should probably make a decision on this pretty soon, though, because the season of Dread is coming upon us. This is obviously long enough that I don't know. I think I'm just going to let it expire. I genuinely do not recall how these work. I remember how they work in other contexts. Sorry, there are other contexts in which I know these can be helpful. This one I am a little unsure of. This is a way back through dreams. Some memories are sketch maps of dreams. Some even pass through the bounds of dream to the wood, and the house rises above it. Fermier Abbey. Alright, we will use another Forgotten Chronicle. The air is curdled now. I am home again in this lump in flesh. Better, perhaps. And we will use our reason to go back through the stag door. Let me just double check. Yes, we are fine going through the stag door because we've got another reason available in 0.3 seconds. And the 1-2 joined and the horde distinguished, consequently blood. So wow, they're being really stingy with the with the edgelore here. So Chiliarch's lesson. This is the bone-deep story of the thousandmen learned in the antiquity of blood and its exits. To speak it aloud is to hear the sword hiss. Use this in a rite with a corpse and winter power. The corpse will rise. Okay, so we do have slightly better edgelore. I'm gonna have to wait on speaking of esoteric matters, but I believe this will be helpful for Eldridge, Victor, and eventually Rose. But this is gonna take a minute to explain. Oh, actually, I'm gonna show you guys something cool. It'll take a little while to set up, but I'm pretty sure I can do something neat. Oh, I'm not following through on my promise to read stuff. Okay, Season of Suspicion coming up. I am going to roll the dice on Stum. I think that's going to take 60 seconds to do, and I'm not going to have any other way of getting Despair. So we will... sorry, I should explain what this canister film is. A can of nitrate film labeled Stum, silent, or perhaps mute. The director's name, Yernik Krossa, is shakily appended. Now, because it's a film, we can't just... I don't know about you, but I don't watch movies cell by cell. I do watch them frame by frame, but I tend to watch them frame by frame projected at 24 frames a second. So I have to buy a projector. The film rattles through the projector, glows silently on the wall. It is the story of a foolish student of forbidden sciences who recruits a dancer to entice the dead back into the world through a flaw in its skin. It's a fiction, but here on a title card laid out is the operation of the declining sun. This is the thing that sort of made me want to make a mod for it. And I'd still really like to follow through, but... I also need to be very realistic about the time that it takes to do certain things. Obviously, if I want to continue a streaming schedule, there's only so much time you can spend on video games, and I don't know if adding a mod is necessarily the thing that people want from me more than being able to be regular in terms of a schedule. But fingers crossed. I'll be sure to announce it to the heavens if I finish this thing. I've definitely got some notes down. I've actually got some writing done as well as, but... So here, this might be the time where you would want to hit a fast forward. Also, you can use the hotkey M, but in this particular case, I like to let it run through. I tend to make more mistakes if I just go crashing and pausing. So we have the Vanderschaft collection. So again, another great reason to see if we can get more lore. Let's try the Painted River. Yes. All right. So we got a lesson learned. As much as it pains me, I am going to avoid using these collections of essays because I know I have two, and it's going to be an absolute beast to try and like get these things back. What I am probably going to do though is start hammering reason through. I'm going to try and start hammering reason through the study slot. And more importantly, I am going to start using Pope Clifton to search the city more often in hopes that I will trigger a reason event. So basically, every opportunity I can to use reason and generate that flickering in the skull is something that I'm going to do. So the painted river runs from the great chamber near the white door, far through the mansus to its far edge, where it enters a painted delta of far cloud. I voyaged half its length last night with a stern-faced captain beneath a rust-red sail. As the clouds rose before us, the sailors raised a yearning shanty and close-hauled the sails to best use the painted wind. And all the while, the captain and I discoursed on the secrets of the House of the Sun. All right. So there's my beloved erudition. I need to kind of make some commitments in terms of this now. So let's just take a minute to review. This is one of the things that I find particularly helpful for me. Like I said, it doesn't hurt to sort of stop and smell the roses as far as sort of where our, how do I put it? As far as where our numbers are going. If my option, basically, if what I'm trying to do now is generate as much erudition as possible, it doesn't hurt to think about the things that will potentially generate erudition. So, what can I do to generate erudition at work? I can use reason, which has the aspect of lantern. Every time I invoke the aspect of lantern, there is a chance that that will generate a light in the skull. So by merely showing up to work, I will make that happen. Can I show up to work more often than 70 seconds? Well, I guess I could maybe try and lose my job and regain it. But that doesn't seem to be too practical. And there's no way I can use reason with health. So in this particular case here, I'm going to settle for just regularly showing up for work and hoping the erudition event comes from that. I'm going to leave... Well, actually, no, we can talk about Dream too. So what are the ways that I can get erudition from Dream? A couple of big ones. One, I can go through the white door and I can hope that I get another lesson learned. That is the best... That's the best possible case for me. What about the other case? Well, again, if I invoke reason... that will potentially generate the light in the skull event, and that will give me a lower level erudition. Well, what do I need to go through the stag door? Reason. So I'm already doing the thing that's going to maximize my opportunity for erudition. Study. Well, what can I do there? Possibly if I read some of these books, it'll generate erudition, but the way I'm guaranteed to get erudition is to actually use reason on its own. So I'm going to wind up doing that as well. Finally, in terms of what's the best way to get it through exploration, well, basically hope that I get lots of rolls on a lantern-based follower, which is what I'm already doing inside here. The one thing that I might be able to improve on a little bit is the talk verb. If I'm able to talk with a cultist and try to, especially one who's lantern focused, I sort of feel like I have a better opportunity to, try and, trigger that a little more often. Passion is not going to do that. In fact, if anything, passion is going to generate that restlessness, which I tend to use to get around, I have to try and get around that. So I might change the way I do the talk verb, but other than that, pretty much everything I'm doing is already geared towards maximizing the amount of reason that I use, and thus the amount of erudition that I generate. So the other thing that I can do as well, that's a very small change, but it's a meaningful one. Instead of using the knife secret, I can talk about any lore, which means that if I use the Watchman's secret, that happens to be another form of lore which will invoke Lantern as well. And so again, I'm sort of playing the odds. I'm trying to make things a little bit more effective for myself in terms of just getting that erudition up. And again, it's all in the name of trying to get two more erudition lessons learned, preferably within 300 seconds. Oh, for goodness sake. I would help if I actually did the dream though, right? So let's go stag door, reason. All right, come with me. We got another hanger on. So it's tempting to talk with Cat Carol, right? Because she's already got her lantern. But what I am going to do is I'm just going to see if we can fill in more cultists. We'll speak of esoteric matters. I said I was going to show you hopefully show you something cool. I still intend to do that, but after we have sort of finished our current goal. So, Street Strange by Midnight. It's one I might make use of, but right now we're going to just throw Pope Clifton back into a search in the city. Alright, the right is depicted in chilling detail. Here is the flaw in the world, an influence shimmering in luminous paint. Here is the dancer establishing an irresistible rhythm. Here the scholar recites the operation, and now the misty dead whirls through the flaw to consume him. The film closes on the dancer's watchful eyes. Had she intended it all from the start? So having watched this film, we are left with a sense of dread. However, we also have the operation of the declining sun. In Operation the Declining Sun, this invokes and acknowledges and welcomes the passage to silence. Use this in a rite with the heart influence and Byzantine tinct to summon the voiceless dead. And the Sunset Rite. Now this is a particular favorite of mine because the Sunset Rite has a particular type of card that it consumes. And depending on how you play games, so I'll talk a little bit about... Again, like, keep in mind that I don't develop games. I play games, but I also occasionally get to hear people's opinions about design problems and such. And I think there's a tendency that I have, at least in role-playing games, that is true for Cultist Simulator as well. But let me just take a second. I'll get it out of the slot, and we'll read it. So, the assistant must cry tears of genuine emotion, which are asperged in the place where the influence lies. If all is done well, the sun and rags will consume the influence, acknowledge an ending, and lend its assistance. So, I don't have the work slot available. I'll try and bring that up in a second. But basically, there's a few worries that we have in terms of what we will use as sort of fuel for a rite. So recall that when it comes to the rite of the Crucible Soul, that I had to give a victim. Well, I don't want to give up my cultist. Cultists are finite, and while it does seem like there's a whole lot on the table right now, I'm not going to get any more if I run out of these ones. So it'd be pretty foolish of me to, particularly because the things you get out of rites tend to be quite temporary, it would be rather foolish of me to sort of get rid of some of my more powerful cultists in order to try and summon something for a short period of time. Some of the rites will consume objects. Now, for the most part, the objects I've got right now are texts. But you do get other items over the course of the game. And, you know, if you've played an Elder Scrolls game, you probably know the tendency to want to collect everything and just store it in a big house. Even if you never look at it again, even if you never touch it again, it just makes you happy to know that you have it. That's true for Cultist Simulator as well. And so what I tend to notice when I play myself, even if it's lore that I have a lot of, I'm really reluctant to get rid of that stuff. But the one thing that I'm not scared to get rid of is influence. Why? Well, because all the influence I've ever run into has a timer on it. I know I'm going to get rid of it anyway. So why not, why not use it in something that will allow me to, to become more powerful? If it's fleeting anyway, why don't I use it? So this is why I mentioned the Sunset Rite. The Sunset Rite does take influence as an input. There is another rite, which when we run into it, I'll point it out. But what I do tend to notice is that I have a little bit of an emphasis on using the Sunset Rite just because the thing that it consumes is something that sort of goes away on its own anyway. Now, I will tell you, please don't do like I do. There are plenty of consumable items that you can get from places like the Forsaken Reach and Karashim. But I also know my hoarding tendencies inside of games, and I also think that tends to be true. I mean, that's why games like the new Doom game, that's why they give you an unlimited number of grenades, and instead they sort of put it on a timer. It's not that the level designers didn't work out how often you would throw a grenade when they made them fixed quantities. It's just that people really don't like seeing that number go down. And so instead, if you put it on a timer, suddenly it seems like, well, if you don't use it, that cooldown's not going, and so you're not as powerful as you could have been. And so I feel that's the same thing that's happening when it comes to the influence. So for what it's worth, I just thought I'd share a little bit of my own psychology on these things. I have a feeling that if you're anything like me, you can intellectually know. Like, I clearly just explained to you my weird psychology on this, and I know for a fact that I'm not going to get rid of any of the stuff I have surpluses of. It's I worked for that. So I don't know. I am true to myself. Let's just leave it at that. All right, so do I want to use this reason? This is a really good question. Okay, so this thing's going to be ready in 42 seconds, so yes, I am okay with that. The world is awash with printed words. Even newspapers contain knowledge sometimes. So there's a little worry. I mean, I guess one of the things I could do here is I could just use the reason that's inside here. Actually, maybe that's what I want to do. So this is going to be done in 41 seconds. Yes, I am going to go straight to work. Senior position at Glover and Glover. We will take the reason that was intended for the dream. We will use that as our devotion, and then in a few seconds, 35, our dimmed reason will become fodder. Now again, I need to make sure that I actually put this in place, but I found someone whom I might pay to enact regrettable necessities. So this is a hulking fellow, not quite the sort of thing that I want to send after something that annoys me. And we have a season of sickness coming up, so if I am particularly worried about it, I could go and work at the construction site to generate a vitality, but I'm going to see if I can weather that storm and just generate some more erudition as time goes by. Again, we're a little pressed for time, and that means that I'm going to be a little more, I'm going to be a little bit looser in terms of what I accept for certain risks. Okay, subtle rupture. Let's try that painted river. Yep. So we pretty reliably have gotten fascination each time we see the knock there, and also given the fact that we now have the potential to summon things, I think from now on, each time we run into the stag door and we see knock, we're just going to take the knock. I dreamt of the mantis behind the white door, of the great space above the orchard, the space that overlooks the bounds, the space where the vagabond once painted her river. Painted ships passed upon the painted river. I met the painted eyes of a painted captain. She saluted, and the motion was like the layered movement of clouds. The sail of the ship was amber, and the captain's eyes the green of new barley, and the river aquamarine. Now that I'm awake, I see those colors still. All right. So, back to Dreamland. Wrong one. I do not have a reason available for the ascent yet, but that will change shortly. Do need to be a little bit careful with the fascination, so right now that's not something that will affect me, and what I may wind up having to do is just take the dread and the fascination, combine them in a dream. But like I said, it would be nice if I could avoid it. Oh, actually, yeah, I really don't want to do that with my fascination. I think I'll risk it. The words contain knowledge, now I contain it. It's a little like theft, a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. So again, we're just going to throw our reason into the study and get our next lesson learnt. Excuse me. Wrong one. There we go. And we'll send Pope Clifton to search the city again. I'm always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. And looks to me... Oh, nope, we still have the reason. So in 31 seconds, this is available in 31.8. So it's going to be very tight, but I think we can pull it off. I just need to be careful on that. Need to be careful on that timer. So we've gotten sick. Another season of ambitions coming up, so things are going to get a little dicey as far as the dread is concerned. I have some plans for the dread, but I am going to need to think exactly how invested I am to a few of these outcomes. So Clifton goes back to the exploration. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't do that. I'm safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they have found no new clues. So we'll collect. Again, I gotta be careful on the timing on the reason. Another hireling, so this would be a bomb maker. This will buy their loyalty for now. Okay, so that's 2 dread on the board. Just in time. The stag door is the Adept's Gate. To pass it is to be initiated into the first true mystery of the House of the Sun. The head Gearby weeps to see me enter where it cannot, but it must let me pass. The scarred valves of the door grind open. They would give me a Forgotten Chronicle now, wouldn't they? Do I need that? It is on the continent, so yes. Last night, Gearby was talkative. He spoke in his siege engine voice of the histories he'd overheard in the waking world. I listened until his stories tailed off again into weeping, so I probably need at least 2 more of these. What else am I looking for? So, we're working. We are going to be heading back to the Stag Door, hoping that we have enough reason for everything that we're working on. I suppose if I want to free up some reason, I can at least combine the erudition here. Eau Claire. Alright, so I think after Eau Claire it might be Slee and that's it, but best that we be sure. Alright. So, here's the dilemma that I'm facing. If I want to be all hands on deck with Lantern, then I should be doing that right now, but we do have some dread, and it's dread that's expiring, which is actually a dilemma for me, and I'm going to show you why. Remember how, let me give you an example. So let's take Cat Caro, no favoritism or anything. So let's take the Church of the Bright Edge. We'll take Cat Caro, a believer. To promote a believer to a disciple, we'll need to provide an appropriate aspect for the cult to at least, the 7th intensity. Well, nuts. So what I was thinking was we have Chiliarch's Lesson, which is 4, and then we would put the Dread in, which is the remaining amount, but it's 6. So we actually need 1 higher level than I thought we needed. So shame on me for thinking I could get away with that. All right, so what? Do I just want to sit with the dread and not do anything about it? Or do I want to raise Victor and Eldridge and eventually Rose? It does seem like an opportunity, so as much as I hate to miss the chance to potentially generate some erudition, I think this is a worthwhile trade-off. So Eldridge, you were the first. Let's promote you. Chiliarch's Lesson, Expiring Dread. My follower will kneel as a novice and rise as an initiate. I will administer the necessary oaths myself, remembering that Eldridge, as a believer, has almost learnt not to pick his teeth with his knife in conversation. He has not yet learnt to leave his knife in his boot. There is my beloved light in the skull. Okay. So I was originally going to combine the 2 erudition together, but we know that we've got the we know that we have the lessons learned that we need right now. So I'm just going to put that straight back into the research. So this is, again, remember how at the beginning we were doing a lot of heart things that would generate vitality? This is the lantern equivalent. Whenever the principle of the lantern sheds its light, I may recall additional scraps of knowledge. So now we can start putting on the brakes as far as some of the intensity of with which we're pursuing certain things. So for instance, this affliction, I'm going to start doing things like, go work at the construction site to get the vitality. I'll use the dream to heal it. I'll use this dread to level up Victor, all this sort of stuff that I was setting aside. Study verb still has to be dedicated to erudition, but we know we're gonna get through it. Or are we? So we can combine 1 erudition here. So we combine this erudition. This goes away in 140 seconds. We're gonna cut this close to the wire. I think we might actually lose this. If I'm not mistaken. Oh. Alright, sorry, my screen just tabbed out. Okay. Well, one way or the other, let's plow ahead. I'm going to generate my vitality by going to the worksite. Exotic cravings. What hungers drive us? Light in the skull. Dusty facts have become clear in my brain, for now at least. So yeah, I think we're going to be just shy of what we need, but I have other ways of working with this. So, hireling. This will buy their loyalty for now. So this is going to be a little tricky because I have a fairly tight window in which I can use them. I'm still going to search the city with Pope Clifton again. If we can get a light in the skull again, so much the better. My curiosity is becoming a physical need. My eyes will be thresholds. It is almost time to perform the work and begin the changes, but I must have enough lantern aspect. Exploration might find more. And I gotta be very careful about this dread coming up. So let's make sure that... Okay, we will get rid of this dread. Much more ambiguous as far as the restlessness is concerned. So let's keep that in mind. We may have to just bring someone into the cult off of that, or accept that we're going to get hit with a dread and we'll need to get some contentment after the fact. And the bittersweet memory goes away. Oh, that might turn into a dread, actually. I guess we'll find out. My scars are weapons. Through striving I rise to victory. There is no defeat but annihilation. In the light of the bright edge, we know ourselves. I pledge myself to the service of the strongest. Eldridge is patiently waiting until it's time to knife someone again. Level 5 Edge Follower. Let's roll the dice. Let's do the same with Victor. So again, given what I know about the erudition, I would actually like to try and generate another one. But I'm going to play the hand I'm dealt. Who is Victor? Victor's a sly fellow, but loyal. So we will fuel it with dread. Use Chiliarch's lesson. My follower will kneel as a novice, and I will rise as an initiate. I will administer the necessary oaths myself. And Pope Clifton's found a mysterious place. Not so mysterious after all of our trips there. Okay, so this just goes away. That's good to know. I forgot to put the reason in. But that's going to generate contentment. Unfortunately, it's going to generate contentment too late, so that doesn't help me. Rain is coming, but the right kind of rain. So that's a real blunder on my part, because I actually could really use the lesson learned. So, I do have an expiring erudition. So let's combine these two for starters. I do think I'm going to need at least a trip to the White Door to seal the deal on this thing. I dreamt of rain whispering in the eaves, tapping on windows like an old friend, hissing prankishly in the chimney. It is difficult to be unhappy in the right kind of rain. So normally I would want to use my dream slot for something else. Let's see. Oh, hang on. There is nothing for me to use the dream slot on right now. I'm not going to be able to get rid of restlessness through dreaming. I don't think anyway. No. And I don't... Well, 0.9 will be fine. We should get rid of the sickness for sure. They say I can do the job of any two others together. It's not true, not quite. Sorry, I probably blasted through that without really explaining what was going on. So, again, I've been keeping my Glover and Glover job because it generates a lot of money for me. Also, using reason is something that potentially generates an event where I get more erudition. Erudition can be turned into an erudition lesson learnt, and an erudition lesson learnt is what I need to advance my notable scholarship skill. Now, while I have been focusing on this, there's a number of sort of negative effects that have generated over time. In particular, I have an infliction, I have fascination, which is going to go away in 37 seconds. Contentment is a good thing. And restlessness, which is eventually going to turn into dread. It's going to turn into dread in 30 seconds. And in 10 seconds, I'm going to get something that consumes dread and turns it into potentially something that will make me lose the game. More importantly, because I've already started promoting a believer invoking edge, I'm not going to be able to do anything to get rid of that restlessness anymore. So in order to try and get some sanity in terms of what I'm dealing with, I wanted to make sure that I at least kind of took care of one potential time bomb. And in this particular case, it was the affliction. The reason I went to the work site is that by working on the work site, I get vitality. And if you dream with an affliction and vitality, this is something that we learned earlier on in the game, all I need now is time. That gets turned back to health. So there's at least one fire that's been put out. There's other stuff that I need to do. I'm not out of the woods yet, but I'm at least in a slightly better position than I was at the start, and we're going to be able to handle the rest of it. It's not that hard to generate another contentment. So in any case, I do need to go back to work, so we'll use our reason for that. Curl my hands into the correct shapes and begin. And I do really want to use this bomb maker. I gotta work out my timings on the bomb maker, but we should be okay. So anytime I talk to the bomb maker now, I'll be okay. And nothing's happening next turn, so I got a bit of a reprieve there. So this is going to go into the dread slot, and this is going to go away in 34 seconds, so it's not going to help me. What I really need right now is another erudition or another lesson learned. I will work on that, but I have a couple of other things that I need to work on too. My scars are weapons. Through striving, I rise to victory. There is no defeat but annihilation. In the light of the bright edge, we know ourselves. I pledge myself to the service of the strongest. And Victor has sharpened his cunning to a concentrated point. Also, level 5 edge follower. Generally good news all around. Excuse me. So, let's think about what I'm going to do with the talk verb. There's a reason I hired a bomb maker. 3 edge, 5 forge. And I have an annoyance. Here's a thorn in my side. I may yet find a way to remove it. So I'm going to have a chat with this bomb maker. Significant conversations in a smoky meeting room. What do I need from my follower? So we're going to wait 60 seconds, bide our time. Mind the library. Use this lesson learnt with your scholarship skill. How about no? So I think the right call now is to use this reason to get another erudition. So here's roughly how I'm gaming this out in my head. We've got one lesson learnt here. That's got 300 seconds on it. This one's going to decay into a regular erudition, and I need to make sure that I use this one within the next sort of 60-second cycle. So we will take these two and combine them. This will be a fresh erudition. This will be an even fresher erudition. We combine all of these. That's going to take a total of, it should be 2 minutes, or 3 minutes when I include this one. And that gives us enough time to, this is going to be the one that'll be the oldest. That'll give us enough time to upgrade our notable scholarship. And the nice bonus out of this is that when all is said and done, when I'm ready to move it up to level 4, I only need to get 2 lessons learned, and we can use our collections of essays. I see the K's. I'm afraid I do not know. I'm assuming that's Arabic script, but I welcome. Thank you for stopping by. All right, better not. I must be careful of the company I keep. So, do we still have a use of Pope Clifton going to the Explorer? Well, not really, if you think about it. The main reason for sending Pope Clifton was to try and generate an erudition. We're already working on generating that erudition. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't things we can find through exploration. It does mean for me, right now, I'm just gonna, I can cool it. What is probably useful for me to find out, though, is whether or not I can use any more Forgotten Chronicles. So, we'll send them, we'll find sites to explore on the continent, little wars, great intrigues, cryptic priesthoods, mystic crimes, all past now, but what traces did they leave? This is kind of the idea. You can imagine the character sort of hunched over the desk, reading these different documents, trying to find the locations of things like the Vanderschaft collection. Obviously, we'll take care of our backyard first, but that's kind of how I've always sort of justified the action in my mind. Okay. Do I want to do anything with the dream verb right now? Probably just go back to the white door, or the stag door. The world is awash with printed words. Even newspapers contain knowledge sometimes. And we are back from work. Do I want to do anything other than go back to work with the work slot? No. Actually, yes, I do not. So I'm going to send a minion to murder an annoyance. I want this annoyance gone, but this approach is risky. My minion's strength is limited. An annoyance might very easily survive, and the attempt will draw attention. Okay, now I would have thought a bomb maker would be more effective at killing an annoyance, but honestly, I hired them. What else am I going to use them for? If it fails, shame on me. I'll know for next time. I don't know how you guys got your last promotion, but I think a bomb is a very effective method. I suppose I should at least try and work. Actually, while I'm waiting for the work event to happen, let's just start working on these commissions. So we will take our level 6 lore, and in the case of Moth, we need reason and passion for the higher level ones. So we're still using our reason as part of work, but it's for a better reason, or unreason in the case of Moth. All right, getting a little tight on the erudition, but I think this is still going to work out. Oh, nope. This is going to cross the 60-second mark. Oh, no, hang on. We're combining these two, and then it's these two. Oh, good lord. I almost made a big mistake. I await word. My minion is not returned. They must have failed. This may yet prove embarrassing. All right, well, too bad for me. The words contain knowledge, now I contain it. It's a little bit like feasting, a little like the progress of an infectious disease. And this place merits a closer investigation. Foreman House, and more importantly, it is not the last unique location, so we're going to need at least two more of those secret histories. Okay, so let's be careful about how we're doing this. This is the erudition that I'm going to use to level up. This is the erudition that I need to preserve. This is the erudition I'm going to combine next. These are well within parameters, and then we're going to bring it up to the next level. Now, what do I want to do with talk? I don't need to worry about erudition anymore. I would like to consider murdering my boss. Oh, this might be a problem. No, 55 seconds, we're fine. So with that in mind, let's get Pope Clifton on the job. Let's hire somebody more competent. And as far as talk is concerned, it's actually been a while. You know what? Let's just go. We'll go back to using Lantern for talk. And then, of course, once we've finished our erudition, our erudition surge, we can go back to reading our texts. Oh God. Let's try the Painted River again. Nice. All right, this is going to be trivial. I'm ready to improve this use this with your scholarship skill to improve the skill and gain reason. It lasts up to 5 minutes before it decays back to an erudition. The Painted River runs from a great chamber near the White Door, far through the Mansus, to its far edge, where it enters a painted delta of far cloud. I voyaged half its length last night with a stern-faced captain beneath a rust-red sail. As the clouds rose before us, the sailors raised a yearning shanty, and close-hauled the sails to best use the painted wind, and all the while the captain and I discoursed on the secrets of the House of the Sun. So, obviously the erudition situation has changed a little bit. I'm just going to take advantage of what I have on the table right now, but it should be pretty easy for me to get that second point after, at which point we will pop our 2 collections of essays, and we'll be ready to bring up our erudition to the top level. And at that point, we will have maxed out our stats. A fairly minor milestone, but one that is useful because it means that my study verb now gets completely directed towards tomes, and it really means there's no more excuse. I kind of need to start working on improving. These, or doing these expeditions. I have some ideas about how I'm going to accomplish that, but one thing at a time. So, what do I want to do with Dream? Well, same thing I always do with Dream. Go through the stag door. Everything we want is through there. Okay, an overlooked place, so not too useful for me right now. Again, we're focused on erudition. And we do have the trembling in the air, so if there's anything that can potentially generate fascination, I want to be careful about that. Also, we have a season of sickness coming up next, so I may want to consider working the construction site again, but I am going to need to go to Glover and Glover before anything else. There is a way I can try and get rid of the notoriety, but I'm going to risk it for now, just because my talk verb has other uses at the moment. Another overlooked place, so likely going to be Street Strange by Moonlight. All right, let's see here. There's our treatise on that's not poppies. All right. Oh, and I'm a little shy on what... Oh, I might have made a mistake. 22 seconds for work. 34 seconds for reason. Oh, no, but I've got a free reason here, so... these things are going to last another 144, 119. So we've got a little under 2 minutes to work with these. I'll be fine. I believe this is already turning into, I've picked up odd facts here and there. If I spend time studying what I've learned, I could increase my reason. All right, this is a shifty woman who is not really going to do what I need, so we'll leave them be. My mind the library. Okay, so here's our 3 erudition. We'll use these because they're only gonna get older, right? So we'll run these. Exercise my mind. Wisest. I will grow wiser yet. And my goal now is to just anywhere I can find another erudition lesson learnt, even if it's just a matter of hammering through my reason again. You know, whatever it takes. Because as long as I have the time to pop the 2 collections of essays, it's the last I'm ever going to need to do that stuff. So, we do need a Forgotten Chronicle. We'll pick that up right now. Last night, Gearby was talkative. He spoke in his siege engine voice of the histories he'd overheard in the waking world. I listened until his stories tailed off again into weeping. So I know I at least need a second one of these. Again, that's assuming I want my collection, but I do want my collection. And I'm okay waiting for all of this. Again, we're going to need contentment at some point, but it's not a pressing need. Not yet, anyway. Another season of despair, so nothing to worry about there. Eventually, I am going to need to worry about health, but it's not something that I need to sort of drop everything and fix. I do, however, need to combine this erudition before too much longer. Okay, so just because I don't know what the future holds, let's just take my time. I've got 40 seconds here. I've got 59 seconds here. It seems like a difference of 20 seconds is fine to have. Do you recommend the DLCs, or should one wait until the game is cleared before adding stuff? Well, I'll put it to you this way, Seven. The challenge that you run into with the DLC is you are, like, so I'm going to assume that you're coming from, like, no knowledge of the game. So the one risk you're running is if you're not into the game, then you're buying something that I very much enjoy the DLC, but I don't know if the DLC is so transformational that it's going to take somebody who didn't like this first aspirant run and produce more. It's going to be adding more mechanics. It's definitely going to be adding some more challenges and puzzles. The Exile really does change the game in a major way, but I kind of think you need to be on Cultist Simulator's wavelength. So part of this is a question in terms of evaluating how much you think the game is really worthwhile. Oh, thank you very much for the comment. I do just need to stress, I am not actually affiliated with Weather Factory other than the fact that they have actually paid me to come on this stream. And I did offer to work for free. But I would love, I am in contact with them, so I will be very happy to forward your well-wishing. But I just want to be clear with everybody, I am not a member of Weather Factory. They have invited me to come onto their channel, and I'm delighted because I've loved following this game. But I am not at all involved with the development of this game, you know, other than talking over the game and otherwise ruining the serenity of the experience. But I really do appreciate, I'm glad that you enjoy the game, and I will definitely forward your comments. Actually, the developers were in chat a little bit longer, but I'm in Canada, they're in the UK, and I'm going to assume that they're asleep, so... So anyway, Severin, you had asked a question. So one question that comes out of this is just part of it's going to be your assessment as to whether or not you're into this game. You might have been watching for a while, so if you feel pretty certain that this is going to be for you, I would actually quite strongly recommend the DLC. I would say the best deal, I believe in terms of total value, does come from that bundle because it's 15% off. But... And actually, does anybody know if the bundled version has the same refund policy on it? Because if so, then I would say, you know, knock yourself out. But again, I would say, I put it to you this way. The risk of the DLC is that if you don't enjoy the base game, the DLC is not going to give you something that you enjoy. If you enjoy the base game, I am pretty sure you will enjoy at least 2 of the 3 DLC. The only one which I think has a more mixed review is the Priest DLC, which is somewhat, I won't say ironic, but somewhat amusing, just because I actually really like Priest. I am sometimes disappointed that people call that one the bad DLC, because I actually really enjoy it. But tell you what, let me I'm on Steam, so let's invoke the feelings of the community. So Dancer has positive review, 40 reviews, so it's positive just because there's not enough reviews to draw it up to a higher one. The Ghoul has positive off of 21 reviews. So again, it seems like not a lot of people have reviewed the DLC here. The Priest, mixed reviews on 21. So yeah, that definitely feels like the critical consensus from the users didn't care much for it, which is a shame. Like, again, I actually quite like the Priest, so I'm trying to offer the dissenting voice. But again, you're trying to make a buying decision here, so it's good to be transparent. And then the Exile, if this thing isn't really popular, I'm gonna... Mixed? My God. The one DLC that I think is amazing is the Priest. Or, sorry, not the Priest, the Exile. That's the one that probably has the biggest change in terms of overall mechanics. But anyways, I'm going on for quite a bit. Again, the risk you're running with the DLC is if you don't like the base game, the DLC is not going to add anything that that will sort of change your mind on it. I think if you like the base experience of Cultist Simulator, every DLC is going to add a new set of mechanics and a new set of challenges that make it worthwhile. If you are particularly risk averse, I would say, at least the Dancer and the Ghoul. I think the Exile is 100% worth it, because when you hear people talking about Cultist Simulator being grindy, the Exile gets rid of that. The Exile is merciless. It's going to kill you like 20 times, but it's going to kill you fast, whereas this one will kill you slow. Again, if you do, I guess I'd put it to you this way too. You look at the price of the base game. For me in Canadian, it's $7.74. If you look at the Anthology Edition, it's $20.66. Again, it's Canadian, so our money's not worth as much as the Americans. And then if you buy all of the DLC on its own, it's $16.55. So you're kind of saving, you're saving the $3, I guess, if you buy all the DLC. I guess a little bit more if you don't bother to buy the soundtrack. But, in the end, I suppose the risk that you're running by not buying the DLC is that you're missing out on the 15%. Actually, you know what? I guess you're not even really missing on the 15%, because if you buy the Anthology Edition after you buy the base game, you still get that extra 15% off. So yeah, I'd put it to you this way. If you're uncertain as to whether or not you'll like Cultist Simulator, buy the best game. If this seems like your kind of game, and at this point you're just deciding how deep you want to go in, if you like Cultist Simulator, I'm like 80 to 90% sure you're going to like the DLC. And I hope that... I don't know. I'm not going to lie. Okay, to drop the professional streamer thing for a bit, it really messes with me that I'm getting paid for this, because again, I've already told you that, well, sorry, I've not told you, but I've said on the stream a couple of times, my nightmare as a broadcaster is to be really enthusiastic about games, because I like just about every game that I play, and to lead someone towards something where they waste their time or they waste their money. And the fact that now there's that paid component to it, I don't want it to be because I'm getting paid to be on the stream, I need to say good things about Cultist Simulator. I love this game. I like the DLC. I think the DLC adds something meaningful. And in the end, I can only put it in the form of the risks. And so, to me, I think the Anthology Edition is the best value for money. And if you're uncertain about the game and you buy the base game and you decide maybe you want to wait for the DLC, you either have made your decision within the 44 hours that it's on sale for, or you wait for the next sale and then you just pick up the bundle after that. So I hope that is as honest of an answer as I can give you. And I would say let your guiding light either be your willingness to refund stuff or your assessment in terms of how much this game seems in line with what you want. Anyways, I'm going to shut up because I think you got the answer that you were looking for. But again, I hope you guys appreciate where some of this uncertainty comes from is just the the shift in the dynamic in terms of how it worked out. I want to be, I want to be respectful of people's trust in asking me that question, and I of course appreciate the absurdity of somebody who likes the game enough to stream the game on the front page to give a quote unquote objective answer. So let's go through our options. Well, we can do a Forgotten Chronicle. Let's run with that. Excuse me. Sorry, I really need to take a big gulp of water. That is the last of the water, though. Oh my god, it's almost 2 a.m. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to end this, but I'll try and telegraph that as early as I know. It's been a pleasure streaming for you all, though. I really do appreciate the fact that there's still so many of you in the stream. Okay, so another Watchman's... Oh, sorry, this was already our Watchman's Secret. All right. I think my best option now... Let me just think about what I want to do with the talk verb. It could be that I've got all of my followers. I don't actually remember. But the best bet for me seems to be just to try and get, remove any doubt. Alright, my mind is a paradise of mirrors in which all things are clear, even those things I might prefer not to see. Now, the first thing I gotta do is save this erudition. If I do anything with the study verb, I lose it, so we'll combine that. And right now I'm hunting for my next erudition lesson learned. The slow mode will be to get, will be to just manually grind out the erudition. The fast will hopefully be to get it from the Mansus. So here we are, back at the Stag Door. Now, I've been burned by this before, so we're just going to grab the Subtle Rupture and call it a day. In my sleep, I ran my fingers along the ridged edges of the Stag Door's scars. Our company it was that shattered it, Gearby says suddenly. Before the gods who were flesh, the Mansus was forbidden to mortals. We were the first no. He begins again to weep his molten tears. I wish that we had not. I wish that I had died in the world. I have forgotten what else he said, but I remember the shape of the fissures in the Stag Door, and for all of today, doors will fear my touch. So, Subtle Rupture. This is a level 10 knock, so this is pretty powerful. Geometry contorts, doors burst open, snakes boil from the earth. A 10th order influence, a gathering knot of power and peril. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. Now, if I have the opportunity with the work verb, I will. It's really hard to see a world in which I'm able to get this done within the 60 seconds. But that's fine. We'll have other opportunities for summonings. I am, however, going to go straight back through the Stag Door because I want my erudition. Wait, what's the Mystique doing here? Get out of here. What I will do before I... excuse me. What I will do before I move on, I will show you this sunset rite that I was talking about. Hopefully that will clarify something I was talking about. This illness has damaged my health. I will need to rest before I'm fully recovered. Okay. I got 5 seconds. I want to be a little careful here because I don't want to get demoted again. They say I can do the job of any 2 others together. It's not true. Not quite. So this is the vitality that I'll use to cure the affliction. That's going to be used in the dream slot. So when you want to do a rite, you use the work verb. So I haven't actually shown you what the rite of the Watchman's Sorrow is either. So I'll just give you an example. So we've got 3 rites now. The rite of the Watchman's Sorrow. The sacrifice here is lore. What will we forget? So I'm like, I don't want the operation of the declining sun. And maybe we will take our, let's make Neville our assistant. So there are possibilities here if I add Edge, Heart, or Forge. Well, it's all kind of limited. I think Made in the Mirror would be the Edge, but what's the... Oh, no. Oh, right, we don't have an instrument, so it doesn't matter. We can't do this one because we still don't have a tool. This is because we haven't done expeditions yet. So anyways, you get the idea though, right? You know, we worked really hard to get this lore, and so it's a little bit of a tall order to say, yeah, you're just going to forget this lore and you're never going to get it back. Well, okay, you'll get it back, but you have to study for it again. You have to do all that stuff that you had to get it for. Even the lore is one of these things that you might be reluctant to give up. But like I said, influence decays. This influence is going to go away in exactly 46.6 seconds. Well, not exactly 46.6 seconds, because I take forever to make a point, and I play the game on pause a whole lot. So 46.6 seconds plus my filibustering. But you got the sunset right. So the offering here is an influence. Because it's something that's already going away, I think most of you, I know this is true for me, are willing to give that up. And the great thing about this one is because it's knock, you can summon stuff with it. So the last things that we would need would be an invocation, which would be lore, and an assistant. Again, this is something that we have access to, and because it's only the offering that gets burned up, we know we're going to be able to bring the pair in. So, we've got a level 5 edge follower, so here we go, Eldridge the Disciple, and there are possibilities here if I add Lantern, Heart, or Winter, so let's say the Mantis Glimpse. Now in this case, I don't actually have enough power, so I found a useful conjunction of aspects. But I need more power to call forth this subtle, fragile, murderous thing. I'll need a significant intensity of Lantern and a little knock or edge. So the problem here is the significant intensity of Lantern, which we don't have. But again, we could throw Eldridge in again. It's like, well, what happens if we bring in the operation of the declining sun? Basically the same thing. I found a useful conjunction of aspects, but I would need more power to call forth this chilling and shining thing. I'll need a very significant intensity of winter and a little knock and edge. So again, we don't quite have the power that we need. The last possibility, of course, is heart. The percussivant, merciless and merry, heart will bring it, edge will constrain it. I really like the percussivant. However, I do not like the percussivant enough to get fired, so... We'll go to work in Glover and Glover. But hopefully, the younger Alden's days are numbered once we get a percussivant into the mix. So Season of Suspicion isn't coming up yet, so as long as we can get a little more than 2 minutes of, unmolested by the Suppression Bureau, we should be able to get our attempted bombing of our boss out of the way. An unusual vessel. I find an unexplained reference to Hebe in my research, and my attention is diverted. What is Hebe? A woman? A place? Name of an hour? Good question. We will find out in a few moments. This is a fun one. I tend to get this a little bit earlier because apparently I'm very lucky in some cases, but here is my extra erudition. So again, I'm on a bit of a schedule for this one. So it'd be really nice to know if we're actually going to get the lesson learned from the Stag Door. I think in this case here, I'm actually going to risk popping the collection of essays early, just so I can make the most of the time. Okay, it's now a subtle fracture, but hopefully we can make things happen. This Painted River should give me the... Yes! Alright, erudition lesson learned. Painted River runs from the Great Chamber near the White Door far through the Mansis to its far edge where it enters the painted delta of Far Cloud. I voyaged half its length last night with a stern-faced captain beneath a rust-red sail. As the clouds rose before us, the sailors raised a yearning shanty and close-hauled the sails to best use the painted wind. And all the while, the captain and I discoursed of the secrets of the House of the Sun. So, remember, we wanted 4 erudition. We're working on our 3rd erudition lesson learnt. We read 1 more collection of essays, so that's a total of 120 minutes. Sorry, 120 seconds, 120 minutes. I don't think I've got the stamina to keep 120 minutes going. But basically, we're going to be able to advance our knowledge, which is wonderful news. So, that also means that I have a little more freedom with the dream slot. So we will heal, recover our wounds. Now there is going to be a question in terms of how I'm going to get away with summoning the percussivant, because my workplace is going to want me to. My workplace is actually going to want me to show up. So this is one of the times where I might actually do something cheesy. Alright, Season of Suspicion coming up, so unfortunately, well, we might get lucky. So there'll be 30 seconds left on it, but it's like a 50-50 chance that the weary detective picks up that notoriety. It would definitely be better for me if it didn't work, but... Okay. I'm going to risk the sunset right. Let's see if we can still summon the percuss again. Alright, summon a creature of the Thunderskin, the Percussigan, merciless and merry, heart will bring it, edge will constrain it. So, what we've done here is we've taken the sunset rite. Again, I hope that my explanation of the ritual, or the rite sort of is sufficient for what's going on here. It'll tell you what things you need to bring in. Our subtle fracture was still enough. We are actually going to try and bring a creature of the Mansis into the world. So this is going to take 60 seconds. Work's going to get mad at me in 56 seconds. So I'm going to do something to try and, preserve work. Although, again, I do find it a little cheeseball. But sometimes you have to cheese. Hebe is a ship. In fact, many ships have borne that name over the centuries. All of them have provided transport and accommodation to those who know something of the invisible world, and none of them show up in shipping records. But I've learnt that the steamer, the Hebe Stanton, is docking soon in a grimy and unregarded port on a northern island. I could send someone to purloin unwatched occult luggage. So here's the Hebe Stanton. It is a vault, and it is a location, but it is not... It's not kind of equivalent to any of these other ones. So there's actually quite a few scrolls that you get out of this. But where I'm going to find the time and the, I've got a lot on my plate right now. So how I'm actually going to work this out, I'm not 100% sure. But it is actually worth saying I've sort of exhausted all of my options here in terms of explore, right? I don't have anything I can buy at Oriflamme's. I don't really need anything from the Ecdysis Club. Actually, that's not true. I do need... contentment, and while we do have a season of suspicion coming up, it is much more dangerous to me that we have restlessness in 49 seconds. So I think we will roll the dice on the Ecdysis Club. Roll the Ecdysis Club. The entrance is lost beneath soft drapes of crimson, cinnabar, and incardinite. Above the door, the club motto, Ingi rum imus nocteat consumi murigni. It has been rendered as, into the night circle we fly, until the fire enjoys us. 15 seconds. The drinks, the songs, the light, the arching walls, the smoke blue haze, the press and sway of clothed and unclothed flesh. One thing I've always really liked is this talk of the smoke blue haze, especially when you see references to things like the cobalt light of the Mansis. Again, it's just one of these nice little images. I think this is one of the things about the strength of the writing. It's almost kind of like a screenplay, in the sense that there is just enough to actually give you this nice sense of, like, you have these visions in your mind, and you have these associations that keep coming together. So again, I think the worst thing to do is just compare everything to movies, because, like, I love movies, but I need to also read books. But in this particular case here, this is just a style of writing that does a really nice job of just sort of pointing your attention back to these different associations through sounds, visuals, particular terms that just sort of resonate. And again, it's just a testament to the strength of the writing in this game. I have purchased pleasure. I reel home in the ungodly hours and collapse into bed. That sounds good right now. Okay, so the thing that's nice here, despair is the wolf that devours thought. Because I am tranquilizing the initial dread, it does not matter if this turns into dread. This is no longer going to consume any more dread. It's done. So as long as I don't get another season of despair, I'm good. Come with me. Okay. A case of mistaken identity. This isn't who you hoped for after all. They're no one of particular importance, and eventually they'll pass from your memory. Perhaps there is no one else available that you would care to meet. So this is another milestone for us. So at this point, we don't really have any more excuses. At this point, I need to decide, do I want to bring these people into the cult or not? I think the answer to that is yes, especially because I would like to spend a little extra time to just try and get people to their best level that I can. And the first person I'm going to bring into the cult is actually Rose. Oops. So, and you will see why in a minute. Because this is going to be turning into dread, there's a way that I can actually angle this to my advantage. So, Rose is a sly miss, and she recognizes you as someone uncommon. So we will we'll do the ceremony with the knife's secret, and in this case, it might seem very unusual, but I'm not going to have any trappings. And I'm a little lucky that we've got the extra mystique here. So basically, it's like a 33.3 repeating % chance that this notoriety gets picked up by the season of suspicion. And I think I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we're in the clear if it doesn't get picked up on the first run. So fingers crossed. Exercise for the intellect. Oh, I still need to use my explore verb. What do I want to do with this? I don't want to go on an expedition because that's going to generate notoriety. Well, can generate notoriety. And again, I don't know what's going to happen in the season of suspicion. We're also not quite prepared for it. I actually already have something that I'm going to use. Uh-oh. I forgot to deal with the senior position at Glover and Glover. I was going to do that with a talk verb. I'm an idiot. Okay, well, I have some ways to extend the Pergusagant. It just means that I'm going to have to beg for my job back. That was really boneheaded of me. All right, Season of Vision, so I want to make sure that I'm minding my manners as far as the... Excellent. Okay, so we're not quite out of the woods, 28.0 seconds, so it's actually a 50-50 chance now that this notoriety gets picked up. Not the odds that I want. But we'll see. I should also be going back to the Mansis. Sorry, I'm all starting to break down now. I need to get my focus back. Okay, so difficulty at work, demotion. My absence from the office has been noted, and I've been demoted. I'll need to argue persuasively to keep my job. Okay, this is an interesting one. The summoning is struggling against my control. I could use reason to dismiss it safely, which is always reliable, or I could try to reassert control with passion, which is not reliable, or I could let what will happen, happen. We're going to use passion on this. Passion with Pergusagant. The things from outside the world have many weapons, knives and riddles, fire and despair. I have weapons of my own. This will usually, but not always, work. Before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen a knife so it can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. So Rose is Slimus, but loyal. So we will move her up in just a second. So this is why I rushed into advancing Rose, because now we have some dread. And remember what happens with our edge disciples. So we can take our, even though we're sort of a little impoverished as far as the edge lore is concerned, we take our Church of the Bright Edge. Rose already has 2 edge. We need 7 intensity for it, so we bring in our level 4 lore. That brings us up to 6, and dread, because it has the aspect of edge. We bring that as part of the trappings, and we can now invoke, we can use our despair to instead bring Rose to the next level. My follower will kneel as a novice and rise as an initiate. I will administer the necessary oaths myself. This reinforces something that I said right at the beginning of the stream too, and if you are still here from the beginning of the stream, Lord help you. Where reading these little aspects here it doesn't seem very important at the time, but it's actually a way that you can get a lot of information about what's going on. And so in this case here, one really helpful way of thinking about this game is to say, I want to do X. And whenever you think you want to try a card and you say to yourself, X probably won't work, do take a moment to say to yourself, why won't X work? Because very often you will say, is it obvious that you can use dread as part of an initiation into a cult? No, there is absolutely nothing obvious about that. I will, however, argue that there is also nothing obvious about using influence, and that's a major part of advancing people to the higher levels inside of this game. So, you are dealing with a game that has the supernatural, you are dealing with things that are beyond human reason, and so what is helpful to think about is what if you want sort of the in-game reason for these things, what you want to consider about is what hours have power during certain moments and certain aspects of day-to-day life. And in this particular case here, Edge is we're in the grip of Edge when we have dread, and as a result, we are able to channel that into the rite, into the oath, and we're able to get a little bit of extra because Rose was a member of basically as an Edge follower. So that's kind of how I make that make sense in my head. Good Lord, what's wrong with me? Okay, let's try that again. So, Church, Dread, Rose, Chiliarch's lesson, start. There we go. And sorry, Explore. What am I trying to do with Explore again? What are my options with Explore? Okay, Fleeting Reminiscence, probably not what I want right now. Ecdysis Club is not valuable to me. Temporary Headquarters, what does that... Okay, that won't help. If I explore with Moorlands, change of premises. Yeah, we're not ready to do that. Wait, explore with an Iron Spintrea? What the hell is going on there? Okay, yeah, I thought so. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not sort of surprising myself. Okay, this is a case where I can genuinely say, even then, there is one thing I could do, which would be to convert objects that I don't need into money at Oriflamme's, but I've got a pretty good war chest right now, so we're just going to leave... We're not even going to leave Explore alone. I'm actually going to get Pope Clifton to work on it. Yeah, there's nothing urgent that we need to do with the Explorer verb right now. If it's the same bomb maker, I have no interest in him. Oh, we got lucky with the notoriety. Again, that was a coin toss, so... It's free. Oh, God. I rescind what I said about being lucky. Summoning has escaped my control, where it'll wreak havoc, no doubt. So, Eldridge survived, Waking Chant, Sunset Rite. However, Dorothy is currently in the clutches of a percussagant. The victim will know that something is amiss by now. The victim will know that something is amiss by now. They will listen to the sounds in the night and try to make preparations. Okay, so to give you an idea, here is the description of the percussagant. First of all, look at it. Second of all, here is the description of the percussagant. Level 8 heart, level 8 edge. The percussagant, it loves the Sistrum's shiver. It loves the thrum of the tympanos. It recalls with fondness the flaying of Marsyas, and so it will not stop dancing. I'm pretty sure this victim knows by now something is wrong. This beast tearing down the door is lesson number 1. Anyways, again, emergent storytelling. Okay, so as always, we've got our 4 lessons learned. This is the thing that we were working towards. What do we want to raise it to? I mean, I could try the Knife Secret, a deke per concentration. I will be relentless. I will not be denied. And for heaven's sake, we are edge focused. I actually think Lantern does the same thing. No, a brighter illumination. Interesting. Okay, nope, we're going for Knife though. I will be relentless. I will not be denied. Okay, let's beg for my job back in Glover and Glover because we're not going to be able to kill my boss. The funny thing is I will be apologizing for missing work, not apologizing for trying to kill my boss. Firesick, how are you doing? Oh, sorry, is it Friarsick? My apologies for getting that wrong. How are you doing? There's a 6-day delay, and 6-second delay, and I've been streaming for about 13 hours now. So my apologies if I'm not, if that was an old message that I'm just reading at the moment. This is not a pleasant conversation, but it may be a necessary one. The sun flickers like a shadow, dreams ripple behind the surface of mirrors. I must be careful not to drift from the waking world. All right. I did want a Forgotten Chronicle, so as much as I'd like to see what's behind the other doors, let's just go through the main stag door as usual. Last night, Gearby was talkative. He spoke in his siege engine voice of the histories he'd overheard in the waking world. I listened until his stories tailed off again into weeping. So here we've got our Forgotten Chronicle, and we'll carry on What else about the dream? Honestly, I think probably our best bet is to just keep going the way that we have. I'm probably going to want at least one replacement Forgotten Chronicle. And then there's all sorts of other stuff that we can pull. There's actually an influence that's very helpful for me in the next little bit. So, as usual, we are going to... The other thing that's nice is with this, with how we're using our study verb, we are actually going to have more reason than what we know what to do with. So, Stag Door again. There's our ascent. Stag Door is the Adept's Gate. To pass it is to be initiated into the first true mystery of the House of the Sun. The head Gearby weeps to see me enter where it cannot, but it must let me pass. The scarred valves of the door grind open. My scars are weapons. Through striving I rise to victory. There is no defeat but annihilation. In the light of the bright edge, we know ourselves. I pledge myself to the service of the strongest. So Rose has sharpened her cunning to a concentrated point. Another level 5 edge follower. So it would be nice to try and get some of these other followers up to disciples. It'd also be nice to not have all of my followers die. But what I am going to wind up doing here is I am going to grab all of my apprentices or my acquaintances, and I'm going to at least make them believers. And I'm also going to begin a slow program of trying to turn them into disciples. Now, how am I going to do that with the lore that I have? Well, hopefully I'm still going to be streaming to show you that, but we'll see how the next few rounds turn out. So in the meantime, there is something I can do, and that's just simply to grab... where did my edge go? Am I going nuts? Oh, that's right. We used it for the deeper concentration. That's fine. Okay, so again, normally I would have moved these people into the cult to try and avoid some sort of negative effect. In this case here, it's actually a higher priority for me that I have a reasonably robust roster of people to start sending on expeditions. So in this case, we're just going to get all of the names. We'll leave the hangers on for other encounters. So Leo, welcome to the club. Leo is an earnest sort with an interest in the occult. He hangs on your hints about the invisible arts. So just because we're over, like the Chiliarch's lesson is kind of overkill, but there's nothing wrong with overkill as far as getting someone into the cult. Really, I've just been using the trappings to try and mute some of the problems. Oh boy. The first rays of the day's sun will fall on the open eyes of a corpse. There is often a price for an unwise summoning, but it is not always the summoner who pays it. So we could try and perform a rite on the corpse. The big problem with this is that we now have 2 forms of notoriety. So that was a mistake. But one will learn from. I have been offered another chance. I am apparently expected to be grateful. So here we are going to be diligent at work. So reason for diligence, and then reason for devotion. Oh, am I still in the senior position? Yeah, there we go. Extra hours at Glover and Gulliver. Hopefully we'll get our new job fairly early. But yeah, at this point we're going to get hit by the Suppression Bureau with near certainty. Hireling, better not. I must be careful of the company that I keep. So let's see what other people we can hire. Oh, they picked up the corpse, not the notoriety. So I should mention that corpses count as notoriety in this case. I think it's if you just take aspect the reputation. Okay, so we don't really need Street Strange by Moonlight. Oh yes, but I do have the Forgotten Chronicle, so let's work with that. Little wars, great intrigues, cryptic priesthoods, mystic crimes. All past now, but what traces did they leave? Leo a believer. Leo is an earnest sort, but he's prepared to do what he must. So, replacement for the heart that we lost. Now we'll bring Tristan in, and same story here. We'll use Chiliarch's lesson. This one is ready. And stillness is a virtue. So we've got our Night Secret back. We now have a silent intensity. This chilly stillness is the stillness of certainty. And finally, we've got our last reason. So we've got a total of 6 reason and 4 passion to sort of take us through the game. So then the question is, what do we do with our study? Well, we just use the remaining lore. And at this point, it's just a question, like, we're just clearing out what we have. At that point, this is why I've been starting to convert my followers into people to go on these expeditions, because this is really the point where I've got nothing else to do. If I want to be continuing studying occult matters, I need to start raiding these locations. So, with that in mind, let's read Deoris. As a reminder, this is an occasionally coherent catalog of the secret gods. This is an English translation of a volume dealing with the powers of the wood. This volume deals mostly with the powers of the wood, the moth, the black flax, the ringyu, among others. We'll save Gart sides for the end, just because we don't actually need to read Sanskrit yet, but it will be very helpful with the Hebi-Stanton. Again, I only know that because I've done the Hebi-Stanton before. Season of Ardor's coming up. We already have reason to handle it, so we're fine there. And, well, I can try another summoning, I suppose, because the last one went so well. In my sleep, I ran my fingers along the ridged edges of the Stagdor's scars. Our company it was that shattered it, Gearby says suddenly. Before the gods who were flesh, the Mansus was forbidden to mortals. We were the first no. He begins again to weep his molten tears. Excuse me. I wish that we had not. I wish I had died in that world. I've forgotten what else he said, but I remember the shape of the fissures in the stag door, and for all of today, doors will fear my touch. So I don't believe this counts as an annoyance, so if we don't get the promotion, I might actually just, I might just try and do the, I might just try and move, do the summoning and then run through. Then try and get the promotion. So we'll go back through the door. Again, there's plenty of stuff that we can actually get through the stag door, so I'm spamming that the same reason I sort of spammed a couple of the other areas of the Mansus. And Tristan dislikes distractions. Tristan likes results. So this is a Forge follower. Again, right now they're just going to be a believer because we don't really have the means for doing more. But that will change shortly. So Porter's next in line. Porter was a barber until the court case. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. We will use the knife secret because we only need 2 edgelore. This one is ready. Again, tab is what's stacking these here. Alright, the younger Glover has taken me out to lunch at his club. I am to do more of the things that I do more carefully, and in return he will give me a little more of the money I earned for his father. Now, I have 19 seconds before this is done. So here's how I'm going to handle this. I just need the time to perform the ritual, or the rite, so sunset rite, subtle rupture. We're just gonna try and do a percussive again. That seems to be the best option. So invocation, Eldridge will be our assistant. I don't know why Rose is with the knock group. Repussicant, merciless and merry. Heart will bring it, edge will constrain it. Because it worked so well last time. Considering the evidence, if a hunter has found notoriety, they will try to use it to create or upgrade evidence. If they're meticulous, they will always succeed. If they're erratic, they're more likely to fail. But if they can occasionally create evidence even without notoriety. It did occur to me I had another use for that corpse, which would have been really helpful, but I wasn't thinking at the time. So, Deoris, the glory is a question, and the moth always answers yes. The black flax's answer is no, and that is always its answer. This is a barber's warning. We've already read this one. And we do have erudition. This is just kind of for bragging rights at this point. There's no higher that we can go in terms of our reason. So we're on to the next book, which in this case is the true and complete accounting of the Asclepian mysteries of the roots of the house. Descriptions of the Asclepian mysteries reproduced by one Riley Gresse from supposedly a much older text. It's unlikely to be genuine, but it makes a reference to the house without walls and its wood right there in the prologue. This is very obviously not an antique text, but at the very least it has been badly mutilated, but it contains substantial intriguing material, especially a persuasive comparison of the many-portaled house without walls to the human body. And Porter plies his razor and his scissors to the great advantage of his friends. So that is another moth follower for us. In this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get Victor. We're going to discuss business with him. I'm going to give him the job here. So this is a potent minion to murder and annoyance. This may be sufficient, so I'm out of patience with this nuisance. This should be an end to the matter. But they could possibly survive, and any attempt will draw attention. Failure will kill your minion. So I'm not exactly looking to potentially lose people here, but what this is going to do is it's going to stop the counter on the senior position at Glover and Glover. Basically, Victor is running interference for me while we do the right to summon the thing I'm actually going to send to murder my boss. So... the Unnumbered Stones. This is the Karashim and Forsaken Reach for the continent, so we've got what we need there. At this point, we are now looking... well, we're looking for one replacement, third Secret History, and afterwards, we're going to be looking for the fourth level. We'll get Pope Clifton to talk about searching out the city. All right, Trysts and Interludes. If I have a particular friend, now is the time to renew our correction. Is there another one? No. A liaison, the raptures of understanding. My lover and I contend in the spaces above and beneath the flesh. I must match their intensity. Okay, so we use the reason. Let's see what happened with the weary detective. I am safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they have found no new clues. I am surprised, but I am not unhappy. Hello, Zloy Lucky. Luick, sorry. Is it Zloy Luchik? Either way, welcome. Okay, so I'm going to try and turn this corpse into something else. The spirit is departed. At some point, the smell will be so bad you'll have to dispose of it. But here it is for now. It may attract attention. It may be used to impress the impressionable. Even after the corpse is gone, notoriety will remain. So this is an ingredient. It's remnant. It's 3 Grail, 2 Reputation, and 3 Winter. Okay, again, Street Strange by Midnight might have some use for us, but not at the particular moment, so I'm just going to keep sending Clifton in. I suppose it doesn't really matter who I'm sending on this job now. So originally I was going through the Painted River to get the... erudition, but I don't really need that now. I'm trying to remember if this gives me edge. I kept forgetting to look at the Ascent of Knives, so let's risk it. Unfortunately, it's a bitter atmosphere, but this may still be helpful for me in a way. I visited the Ascent of Knives last night, that harshest of roads through the house. It has been sacred to the Meniscate and the Sun and Rag since the Intercalate, when the true sun was divided. When I woke, my room was freezing. The chill of it had cracked the window glass. Okay, so we will continue to go to the Hello Brandy, or Brand Y. What am I going to do here? I think we just keep going through the stag door until I can find this edge influence. I'm trying to show you a way that I can, even with my limits in terms of edge lore, we can actually still try and get some advanced followers. So again, we will ascend through reason. What's left of it. We do have another season of Ardors coming up. Good lord, she's insatiable. Alright, this is a shifty woman. I'm not sure I really need 3 Moth right now. It is better than my existing followers, but it's not necessarily going to push things over the edge for me. So let's see what's happening here. May I make a suggestion? Is it possible to add a faster speed option to the game in the future? And will there be a new way for cards to be dragged in quickly rather than manually? Because there are too many cards late in the game. Because for the old players who already have mastered this game, the early stage of the new file will be boring. So I should clarify, again, I am not affiliated with Weather Factory. I don't actually make design decisions in the game. From my, basically from my particular, I guess my particular position, it seems to me that the focus that Weather Factory is working on right now is how do I put this? Like, they're building their new game, the Book of Hours, and I think a lot of what they've been doing that isn't related to sort of so like the programming effort is going into the new game, and the things that would normally be art aren't quite ready yet, and so this is why you're seeing things like that tabletop RPG. So my suspicion is that you are going to you're going to wind up seeing that stuff at you're going to wind up seeing that stuff sort of in... I suspect you're going to see more effort on the later games. You're probably not going to see any major updates to Cultist Simulator. I am, however, going to make a suggestion. So I'm sorry. There's a lot of questions that are coming into into the chat. I am actually going to make a recommendation here for you. I'm going to get outside of the game just for a moment. I will jump back in, but this will just again, because if there's any confusion in terms of who you want to talk to, I'm happy to forward stuff to Weather Factory, but honestly, like, the only special access I have is that they have reached out directly to me to do this stream, and I just use email with them for that. It's the same Weather Factory address. So I believe if you go to who is responsible. Oh, maybe not. Well, I actually didn't know that they've broken it down to all of these details. Maybe news. Here we go. So welcome to Cultist Simulator. Follow us at www.weatherfactory.biz and at FactoryWeather on Twitter to learn more about upcoming updates and other projects in the Secret History settings. If you find a bug or the game is crashing for you, do let us know at support@weatherfactory.biz. So I think the weatherfactory.biz email addresses are probably the best place to offer feedback. Another thing that I might offer, this is not run by Weather Factory, but there is a community Discord. And so if you'd like to offer some opinions there, I don't know how much that is read by the developers, but it is that's another place where you can sort of talk about the game. But in this case here, again, I'm happy to try and forward the information that I have, but it's not I don't have any particular weight that you don't have. So, and again, I'm sorry to spend so much time on that, but I just wanted to be really clear. Like, I think apparently Steam calls this like a developer stream or something like that. I like the game. I've streamed the game for a while, but I have not, that's kind of the limit of my connection. I obviously get along well with the developers, but I get in line like everybody else when I submit bugs. All right, so what else do we have? Zoe Luchik, I don't really like answering personal questions like that on stream. The focus really should be on Weather Factory's game and all of that, but if you're interested in my stuff, you can find that elsewhere. Probably not my age though. Where else do we have? Doesn't double click use the card in the panel? Yeah, I know there is a double click option. I just tend not to use it. I'm kind of set in my ways. Some of the reasons why I play the game the way that I do is because some of the things were implemented later in the game, so I just kind of found my own groove. But yeah, there are a couple of shortcuts that I don't usually use. Dank says, hi, the stream is insightful. I tried playing before, but stopped as I felt like I was treading water. The interest has not wholly waned. Okay, that's really cool that you're getting something else out of this. Again, guys, I don't know... I'm trying to be as tolerant as I can of the other language. I am not able to see what's going on inside of... I'm only an English speaker. I know there is localization for other regions. I think that's a good thing for the game. But if you are looking to communicate with me, I am only ever going to be able to respond in English, just as a heads up. But of course, if you guys want to talk amongst yourselves, there's very little I can do to stop you. I only ask that if somebody has a problem with what's being said in here, I am going to have to err on the side of muting things that are bothering people. So let me just double check what's going on. Yeah, so Dang, this is the thing. Like, I did a tutorial video ages ago, and I really, one of the things that I ran into on that one was I had a feeling that there was going to be a group of people who would otherwise like the game, but because the game is pretty opaque at the start, it would potentially lose someone in the net. Now, at some point, you have to kind of cross that threshold and just have to dig things through. And I don't know how long you've been watching, but I have been treading water quite a bit. Like, it's important to remember we're coming on to our 13th hour in terms of this broadcast. And so even with me playing this game, like, I definitely, you know, I have my way of playing. A lot of it is just sort of to build up this overwhelming cult and then just kind of start barreling into all of our objectives. And there are definitely comments on the grind. Like, it is something that comes up very often with this game. So to a certain extent, like, what you're feeling is a very natural response to this game, and it's one that others have pointed out. One thing that may interest you if you wound up getting, I don't know if you have like the Perpetual Edition, or I don't know if you have the Anthology Edition. If you haven't tried Exile, Exile is quite a bit more fast-paced, although I do think benefits from having like completed the base game. And the only thing that I can say is that hopefully you become interested enough in the game that you'll give yourself a chance to sort of get into it again. Obviously, this game isn't for everybody. But one of the things I can definitely say is that the reward of the game is to give you that aha moment, and it really rewards lots of reading some extra lines. And if you can make that little incremental progress, the important thing to remember about that is as you continue to go a little bit further each time, you know, learning is the original roguelike. Even if you lose a round, it really sucks to see that progress go back, but you do know that you know how to kind of beat your next set of challenges. And then eventually you wind up on a minor victory and you're kind of talking about how you speed run the Apostle, the Apostle run, and, you know, you laugh at Weather Factory's trivial balance or something like that. If there are some frames available for the Steam profile. Oh, you mean ones that are related to Cultist Simulator? I definitely don't mind. The only thing is that the problem is if one person has an issue of what was said, I'm not able to adjudicate what's being said in the words. So I'm a native English speaker. I appreciate it when people speak my own language when it's not their primary language. I just, wanted to be as clear as I could in terms of sort of the rules of engagement and what sort of my obligation is as a broadcaster trying to maintain some semblance of order. But I really appreciate you taking that in the spirit that was brought in. So where were we? Right. Oh, sorry. I really like this description so we finally summoned the Percussagant without it murdering someone. So first the thump, the rattle and cry of the ceremonies it attends in the wood. Now here it is, shouldering its way through the world's skin like a clawed and ruthless uncle or a headless flapping bear. And the Percussagant, it loves the Sistrum's shiver, it loves the thrum of the tympanos, it recalls with fondness the flaying of Marsyas, so it will not stop dancing. Again, like I said, some of the heart writing, particularly with the rhythm and the idea of motion and music, a lot of that comes through in the quality of the writing. But more importantly, it is something expendable, and it's got 8 edge with which I can murder fools. So we are not going to send a potent minion to murder an annoyance. Well, I'll keep the annoyance. 20 seconds is enough. I am, however, going to go work at the construction. No, why would I work at the construction site when I can do a commission on heart? This may be useful for a commission. Cat Caro knows the way. Cat Caro knows so many ways. We'll walk them together when the moon parts the curtains to peep into the dark. So we've got contentment if I need it. Oh, I forgot. I was going to use the human corpse in another rite. That's one of the reasons I had the bitter atmosphere. Well, shame on me. There's nothing I can really do about that now. The Percussagant's going to get a little stale, but I'm just waiting for the talk verb to become available. I don't actually want to send Victor off to try and murder my annoyance. I'm not quite sure why people are writing drop, but if you're looking for... if you tell me what you're looking for, I can tell you if it's here. But I have a feeling whatever people are looking for in terms of drops, it's probably not here. Again, it's just worth remembering, I'm just a guy streaming this game. I don't actually have any power over the Steam page or the game itself. Okay, so let's talk with the Percussagant. Not everything from the Mansis can speak, but everything can understand mortal speech, even once it has passed the white door. So in this case, the subject is going to be my annoying boss. I am out of patience with this nuisance. This should be an end to the matter, but they could possibly survive, and the attempt will draw attention. Failure will kill your minion. This is going to mean we've got 3 notoriety on the board, but what am I going to do, right? Okay, Gress is a true and a complete accounting of the Asclepian mysteries, the roots of the house. The direction of death is down, the book explains. The peacock door has been considered a rent or an abrasion, but in some respects is more like a mouth, if not a more treasured port of entry. Discussions of the doors include a rite which may conjure creatures through those doors, although key incantations are missing. So here we've got the rite of the map's edge. I believe this is the other one which will use influence, so this is another very useful... excuse me, another very useful a rite which, again, you use expendable materials with rather than things that you've worked hard to get. In this case, it also uses tools, though. So the Vagabond is the only hour that never enters the Mansus. This rite must be performed in the right place, in the right time, and the Vagabond will take that rightness for her own. And then we also got Words That Walk, which we haven't actually used yet. The syllables of this formula are compelling. I find myself snapping my fingers to its rhythm. It desires not to cease. Okay, really, we're out of books to read now, so we will take Gartside Sanskrit Reader. The name has been translated as The Refined Language. Gartside Sanskrit Reader, a lucid book which outlines a careful path through the thickets of a vast and complex language. And yet another Tristan interludes with Cat Caro. So this is a shifty woman. Again, I don't really need 3 moth. Generally I need more potent stuff to deal with the problems I'm going to be running into. We do have a season of sickness coming up, so it wouldn't hurt for me to get some vitality for when the one that I have is not going to help. I can't remember if I got the Forgotten Chronicle that I need or not, so we'll grab that now. Looks like I did need it. Well, I didn't need it, but I wanted it. Last night, Gearby was talkative. He spoke in his siege engine voice of the histories he'd overheard in the waking world. I listened until his stories tailed off again into weeping. Excuse me. Sorry, it's kind of hard to keep talking for 13 and a half hours without a break. Well, small breaks. So I am kind of reaching the... One thing I will say I actually really appreciate is I was originally planning on sort of wrapping this thing up when the number of views tailed off. And looks like that's only recently starting now. So what I really do want to try and do is show you what an expedition looks like, because I feel like that's the last major component of this game that you haven't seen sort of a like, here is kind of how this thing works. And then, I don't know, in terms of wrapping up the stream and just kind of what I'll do with the save file, we'll maybe talk about that at the end, but just keeping that in mind because of the hour, and also there's a couple of things about the way that I'm getting paid that I don't really want to flog this stream a whole lot longer than is necessary. I just want to let you know this is around the time I'm going to be trying to wrap things up. If you have any last questions or comments about the game, again, if the comments about the game are about the design, I'm happy to relay them to Weather Factory, but again, I don't really have any access that you don't. And of course, if you have any questions or if there's anything that you want before I finish off, I will do my best to answer them as honestly and as directly as I can. Although I think you've kind of gotten a flavor that I do go on a bit in some of my answers. Okay, so as always with Dream, we're going to keep going through the Stag Door because it has kind of the best opportunities for me, especially with getting the level 8 Secret Histories. Better not. I must be careful of the company I keep. So I guess I should take a minute here and ask, what is the point of me keeping on sending Pope Clifton on these expeditions? I suppose it's just because I guess I'm looking for like we'll see if we can get a high moth follower. Or, well, agent. Cat Caro knows the way. Cat Caro knows so many ways. We'll walk them together when the moon parts the curtains to peep into the dark. All right, light in the skull. Whenever the principle of lantern sheds its light, I may recall additional scraps of knowledge. And I finished the manuscript. We also got a Course of the Heart out of that, which was kind of nice. I mean, we're not going to use the vitality. Oh, hang on. We might use the vitality because of the sickness coming up, right? Yeah, this is perfect. So many questions. What is the next for this run? Oh, well, I mean, the easy thing that I would say is I would probably... So the plan right now is to start doing some expeditions. I don't know if you've done them in the game yet, but this is how I've sort of stalled out in terms of the amount of lore that I have. The only way that I would be able to get more is basically by researching. And in reality, the only thing that would actually be an improvement for me would be, one, to take the Megalesian Incantation, upgrade that to a level 6 Grail. I could take the Barber's Warning, upgrade that into a Wood Whisper, upgrade that into an Ecdysis Parable, and that would be able to take me to Moth 8. The Sexton's Secret isn't really an improvement because I already have the Operation of the Declining Sun, and similar story to Moth with Lantern, I would be able to upgrade the Lantern to Mantis Glimpse. The Mantis Glimpse would go into the 6th level Lantern, and then that would allow me to sort of get to the next level of dedication to Enlightenment. Now the thing is that I don't really see any advantage in putting so much effort into things that I can just get by reading more books. That seems to be a lot of use of my study verb while I'm not really doing anything else. And so what I prefer to do in this particular case is to actually start sending cultists on expeditions. But what I would like to do is I'd like to equip them to handle the troubles or the problems that they run into as well as possible. And so one of the things that I can do by going through the stag door, if you go to the sharp stairs, occasionally there will be edge influence, and that will mean that I can start turning some people into disciples. Right now I've been able to do that for my edge followers, but what I want to be able to do that for are all of my followers, because that will take them from level 2 to level 4 followers. It's not super important for these early ones, but again, it's sort of nice to just kind of put all your ducks in a row and to be able to get things, give yourself the best chance of having things happen. Now, there's a couple of other things that I want to do. For instance, I've got this winter influence, so if I either need to use it in a rite or I need to get rid of it. So let's see what we can do with it here. My original intention was actually to try and use it to raise the corpse, but I sort of messed up the timings on all of that. So let's say we take Neville for the knock, although I think that I'm not even remotely close to what I need there. And perhaps if we brought in some Forge, we might be able to bring a Callagine. So I found a useful conjunction of aspects, but I need more power to call forth this smoky, tricksy entity. I will need a significant power of Forge, as well as a little of Winter and Knock. So unfortunately, the Ardent Orison is not going to cut it. Why kill my boss? Did he deny you PTO? Close. He's asking basically the biggest reason to kill my boss right now. So obviously I've been silly in terms of the way that I talk about him. But the biggest thing about this is that it's not even the fact that I can get more money by taking his role. It's the fact that in my senior position at Glover & Glover, I actually need to show up every 60 seconds. And it takes me 60 seconds to perform a rite. So if I want to keep my job at Glover & Glover, I'm never going to be able to summon something. And summoning stuff is a really good way to be able to to bring in like strong creatures, to bring in things that will make your expeditions work out really well. So obviously, the PTO thing is a much better reason. But in this case, it's really just a practical matter of saying that it will be more convenient to get rid of the boss in order to sort of free me up and to be able to get things done the way I want them to be done, i.e. not focus so much on Glover & Glover and focus a lot more on my cult side hustle. Okay, so this icy atmosphere isn't too useful to me right now. I think partly because of what I want to summon out of it. It would have been more helpful if I had a higher level of winter, or it would have been better if I had used it on the corpse. Both of those options have closed, so, I can cry about it or I can just accept the reality. So, let's go and it won't take me too much to go to the work site. At least I'll make some money out of it. So 40 seconds there. Overlook Place. I'm assuming we're going to find Strange by Moonlight. Nothing too exciting there. I'll keep throwing Pope Clifton at the problem. You never know. We might find something interesting. I do want to get Eau Claire and Slee into the cult, and then we'll start using the top verb for something a little bit more useful. Alright, so many words, such little time. I will keep my reference works close to hand. So I'm now a scholar of Sanskrit. That'll be helpful if we raid the Hebe Stanton, but I don't really think we're going to see those books until now. If I get desperate, I will do some of these more basic ones, but for the time being, I feel like we can get a little more mileage out of what we're working on right now. So the question would be, what do I want to do with my study verb? I mean, one thing I could try and do is just to like raise the level of a few of these this different lore that I have. It's not actually that interesting to me to do that at the moment here. Well, another thing that I could potentially do is take the operation of the declining sun. So, the icy atmosphere rather. So the icy atmosphere is a level 6 lore. So I need to combine it with something. In this case, I need to use it with another influence. That's right. And then I need to use the knowledge. So that doesn't help me either. So the best thing that I can do is to actually take that icy atmosphere and use it in an initiation ritual. We've got a Season of Despair coming up, so that becomes a little bit more critical because this will become Dread if I don't use it. All right, and we await word. Let's see if the Percussivate was really good at killing my cultists, so if they're not good at killing the younger Glover, I'm gonna be mad. All right, so we've got our extra vitality. Again, we were already covered for what we need for the impending sickness. But again, we're working the job just so we can keep our income up. All right, so we've got 60 seconds before this becomes Dread. All right, I've been hit by this before, so I believe this becomes Fascination. The question, of course, is do I actually want to bother summoning something? I don't really have any use for it right now, so let's just go through the Ascent of Knives and see what we get. Oh boy. Bitter Atmosphere. Okay, well, we'll see if we can summon something with level 10. That's going to create its own problems, but I don't mind. The best thing about this problem is that it's a tomorrow problem. So, I visited the Ascent of Knives last night, the harshest of roads through the house. It has been sacred to the Menascate and the sun and rags since the intercalate, when the true sun was divided. When I woke, my room was freezing. The chill of it had cracked the window glass. All right, so we've already got the work slot available, so let's go back to the Sunset Rite. Again, I like using this rite because it lets me use up something that's already going to be thrown away. Nivell, again, only has 2 knocks, so I have a feeling we're not actually going to be able to summon the thing that I want, but let's see if it turns out. Actually, you know what, if it's already level 2, we'll bring in the Locksmith's Secret, and we will take Eldridge with his better... Oops, sorry, the game was saving, so... Edge. Holy smokes, we can actually summon that? All right. A deep winter's cold to name and draw the maid in the mirror. Edge to match her keen cruelty. I am going to admit, I didn't think that was going to work. So, I can dream of a pleasant memory. Is that the best thing for me to do right now? This thing has got 193 seconds. The passionate memory is... Yeah, these are not bad, but is there something better I can do with the dream slot right now? Well, I can always try and get the next level of secret histories. That's pretty much a standing order. The influence... Oh yeah, and the edge influence. So I need to be spamming the... the knife stairs. Stagdor is the Adept's Gate. To pass it is to be initiated into the first true mystery of the House of the Sun. The head Gearby weeps to see me enter where it cannot, but it must let me pass. The scarred valves of the door grind open. So, my minion is returned with a trophy. The annoyance has been extirpated. So, senior position at Glover & Glover. With the younger Glover gone, I might rise even higher. If you don't attend this job regularly, you might suffer a demotion. So 85 seconds, that's enough time to get rituals done. That's exactly what I want. So we did get more notoriety. So if the Suppression Bureau ever actually paid attention to me, they are just going to come in and beat the crap out of me. But we do have a free percussivant. It's going to kind of dance around the headquarters until we find something better to do with it. Let's think about what I want to do for the next few steps. So let's bring Eau Claire into the cult because that'll help me get rid of the chilly atmosphere. So the reason I want to do this is that it will become Dread in 43 seconds, and we know we have a Season of Despair coming up. So there's Eau Claire. Description of Eau Claire. Eau Claire is a scholarly aspect and a morbid streak. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. And then, of course, we do need Edge to actually bring them into the Church of the Bright Edge. So, life secret, this one is ready. So that is the nice stroke of kind of getting rid of the threat to my my well-being right now. We've already got the vitality to deal with the sickness, so we're covered there. The biggest threat to the playthrough right now is all of my notoriety, and unfortunately that's going to be a long-standing problem. I do have some ideas about how to handle that with the talk verb, but the best way of handling that is actually going to come if I can get some extra edge influence. So that's one of the things I'm working on right now. This notoriety is not going to be a threat. This 2 notoriety is going to be a threat, and then of course in 50 seconds this human corpse is going to turn into notoriety. Although the weary detective could actually pick this up as evidence already. So again, if we see the season of suspicion coming up, we're pretty much guaranteed to have. I think at this point we're more or less guaranteed to have some evidence against us. And again, I have some plans for that, but it'd be nice if we could avoid it altogether. My own heart pumps more strongly today. So, the illness has damaged my health. I will need to rest before I'm fully recovered. Does anybody know what this drop business is about? Or am I just gonna have to Google it? Okay, still nothing to do with the study verb, sadly. I guess we can still get Pope Clifton searching the city. Eau Claire is quiet, meticulous, and remorseless. And finally, we'll bring in Slee. Craig Slee, the astronomer and avant-garde poet, has developed an interest in the esoteric as his health wanes. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. And you know what? This percussivant's not going to be around forever. It's got another 2 minutes, so maybe after we do this Search the City, I'm going to actually start sending them. It's from Twitch, yeah, I thought so too. I mean, Twitch is my main deal, but I will admit, since the last time I've been on Steam, actually I will say in general the Steam the Steam broadcast system has actually improved sort of each time I've done it, but like this has been the time where there have been some frame drops. I think like a little bit less than 1% has of my frames have dropped, but in general, I mean, it's almost 14 hours of broadcasting and really no interruptions. I remember the first time I did this, I think we had like 6 different connections, and they were all disconnects from Steam. So they've done a really good job with it. Okay. So I do want to bring Slee in. Is there anything else I want to do with the talk verb right now? Yes, I want to turn in these commissions because those are going to generate some mystique, and if nothing else, they'll... No, hang on. I don't want to do that right now. There might be something that will help me out. So before I start muddying the water with mystique, I'm going to bring Slee into the cult. Sorry, I'd love to explain why I hesitated on that, but it'll be better if I can show you. Just give it a little while. Oh, hang on. I have a very clever idea with the percussivant, and I bet you it's going to work. Okay, Rebellious Spirit, we don't want to mess with that, so I'm pretty sure this results in winter. So let's just take the Trembling Heat and not get hurt. Okay, Gearby was weeping again. I scooped up his molten tears in my cupped palm. In the dream, my skin peeled and blistered, but only in my dream. So we're a little lucky here. The Rebellious Spirit's going to take 27 seconds. Now, as nice as a Maid in the Mirror is, this is a 10 edge, 10 winter. So this thing kind of laughs at most of the challenges that I'm going to run into that I would use this thing for. Unfortunately, I really, because this thing is really powerful and because my followers that it will eat are so weak, we already saw what happened with the percussivant. I think it's better that I just be a little bit cautious and I use my reason to get rid of it. So the summoning is struggling against my control. I could use reason to dismiss it safely, which is always reliable. I could try to reassert control with passion, which is not reliable, or I could let what will happen happen. So I will go for reliability here because RNG has hurt us in the past. All right, we've got our affliction. Let's just deal with that right now. It doesn't really matter which vitality I use, but I do like to get in the habit of using the thing that's about to expire. I'm probably not going to take advantage of the Trembling Heat, but you never know, so we'll just hang on to that there. It is possible that being able to combine the level 6 and the level 6 of these two lore would actually allow me to summon a Callagine, but I don't have an immediate use for it right now, so... No frame drops encountered, so no worries. Actually, it's quite an interesting stream. I didn't make it so far. Oh, that's nice to hear. Thank you, Demi Bright. Maybe just, again, because I'm probably going to be wrapping up not too long, I completely forgot this moves occasionally. I have been recording this stream, so actually let me just verify that there's no problems right now. Yeah, I'm assuming the file is enormous. But I am going to be putting this on YouTube. I mean, look, I don't really think anybody's actually going to tolerate like a near 14-hour stream, but it is what it is. It's up to you to decide if you want to watch it, I suppose. Here's my promise to you. I'm not going to put ads in between segments. There's going to be an ad at the start and an ad at the end. And there's going to be nothing in between. That's my commitment. But let's face it, it is going to take YouTube a very long time to ingest this. So I have no promises in terms of when it's going to be available, but if somebody would like to relive the memory, if somebody would like to see some earlier steps, one thing that it might be useful for, if you want to know how I got to this spot, you might want to scrub through the video. But yeah, assuming that there isn't a technical error, this will be put online for anybody who wants to reference it. But I have no idea of when it's going to become available because, again, I have Oblivion videos that I upload, and if I don't upload them a week in advance, they don't come on high definition. So it's, I mean, again, like, look, Google's giving me free hosting, so it's not like it's not like I can complain too much about it, but it does make it a little bit hard to tell people in terms of what's coming up. But again, I'll try and answer questions as best as I can in the closing period. And again, I did say I was going to try and do an expedition, so we'll see if we can plow ahead. All right, so 300 seconds basically while we're under threat of an investigation. Before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen a knife so it can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. So Slee speaks earnestly of his theories to all who will listen, the stars as tiny wounds, the sun as a hemorrhage of the glory. His poetry is more eccentric than ever. This is our third lantern follower. And once we free up, so I don't really want to use this hireling. We've already murdered my boss, so I don't have any more murder for hire work right now. However, the percussagant does have heart aspect, and I really want to see if I can get the percussagant to speak of the high-minded principles of our organization. So not everything from the Mantis can speak, but everything can understand mortal speech, even once it has passed the white door. So I'm going to talk to the percussagant about cult. So the way that this normally works is that if you have a cultist and you want them to do something that's relevant to their abilities, you talk to them about the cult. So this doesn't actually seem to be triggering anything. I think it's because it's even between heart and edge. But in principle, one thing you can do with heart followers is to actually send them out to try and repair your reputation. So I was wondering if I could get this giant dancing like bear monster to go out into the world and talk about how nice we are as a cult. So yes, it is a little absurd, but I wanted to see if I could get away with it. And it seems like the answer to that is no. All right, let's see what's happening with the... Oh no, sorry, I can't do that until I heal. All right, it is gone. We are safe. And I don't think... curse them. We do have a chilly atmosphere, but fortunately that's not going to activate until 6.4 seconds have passed, so we are more or less in the clear. I do, however, want to show up to work, because they still want me to show up even if my hours have become a little bit looser. So curl my hands into the correct shapes and begin. So our ambition, the Younger Glover's board seat, remains unoccupied. So if I'd like to try and join the board, I can. I think that's a really bad decision for me right now, though. So I'm not going to show any ambition. I'm just going to push ahead, take my pay, and move along. Okay, so again, I want to avoid fascination if I can. The Wolf Despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. And a season of ambitions is coming up, so eventually there is going to be restlessness, which eventually becomes dread. I'm not that worried about that right now, though, so... 6 seconds away from this slot becoming open, so I think instead... There's a couple things I wanted to try and do and improve the cultists before moving in. Oh, I am going to wait for the percussivant to become available, though, so we're just going to leave this slot open for the time being. I think I'm going to see what happens when I use the pleasant and passionate memory. I don't actually do the romance option very often, so I keep forgetting how these things work. Alright, the sick room grows close and stale. It's time to get up. My health is back. My reason's back. Let's visit the pleasant memory. I'm going to assume that it just gives contentment. A sweet stillness of a common understanding. A moment in winter light. So this will be helpful if it generates contentment, because then I can use that to cancel the chilly atmosphere. Excuse me. That's exactly what it is. This might sustain me. So we'll wait a little bit. And I'm going to hang on to the passionate memory just because we know that restlessness is going to come up. So perhaps passionate intensity might also help me out. Nothing. My words cease like sand and glass. Okay, so we'll take the percussivant. Oh, no, we're going to begin... Oh god, where do I want to send them? I know it'll be helpful for Strathcoin's residents, but honestly, let's just do this in order. So, this is the thing that I really wanted to make sure that I got through on this stream. I know it's taken me a while, but again, I wanted to try and get everything to a point where I was reasonably secure in getting this work done. We also had a little bit of luck with Glover and Glover, so it was a chance for me to pursue that. But let's maybe recap what we've done in our time here. We have basically bought all of the books we possibly can from Moreland's and Oriflamme's auction house. We've also read all of them. We didn't have any translation problems. We've got everything that we could possibly need. And if you notice, like, as far as our understanding for the lore is concerned, if you want as a hint in terms of how high the lore can get, if it's a big ring around this, it's not that far, right? So we've gone about as far as we can, and we're now at the point where we need to start getting some more exotic books. We need to start getting things that are going to give us more power, and more importantly, if we want to make the most of all of our rituals, we need to get tools of power, which, let's face it, you're not going to just find that on the store of like a Home Depot or something. I'm actually Canadian, so I guess it would be Canadian Tire, but I don't know if any of you know what that is. So what we are going to do now, and as I sort of said, this is the one component of sort of these horror stories that you sort of imagine. We've got the reading the musty tomes, we've got the pursuit from sort of a policeman or a reporter or an investigator, we've got mentors, we've got secrets, we've got madness, we've got despair, all the great stuff that makes these sorts of stories great. The one thing that we don't have is tomb raiding, right? I want to go into the Pharaoh's tomb and I want to rip out the gem from the eye sockets, and I want the boulder to come after me, and okay, maybe that's Indiana Jones rather than an H.P. Lovecraft story, but still, there's a certain degree of like finding artifacts of power that goes on in these kinds of stories, and that is present in the game here. That's why I've been building up all of these building up all of these secret histories for vaults to raid. However, it costs money, and you need to be prepared for them. And so that's what we're going to do here. Again, there's no further preparation I can make other than trying to use influence to raise my believers and disciples even higher. But that's going to take longer than I think is necessary, especially because these are not particularly hard to begin with, and I'm packing a percussivant, so this thing will just rip the head off of anything that kind of gets in our way. So the Congregation of St. Felix of Shurin, a nonconformist enclave of a heterodox sect of a Calvinist offshoot tucked away in an odd corner of the city. Sorry, that emphasis was really weird. A nonconformist enclave of a heterodox sect of a Calvinist offshoot tucked away in an odd corner of the city. They belt out hymns with unsuitable gusto in a throat-scraping language that is very much not quite Latin. I feel like Pope Clifton would fit in here. So here's how this works. You can bring a leader and an assistant. You actually just need one person to go into the expedition, and they need at least one funds to bring it through. You will have more challenges on the more difficult expeditions, which will require more funds, but I'll cover that as we get to it. So here we have the percussigan. So one thing that's great about this is the percussigan has a timer on it. It's only going to last another minute and a half unless I try to resummon it again. So we have at least one leader. Excuse me. And then we need the funds for it, and it's going to give us another description of what we're about to embark on. I think I actually only need the one funds, but I always like loading this thing up with funds because you basically get whatever you don't use refunded back, and it kind of protects you if you run into difficulties and forget to reload the funds. The game will tell you, but again, one of the things about this is that if you don't pay attention, all of a sudden you're going to wake up and find out that some of the stuff that you were focusing on or not focusing on has already expired, and you've missed out on the opportunity. So membership of the congregation is strictly controlled. It may even be inherited. The safest approach is to burgle the minister's residence while he's conducting a service, but the sworn mothers of the congregation guard the place in shifts, and they are not easily distracted. Oh, okay, well, that's why we brought a percussigan, so maybe we'll bring... I guess Eldridge is just patiently waiting until it's time to knife someone again, so Eldridge, your time has come. All right, so you can see what happened here, right? We brought two people along on the work. It said that we potentially might have a fight on our hands. Of course, it did also say I could sneak, but look, I'm an edge cult. Of course I'm going to try and knife someone. So we brought 2 funds to pay for the expedition, and now we have a total power of 13 edge. And we'll see how that works in just a minute. In the meantime, this did finally turn into dread. That's why we got that contentment, so we're going to combine this, clear my mind. I remember that I was different, but I can't yet remember how. I remember that I was different before, so fond memory of time spent with Kat Caro, and we're able to clear this out here. In the meantime, this is very unlikely to work, but I don't see any reason why we shouldn't try. So in this case, I'm going to try and take this notoriety. I'm going to try and get rid of it by using my heart followers. So we are going to take Clovette. Significant conversations in a smoky meeting room. What do I need from my follower? Cult business charm. Not everyone is sympathetic to our aims, but if we have problems with our reputation, our believer might be able to smooth them over. So again, the only reputation that can be picked up right now is notoriety. Notoriety is a threat if the Suppression Bureau catches it. So there's really no loss for me doing this right now, unless I happen to have a better use for the talk verb. This is in fact why I didn't turn in these commissions, even though I was well within my ability to do so. If I turned in those commissions, then that would have generated mystique, and at that point it would be 3 notoriety to 2 mystique, and then it would be, admittedly the balance of probabilities would be towards picking up a notoriety, but you don't get to decide what the charm takes up, and so as a result I decided to hold off turning in those commissions. I want to try and use Clovette to get rid of the reputation through the notoriety, and then we can turn in the mystique, or turn in the commissions to get rid of, or to get the mystique. All right. So this is going to turn into restlessness and eventually dread. That's when I'm going to try and pop the passionate memory. Again, I don't know if that'll give me contentment or not, but it'd be nice to experiment. I don't really have much use for the study verb right now, so I'm not using that. When I close my eyelids, figures march... Sorry, when I close my eyes, figures march behind my eyelids. When I open them, the light hurts. So I could try and do something with the rising heat, but I'll be honest with you, I don't think it's going to work. So I probably honestly should just keep going back to Glover and Glover. I know I have 87 seconds. Well, I guess I could try painting again. But that's just with my... I mean, that's probably going to just generate mystique, so I probably shouldn't be messing with that right now. Alright, the expedition continues. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. Once you're actually on the expedition, you see what's coming up. So there's only one challenge, the monks. Contemplatives, blessed or condemned to service here. They're bound by their curious vows. We can murder them or deceive them, but they will not be seduced. So, sorry Saliba and Rhaenyra, your services are not required. My curiosity is becoming a physical need. My eyes will be thresholds. It is almost time to perform the work and begin the changes. I must have enough lantern aspect. Exploration might find more. We'll dapple the earth with holy blood. Now, if I want to bring more assistance, I can. Generally, the way this works is that if you have 10 or more, it's not going to get any better. If there are no guarantees in Cultist Simulator anymore. So there is always the possibility. Uh-oh. I think we're gonna get caught. We got close, but I think they've caught up with us. So yeah, there's no guarantees in this game. If you're 10 or higher, you have the best chance of succeeding in these tasks. This is why I wanted to put that effort into gaining the percussagant, because if we have anything that we need to sort of physically overcome, it'll just bat them away. You know, obvious. I could also bring 2 followers in, but of course if it fails and a follower gets injured, then that's just a liability that I have. Whereas if the percussagant gets injured, I still have that follower as a backup, so. Let's do that passionate memory now. Shared gasps, tangled limbs, heat in secret dark. Their bodies lie in robed huddles, each indistinguishable from the next. Step over, move on. Alright, well, obviously they picked up the notoriety. The irony is going to be if I don't... Actually, I don't know if that's really irony. The thing that's really going to be terrible about this is that if this fails, it's very likely it will, the one that would go away in about a turn got picked up, and the one that I would, you know, it'd be great if this could go away, but if it doesn't go away, I would want this one used as the evidence because it's the one that's going away sooner. But we can't pick these things, so when I close my eyes, figures march behind my eyelids. When I open them, the light hurts. And again, we're just spamming Glover and Glover because I don't really have any occult work to do right now. I don't have the lantern for this commission, and I don't want to generate the mystique until I need it. All right, this might distract me. So that's a restlessness. That's not exactly what I need right now, but we do have a contentment. We do have a vitality. So the contentment will deal with at least one of the restlessness. I think the other one we're just going to have to let turn into another season of suspicion. I think we're just going to have to make do with what we've got. So dread, contentment. I remember that I was different before. Oh, the standards of Daylight Society cannot apply to us, but perhaps we won't emphasize that point. Perhaps we'll rely on charm and good humor. I have supplied elegant platitudes about the high principles of our organization. Holy smokes, Clovette pulled it off. Optimism is the spice which saves. Okay, so we're going to be done with this expedition soon. Every time you go on an expedition, it does generate notoriety. So what I want to do here is I want to prep for that, and I'm going to send Clovette on another charm offensive. It's going to take us a minute to actually tell her to get the job done, so as long as the expedition is done within 2 minutes, we'll be fine. Not everyone is sympathetic to our aims, but if we have problems with our reputation, our believer might be able to smooth them over. Again, I was really not expecting that to work, so good for her. Treasures lie before us. So this is the same text as before. We've already murdered the... So we know that we're done with this. It's just a matter of waiting for the expedition to finish and us getting the cash. Or not the cash, but the goods. Secret devotions. The minister's bedchamber is grand in proportion, but sparsely furnished. Beneath the window, a feathered ornamental axe rests beside the enamel chalice drum on a little altar of yew wood. Alright, so we finally have evidence against us. I am certain that my adversary has lodged a copy of their notes elsewhere, with their solicitor, with their superior, or even with a contact in the press. This is troubling. So, tentative evidence. A hunter has found evidence, real or imagined, of my sins. Hunters with evidence of occult activities become more dangerous. Evidence may survive the death of the hunter who created it. So this is evidence level. Some forms of proof are stronger than others. Now, I'm probably not going to have the time to show exactly how all of the evidence mechanics work, but there's 2 levels of evidence. So there's tentative evidence. It lasts for 600 seconds, so 10 minutes. And if this gets ignored and it's not otherwise dealt with, this will, then there's going to be another season of suspicion that comes up. We don't know when that next season is. Actually, no, we know exactly when the next season is. No, okay, no, we're good. We're fine. So the next season of suspicion, if they have tentative evidence and I have notoriety on the table, that evidence will then become damning evidence. The next time there is a season of suspicion, regardless as to whether or not there's reputation, that damning evidence will then be used to try and imprison one of my followers. So it's a little bit like what happens with the dread. One dread you can manage, but you want to pay attention to what's going on. Two dread, it's like, if another thing happens, you will potentially lose. Now, in the case of dread, it's lose the game. Sometimes in this game, you can be brought to trial as the cult leader, but generally it happens to your followers. There's some conditions under which you get brought to trial. So generally what you want to do is you want to deal with tentative evidence at the time. You can also do things like deal with the hunter. The thing that's important to remember, though, is that if you get rid of the hunter, as it said, the evidence can survive the hunter. So if you kill a hunter, you generate notoriety. That's going to probably inspire a stronger hunter to come after you. Now, again, I'm in the Church of the Bright Edge. Of course I want fights. They're giving me what I want doing that. But the Weary Detective is one of the softer hunters. Some of the hunters actually get very difficult to deal with. So if you can find more subtle ways of dealing with evidence, it's better to use those. Again, this is not something to sort of set my hair on fire about. This is definitely something I want to keep an eye on, and if I have a way of eliminating this evidence, I want to take it. The other thing that I can do, of course, is just not generate notoriety for the next 10 minutes and make sure that this thing doesn't become any worse than what it has, which is one of the reasons why I sent Clovette to do the charm, because in 26 seconds we're going to get notoriety, and hopefully she'll just hoover that up. Alright, so this is Dread. Again, I'm not too worried about it. If I had more Edge followers to upgrade, I would use it in that right. I don't want to bring the hangers on until I have to worry about Dread. So everything's fine. The sun still moves, the wind still walks. My journals are the labyrinth clue. And again, more work at Glover & Glover. I'm just going to keep going to it until I have... Basically, I'm fine keeping on going to Glover & Glover. What I really want is the option... If I have something interesting to do a summoning with, I want the option of not showing up to work for the time that it takes me to do the summoning. So, in the meantime, let's go back to the Stag Door, because if I can get some edge influence, that is going to help me a lot. So, the Stag Door is the Adept's Gate. To pass it is to be initiated into the first true mystery of the House of the Sun. The head Gearby weeps to see me enter where it cannot, but it must let me pass. The scarred valves of the door grind open. Alright, so we knew that was going to happen. It's got a magnet for notoriety, so if we're lucky, Clovette's going to deliver again. Beneath the altar, in a box secured with a complicated triple knot, we find a trove of books, and more besides. A knife rank with old blood, a twist of cloth, a leathery remnant of something the minister must have surrendered at his ordination. So these are not funds from the expedition, these were surplus to what we needed. Eldridge, good job. Percussagant, good job. We have a bronze Spintrea. So I guess we'll put that on a different level. We have the Rose of Nuriel, marked with the triple sign of the arcane contemplative order known as the Sisterhood of the Knot in Greek. So we can translate that. We have the Unattended Church. The minister disappeared one night quite abruptly with his inner circle and the church's chiefest treasures. He is widely assumed to have gone to a better place, possibly a sunny place beside a shining sea. We could recruit his leaderless flock and make this our base of operations. So much like Moorlands, I'm actually going to make a different tier for this. So much like Moorlands, there is the possibility of moving your headquarters to something more interesting. These do have implications in terms of your ability to upgrade certain types of lore. We're not going to explore that right now, but another thing that's nice about this, if you're drowning in notoriety and you may want to make it all go away, you can actually move your base, and the suppression, basically all your reputation vanishes. That's another nice touch. Kion at Abydos, a play dealing with the 9-year sojourn of a snow goddess in the Thracian city of Abydos by Apollo Fireweaver. It enjoyed success in London in its 1892 edition, when it was republished from, apparently, an older Greek text. The Rose of One's Eye, marked with the triple sign of the arcane contemplative order known as the Sisterhood of the Knot, but a fourth leaf has been added, disfiguring the sign in Greek. Should probably split this so Geonet Abydos does not require translation. These others do. Finally, Kerner and Goetz ausfrieslich, sorry, let's try that again. Ausfrühlich, I'm pretty sure that's it. Grammatik der Griechischen Sprache. Again, I apologize on the pronunciation. It's not even because I'm tired. It's because I don't know German. But again, as I said, I was a little surprised when I was looking at some other stuff for classics that this is actually a real book. An essential weapon for a ferocious struggle with a challenging language. Now, I'm not at all worried about that because I already know Greek, but I can send it off to Oriflammes for sale. So that's really... So, I mean... 13 hours is a long time for a tutorial. This isn't really supposed to be like a formal tutorial, but everything that we have done here is essentially a mechanic that you are going to use to achieve your higher enlightenment. This doesn't mean that there aren't puzzles to solve. What it does mean, though, is that basically all of these different components that you've seen are going to be the ways that you will achieve your enlightenment. Sometimes you're going to need to combine a couple of pieces of lore together in a rite to summon something that you need. Sometimes you're going to need to go on expeditions to get more powerful relics. In fact, very often you can sort of see this loop that I've been going into, which is, you know, I want to get further in the Mansis. Why can't I get further in the Mansis? Because I don't have enough lore. Well, how do I get lore? I read books, but I've already bought all the books. Okay, well then you got to go on an expedition so that you can get more powerful books. Like, okay, I went on this expedition, but the book wasn't powerful enough. Well, go on a more powerful expedition. Yeah, but I don't have enough powerful followers. Okay, well then summon something more powerful and go on those. You can sort of see how this conversation kind of gives you this loop, but you're always sort of moving up. The most important thing to remember about this game is that that loop may not necessarily work on your first individual game. I didn't die as the aspirant because I've played this game, I think, for over 400 hours now. Admittedly, a lot of that's through streaming. I'm very familiar with the game, and again, I've been with the game since basically before it was a Kickstarter. And that has benefits as well as detriments. There are some things that I still do that are not very helpful, but I do them because it's how I played the game when I first played it. The big thing about this, though, is that if you die in the game, it unlocks new stuff, right? You get different legacies if you have sort of different events happen. What normally happens for people is they play as the aspirant, they starve to death, then they go and play the Bright Young Thing. The Bright Young Thing has a lot of money, but the Bright Young Thing struggles a little bit with the occult, and then they tend to die in a very occult way. So then they move on to the Physician. The Physician has a certain degree of financial comfort. They have a little trouble with lore, but you've learned enough about lore between those other two playthroughs that you sort of overcome that defect. And you may not even necessarily win on the Physician, but at that point you're going to start feeling like, okay, I kind of get what's going on here. And you're going to take what you learn over each of the different playthroughs. Each of these different legacies is going to give you a different perspective on sort of what Cultist is about and how some of these different mechanics work together. And, you know, you'll struggle at stuff, but you'll eventually sort of build things as they go on. The big question is, how do you stay motivated when you're playing a game which often reminds you about the fact that you don't know what's going on? Well, like I said, to me, it's an interactive fiction game. It's a narrative game. It may be told with cards, but in the end, there's a narrative here. And I do kind of like throwing myself into this individual character. In the end, this game is about what you want to do with your life, right? I don't want to work at Glover & Glover. I talked a little bit earlier on in the stream about how I actually worked at a bank, and I worked with a person who is like Mr. Alden, who we, of course, we didn't get rid of. He retired, but we were going to get rid of him way earlier on in the stream. So this is something in my own personal experience that I can relate to. This game, in the end, is very much about the tension between the fact that the things that we want to do are the things that we feel like we've been put on the earth for. That can be anything, right? That can be the game that you want to make. That can be the book that you want to write. It could be the charity you want to run. I mean, in the end, you sort of know what is inside yourself and what you want to bring to the world. Of course, in Cultist Simulator, usually that is something terrifying and apocalyptic. But the subtitle of the game is Apocalypse and Yearning. And in the end, this is a story a lot of us can relate to. The world is not necessarily friendly to these kinds of wants, and so very often you are going to have to do things that are a bit of a drag. You're going to have to do things where, you need to keep going to work, and you need to keep having the money come in, or you're going to starve. You're going to have to build things up over time. But as you gain this accumulated knowledge over multiple playthroughs, you are eventually going to start breaking through. And more importantly, you're going to, that motivation for you telling your own story and thinking either about how it relates to your own life, or just doing pure fantasy, enjoying moving cards around it, and, reveling in the fact that you get to be reveling in the fact that you kind of get to be a Lovecraft villain. In the end, everybody's going to approach this game differently. But I think if you really like the idea of being excited about discoveries, if you like having a little bit of a challenge, again, the elevator pitch for this is a game that you learn by playing the game. These are all things that will be, I think, very rewarding. Like I said, one of the reasons why it's such a joy to stream this game is that there's really nothing like it on Steam. And that does mean that there's going to be an entire group of people who just don't like it. And that's fine, right? There really doesn't need to be a game that appeals to everyone. And this game had enough of a low budget that I think, obviously Weather Factory wants to continue being a going concern, but they at least covered their costs of making the game, and they're working on their next one. It was made to be the way it was so that it could sort of make a sharp point, and that point is not always going to, follow through with everyone. But if you are among the elect, right, if you are in that chosen cult, I think this can be a really rewarding experience to play. And obviously they're celebrating their anniversary. They put the game on sale and invited me to come along. So what do we do with this save, right? I'm not done with the game. I am done with the stream tonight, though. I would love it if I could go on forever, but it's been 14 hours. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. I still have half a sandwich I haven't eaten yet, so I don't know if I should still eat this sandwich. But I need to do something that is not this today. So a couple of other little bits of advice, first of all, before I talk about what's going to happen for the rest of the playthrough here. So let's say you decided that let's say you already own Cultist Simulator and you decided that you wanted to pick up, no problem, Dank, thank you. I'm not fully done yet, but we are wrapping up. So on the odd chance that maybe you already own Cultist Simulator, you picked up the DLC, or for whatever reason, you're carrying on with, you got the bundle or the anthology edition, you've decided to try out some DLC for whatever reason. There are certain events in the game that will actually trigger those legacies from coming up. However, if you are chomping at the bit to try your new DLC, this is not Dark Souls. You are not going to have to work through some opaque system to be able to access your DLC. If you click on the invisible Serapeum, if you own the DLC, you can click the Dancer, you can click the Priest, you can click the Medium, you can click the Exile, and I believe if you click on the... I should actually double check. Yeah, here we go. You get the option to play the Legacy. If I do this, of course, it's going to erase my existing Legacy, so I'm not going to do this right here. Of course, if you have any feedback, again, there's a feedback form. I believe that's under news, so support at weatherfactory.biz. They, of course, have a game that's coming out, Book of Hours. That's probably due out in early 2022. But you can follow their website and check out all of the things that are going on. And of course, there's a new book that's coming out. There's a new tabletop RPG. It's a bunch of stuff that they're working on. But I think it's probably better that I leave... Okay, so I'm going to be honest with you. It's better that I leave it to their marketing material, because I actually don't know what got announced today, right? Like I said, I'm just a guy who's streaming the game. I'm into Cultist Simulator, but it's not my life. So... if you are interested in this stuff, they're turning this into a bit of a franchise called The Secret Histories. If you own the game, there's a button here for signing up on updates. Book of Hours is already on Steam. You can wishlist it. I'm not really... I don't think Weather Factory is that hard to find. They've got a website, they've got a Twitter, they've got all of the stuff that you would want. And they didn't actually tell me to say anything specific, so I'm trying to, trying to direct you if you're interested. Here's where you can go, but I don't actually know the best place to go for some of this. What am I going to do with the save file? So for those of you coming from YouTube, you already know that I am currently working on the New Game Plus legacy, the Apostle Obsonate, or at least any of the Apostles in New Game Plus, but I'm doing Apostle Obsonate. I'm going to continue that series. I actually need to record those videos tomorrow. So I have a little bit of a challenge in the sense that I have 2 save files. The priority is going to be to continue on with my Apostle Obsonate playthrough. I am going to, when I stop recording, I am going to save the file for this stream, and assuming that there's no corruption in this file, I am going to upload it to YouTube. It is going to take a very long time to process. I know this from experience. You would be able to see a low-resolution version of it, but I tend to find that when I release the low-resolution version early, it tends to generate a lot of complaints, and most people don't watch it. You can see the viewing metrics on it. So I'm gonna hold it until YouTube finishes ingesting the high-resolution version of it. So if you want to refer to this video, it will be on my YouTube channel. Again, I don't expect you to watch a 14-hour stream, but if for whatever reason you want to see the early steps, if you like my style, you will have the option to be able to stream it. As far as my regular playthroughs, though, it's 20 minutes on Wednesday and Friday that's released, and I'm going to be focusing on that. I am, however, going to keep this save file, and if I can find some extra time to sort of poke away at this, I may try doing some longer videos. I've actually been trying to experiment with a few different things on Cultist Simulator, so I'm not going to throw away the save file, but just keep in mind that my priority is actually to the current Cultist Simulator run that I'm working on, and I'd like to try and sort of keep my focus where I can, because it's actually really time-consuming to do this stuff. So, last note, who is responsible? First of all, Weather Factory invited me here. My name is System Chalk. Design, writing, and coding, Alexis Kennedy. Production, marketing, and biz, Lottie Bevan. UI design and coding by Martin Nerukar. Martin Nerukar is responsible for a really interesting game released by No More Robots called Nowhere Profit. If you like FTL-style games, and so it's kind of like a mix between FTL and card-driven strategy games. It's a really interesting one. He's the guy who's sort of responsible for that whole, looking down on the desk and the pink coming up when you click on the empty slots and all of that. That's all Martin's work. He actually very kindly sent me a copy of Nowhere Profit while he was working on it, and so I streamed that at another point. Art is by Catherine Unger, Lottie Bevan, Clockwork Cuckoo, and Sarah Gordon. Music, which of course, if you bought the ensemble, what the hell is it called? The Anthology Edition. You do have a copy of the soundtrack. If you are on a music subscription service, chances are you already have a copy of this. So I have Apple Music. I know it's on there. I think it's on Spotify as well. But Mickey Marr Productions, Maribeth Solomon, Brent Barkman, Mickey Erb. Audio is by Soundcuts. Additional writing by Lottie Bevan. Additional coding by Fraser McCormick, Chris Payne, Mark Gagnier, also known as Lyra Zyder, and Hannah Rose. Hannah Rose is on Twitter. I don't know if she's got a game coming out right now, but I will say that Lyra Zyder runs a website called The Frangiclave, so if you want to see all of the cards inside of Cultist Simulator and know how they interact, he's got a database of that. Additional design by Calvin Porter. Marketing and PR by Claire Sharkey. I think she might be with No More Robots now. I can't recall. Chinese localization, I'm going to say Project Gutenberg. Unfortunately, I have no hope in pronouncing all of this. Russian localization, again, Japanese localization, German localization, and special thanks. The original list was Sonia and PK, Matt Hosty, and Haley Urias. Obviously, there are a number of additional names. A lot of these came as a part of the exile. And finally, literally everybody who has ever sent feedback or a bug report, thank you. As far as me, again, I thank you very much for hanging out. It's been a lot of fun. I was actually trying to get to a point where I would stop the stream when it fell below 1,000 viewers, and you insane people have still hung around this long. So I am really sorry to have ended it at the way, at the time that it did. If you want to watch my stuff, my main source is actually Twitch. So that's where you can find me on Twitch. I don't do Cultist Simulator on Twitch as much as I did, so I do more strategy games there right now. If you want to see my YouTube stuff, you can follow that link. And again, I upload Cultist Simulator things twice weekly, and that will be where the archive of the stream was. So again, thank you everyone. Please be very good to each other, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.